transformed into a mere pawn destined for demise in the world of Harry Potter. On a stormy night in an orphanage, the system ominously declared, "In 5 minutes you shall perish." Due to failed adoption. A soft smile graced Ollie's lips as she played her trump card amidst the chaos. At Hogwarts, she became the epicenter of all tumultuous encounters. If a fresh-faced first year were to inquire about her, the upperclassmen would often pause thoughtfully for a moment before responding with caution. She is breathtakingly beautiful, yet undeniably a lunatic. Ollie would wink playfully, twirling her wand. That's called cunning, sweetheart. Comments from the male and female participants. Hermione Granger. She's the rising star of Ravenclaw, exceptionally gifted and astonishingly intelligent, but I truly wish she could be a bit more composed at times. Fred George. The ace of the dueling club, wielding her wand with more finesse than my mother with a soup spoon. Planning to duel her? Remember to reserve a bed at St. Mungo's first. Draco Malfoy. She flirts indiscriminately with everyone, which is rather infuriating. Why can't she just focus on me? Harry Cedric. She descends like an angel from the heavens, with a dash of delightful mischief. Theodore Nott. She smiles too much. Not everyone deserves her laughter. Joey Baker. A cunning little deceiver. She's dirtier and less worthy of salvation than anyone. So why does she never smile at me? Chapter 1. Escape a stormy night. In the early winter of 1986, the weather was dreary, and a dilapidated brick building in the suburbs of London trembled under the torrential downpour. The inscription on the bronze nameplate reading Heather House was incessantly washed away, leaving behind winding trails of water. Ding. Host binding successful. Name: Ollie Cran. Identity: child of the Heather House orphanage in London. Muggle perception. Current status: about to be erased. Main quest 1. Survive this adoption. Quest failure. The host will be reclaimed by the system and erased from existence. Friendly reminder: this system is a dedicated binding system for the Hogwarts love simulation, aimed at assisting the host in pursuing the most valuable targets in the magical realm, while achieving an optimal life experience. Please proceed with caution in your subsequent actions. Countdown 00:04:59. The striking words materialized in her mind, and Ollie abruptly opened her eyes. Before her lay a moldy, decaying ceiling, the air thick with the scent of sawdust and moisture. Cold and clammy, she coughed. The system's cold electronic voice continued its countdown. Countdown 04:59. 04:58. Who? Ollie's voice came out hoarse as she instinctively surveyed her surroundings. The cramped, dilapidated room bore damp and moldy corners, while the wooden window frames, long neglected, seeped with black stains. A bone-chilling cold crawled up her spine, jolting her to partial awareness. Where on earth is this? She swiftly sat up, and through the reflection on the window glass, she caught a glimpse of a youthful face, filled with terror, flickering in and out of sight amidst the lightning. Alarm bells rang in her mind, a chill racing from the nape of her neck to her fingertips, her heart pounding in her chest. Was she dreaming? Or had she truly traversed into another world? The countdown numbers continued to dwindle, dancing wildly just an inch from her nose. What's happening? Who is speaking? She managed to ask in a low voice, forcing herself to calm down. The host's current identity is that of an orphan at Heather House, facing elimination. The cold electronic voice interrupted her chaotic thoughts again. According to known information, in 5 minutes, an adopter will arrive at the orphanage to select children. Detected status: due to involvement in a brawl, you are currently in a confinement punishment period, disqualifying you from this selection. Quest is about to fail. You will be erased in 00:04:30. What? Her pupils dilated in shock, and Ollie gritted her teeth, pressing down on her chest, which surged with fear, her gaze fixated on the countdown. Is this some absurd game? Her fingertips pressed against the cold bed, the rough texture scraping against her skin. Pain, coldness, the frantic beating of her heart, and the rapid constriction of her lungs. Everything felt too real. This isn't a dream. You say I'm going to die soon? What proof do you have? A jolt of electricity exploded in her mind, causing her to stifle a groan of pain. This was the system responding. Ollie's mind blanked for a moment, stunned for barely 2 seconds before her intense survival instinct surged forth, overpowering everything else. Stay calm. She couldn't panic. Though everything seemed unclear, a few things could be confirmed through this entity calling itself system. She had landed in an orphanage, and if she failed to act, she would meet her demise in 5 minutes. The task appeared to be a deadlock, but since it had been issued, it must be achievable. If this were a game, she would strive to reach the end. If not, then she absolutely could not die. So, I must escape this room and somehow ensure I am selected. The system's voice remained as composed as ever. More accurately, you need to replace the child who was originally to be selected. Ollie's gaze sharpened as she grasped the crux of the matter. Who was originally meant to be chosen? Target: Joey Baker, a boy who performs exceptionally well, possesses a gentle temperament, and is highly likely to meet the requirements of the chosen one. A prophecy? If she heard correctly, the system had mentioned both Hogwarts and the magical realm, and considering her current appearance, it was highly probable that she had traversed into the world of Harry Potter. She had skimmed through the work hastily, her impressions vague, but she recalled a few specific terms. Ollie braced herself against the bed, her hand faltering as she furrowed her brow and rolled up her sleeve, revealing ghastly red whip marks on her arm. It seemed the original occupant's situation in the orphanage was far from favorable. She began to search the room. Are the adopters wizards? Why would they select children from a muggle orphanage? The system fell silent momentarily, and after a brief pause, a more comprehensive piece of information appeared in her mind. Known information, prophecy content. In the early winter of 1986, on a stormy night, a child in Heather House in East London will change the fate of the wizarding world in the future. Task issued. Usurp Joey Baker's position and become the chosen one. All right, Ollie sneered, her hands continuing to fumble. Is there a reward after the task is completed? The system remained silent. She hadn't expected a reply, and 5 seconds later, the confines of her small cell had been thoroughly scoured. A piece of iron wire extracted from the bed's crevice, half-rotten mouse, and a tattered wool sock. She also discovered a rusty butter knife concealed in her pocket. Now 2 choices lay before her: the dilapidated, leaky wooden window, and the tightly sealed iron door. Ollie thought rapidly. If I were just an ordinary child, escaping would suffice. But now, outside, the rain fell in torrents and thunder rumbled ominously. She was on the 3rd floor. Although the rusty drainpipe outside was in disrepair, it could tenuously support her descent up. By leveraging the wall, she could reach the ground and slip into the hall through the front door, which theoretically was the quickest escape route. However, this was her only opportunity for adoption. She couldn't merely sneak in, she had to be chosen. The identity of the adopter remained unknown, but one thing was certain: a ragged, muddy child, drenched like a drowned rat, would undoubtedly not be their first choice. Currently, her face was dirty, her hair tangled, and her clothes wrinkled from the dampness of the confinement room. The window is out. I'll take the door. Ollie's gaze settled on the heavy iron door. The lock was rusty, yet still sturdy. Banging it down was evidently not an option. She glanced down at the iron wire in her hand. It was her only tool, yet unfortunately, she was utterly clueless about lockpicking. Rather than confronting difficulties head-on, she excelled at finding shortcuts. Like a cat, Ollie tiptoed to the door, holding her breath as she pressed her ear against the cold surface. On the other side of the iron door, faint sounds of breathing mingled with occasional soft coughs. Someone was indeed guarding the entrance. Her eyes flickered slightly. Such a situation rarely warranted a dedicated watch, unless today's adoption event was of greater significance than anticipated. A subtle smile curved at the corners of Ollie's lips. Since this selection was so crucial, she was determined to stir things up to an extraordinary degree. Covering her mouth, she began to cough. Is anyone there? Feel dizzy. I'm so unwell. As expected, the person outside was alerted and footsteps drew closer. What's wrong? It was a boy, his voice youthful and slightly nasal. Ollie immediately discerned that the individual outside was an orphan of similar age, likely a guard assigned by the director, but he probably harbored no ill intentions towards her. She deliberately weakened her voice further. My head hurts. I think the porridge I had at noon went bad. Perhaps I have a fever. The boy appeared genuinely anxious. Hang on, I'll go get the director. No, if he went to find the director, she would miss her chance. Ollie began to breathe rapidly, emitting faint sounds while using her fingers to scratch her throat, mimicking the choking cough of someone on the verge of death. Wait, it hurts so much. I can't breathe. Her voice sounded frail and pitiable, akin to a dying creature. Help. Please help me. Why you don't panic. I'll be right there. The boy's heart softened, and he glanced around to ensure no adults were present before stealthily retrieving a key. As the lock turned, Ollie suddenly opened her eyes wide, poised against the door with a sharp click. The moment the door swung open, she suppressed the fiery pain in her arm and sprang forth like a cheetah, gripping the butter knife tightly, positioning its edge against the boy's neck with precision. The scent of damp rain permeated the air, and the boy's pupils dilated in fear. Sure, Ollie narrowed her eyes. Don't scream. You wouldn't want to get hurt, would you? Though the butter knife was dull, her grip was so firm that he still felt a sharp sting. The boy shook his head in terror. Good child, Ollie murmured soothingly. I won't harm you, but I must get out. She quickly assessed the boy's attire. The orphanage's standard gray-blue uniform, slightly worn at the cuffs, yet much cleaner and tidier than her own clothing. A brilliant idea struck her. What's your name? She asked softly. Ethan. All right, Ethan. Ollie narrowed her eyes and smiled slyly like a fox. Would you lend me your clothes? 2 minutes later, Ollie stood before the restroom mirror, the tidy gray-blue outfit transforming her into a model child. The grime on her face had been washed away, and she had tidied her hair with a splash of water, even appropriating Ethan's shoes, slightly larger but manageable. And what of Ethan? She had dressed him in her old clothes, stuffed him into the confinement room, gagged him with a towel, and securely bound his hands and feet with a bedsheet. She crouched down, smiling at the bound boy. "Don't be afraid. I will set you free, Ethan." He stared into Ollie's cornflower blue eyes, feeling he had likely been deceived. System notification. Countdown 00:02:29. Dressed and ready, Ollie exited the restroom, making her way down the stairs to the hall on the first floor. Outside, the torrential rain continued to pour unabated, and shadows began to appear at the door. Adopters had arrived. Taking a deep breath, she straightened her posture, adjusting her face into the most innocent and harmless smile. And no matter who came to adopt a child today, she would ensure that she was their first choice. Chapter 2. Disguise, then turn the tables. Mary Pritchard turned the pages of the Bible in her hands to a familiar leaf, her fingertips brushing against the long yellowed paper. Heather House was originally a boarding school, but it was shuttered due to the war and later repurposed as an orphanage. Nestled in a dilapidated part of the old city, the distant sound of passing trains occasionally echoed through its walls. With limited funding, the facilities were exceedingly antiquated. She had served as the headmistress here for over 30 years, having encountered countless children. Some were inherently lured by the devil. They would not heed instruction, whispering in the dead of night and perpetually bringing endless trouble. Audiobook was one such child. Disobedient, rebellious, unwilling to atone, she bore an innate aura of malevolence, akin to a cursed wildcat, capable of turning everything into disaster. Over the past few years, Mary had struck her arms countless times in an attempt to instill discipline. Yet, wickedness was etched into her very bones. She always smiled. Even when struck, her fearless blue eyes fixed intently upon her. The exploding light bulbs and the erratically moving furniture. She would even dare to lie to herself. Everyone knew it was her mischief. Joy Beck, on the other hand, was the epitome of a good child. Docile, reverent, and obedient to all instruction, his spirit was untainted. Impervious to the whispers of the devil. Only such children deserved salvation. Ding dong. The chill of the night air swept in, mingling with the rain as a tall lady slowly entered the grand doors of Heather House. Beneath her exquisitely tailored cloak were delicate, pale hands, and she held a pair of fine leather gloves, her golden hair elegantly styled in an elaborate updo. "Mrs. Malfoy, welcome to Heather House," Mary exclaimed, rushing forward with a beaming smile. She had long gleaned from her correspondence that this lady hailed from a prominent and enigmatic family. "Your journey must have been arduous," she continued. "Though our establishment is humble, the children are well-mannered." Narcissa Malfoy said nothing, her expression betraying a hint of impatience. Mary noted her demeanor. She had encountered numerous wealthy individuals who often looked down upon these children's disheveled state, yet still sought to engage in philanthropy, so this was no surprise. Zoom. The orphanage children were lined up neatly in the central hall, awaiting her selection. Naturally, the child Mary held in highest regard, Joy Beck, stood at the forefront. His appearance was emblematic of obedience, and when he smiled he resembled a harmless lamb. Joy clasped his hands behind his back, deliberately tilting his head to look up at the indifferent noblewoman. Today was a pivotal moment for him to alter his fate. No one favored the headmistress, but he understood how to play the role of an obedient child before her. Joy was not naive. He was astute, adept at disguise, and possessed a deeper understanding of human nature than most within the orphanage. For there were many peculiarities about him. In moments of anger, light bulbs would shatter, and wooden chairs would inexplicably levitate. The headmistress, that obstinate old woman, loathed all things unusual. Thus Joy had learned the art of performance. He would feign ignorance before everyone, silently shifting all blame onto that disobedient girl. No one would believe Audiobook. The lashes that would have been directed at him invariably fell upon her instead. He indeed heard Mary proudly introduce him. "This is Joy Beck, aged 7, our most obedient child, who has consistently excelled in his studies and possesses a gentle disposition." Narcissa did not allow her to finish, merely raising a finger to massage her temple. "Has anything unusual occurred here?" Mary was immediately put in a difficult position. "Yes." A timid child spoke up, trembling under the fierce glare of Mary. "The orphanage is haunted. Recently, the light bulbs in the hall keep exploding for no reason, and chairs fly around." Joy's heart sank. He realized the woman's gaze had shifted. Narcissa's eyes flickered with intrigue. "Who is responsible?" Mary quickly interjected. "Rest assured, Mrs. Malfoy, that mischievous child has been confined to the punishment room, and will not tarnish your sight." "It was me," Joy blurted out suddenly. The headmistress had informed him that wealthy individuals favored well-behaved children. Yet, this woman before him was evidently not an ordinary prospective adoptive parent. She seemed to be searching for something special. Did she desire not mere obedience, but something extraordinary? Silence enveloped the hall, and Mary turned to him in disbelief. Joy contemplated for less than a second, then donned a compliant smile. Madam, the headmistress says I am the best child, but sometimes peculiar things do happen. His tone was impeccably measured, tinged with hesitation and shyness. Narcissa's gaze finally fell upon him, one eyebrow arched. Oh? Joy carefully observed her response, continuing, sometimes, objects around me move on their own, and I do not know why. At this revelation, the color drained from Mary's face. She stared at Joy in astonishment, unable to fathom that her meticulously nurtured good child would betray her at such a critical moment. Joy, he persisted, the headmistress says these are bad things, but, lowering his eyelashes, his tone softened, if you prefer such a child, I can be that way. He was lying. A soft, delicate voice resonated from behind the crowd. Oh Joy. His smile froze in place. Audiobook. How could this be? She should still be locked in the punishment room. That iron door was secure enough that no one could escape in such a short time. Audiobook descended the stairs with a brisk step. Her rose-gold hair soft and slightly curled, cascading over her shoulders. She appeared pristine, devoid of any signs of having been imprisoned. System prompt. Countdown 000129. Joy. You are such a good child, she smiled innocently. You shouldn't be telling lies, should you? Joy's fingers suddenly clenched tightly, digging into his flesh. Something was amiss. She should not be here. Compounding the situation, she was staring at Narcissa as if she were a coveted prey, grinning. Mary's expression darkened instantly. You little wretch. Who allowed you to come out? She strode forward, intending to seize Audiobook by the hair, and drag her back to the punishment room. But Audiobook immediately turned to Narcissa, smiling brightly. You heard him just now. Joy said he could make the tables and chairs move by themselves. Yet our headmistress absolutely detests naughty children. Look. She rolled up one sleeve, revealing her arms, which were marred by a multitude of scars. The grotesque wounds crisscrossed, the red welts raised and ghastly to behold. The surrounding children gasped in unison. Joy bore no injuries at all, so who was the true liar here? Mary's face twisted in utter distortion, her lips quivering, the wrinkles on her face contorting into a mass. You little devil, spouting nonsense. You have always been a scourge. Lying, retorting, brawling. You are nothing but. She abruptly raised her hand and swung it forcefully towards Audiobook, who had taken a step back. Bang. Suddenly, the chandelier above erupted, shards of glass scattering, the lights extinguishing, plunging the entire hall into darkness. Ah. It's haunted again. The children screamed, terror-stricken as they scattered in all directions. The long table in the hall toppled violently, wooden chairs crashing to the floor, knives and forks clattering against the walls, producing a cacophony of metallic clamor. It was as if an invisible hand was wreaking havoc upon everything in sight. System prompt. Countdown 000025. A blinding flash of lightning struck from outside, illuminating the entire room in an instant. Narcissa Malfoy lifted her gaze, noticing the girl at the center of the hall. Audiobook was panting heavily, as if enduring immense pain. Her pupils dilated, her complexion pale, her fingertips trembling slightly, seemingly unable to control the magic surging within her. Ah! She staggered backward and fell to the ground. A cluster of fire glowed in the darkness 5 seconds later. Mary trembled as she raised the candle, her pale face glaring at Ollie in the dim light. It's you. She shrieked hoarsely, lifting her foot to kick at Ollie, but Narcissa coldly raised her hand, halting her movement. Narcissa Malfoy cast her gaze down upon the girl in the center of the hall, still gasping for breath. It is her. Come with me. System prompt. Main quest completed. The host has successfully become the child of prophecy. Joy Beck's eyes widened in disbelief, his chest heaving violently. How can this be? The one who possesses something special is him. It has always been him. He is the truly exceptional child, the one who should have been chosen. And she is merely a deceitful trickster. Yet Narcissa had already diverted her gaze, denying him any further opportunity for explanation. Her attention now fixed on Ollie. Mary wanted to speak out to stop them, her face turning an ashen hue, but ultimately she remained silent, forced to watch the girl she loathed so intensely being taken away by the noblewoman. Ollie's steps were somewhat unsteady, yet she followed Narcissa's lead without hesitation. She did not look back at Joy. He had lost. In the carriage, the torrential rain continued to rage outside, the raindrops pounding heavily against the window. While the carriage glided smoothly over the cobblestone road, Ollie sat upright in the plush velvet seat, her demeanor gentle and innocuous. Narcissa slightly raised her finger, and a cup of hot tea floated over, landing gracefully before Ollie. Thank you, Mrs. Malfoy, she said softly, displaying no excessive surprise, instead sipping the tea naturally. Narcissa cast a brief glance at her, but said nothing. The warmth of the tea slid down her throat, and she exhaled deeply, her taut nerves finally unwinding. She had won her gamble. The so-called magical disturbance was merely fabricated by her. The child of prophecy Narcissa sought must undoubtedly possess magical talent. The orphanage, in a state of disrepair, had exposed wiring from the chandelier on the ceiling, and the corners were littered with old electrical boxes showcasing bare wires. The first thing Ollie did upon sneaking out of the confinement room was to observe the structure of the hall, and casually borrow a bottle of baking soda from the kitchen. The damp baking soda, containing sodium bicarbonate, possessed certain conductive properties. If she could create a slight short circuit at the right moment, it would simulate the effect of a magical disturbance. Just as Director Mary attempted to strike her, she swiftly retreated a large step. Spilling a pinch of baking soda from her sleeve onto the aging, exposed wire, it would not completely destroy the entire circuit, but it was enough to trigger a temporary short circuit, resulting in a bulb shattering. Simultaneously, Ollie quickly knocked over nearby tables and chairs in the darkness, prying open the wooden window with a butter knife, allowing the rushing wind to sweep across the tableware. She performed this act flawlessly. The system had not informed her whether the original host truly possessed magical talent. She did not know if she was a muggle. However, Joy Beck had indeed demonstrated magical talent. He was the one who truly fit the prophecy. Unfortunately, that deeply contemplative boy, fearing the director's punishment, had attributed all anomalies to the original host, thus maintaining his obedient persona. This had inadvertently provided her with the opportunity to turn the tide successfully. Ollie lowered her head, unable to suppress a sly smile, as she began to scheme. She was well aware of the Malfoy family. In the original narrative, they were a renowned pureblood family, affluent, haughty, and extreme blood supremacists. Yet this also implied greater resources and protection. Ding! A familiar cold electronic voice echoed in her mind once more. Main Quest 2 has been issued. Please create a magical disturbance in the shortest time possible, demonstrating true magical talent while avoiding detection of abnormalities by the Malfoy family. Quest failed. The host will be reclaimed by the system and erased from existence. Ollie. She felt an urge to curse. If the Malfoy family discovered that she could not wield magic, her fate would undoubtedly be far worse than remaining in the orphanage. Yet the problem was, she genuinely lacked magical power. Chapter 3. The system, the first target of strategy. When the carriage arrived at the entrance of Malfoy Manor, night had already fallen. Ollie nimbly jumped down from the carriage, sidestepping the puddles on the ground, and followed closely behind Narcissa. A house elf proactively opened the wrought iron gates, and the rain continued to pour heavily, prompting her to unconsciously move a few steps closer to Narcissa's umbrella. Narcissa pursed her lips and glanced down at her, remaining silent. The castle within the manor was larger than any residence she had ever seen, casting a silent shadow in the rain that nearly threatened to engulf her. Upon entering the foyer, they soon parted ways. Two house elves appeared out of nowhere to take Narcissa's coat and hat, while Ollie quietly stood in the corner, droplets from her rain-soaked attire splattering onto the marble floor. "Miss, this way please." After a moment, one of the elves bowed to her. The house elf led her quite a distance to the far side of the manor, pushing open the door to the guest room. The space was significantly larger than the bedroom at Heather's house, with a warm fire burning in the fireplace and heavy velvet curtains hanging down. "Miss Cran." The elf stood at the door, cautiously reminding her, "The lady has instructed that you will live here from now on. Basic toiletries are in the washroom. Furthermore, you are not permitted to leave the manor without permission." Ollie glanced at it, curling her lips into a signature smile, and nodded. The door was gently closed, and the room fell silent once more. She walked to the bedside, casually shedding her rain-soaked uniform onto the back of a chair. Then she sat down, lowering her head to begin unfastening the laces of her leather boots. The system's voice appropriately chimed in. Ding! Detected that the host has successfully entered the magical realm. Issuing a life main quest. Main quest, career path decision. Please choose your developmental direction in the magical realm. This choice will impact your future storyline, identity, resources, and unlockable tasks. Ollie. Being forced to make career plans in the dead of night by the system felt more suffocating than working overtime as a corporate drone. Just as she was about to scoff, an entire page of dense options popped up before her. "Are you serious?" She grimaced. Ollie bore with it for 2 pages. This so-called system seemed intent on having her preemptively plan her career path, providing options ranging from potion master to minister of magic, none of which were remotely practical. A mere orphan who had just escaped from Heather's house, with no formal education, was expected to determine her future? The system's level of exploitation was utterly capitalist. What a joke. She clicked her tongue, grinding her back teeth. A potion master? She had no desire to spend her life stirring cauldrons. Minister of magic? By the time she got there, she'd be over 40. She flipped through several pages until her gaze fell upon the final option. Duel Master. What is a Duel Master? Dueling. A martial art contest based on spells in the wizarding world. Objective. Specialize in magical dueling, become a legend in the Dueling Club, and ascend to the pinnacle of the strongest dueling wizards in the magical realm. Ollie pondered for a moment. In her recollection, beneath the gentle facade of children's literature, the magical realm was, in fact, a brutal microcosm where might dictated voice. Those with strength could seize control of their own destinies. For someone who currently possessed nothing and was being controlled by a bizarre abductor system, this seemed like the best choice. She needed absolute power. The system suddenly interjected coldly. The host appears to have misunderstood the system. The system is designed to assist you in better surviving, not. How could this thing delve into her thoughts? Ollie gritted her teeth. Shut up. To interrupt the system's ramblings, her fingertip swiftly tapped on the Duel Master option. Ding. The primary career path has been established as the Duel Master. Congratulations, host. You have embarked on the journey to become the most formidable duelist in the wizarding world. Before she could even catch her breath, the system's voice echoed once more. As the host has selected a career development direction, we shall now proceed to the binding phase of the strategy line. The system will match the host with the optimal targets to ensure the host receives the best resource support within the magical realm. Ollie interjected. Are you ever going to stop? You want me to live off others right from the start? Task requirement. The host must raise the favorability of all matched targets to 100. Current accessible target, Draco Malfoy. Ollie responded. So you mean to say that my future task targets are not limited to just this one? Correct. The current targets will gradually unlock based on the host's environment. The higher the completion progress, the more potential targets the system will match. She retorted sharply. Why not let me tackle Voldemort first? If I manage him, wouldn't he have to worry about resources? A jolt of electricity surged through her mind. Please note, negative resistance will not alter the task objectives. Why resort to violence at the slightest disagreement? Ollie chose to shut her eyes, ignoring the system, which subsequently fell into complete silence. She lay on her bed, utterly exhausted. Her temples throbbing, yet the scars on her arms were agonizing, and she tossed and turned, unable to find a comfortable position, ultimately keeping her eyes open through the night, until dawn broke with a pale light. The following morning, Ollie tidied herself up in front of the mirror. Wearing the coarse uniform borrowed from Ethan, she made her way down the staircase to the dining hall. The clattering of cutlery echoed as house elves busily scurried about with trays, all of them, without exception, ignoring her presence. At the ebony dining table sat a boy about her age. He was strikingly handsome, with pale blonde hair and fair skin, almost blending into the intense sunlight. Upon hearing her footsteps, the boy turned his head, a somewhat unfriendly curve forming at the corners of his mouth. Hey, the boy said. You're the one Mom brought back from the Muggle orphanage? He emphasized the word Muggle, dragging it out. Yes, she stepped forward confidently. I'm Ollie Crane. And you must be Draco? Draco nonchalantly twirled the fork in his hand. Crane. His gaze swept over her faded attire, marked by evident skepticism. Your surname isn't among the sacred 28. Ollie smiled benignly. Doesn't he, young Master Malfoy, know the Crane family? You might want to brush up on your magical history. Her tone left no room for argument, as she quickly spun out a tale she had concocted in 2 minutes. Out in the world, one's identity is self-bestowed. Ollie had no intention of being bullied over bloodline issues from the outset. Draco raised an eyebrow in suspicion. I've never heard of it. My ancestors resided on the distant Faroe Islands. She casually fabricated a response, her gaze quickly fixating on the lavish breakfast spread on the table. He scoffed. People actually live in such a remote place? A small platter of scones, plump chicken sausages, crispy bacon, and steaming oatmeal awaited, as the house elves diligently presented the meals. Noticing her distraction, Draco frowned. Are you even listening to me? I'm here. Ollie quickly found a seat, and a house elf placed a full bowl of pumpkin porridge before her. Draco, feeling dismissed, seemed to finally lose his temper. He set down his cutlery, tapping his fingers on the table. Listen, Crane, in the Malfoy household, you better know your place. What place? She mumbled, swallowing the sweet porridge. My father must be too soft-hearted to let an unknown person into our home, Draco said slowly. But don't get the wrong idea. You will never become a part of the Malfoy family. I know your type. He glared at her, homeless, given a little something, and thinking you can just stay. Ollie took a bite of the scone. She was unbothered, her expression unchanged. So, do you want me to leave? Draco narrowed his eyes. Kick you out? No. Since Mom wants you here, you can stay. But the Malfoy family does not tolerate parasites. Ollie responded with a lazy "oh." Uninterested in continuing a pointless verbal spar, she quickly shoveled a spoonful of pumpkin porridge into her mouth, satisfying her empty stomach. This body had been starved for too long and desperately needed nourishment. Draco observed her for a few seconds, not seeing the expected anger, shame, or hurt on her face. Only a robust appetite. A flicker of displeasure crossed his features, and after a moment he huffed loudly, turning his gaze back to his cold bacon. Chapter 4. Someone descends from the heavens. The Malfoy Manor is vast and profound, with the estate divided into left and right wings. The left side is secluded, housing a tea room filled with a variety of flowers, a small library rich in books, and Ollie's guest room. The Malfoy family resides in the more spacious and distant right wing of the main house, making it unlikely for her to encounter them, naturally excluding her from the Malfoy family's life. Ollie had been living here for some time, yet Narcissa had yet to assign her any tasks. She could roam freely on the left side, but was prohibited from entering the right side, and forbidden to step outside the manor. Following that rather unpleasant breakfast, her situation underwent subtle changes. Perhaps Draco had complained, for this outsider, who did not curry favor with the young master, now had her meals delivered to her room, handled by a house elf named Dobby, completely severing her chances of daily interaction with the Malfoy family. The library door creaked open, the air within was still. Only the sound of creaking echoed in the empty room. Ollie peered in, spotting a figure crouched on the ground, diligently scrubbing the smooth marble floor. The house elf clutched a wrinkled cloth, scrubbing vigorously to the point that its ears trembled slightly. "Dobby, is that you?" she whispered. The house elf jerked up, its tennis ball-sized eyes sparkling with delight. "Miss is here. Young master doesn't he come often? But Dobby knows Miss is very hard-working." Before he could finish, his body suddenly stiffened, and he began to tremble violently. "Madam does not allow Dobby to call you Miss. Dobby is a bad elf." With that, he began to bang his forehead against the marble floor, producing a thudding sound, weeping as tears plopped down. "All right, stop punishing yourself. I'm not even one of the Malfoys," Ollie deftly comforted, her gaze drifting to the bookshelves. Her fingertips glided over the spines until she quickly found a yellowed old book, standard spellbook, beginner, sweeping away a thick layer of dust. She opened the cover to reveal a familiar name, Lucius Malfoy. It turned out to be his textbook from his student days. Ollie blinked, then closed the book, tucking it under her arm. According to the main mission assigned by the system, she needed to awaken any magical potential that might lie within her as soon as possible. However, thus far, she felt utterly devoid of any magical flow. She had tried concentrating, mimicking the spellcasting motions from the original work, even attempting meditation to awaken her magic. But to no avail. Meanwhile, that brat from the Malfoy family seemed to have awakened his powers early. Draco often zoomed around the estate on his child's broom, unabashedly flaunting his pureblood talents. His favorite pastime was to fly his broom up to the height of her bedroom window while she was reading and hurl wild berries at the glass, all the while grinning mischievously and making faces at her through the pane. Ollie couldn't be bothered to pay him any mind. Her primary task was to read. She began to voraciously absorb knowledge, and Lucius's library was astonishing, clearly a collection amassed by a passionate collector who seldom perused its contents. From textbooks spanning all 7 years at Hogwarts to forgotten charms and a few pristine, unopened copies of Raising Dragons for Pleasure and Profit, it was a veritable treasure trove. Among them were even several tomes of dark magic radiating an ominous glow. Ollie welcomed all that knowledge. Her fragmented memories of the original texts were woefully insufficient. The magical realm was far more expansive and profound than she had ever imagined. When magic could not lend her a hand, she knew she must arm herself with knowledge. Time slipped away unnoticed. As spring arrived, the Malfoy Manor, which had languished in winter's silence, sprang back to life. The frozen fountain gushed with fresh water, while a white peacock strutted proudly in the well-manicured gardens. Ollie's books gradually piled into 2 small mountains, one of those she had already read, and the other of those yet to be explored. By the final day of March, she stood before the bookshelf, noticing the 2 heaps had nearly reached an equilibrium in height. Yet the Malfoy family had still not sought her out. "System," she drawled in her habitual lazy tone when addressing it, "could you perhaps divulge the specifics of the prophecy?" They were in search of a child who could alter the fate of the wizarding world, and they intended to raise her in their home? The reticent system fell silent for a moment before responding. "The host may understand that you are their investment." Ollie's hand paused as she turned the pages. "A low investment with a high return? They hope to nurture me until I mature, and if I prove valuable, I will become an asset to the Malfoy family?" The system confirmed, indeed. Were they truly so superstitious about a prophecy? What if it proved inaccurate? What if she was not the child of prophecy? Thus, The host must demonstrate value worthy of cultivation. Ollie lowered her gaze to the slightly yellowed pages in her hands. This explained her awkward position within the Malfoy household. She was neither a daughter nor a ward, but merely a piece of property awaiting appreciation. Of course, she need not meet the Malfoys. They showed no inclination to understand her, merely providing her with a distant and undisturbed room, along with a house elf to oversee her. In a few years, she would attend Hogwarts, and her existence would merely be confined to the fleeting 2 months of summer vacation. Ollie closed the book, no longer entangled in those thoughts, and casually placed it atop the read pile. She stretched languidly and turned to leave the library. She had perused nearly all the useful books. Yet her magic remained dormant. Ascending the staircase, she arrived at the balcony on the 3rd floor. The weather was exceptionally fine. The sky as clear as a rich blueberry cream pie, imbued with a gentle dampness. System? She leaned against the railing and casually inquired. Do you think jumping from the 3rd floor might stimulate my talent's awakening? The system fell oddly silent for a moment before responding coldly. Is the host willing to be obliterated? Ollie chuckled lightly. There are bushes below. She continued nonchalantly. The book I read, The Fifth Element, Exploration, mentioned that magical surges typically require extreme circumstances to trigger, such as life-threatening situations or intense fear. The system cautioned. This is not a wise course of action. Her smile remained innocent. How I complete the tasks you provide is none of your concern, is it? Ollie grasped the railing, pushing herself up, and with a spring of her legs, gracefully leapt onto the narrow bar. She spread her arms wide, feeling the air weave through her fingers, and without hesitation she leapt down. The wind rushed past her ears. She was neither lifted by an explosive surge of magic, nor did she land in the cushioning bushes. Instead, she collided solidly with an unidentified flying object. Ouch! Ollie clutched the fabric of the person before her, forcing herself to look up and meet the last person she wished to see. In a scene reminiscent of every cliché D romance novel, Ollie had accurately landed on Draco Malfoy as Child Broomstick. The broom quivered ominously twice before barely supporting their combined weight. Draco's face flushed a light peach, as if stunned by her sudden descent. His gray eyes widened, lips trembling as he stared at her in disbelief. Are you out of your mind? He finally came to himself, nearly shouting. Why would you jump from the 3rd floor? Ollie's abdomen collided with the broomstick's handle, causing her to curl up, burying her face in Draco's shirt while coughing twice. This caused the young master to furrow his brows, instinctively pushing her back. Do you dare to vomit on my clothes? I will. Draco evidently forgot they were still on the broom. Ollie's body abruptly leaned backward, and she was about to fall. Alarmed, he instinctively reached out, gripping her right arm tightly and yanking her back onto the broom. Ugh! Ollie gasped, her face paling instantly. Misfortune did not come alone. He had unfortunately seized her still healing arm. Nearly 4 months had passed since she was brought back from the orphanage, yet the scars on her arm curiously refused to heal, perpetually oscillating between cracking and slow recovery. Dobby was helpless, only managing to sneak her some healing ointment while shedding tears over her arm. Poor Dobby thought it was his fault for not taking better care of her. The system coldly informed her that she bore a curse, non-lethal, but requiring magic to suppress fully. Draco glared furiously at the girl before him. She possessed a strikingly beautiful face, yet it was marred by an infuriating cunningness and glibness, and even now, she feigned pain. Suddenly, he noticed that blood was seeping through the gaps of his fingers, which gripped the fabric of her shirt. Crimson dripped down her arm, swiftly staining the sleeves of his white shirt. Ah! Draco finally screamed in a panic. Chapter 5. The Malfoy Family Feast. The broom landed on the lawn. Draco's face as pale as a ghost. He snatched the handkerchief offered by the house elf, hastily wiping the blood from his fingertips, all the while casting a fierce glare at her. Quickly apply pressure to the wound. Do you want to bleed all over my family's lawn? His tone remained haughty. Ollie sat on the grass, allowing the flustered house elf to wrap her injury in gauze. Draco frowned deeply, a flicker of panic crossing his gray eyes before it was swiftly masked by feigned indifference. He clearly did not want to admit he had torn open her wound. Quickly adopting a forceful tone. What on earth were you thinking just now? Don't tell me you intended to garner your parents' attention in such a clumsy manner. Ollie flashed him a demure smile. I was merely conducting a flying experiment. He scrutinized her suspiciously, yet the girl's expression was unabashedly innocent, like a lamb. Are you truly a witch? Draco smirked. Do you not know how to use a broom? Oh, forgive me, a muggle orphanage wouldn't he have taught you, would it? Ollie did not respond, maintaining her calm gaze upon him. After a few seconds of silence, Draco deemed the conversation uninteresting, pouting and turning to the house elf, suddenly exaggerating his complaints. My shirt. My mother just bought it from a bespoke tailor, I intended to wear it to next week's feast. As he spoke, he deliberately extended his blood-stained sleeve toward her. Was he expecting her to compensate for this? Ollie innocently raised her eyes to him. You tore open my wound. Draco's smile faltered. Are you joking? You nearly fell. But you pushed me. She continued, blinking innocently, her voice soft and slightly pitiful. Draco's expression froze momentarily. But he quickly snorted dismissively, a wicked smile creeping onto his face. So what if I did? Ollie replied. Alright, you're impressive. He tilted his chin upward. I am aware that your financial situation is rather dire, so perhaps you could offer me compensation in other ways. Such as? He deliberately paused, condescendingly continuing. I might begrudgingly permit you to serve as my attendant. His expression conveyed a sense of benevolence, as if he were performing an act of great kindness. Ollie was momentarily taken aback, then burst into laughter. Well, why not? What are you laughing at? She retorted. After all, to be an attendant to young Master Malfoy is indeed a rare opportunity. She languidly remarked, not at all surprised to see Draco pleased by her words, his pride visibly swelling. A week later, on a splendid evening, the Malfoy manor was ablaze with lights. Crystal chandeliers floated in midair, casting a dazzling glow over the neatly trimmed lawns, while the fountains gurgled melodiously, and the evening breeze carried a hint of inebriating sweetness. Ollie rested her chin on her hands, leaning against the balcony railing, surveying the grandeur of the estate. House elves scurried about the garden and banquet hall, balancing silver trays laden with delicacies. A grand feast was to take place that night. At the wrought iron gates, guests began arriving in splendid magical carriages, while the distant strains of a violin floated from the direction of the banquet hall. The wall sconces behind her cast a warm yellow glow, illuminating her shoulders, and Ollie's eyes remained as calm as a still lake. The revelry of the banquet was of no concern to her. Miss, a timid voice called from behind. Ollie turned to see Dobby tugging at his apron at the doorway, his ears drooping and his gaze evasive. Miss, the banquet is about to begin. Won't you come down? Why should I? They haven't invited me. Dobby fidgeted with his fingers, whispering, but miss, there will be no elves cooking dinner for you tonight. I can manage for one evening, it's quite all right. Dobby appeared increasingly anxious, but Master has been bringing you along these past few days. Master is attending the banquet tonight as well. Ollie's gaze drifted far away, settling on the brightly lit banquet hall. I merely played a few games of wizard chess, exploding snap and gobstones with him, she replied calmly. That does not imply I am permitted to attend the banquet. Dobby's ears twitched and he stammered, but miss, you are Master S. Is what? She asked with a half-smile. A familiar voice suddenly interjected, my attendant. Ollie turned to find Draco languidly leaning against the doorframe, arms crossed. His golden hair was slicked back with gel, and the gemstone brooch at his collar glimmered with a subtle light. Who says you can't? He raised an eyebrow. You are my attendant, so of course you may come. Is it customary for attendants to attend your social gatherings? She inquired. Draco wore an expression that suggested her question was unnecessary, replying with a huff, well, since you're with me, no one would dare stop you. A few minutes later, Ollie donned a lavender silk gown that Dobby had hastily found for her. The dress was simply tailored, devoid of complex embroidery or expensive embellishments. Her thick, curly hair was loosely tied back with a ribbon, leaving a few rebellious strands to cascade down. Ollie followed Draco's lead into the banquet hall. Laughter and chatter surged around her like a tide. The hall shimmered with gold, silverware reflecting dazzling light, while violins and saxophones floated in the corners. Everywhere, elegantly dressed individuals adorned with hats embellished with flowers and pearls mingled, their conversations and clinking glasses eliciting no reaction to her arrival. She turned to engage Draco in conversation, only to find he had already confidently plunged into the crowd, surrounded by friends as they moved towards the center of the banquet hall. Ollie shrugged indifferently and made her way to the food table in the corner. Satisfying her hunger was her foremost concern. She quickly devoured a piece of salted beef sandwich, but immediately regretted it, for the banquet table boasted an array of exquisite dishes. Roast goose stuffed with chestnuts, steaming truffle roasted beef, and scallops drizzled with lemon butter sauce. For the first time, she realized that the Malfoy house elves were quite adept in the culinary arts. Draco, where have you been? Pansy Parkinson, the only daughter of the Parkinson family, beamed at him. She always clung to Draco. Just some matters, Draco replied dismissively, then proudly produced 2 gold-foiled tickets from within his coat, and waved them in front of his friends. Look what I have. My father secured us box seats for the Bulgaria versus Portugal match. The boys from the Avery and Rowell families immediately gathered around him, exclamations of awe erupting. How cool. My dad said the Department of Magical Games and Sports isn't offering tickets this year. I asked my family to, but I only managed to get seats in the lower tier. The children crowded around him with envy, and Draco could barely contain his smug grin until he noticed some of their attention had shifted. Hey Malfoy, who is that? A boy from the Selwyn family suddenly asked. Following his gaze, the children quickly noticed a girl standing alone in the corner of the banquet hall. She had an unforgettable face, resembling a delicate doll, yet she quietly consumed her food in solitude. Someone curiously inquired, "Is she one of yours? I've never seen her before." Pansy cast a casual glance her way, scoffing. Her dress looks rather old. The hem is all worn out. The crowd's attention turned to her with a hint of scrutiny. Draco, initially disinterested, grew impatient as he observed Ollie beginning to overshadow him, and he rolled his eyes. Her? She is certainly not one of the Malfoys. My mother brought her back from a Muggle orphanage. The air fell silent for a moment. A Muggle orphanage? Pansy exclaimed dramatically, covering her mouth. So she's a Muggle? Who knows? Draco shrugged casually, his tone indifferent. The whispers among the children grew louder, and several instinctively took a step back, as if fearing contamination. A boy from the Rowell family suddenly pointed, "Look, that idiot Dyson is going to talk to her." As the lively saxophone played in the banquet hall, Ollie poured herself a glass of chilled pumpkin juice, only to hear a gentle voice say hello. Turning her head, she saw a well-dressed boy. His suit buttoned up to the top, looking a couple of years older than her, with meticulously styled hair. He extended his hand toward her. "You're the only one in the corner eating. Aren't you going to dance?" His gaze audaciously roamed over her, and the smile on his lips deepened. "No wonder. You probably haven't attended such an event before, have you?" Ollie swallowed her food and looked at him with an expressionless face. "Sorry, I can't dance." The boy raised an eyebrow. "Can't?" "No," she replied calmly. He raised his wrist, pretending to adjust his cuff. "That's all right, I could reluctantly teach you a dance." Were all the children from wizarding families so insufferable? She opened her mouth, suddenly realizing that, at some point, more than 10 curious children had gathered around them, including a coldly observing Draco. She lowered her eyes and gently placed her cup back on the table. "I'm sorry," her voice was soft yet distinctly heard by those around. "But I don't wish to dance with you." Someone whistled. The rejected boy's smile faltered, his lips twitching as he forced a cold smirk. "No one has ever refused me." "Then you should get used to it," Ollie replied with a bright smile. As soon as the words left her lips, a ripple of laughter spread among the onlookers. The boy's smile vanished completely. "Who do you think you are?" His expression darkened. "A worthless mutt in a tattered dress dares to reject me?" Ollie scoffed lightly. "Then did you invite me because you are also a mutt?" His features contorted momentarily as he struggled to suppress his rage. But the next second, his gaze shifted behind her, revealing a glimmer of malicious satisfaction. Ollie sensed something amiss and swiftly turned around. Amidst the throng, a child swiftly recoiled, her fingertips loosening, as a palm-sized black spider precisely landed upon her skirt. Its grotesque 8 legs clung tenaciously to the fabric, quivering slightly. The latest spider ammunition from Zoko's joke shop. The boy's voice dripped with malicious glee. "It can sense your heartbeat. The more frightened you are, the faster it scuttles." The surrounding children erupted in a cacophony of laughter, excitedly stepping back, each holding their breath in anticipation of the impending spectacle. The spider on her hem emitted a hissing sound, and in an instant, its 8 long legs ascended rapidly along the edge of her skirt, reaching her waist in mere seconds. Its abdomen grotesquely distended, as if teeming with a multitude of tiny creatures ready to hatch. "Did you see that?" The boy's grin widened wickedly. "In 3 seconds, its abdomen will burst, releasing hundreds of baby spiders." Among the crowd, those of a more timid disposition instinctively recoiled, while others jeered with malicious delight, shouting, "I bet she'll jump in under 5 seconds. I bet she'll cry. Scream already." Yet, Ollie remained utterly still. She lowered her gaze, intently scrutinizing the sinister biotic spider upon her. In the blink of an eye, she shot forth her hand. Gripping the thick spider leg with precision, she lifted it. And in its frantic struggle, she smashed it viciously against the ground, applying tremendous force with her foot. Crack. The inky liquid splattered across the ground, remnants and sticky spider eggs scattering, sending shivers down the spines of onlookers. The laughter around her abruptly ceased, and several boys who had instigated the ruckus turned pale, instinctively stepping back. Ollie leisurely raised her eyes, her hands shaking the hem of her skirt. "Is that all?" The onlooking young wizards exchanged bewildered glances. The scene enveloped in a moment of absurd silence. The boy's face shifted from white to green, his fingers clenched tightly, veins protruding. In the next heartbeat, he viciously thrust his hand forward, shoving her with force. Caught off guard, Ollie staggered back, nearly toppling the food table behind her. She lifted her gaze to meet the panting boy's eyes. Her expression finally turned icy. Why aren't you laughing now? Weren't you just having a grand time? A cool smile curled her lips. That spider must have cost a pretty penny. Thank you for offering it as a toy. A few low chuckles emerged from the crowd, causing the boy's face to flush a deep crimson, his chest heaving with rage, appearing on the verge of eruption. His throat constricted as he furiously scanned the surroundings, his gaze swiftly locking onto the dining table. Suddenly, he seized a glass from the table and hurled it violently towards Ollie's face. The glass soared through the air, slicing through it with a whistling wind. The crowd collectively held their breath, yet the glass halted mid-air, suspended in an uncanny manner. Then, with a deafening crash, the cup shattered explosively, sharp glass shards flying in all directions, slicing through the sleeves of several nearby young wizards. The air thickened, as all glassware in the banquet hall began to tremble and sink, emitting a piercing hum, an invisible pressure descending upon them. In the next instant, accompanied by a jarring sonic boom, the crystal chandelier above them cracked, its glass lamps fracturing inch by inch, raining down shards like a torrential downpour. Bang! Bang! The goblets in everyone's hands exploded in unison, champagne and red wine splattering, the crimson liquid staining the tablecloth, while some hands were cut by glass, causing frantic reactions. Furthermore, the floor-to-ceiling windows surrounding the hall began to emit disconcerting cracking sounds, fissures spreading like a spider's web, ultimately shattering amidst the gasps of the crowd. The entire banquet hall plunged into a chaotic darkness. A child fell amidst the crowd, while the adult wizards hastily drew their wands, scanning the area in alarm. Ollie remained rooted in place, the ground around her strewn with shattered glass and spilled wine. She lowered her gaze, gently brushing a shard of glass from her skirt. In the shadows, Draco stood frozen. He stared at Ollie in horror, his pupils constricting violently, his throat constricted as if choked, unable to utter a single word. The boy who had hurled the glass, now pale and trembling, sat on the ground, tears and snot streaking his face, lips quivering. I didn't mean to. Ollie's icy gaze fixed upon him, her uncontrolled magical power surging and tearing at her nerves and flesh. System notification. Main quest 2 completed. Host has successfully awakened magical talent. Chapter 7. Acquiring the wand, practicing. The lingering fragrance of sweet wine hung in the air, mingling with the sounds of children's sobs and adults' comforting voices, as people entwined with one another exited the wreckage of the banquet hall. Lucius was engaged in conversation with guests, soothing the frightened, while Narcissa led Draco away from the hall. As they walked along the quiet corridor, Draco could not help but glance towards the side courtyard where the guest rooms were located, illuminated by a warm yellow light. A house elf silently escorted Ollie back to her room for rest. Narcissa walked at a leisurely pace, her soft palms slightly cold, until she reached the lounge at the end of the corridor, where she paused and turned to Draco. Draco, about the banquet, she began softly. Do you know what happened? Draco hesitated, an image from that dark moment surfacing involuntarily in his mind. She stood at the center of the disarrayed banquet hall, her blue eyes cold and imperious. It was Cran, he replied without hesitation. Dyson threw the cup at her, and then her magic went berserk. Narcissa was momentarily stunned, her long lashes fluttering as she unconsciously tightened the silk handkerchief in her hand. This brief pause instilled an odd sense of unease in Draco. He was well acquainted with his mother's emotions, and Narcissa rarely displayed any overt astonishment. Yet she had indeed been taken aback. Lucius approached from the opposite side of the corridor, casting a glance at Narcissa. They exchanged a knowing look, and she nodded lightly. They did not shy away from Draco, exchanging a few brief whispered words in his presence. Then Lucius lifted his head, a peculiar expression flickering across his face, a mixture of relief and trepidation. Starting next week, Ollie Cran will be attending etiquette classes with you. He momentarily failed to comprehend. Additionally, Narcissa added nonchalantly, she will first receive an old wand. What? Draco's initial reaction was one of shock. They were not angry? Not only did they refrain from punishing that boy, but they were also giving her a wand? Yet he had no time to ponder, as his emotions ignited in an instant. Why? She had shattered the cup, lost control at the banquet, and brought shame upon the Malfoy name. Yet she faced no consequences, and was to receive a wand? And attend etiquette classes with him? When had his parents become so lenient towards an outsider? A surge of unprecedented frustration welled within Draco, anger roiling in his chest like a searing flame, tearing at his sense of reason. Mother, you can't. He gritted his teeth, poised to argue, but Narcissa had already reached out to gently pat his shoulder. Her tone softening. Draco, it's late, go rest. Father. He froze, unwillingly casting a dissatisfied glance at Lucius. Lucius's expression turned stern, his voice brooking no argument. Obey? Draco. Don't disappoint me. The following morning, Ollie received an old wand from Dobby, 13 inches long, the tip worn down, revealing the unicorn hair within. Miss. This is what Madam instructed Dobby to give you. She lowered her gaze, her fingertips caressing the old wand, its wooden surface smoothed and rounded from years of use. That night at the banquet, the excruciating pain of her magic tearing at her body had warned her that if she could not control it properly, it would ultimately lead to her own destruction. At the very least, she could not allow the Malfoy couple to perceive her as an uncontrollable beast. All right, she replied softly, her other hand flipping open standard spellbook. Beginner, her gaze settling on the incantation on the first page, which shimmered with a faint glow. The page meticulously detailed the essential wand movements. A delicate twist of the wrist, followed by a flick and a shake. Lumos, she murmured. The moment her words fell, she felt the chaotic surge of magic within her, nearly tearing her apart, begin to calm, yet it remained far from sufficient. This wand did not resonate with her. The magic coursed through her fingertips to the wand's tip, and became tumultuous once more. The energy within her felt as though it were trapped in a too narrow conduit, churning violently, striving to break free. Suddenly, a small spark erupted from her palm, hissing as pain shot through her, causing the wand to tumble onto the table. Miss, are you all right? Dobby leaped onto the table, cautiously cradling her reddened fingertip. Her palm felt slightly warm, but there was no serious harm. I'm fine, she reassured him, withdrawing the wand from Dobby's grasp and gripping it anew. Lumos. This time, her voice was softer, each word articulated clearly from her lips. Beads of sweat formed on her brow as she carefully guided the magic within her, dividing it into several streams directed toward her palm. This time, the turbulent magic surged forth as if it had found an outlet, rushing down her arm, causing the air around her to shimmer subtly, an unprecedented sensation blossoming in her palm. Then, the tip of the wand erupted with a brilliant blue light. The beam before her was gentle, not blinding, and within moments, the light orb rapidly expanded before bursting forth, scattering like fireflies in the air. The sensation was utterly enchanting, and a smile crept onto Ollie's face. The entire library seemed to be submerged in a cerulean sea, enveloped in a luminous halo. Dobby's eyes sparkled with awe. Oh my. Miss. Ollie suddenly turned her head, meeting Draco's gaze as he peeked from the doorway. He stood there, hand resting on the doorframe, evidently having eavesdropped for quite some time. Mr. Malfoy? She blinked, a smile gracing her lips. Are you here to watch me practice? Draco froze. He had intended to find an opportunity to mock her, or at least to needle her. Yet, at that moment, all his retorts were stifled. It was impossible. A mere broken wand, a novice from a Muggle orphanage, performing the most basic Lumos spell. How could it possibly illuminate the entire room? The next moment, he realized Ollie was still watching him with her infuriatingly cheerful gaze. Draco's heart skipped a beat. Under her scrutiny, he felt an inexplicable flutter of anxiety. Damn it. He quickly composed his expression, raising his chin with a disdainful demeanor, resembling an arrogant golden retriever. Kron, are you planning to demolish my house? Ollie replied with a teasing smile. How long have you been eavesdropping, young master? His throat bobbed nervously, akin to a cat whose tail had been stepped on. And he bristled. Who would be interested in watching you? Don't be so full of yourself. As if fearing she might say more, he angrily flung his sleeve and swiftly fled the embarrassing scene. Draco strode down the corridor, his expression dark enough to rain. He was infuriated. He felt utterly mad for having stood at Ollie Kron's door, spying on her practice. No, that's not right. He spying, merely passing by. Though he had lingered too long, he hadn't even had time to react when she turned to look at him. But no matter how clever she was still just an orphan, raised in an orphanage, her lineage unknown. How long have you been eavesdropping, young master? Ollie's voice echoed in his ears, laced with playful amusement. Draco's throat tightened slightly, his ears inexplicably flushing. He irritably tugged at his collar, deciding to take a stroll in Hogsmeade to clear his mind. Chapter 8. Helping with hair, off to the Nott Manor. Inside the Honeyduke, Draco looked up at the counter, meeting the gaze of the sweet-smiling attendant. Fizzy honey candies, soft coconut ice cream, swirling colorful cotton candy, and red and green licorice wands filled the iron tubs. What would you like, sweetheart? The attendant inquired. His eyes fell upon the overflowing fizzy honey candies in the brown paper bag. The face of a certain annoying attendant flashed in his mind. Every time he held a bag of honey candies while she accompanied him for a game of chess, her gaze would linger on the sweets in his arms for a moment. He had noticed, though he had chosen to ignore it. But now his attendant had grown more capable. Though a lackey would always be a lackey, Appropriate rewards would help him establish authority. His father had taught him that only those who are formidable are worthy of allegiance. Draco convinced himself and finally raised his eyes slowly. A bag of fizzy honey candies. After leaving the honeyduke, Draco's mood grew even more irritable. He began to wander aimlessly through the village of Hogsmeade, occasionally kicking the snow and mud from the tips of his boots, until by chance he passed the elegant wizarding attire shop and glanced at the display window. Hanging in the window was a fluffy cornflower blue dress, the fabric soft and flowing like a wizarding robe, adorned with delicate lace and ruffles at the hem. His footsteps halted. This was in accordance with the standards of the Malfoy family. A vision of Olicron being mocked at the ball suddenly flashed through his mind. She had looked so shabby, utterly destitute. He instinctively scoffed. It was none of his concern after all. She deserved to be laughed at, regardless of what she wore. But now that she was an attendant worth wooing, a companion of the noble Malfoys, she could not be ridiculed like a pitiful orphan. Draco's expression darkened further, and he abruptly turned and entered the shop, coldly pointing at the display window. I want that dress. The attendant paused. Are you buying it for someone? Don't waste time, wrap it up, he snapped, his tone harsher than usual. Of course I understand. The attendant's voice suddenly rose an octave, looking at him with a peculiar smile. He swore he must have been possessed by a giant today. 2 weeks later, the Malfoy manor was adorned with holly wreaths for Christmas, embellished with delicate silver vines, enveloped in the warmth of the festive season. Except for the left wing of the manor, it remained as desolate as ever. Even the flames in the fireplace flickered sluggishly. Alhamra, Ollie whispered, swiftly tracing the tip of her wand. Click. The door before her trembled slightly, finally opening a crack, a chill breeze seeping out. This was the only door in the left wing that remained locked. The lock had been enchanted, and she had practiced for several days before managing to pry it open. Narcissa had warned her on her first day, both overtly and covertly, to avoid prying, but Ollie had never been particularly obedient. The etiquette lesson with Draco had just concluded, her legs still aching from the exertion, while he had been idly relaxing nearby. The extra etiquette lessons indicated her rising value. The Malfoy family seemed to confirm their suspicions about the prophesied child. Ollie didn't mind being chosen, evaluated and scrutinized, but she was not a commodity to be bartered. If they wished to observe her, then she would observe them in return. If they viewed her as an investment, she would assess whether this transaction was worthwhile. Ollie raised her hand, her fingertips about to touch the door. Cron. A sudden flurry of footsteps abruptly shattered the corridor's silence. Her hand paused momentarily before she casually withdrew it, stepping back swiftly. Draco was approaching at a brisk pace, a bag in hand, not noticing that the door, which should have been tightly locked, was ajar, and he walked directly toward her. Put this on, he said, tossing the dress into her arms. Then accompany me to the Nott Manor. Ollie caught a whiff of the distinctive caramel scent emanating from the honeydew paper bag in his hand. Is this mine too? Draco remained silent, prompting her to boldly reach out, only to have him evade her grasp. Gritting his teeth, he tugged at the edge of her robe. Aren't you going to change? Do you wish to embarrass me by wearing this ragged cloth from a muggle thrift shop? Ollie glanced down at her attire, confirming it was neither torn nor tattered, entirely acceptable. She was unsure what madness Draco was indulging in today, but seeing his impatient demeanor, she obediently gathered her skirt and retreated to the changing room. A moment later, Draco lounged against the velvet divan by the window, while she had changed into a new dress, struggling to tie her hair back with a hairband. The remnants of her recent wounds had healed significantly, yet her movements remained unsteady, strands of hair slipping through her fingers. Draco observed her for a while, his brow furrowing deeper, until he could no longer contain himself, and slammed the book he held shut. Are you doing this on purpose? He strode forward, his palm gently cradling the nape of her neck, forcefully turning her to face him. Do you intend to meet people looking like this? My arm is injured. I can't style my hair properly. Ollie blinked, deliberately pressing the sandalwood comb into his palm. Draco's ears flushed crimson as he yanked at her hair. Be quiet. Even Crabbe could manage this. As if to prove that this task was not so difficult, he clumsily gathered her hair and haphazardly smoothed it down. The comb quickly snagged on a tangle, and instinctively he pulled harder, causing Ollie to gasp sharply. Don't be so dramatic, Draco snapped. Though the pressure in his grip eased slightly, her slightly curled hair soon fell into place, cascading like silk through his fingers. Ollie glimpsed his tightly pressed lips in the mirror, as he wound the hairband around the braid 3 times before suddenly tightening it. Be gentle, she protested. Hold on. Draco replied with a slight grunt, gazing at the now presentable braid in the mirror, satisfied as he tugged at the hairband, feeling considerably less embarrassed. Ollie rose and followed Draco as he stepped into the fireplace filled with flue powder. The green flames engulfed her in an instant, and the world spun around her. She instinctively closed her eyes. A rich, dry woody scent filled her nostrils, and when she opened her eyes, she found herself standing in the drawing room of the Nott Manor. This was her first departure from Malfoy Manor since her return. The spacious drawing room boasted dark oak flooring, with an intricately designed silver chandelier hanging from the ceiling, casting a cold light. There was hardly any festive atmosphere. "Your attendant has made quite a name for herself now, Draco." Pansy Parkinson's voice rang out, her gaze landing on Ollie, laced with arrogance and an undercurrent of unease. "Don't speak foolishly," Draco scoffed, nonchalantly flicking his robe as he was surrounded by a throng of children, making his way to another part of the hall. The gathering at the Nott estate was not particularly lively. Most of the children were already acquainted, huddled in small groups discussing the latest Quidditch season and the new Honeydew products. Draco soon integrated himself into their midst, mingling with Blaise Zabini, Pansy, and several other pureblood offspring. Ollie surveyed the drawing room. Draco had once again left her behind, but now no one dared approach her. Compared to the bustling center of the hall, the corner near the window felt much more desolate. She scanned her surroundings, her gaze landing on an exceptionally quiet figure tucked away in the corner. It was a boy of similar age, appearing more reticent than the others present. He was engrossed in a hefty tome, his long, dark lashes casting a faint shadow. System notification. Main storyline target Theodore Nott has appeared. Chapter 9 Theodore Nott. Upon hearing the prompt in her mind, Ollie raised an eyebrow in surprise, boldly scrutinizing the boy seated in the corner. Theodore's features were still youthful. With a prominent nose and pale skin, he was quite handsome, though he appeared rather aloof. She leisurely approached the corner by the window, halting beside his sofa. "Hello," Ollie said softly, effortlessly curving her lips into a smile. The response was a stretch of silence, as Theodore did not even glance up, calmly flipping the page of his book. Ollie. This was her first encounter with a child more haughty than Draco. The system suddenly interjected. "Affection level query system has been activated. Please check the control panel." Hearing this, she glanced at the panel in her mind. Main storyline targets. Draco Malfoy. Theodore Nott. The rest of the panel was shrouded in thick fog. Why is there no specific affection level? She wondered. Data will only be displayed when affection exceeds the thresholds of 50, 70, and 90. What kind of outdated system is this? Shouldn't it provide a prompt even for a level of 11? She chuckled inwardly. You ought to update your system, you antiquated relic. System. Ollie redirected her attention to the book Theodore held. Her interest piqued as she noted its worn, gilded cover. A discussion on the archaeology of magical history. Do you enjoy this book as well? The corner was remarkably quiet, Theodore's serene breathing filling the air as he lowered his gaze, his fingers turning the page of an illustration. Not at all perturbed, she continued. I read it in the library. The timeline presented in this book has been quite contentious. Ministry officials insist that the Goblin Wars of the 13th century actually occurred 20 years later than recorded. The delicate white fingers that gripped the pages paused imperceptibly. This small gesture did not escape Ollie's notice, and her smile deepened. Of course, I align more with Babson's research, as her cited manuscripts are first-hand accounts. What do you think? The dark-haired boy finally lifted his gaze. He regarded her with his pale eyes for a moment before responding coolly. Manuscripts can be forged. Ollie, certainly. However, the ministry's annals were compiled 200 years later, while Babson's research drew from manuscripts left during the war. If there is an error, which one bears a greater likelihood of being mistaken? The sound of turning pages ceased. Theodore's expression remained impassive, yet the atmosphere surrounding them shifted subtly. He pinched the spine of the book, closing it. Perhaps, he conceded after a brief silence, his voice emerging from between his lips, cold and measured. You are Theodore Nott? Ollie seized the opportunity to inquire, considering that children of their age typically address one another by their first names, and added, May I call you Theodore? His lashes flickered ever so slightly. Not permitted. Very well, Nott, she shrugged, making no show of disappointment. I am Ollie Clan, temporarily residing at Malfoy Manor. Theodore's gaze returned to her. Parkinson mentioned you. Ollie asked with interest. What did she say about me? Theodore, madwoman. Monster. Malfoy's shadow. Ollie. She chuckled awkwardly. I shall take that as a compliment. Theodore frowned, seemingly unable to comprehend how shadow could be construed as a compliment. So is it true? I accept the first two with grace. Ollie flashed him a smile, but as for the last, I am not. She leapt down from the armrest of the sofa, turning to stand before him, gracefully twirling around. Have you ever seen a shadow wearing a dress bought by a young master? The cornflower blue skirt flared like a flower, the intricate lace brushing through the air, inadvertently grazing his knee. Theodore's body tensed ever so slightly. He averted his gaze, subtly shifting his legs. He tossed the book aside, his tone remaining flat. I expected Malfoy's taste to be somewhat better. 10 minutes later, Draco frowned, finally realizing his attendant was missing. When did she slip away? Why hadn't she said a word to him? His gaze swept across the parlor, landing upon the figure of Ollie nestled in the corner. She sat upon a wooden chair, engaged in a leisurely game of wizard's chess with Theodore Nott, the two engrossed in their match. Theodore Nott? She was smiling. Her knight had just knocked Theodore's bishop off the board, and a delicate curve graced her lips. Her demeanor appeared significantly improved since she had been following him earlier. A sudden heaviness settled in his chest. Draco instinctively pushed aside the other children obstructing his view, and fueled by an unexpected surge of anger, strode briskly to her side. He extended his foot, deliberately nudging her chair with the tip of his shoe. What are you doing? He demanded. Ollie did not lift her gaze. Playing chess. Draco furrowed his brow. With Nott. Theodore casually focused on the chessboard. Is there a problem? He turned his head toward Theodore, his tone sharpening. Since when have you two become so close? When did you ever have a proper conversation? Theodore lazily raised his eyes. Would you prefer we weren't acquainted? You, Draco, unable to best Theodore in their verbal spar, redirected his ire toward Ollie. Is this how I expect you to behave as my attendant? Your cheeks have taken on a faint blush. Come home with me this instant. Just a moment, I'm about to win, she replied, her attention unwaveringly fixed on the game. Theodore leisurely commanded a pawn forward. That's not certain. Draco scrutinized the two for a heartbeat before suddenly reaching out, yanking Ollie from her chair. Malfoy. You, Ollie exclaimed in surprise, several chess pieces tumbling from the table as she instinctively grasped his sleeve. Have you had your fill of this? Draco's expression was stormy enough to rain. How much longer do you plan to dally with Nott? Theodore nonchalantly righted the toppled pieces on the board, casting a glance at her. Shall we continue? Draco swiftly interrupted, gripping her wrist and pulling her toward the fireplace. No more. The green flames in the hearth flickered as Ollie barely had time to bid farewell to Theodore before Draco forcibly dragged her back to Malfoy Manor, causing her to stumble. The fire crackled merrily, and the two exchanged glances. He paused, releasing her hand and falling silent. Why are you angry? She asked softly. I'm not. Draco replied tersely. Then why did you pull me? Ollie leaned in a little closer, tilting her head to look up at him. You just hurt me. Her tone had a hint of pity, her voice trailing off slightly. His ears flushed crimson. You're just pretending to be hurt. We were merely playing a game of chess, Ollie noted. You enjoy playing with me, don't you? It's different. He still appeared irritable. She frowned slightly, fell silent for a moment, then suddenly grasped his hand. The unexpected contact caught Draco off guard. He instinctively tried to pull away, but her delicate fingers tightened around his wrist. Her face was mere inches from his. Draco, do you care about me playing with others? Draco was taken aback. It was the first time she had called him by his given name, and her tone was soft, like plucking a gentle cloud from the heavens. She was too close. Beneath her golden curled lashes, her beautiful blue eyes were fixed on him, sparkling with a disconcerting mirth. For the first time, he found himself at a loss for words in her presence. With a playful smile, she inquired, is this the way a young master disciplines his attendant? Or is it a special concern from a friend to a friend? Draco's mind went blank. The warmth of her palm was impossible to ignore, his heart raced, and his ears burned hotter. Why had he been angry? If it was merely dissatisfaction with his attendant, he would have only been mildly annoyed when Crabbe and Goyle sneaked off for snacks. But if it were Draco, she gently called again. If that's the case, may I now officially graduate from being your attendant to your friend? She was doing this on purpose. Draco glowered at her ever-playful eyes, his thoughts simmering with frustration. Chapter 10. System Rewards. 3 years later, Ollie had successfully advanced. No longer merely an attendant by the side of the young Master Malfoy, she had become a solitary friend residing in a corner of Malfoy Manor. After enduring several overdue tasks, she was finally informed by the system that she could claim her hard-earned rewards. You're the stingiest system I've ever encountered, she remarked earnestly. The system feigned ignorance. Congratulations, host, on completing the task objective. You may now claim your reward. Please choose one from the following 3 options. 1. A bottle of expired intelligence potion, shelf life, 12 hours, may cause unforeseen side effects. 2. A tattered old boot, increases movement speed by 0, 5 at night. Wearing it during the day may cause foot burns. 3. Complete healing of all wounds, applicable to all current unhealed injuries. Ollie. She was very tempted to curse. Please make your selection promptly. or the system will automatically choose the reward that best meets your current needs after 10 seconds. Without hesitation, Ollie pointed decisively at the third option. I want complete healing of my wounds. Despite having awakened her magic, the cursed whip marks on her arm still bore faint traces, and every time she overexerted herself while practicing spells, the wounds would split open. In the next moment, she watched in astonishment as her injuries began to move. The torn flesh seemed to be pulled together by an invisible force, gradually closing, turning pale and pristine, leaving no trace of blood. The entire process unfolded slowly and clearly, as if designed for her to witness. From the torn wounds to the muscles mending and the skin smoothing out, it became flawless. The system in her mind possessed the ability to intervene in reality. This realization sent a shiver down Ollie's spine. What exactly was this existence? Was it above the rules of this world? New information unlocked. Host's background. Upon hearing this, she immediately perked up. What? The Malfoy couple returned to the Heather house to retrieve your identity file. The result was 0. The original host was abandoned outside the Heather house on a rainy night, with both biological parents unknown. The surname Kron was chosen by the original host herself, meaning they couldn't even ascertain my exact lineage? That was a good thing. If she were of Muggle descent, they would have thrown her out on the spot. Yes. A friendly reminder. The next mainline task will be issued 3 years from now, in 1991. Before that, the system will enter a maintenance period lasting 3 years. Just as Ollie was about to inquire further, the voice in her head abruptly ceased. System? System? Your Excellency? Leaving without a word. How very peculiar. Though she voiced this, Ollie felt a tangible sense of relief wash over her, her shoulders relaxing slightly. This was for the best. At least there would be no strange entity residing in her mind, conducting 24-hour surveillance. Nor would there be threats of death if she failed to complete a task within 5 minutes. This afforded her the much-needed breathing room to grow stronger, and eventually free herself from this relentless capitalist system. Without the pressure of tasks or the incessant ticking of a countdown, Ollie experienced her first genuine respite. She devised a 3-year plan. Each morning was filled with the monotonous routine of practice, beginning with the most fundamental spells from the standard spellbook. Beginner such as the levitation charm, unlocking charm, and cleaning charm, she diligently practiced, tirelessly adjusting her magical output. Mastery in spellcasting lies not in quantity, but in the strength of the foundation. Failure was inevitable. The old wand sparked repeatedly, leaving small wounds on her arm, yet she stubbornly persevered, repeating the process until she had fully grasped it. Time slipped by quietly in the rhythm of her daily training. Ollie gradually acclimated to life at the Malfoy residence. Accustomed to the sight of individuals ferociously slamming the chessboard after losing at wizard chess, to being stealthily whisked away from the manor for mischievous escapades, and to sitting upon the grass watching others practice on their flying broomsticks, she found herself merely a spectator at first. Draco possessed an extraordinary talent for flying. Lucius had promised to procure a Nimbus 2000 for him upon his enrollment. Still engrossed in her book, the tome was abruptly flung aside, and Draco tugged at the hem of her garment, exclaiming, "Look, how have you not blinded yourself yet?" She was yanked onto the broom, obliged to obediently wrap her arms around his waist. Draco's spine stiffened, and the tips of his ears reddened imperceptibly. In the next moment, he propelled himself off the ground, the broom soaring into the sky like an arrow released from a bow. The afternoon sky was bright and clear. The wind howled past her ears, and the grass beneath them receded rapidly. A slight twist in her stomach startled Ollie, who instinctively tightened her grip. Draco glanced sideways, and for the first time, her typically confident visage revealed a hint of uncertainty. "It's so high. I never would have guessed you were this timid," he replied, a hint of pride in his voice as he deliberately executed a sharp turn in midair, causing the broom to quiver violently. Draco. 10 minutes later, having had his fill of aerial antics, Draco triumphantly set her down on solid ground. "Draco," she said softly, lifting her gaze. She raised her foot and stomped down hard on the back of his foot. "Ollie Cran." Draco's furious shout reverberated throughout the manor. 3 years later, on a sweltering afternoon at Malfoy Manor, the green flames of the fireplace flickered as the boy staggered out, carrying the girl on his back. "Damn it, Ollie. You're so heavy," Draco gasped, his cheeks flushed a deep shade of peach. "I am your great benefactor, protecting you," she languidly remarked, resting on his slender back. "If it weren't for me, you would have long since become fodder for the devil's snare. Who was it that insisted on sneaking out with me, nearly risking their life? Isn't it because you're not skilled enough?" Feeling her slip slightly, he instinctively tightened his arms around her, lifting her up a bit. A scar from a devil's snare's thorn marred Ollie's slender ankle, oozing blood. We're going to Diagon Alley tomorrow to buy school supplies. Can't you spare me some effort? Draco complained. She opened her arms wide, tightening her embrace around his neck, her face pressed against his warm skin, which smelled of summer afternoons. His ears turned a vivid shade of crimson. We absolutely must keep this injury from Mrs. Malfoy, Ollie said. If she finds out I dared to sneak out. Even if she knew, it wouldn't matter, Draco scoffed. I could just charm my way through with a few sweet words to Mother. She wouldn't refuse me. Of course you are the Malfoy heir, naturally favored. She playfully shook his neck with her arms. Draco carried Ollie through the expansive marble corridors of the manor, heading straight for the sitting room. Ollie lounged on his back, idly fiddling with the silver clasp at his collar, occasionally swinging her legs mischievously. Stop squirming. Draco gritted his teeth. Yes, yes, my dear young master, you've worked hard, she replied. Just as Draco was about to retort, a low, cold huff emanated from the direction of the sitting room. In the shadow of a high-backed sofa sat a tall, slender man clad in dark robes, his back to them, a cup of untouched tea resting on the table. The man with the hawk-like nose turned to face them, black hair framing his face like two curling strands of waterweed. Without needing her system's sluggish notifications, Ollie recognized the figure immediately. Severus Snape. Professor Snape, Draco said, straightening with a hint of tension. Are you looking for my father? Indeed. Your esteemed father reminded me a week prior to the term that I should pay special attention to you at school, Snape replied calmly. Of course. I doubt he is concerned about your potential enrollment in another house. Of course not. Draco quickly assured, I will definitely be joining you in Slytherin. Saying this, he placed Ollie onto the sofa adjacent to Snape. To be honest, she did not think this was an ideal spot. The cold aura emanating from the man enveloped her, and as she instinctively attempted to adjust her ankle, she looked up and met a pair of ink-black eyes. Snape scrutinized her for a moment, his gaze sweeping over her injured ankle. Miss Cran, his tone was icy, the infamous witch who wreaked havoc at the Malfoy family banquet 3 years ago? Ollie nodded. To be precise, it was the glass in the banquet hall that exploded on its own. Snape narrowed his eyes. It seems you take pride in the reputation you left behind at that banquet? Yet 3 years later, you find yourself bested by a mere plant? Draco instinctively interjected. She didn't lose to the devil's snare. It was because of me. What? Snape slowly turned his head. You cannot be suggesting that someone who was helpless before the devil's snare, waiting to be rescued, is about to enter Slytherin? Draco fell silent. Ollie couldn't help but chuckle, only to wince at the pain shooting from her ankle. Snape raised an eyebrow, his tone laden with meaning. Cease your laughter, Miss Cran. You would do well to pray that Mrs. Malfoy does not discover your injury. The following day, Ollie rose early, for Lucius was to take her and Draco to Diagon Alley for their back-to-school shopping. Their enrollment letters had arrived a week prior via OWL, accompanied by a detailed list of supplies. Diagon Alley was bustling with activity in the days leading up to the term, the heat sweltering. As witches and wizards strolled in clusters along the cobblestone streets, the air filled with the sweet scent of sugar, the faint tang of owl feathers, and beads of sweat quickly forming on their skin. Ollie had previously snuck in with Draco once before, and the Sunday at Florian Fortescue's ice cream parlor, laden with chocolate crisp pearls, remained etched in her memory. The trio entered the Elop's Owl Emporium first. In the dimly lit shop, hundreds of gleaming eyes watched her intently, as the birds cooed softly from their perches, rustling their feathers. Draco selected a small silver-gray owl, satisfied as he placed it into a cage. Lucius did not inquire whether Ollie desired a pet, and she wisely refrained from voicing her wishes. Exiting the owl shop, Draco casually asked, Would you like to go to Florian Fortescue's, Ollie? Or perhaps for that last treat? Midway through his sentence, he suddenly remembered his father was beside him, hastily swallowing the rest of his words, nearly revealing their secret escapade from the manor. Raspberry sorbet? He corrected himself. Ollie chuckled softly, not exposing his slip. I want the chocolate crisp pearl sundae. She had a habit of sticking to her favorite food until she grew weary of it. Moment latte. Lucius handed each of them a cold treat, the sweltering weather quickly melting the sugary topping into a sticky, sweet mess. Draco, you and Cran should head to Ollivander's to procure your wands, Lucius instructed, removing his leather gloves and rubbing his temples impatiently. I'll peruse the textbooks at Flourish and Blots, and we will meet up at Madame Malkin's robes for all occasions shortly. With that, he tapped his wand. All right, father. Draco replied, taking hold of Ollie's arm and leading her toward the other side of Diagon Alley. The famed Ollivander's wand shop was smaller than Ollie had imagined, the air thick with dust, paper boxes stacked precariously on wooden shelves, appearing ready to topple at any moment. The moment Draco stepped through the door, he scrunched his nose in irritation, waving his hand to disperse the floating particles. A ghostly soft voice floated from behind the counter. Good afternoon. Ollie turned toward the sound, and an elderly man with bright eyes stood behind the dim counter, seemingly materializing from thin air. Who will go first? I will. Draco stepped forward without hesitation. With a casual wave of his hand, Ollivander summoned a silver measuring tape that floated gracefully, measuring Draco's arm with precision. After trying 2 wands, Draco successfully matched with one made of hawthorn, measuring 10 inches, with a unicorn hair core. I hear hawthorn is quite suitable for healing magic, Ollie remarked casually, not surprised to see Draco's expression turn proud. All right, my dear, it's your turn now, Ollivander announced. Ollie approached slowly, extending her hand, and the silver tape began to float, circling her arm to take her measurements. However, before Ollivander could select a wand for her, a sudden tremor shattered the shop's tranquility. Crash! A paper box in the corner shook violently, tumbling from the wooden shelf, along with several neighboring boxes that fell to the ground. The box flipped open on its own, and a pristine wand, gleaming with an ivory hue, leaped out and landed in her palm. Startled, Ollie instinctively grasped it. In an instant, the wand seemed to come alive, warm magic surging up her palm, causing her heart to flutter. Ollivander's gaze was fixed intently on her wand. Remarkable. His voice was low and gentle. You see, it is the wand that chooses the wizard. 12 inches aspen wood, with a dragon heartstring core. He hurried out from behind the counter, urging her, give it a wave. Ollie raised the wand high, tip pointed down, and swiftly sliced through the air. Dazzling sparks erupted, scattering into a myriad of tiny fireworks, illuminating the dim interior with a cascade of colors. The aspen wand is exceptionally suited for combat magic, Ollivander smiled. Its owner is destined to excel in dueling. Lowering his voice, he added mysteriously, more importantly, this is a wand that inherently belongs to a changer. Ollie toyed with the wand, responding with a bright smile. Thank you for your prophecy, Mr. Ollivander. I shall make it come true. Draco, growing increasingly impatient, saw her hand over the galleons to the old man and abruptly tugged at her sleeve, striding toward the exit. Why does he talk so much with you? Draco scoffed, crossing his arms and casting a displeased glance at the wand in her hand. As the chief bodyguard of Master Draco, I could protect you with this combat wand. Ollie teased. Who needs your protection? Draco's irritation faltered, a hint of redness creeping into his ears. The pair pushed open the door to Madame Malkin's robe shop. Ready to buy your Hogwarts uniform? Madame Malkin greeted them with a smile. Ollie responded with a charming grin. The shopkeeper, noticing the girl's doll-like delicacy, could not resist pinching her cheek gently. Dear, you go first. She helped Ollie onto a stool, and a nearby assistant promptly retrieved a measuring tape. Standing next to her was another boy with tousled hair. She accidentally turned her head, and their eyes met suddenly. At that moment, the system that had lain dormant in her mind for 3 years emitted a sharp alert. System alert. Main storyline target Harry Potter has appeared. It clicked. Gazing into those deep, spring-green eyes, Ollie understood. She had finally encountered the protagonist of this tale. She blinked and offered him a smile. Harry, caught off guard by their eye contact, momentarily froze. The girl before him possessed a strikingly vibrant face, and in his 10 years spent in the Muggle orphanage, he had never seen such a beautiful girl. Are all the girls in the wizarding world this lovely? Harry pondered, oblivious to his own thoughts. He seemed to be dazed for too long, as the girl blinked in confusion. Hello? Harry snapped back to reality, his ears suddenly flushing red as he hastily averted his gaze. A hello? Is there something on my face? Ollie inquired, pointing to her own face. It felt as if something was tangled in his stomach. Your eyes are blue, Harry blurted out, immediately regretting how odd it sounded and quickly looked away. Your eyes are green too, she replied, laughing at his endearing observation and playfully patting his shoulder. Hey, Draco interjected, observing the two conversing as if no one else mattered. Are you also a new student at Hogwarts? Harry returned to himself, finally noticing the pale boy beside the girl. Yes. Draco glanced out the window, gesturing toward the Quidditch shop across the street. Do you see that store? I'm going to have my dad buy me a Firebolt 2000. But first years aren't allowed to bring their own brooms. He continued, have you ever played Quidditch? Harry shook his head, bewildered. Hagrid hadn't mentioned this sport when he brought him to Diagon Alley. It's a game where everyone rides on broomsticks and throws a ball into each other's hoops. Ollie explained kindly, leaning in slightly to whisper in Harry's ear, like a basketball game in the air. Harry's eyes widened in surprise as he looked at her. You too? I grew up in a Muggle orphanage, she shrugged nonchalantly. Oh. Sorry, he stumbled, hastily apologizing. Ollie waved her hand dismissively. So are you planning to buy a broom? I've always wanted to fly, but unfortunately, I can't afford one. Just as Harry was about to respond, Ollie suddenly felt a tight grip on her wrist. Draco had abruptly seized her wrist and pulled her down from the stool. His expression was dark, his gray eyes clouded with displeasure at her whispering to Harry. He shot a glance at Harry, tightening his grip. What Muggle orphanage? You've lived in my house for so many years. And yet you still think about that life with those mudbloods? The pressure on her wrist was slightly painful, but Ollie gently twisted her wrist, not resisting his grip. Letting him lead the way. When my dad buys me a new broom, I'll let you borrow it to fly, he declared haughtily, lifting his chin. Harry's gaze lingered on their clasped wrists, unable to help but glance a few more times. Chapter 12. Sorting, off to Ravenclaw. After leaving Madame Malkin's robe shop, Draco, clutching his plain black robe, suddenly turned to her. Hey Ollie, have you thought about which house you want to be sorted into? Isn't that up to the sorting hat? Ollie replied, nibbling on a waffle they had just acquired from an ice cream shop. You'd better come to Slytherin with me, he said slowly, sticking out his tongue. Don't you dare go to Hufflepuff. Otherwise, I'll make sure you get expelled. What if I end up in Gryffindor? She teased him deliberately. That would be even worse. My parents wouldn't tolerate a Gryffindor living in the house. Ollie conceded that Draco had a point. If she were sorted into Gryffindor, the Malfoys would likely kick her out of the manor on the spot. Upon returning to the manor, Ollie hurried to the library. Neatly arranging the textbooks she had bought from Flourish and Blots on the table, and diligently beginning her studies. She had already read standard spells, beginner and history of magic, leaving potions and elixirs and 8,000 magical herbs and fungi to tackle next. These two books were crucial, given that they were for the notoriously stringent Professor Snape's class. Dobby, moved by her diligence, was on the verge of tears. Miss is just too hard-working. He scurried about, bringing her several slices of tiramisu from the kitchen, fearing she might go hungry while studying late into the night. This prompted Draco to complain to her that the variety of afternoon tea had inexplicably dwindled in recent days. A week later, the long-awaited school day finally arrived. Ollie had been anticipating this moment for far too long. Despite her awareness that upon entering Hogwarts, she would once again be subjected to the relentless and merciless tasks of the system, she found herself yearning for a modicum of challenge and excitement. Far more than the monotonous existence at Malfoy Manor. At platform 9 3/4, shrouded in steam, families of wizards were bidding a reluctant farewell to their children. Ollie stood to the side, observing the Malfoy couple as they inundated Draco with their myriad of admonitions. Lucius, with a calm demeanor, urged him to bring honor to the Malfoy name. Narcissa gently adjusted his collar, reminding him not to be picky with his food, and to remember to consume plenty of hot soup. You needn't accompany me to the carriage, Draco declared stubbornly. Yet he remained rooted in place, awaiting his mother to finish arranging his attire. Narcissa nodded, casting a final, fleeting glance at Ollie. You too? She responded with a smile. I shall take good care of myself, madam. The train emitted a long whistle, gradually setting off. Ollie settled by the window, watching as Draco pressed his face against the glass, waving a lingering goodbye to the platform. It was only when the figures of the Malfoys faded completely from view that he withdrew his gaze, slumping heavily back into his seat. Outside, a fine drizzle began to fall. The train surged forward, trees racing past in reverse. Throughout the journey, Draco extolled the virtues of Slytherin House. You absolutely must join Slytherin. It's the house for the clever, the powerful, the ambitious. You wouldn't want to be in any other house, would you? Ollie rummaged through her pockets, discovering only 5 silver sickles. Reluctantly, she handed one to the trolley lady in exchange for a pack of Bertie Bott's every flavor beans. She popped one into her mouth, savoring the vanilla pudding flavor. I hope it's not. What do you mean, hope? Draco questioned, his brow furrowing with suspicion as he leaned closer. You wouldn't actually. She swiftly shoved another bean into his mouth, silencing his incessant chatter. What a bizarre flavor, the young master exclaimed, irritation creeping into his voice. Oh, it's cilantro. She glanced at the packaging with delight. Lucky me. By the time the train arrived at Hogwarts, the night had deepened. The rain had ceased, and the evening breeze was fresh with a hint of dampness. First-year students, now clad in their school robes, formed an orderly line behind Hagrid, who held a large lantern, as they made their way toward the Black Lake. The vast expanse of the lake lay silent and profound in the darkness. Upon reaching the water's edge, Hagrid pointed to the wooden boats floating upon the surface. One by one, the students climbed into the boats. Ollie leaned against Draco's shoulder, feeling much more awake now, invigorated by the night air after the long train ride. The small boats glided slowly forward, parting the mist, revealing the majestic castle gradually to their eyes. Warm yellow lights poured from the castle's uppermost towers, casting a glow beside her. Ollie inhaled deeply. She had finally arrived in the land of her dreams. Upon reaching the opposite shore of the lake, the first-year students disembarked, led by Professor McGonagall into the Great Hall. They were ushered into a small empty room, awaiting their turn to enter the hall for the sorting ceremony. As everyone huddled together, anxiously awaiting their fate, Ollie spotted Harry, his hair still in its usual disarray. Draco evidently recognized him as well. However, this time he was aware that the boy who had crossed paths with them in Diagon Alley was none other than the famous savior. With a few strides, Draco approached Harry, extending his hand with an air of smugness. Ollie observed quietly from a distance, noting the red-haired boy standing beside Harry, whom she surmised to be Ron Weasley. The exchange among the three appeared less than cordial, as Draco soon returned with a stormy countenance. "How did it go?" Ollie inquired, feigning ignorance. "Potter is just as ungrateful as his parents," he spat, his delicate brows knitting together in a scowl. "He will come to regret mingling with that filthy Weasley family." Ollie placed her hand on his shoulder, gently patting him in comfort. "Don't you have anything to say?" Draco, still brooding, kicked at her shoe with his polished leather. His lips moved as if to utter something more, but Professor McGonagall returned, casting a stern glance at the first years before pulling open the wooden door leading to the Great Hall. As they wove between the four long tables, older students were already seated, casting curious looks their way. Most of the first years were awestruck by the opulence of the hall, where thousands of burning candles floated from the ceiling, sparkling alongside the stars. Ollie's gaze briefly swept across the Slytherin table, recognizing several familiar faces, those of the children who had once targeted her at the Malfoy feast. The newcomers lined up as instructed in front of the hall, where a rickety stool was set before them, topped with a tattered wizard's hat. As the hat split open in the terrified eyes of the first years, it began to sing the sorting song, which Ollie listened to with keen interest. After Headmaster Dumbledore concluded his speech, Professor McGonagall unfurled a scroll of parchment, calling out the names of the first years in order. Hannah Abbott, a name that seemed familiar. Hermione Granger, a small witch with wildly tousled hair, was promptly sorted into Gryffindor, leaping down from the stool amidst enthusiastic applause. The hat made several more decisions, assigning a handful of Hufflepuffs and Gryffindors. Slytherin. Professor McGonagall called Draco's name, and before the hat even touched his golden locks, it screamed with fervor. Draco raised an eyebrow at her, mouthing, "I'll see you in Slytherin." When Harry's name was called, the hall erupted in cheers. Upon being sorted into Gryffindor, the applause from the Gryffindor table nearly threatened to bring down the roof. Ollie remained in a daze until Professor McGonagall finally called her name, Ollie Cran. To her astonishment, she immediately heard the hushed whispers from the hall, like a flickering flame. "Cran? The one living at the Malfoy residence? I heard she blew up an entire banquet hall. My father says she's a monster raised by the Malfoys." Ollie hadn't anticipated that the chaos she had caused at the feast would have already reached the school. Whether this was a boon or bane for the Malfoys remained uncertain. Steeling herself, she stepped forward, the sorting hat placed atop her head, plunging her into darkness. A faint voice, laced with amusement, echoed in her ears. "Ah, I can see you are quite clever, exceedingly cunning, and possess an intense desire for power." Ollie squinted in the darkness, abruptly interjecting, "I wish to go to Ravenclaw." "Ravenclaw? A fitting home for the intelligent, indeed," the voice mused, "but I sense your ambition. You are more than you let on. You yearn for strength, for control, for—" "I want to go to Ravenclaw," Ollie stated with certainty. "Very well. But if you seek power, Slytherin would be a better choice. Are you certain of your decision?" She craved absolute power. Yet that did not imply she required the world to kneel at her feet. Above all, she wished to survive and attain freedom, true freedom. Slytherin would not provide her with that. Born in a Muggle orphanage, her lineage a mystery, in the blood-purest Slytherin, her identity would only serve to nail her to the pillar of shame, subjected to further ostracism and targeting. What she required was a sanctuary to cultivate her strength. Then so be it. Ravenclaw. Chapter 13. Reunion Affinity System Update. Following the sorting ceremony, Ollie trailed behind the Ravenclaw prefect through the dimly lit corridors, arriving at the tower on the west side of the castle. The winding staircase ascended higher, the air growing increasingly crisp, imbued with the chill of early autumn. Upon reaching the top of the tower, everyone was slightly breathless. Before them, a door devoid of a doorknob stood silently, adorned with an intricately carved bronze eagle. "Come. Let us see how you respond to the question posed by the eagle ring." The head boy turned slightly, a gentle smile gracing his features. The eagle upon the door suddenly opened its beak. If wisdom is the key to truth, then is doubt the lock or the door? The first-year students exchanged glances, and a few quick-witted pupils began to whisper amongst themselves. Ollie, appearing contemplative, blinked thoughtfully. It seemed the eagle ring was posing philosophical questions. After a brief moment of reflection, she raised her hand. Doubt is the door, for it compels one to push open the unknown rather than remain stagnant at the threshold. Without doubt, there would be no thirst for knowledge, nor would there be true wisdom. As soon as she finished speaking, the bronze eagle spread its wings, and with a metallic clatter, the door slowly swung open. Excellent, praised the head boy. Welcome to the Ravenclaw common room. The interior of the common room was expansive and illuminated, adorned in cool hues, with a ceiling intricately patterned with stars that mirrored the night sky outside. The first years entered their respective dormitories, filled with curiosity and awe. Ollie pushed open the door, the soft blue velvet curtains cascading gently. Her roommates, Padma Patil and Mandy Brocklehurst, two lively and charming girls, had already arrived. I've heard about you, Padma exclaimed, blinking excitedly. Many families were discussing you a few years back. Mandy gazed at Ollie, her cheeks slightly flushed. You're truly beautiful, like a doll from my home. Padma giggled, covering Mandy's mouth playfully. Ollie responded with a smile, and the three exchanged brief pleasantries before busily attending to their belongings. The sound of rustling clothes and unpacking filling the room. After a while, the bed curtains were drawn, and the breathing within the dormitory gradually steadied. Just as Ollie was on the verge of drifting into slumber, a cold electronic voice abruptly echoed in her mind. Hogwarts first-year main quest released. 1. Achieve the highest score in all subjects by the end of the year. 2. Maintain a favorability rating above 50 with any student, regardless of gender. Goal 05. 3. Win 3 duels against fellow students without incurring penalties. 4. Accumulate no more than 10 points deducted throughout the year. 5. Earn the recognition and trust of a teacher. 6. Successfully enter the restricted section and read 1 book. The host must complete at least 5 tasks, or it will be deemed a failure, leading to erasure of existence. Exceeding the requirements will yield additional rewards. Ollie struggled to crack her eyes open a mere slit. The highest score? No deductions? Entering the restricted section? Engaging in duels? She wanted to give the system a middle finger. Yet fatigue weighed heavily upon her eyelids. Rationality urged her to assess the difficulty of the tasks, but exhaustion swiftly enveloped her. Amidst the system's jarring notification, Ollie turned over and fell into a deep slumber. Ollie. The next afternoon, as she exited the potions classroom, she was cornered by Draco at the door. With her wrist firmly grasped, Draco wore a serious expression, pulling her away from the bustling crowd to a secluded corner of the corridor. The recent potions class had left her on high alert. Snape was notoriously strict, and she did not wish to ruin the year's tasks on the very first day. Fortunately, she had thoroughly reviewed both textbooks before the semester began, successfully addressing Snape's series of tricky questions. Crab, what is the main ingredient in a growth potion? Witch hazel, dragon's blood, and prickly juniper berries, Professor. If you wanted to accelerate the effects of a pain relief potion without compromising its stability, which ingredient would you add? Crushed dried moonstone, as it enhances the potion's permeability without disrupting the existing magical balance. Snape scrutinized her eyes, letting out a non-committal grunt without awarding points. Yet at least he did not deduct any. Didn't you promise to join Slytherin with me? Draco's voice pulled her back to reality, leaning in closer, his delicate eyelashes fluttering like fans. The grip on her wrist felt like a crab's claw, and she couldn't help but find the flustered blonde boy before her amusing. That was the Sorting Hat's decision, Draco. Ollie blinked innocently. It simply had to place me in Ravenclaw. Are you foolish? Why didn't you at least make an effort? His voice escalated in pitch. My mother said I should just go with the flow. You should follow me. She reached out, gently tugging at his sleeve. Don't be upset. Think about it. At least I didn't end up in Gryffindor or Hufflepuff, right? Do you still want to go to those 2 houses? Draco appeared even more irate. He glared at her for a moment before abruptly averting his gaze. I should have known. You've been reading books at home every day. His cheeks flushed a light pink. Indeed, he was a damned bookworm. Ding. Draco Malfoy's favorability towards the host has exceeded 50. Task 2 progress updated. 15. Ollie's eyes widened in surprise. Stunned for a moment, she suddenly laughed. Draco. What? He still wore a sour expression. How is it that despite your evident anger, your favorability has increased? You're truly adorable. Ollie gazed sincerely into his eyes. Draco looked as if he had been struck by lightning. His face turned a deeper shade of pink, eyes wide with astonishment, lips slightly parted. He unconsciously tightened his grip on her wrist, about to step closer with gritted teeth when a calm male voice interrupted them. Ollie. Ollie turned her head to meet a pair of dark, penetrating eyes. Those beautiful pupils were as black as thick ink, fixating on her unblinkingly. Her heart raced uncontrollably. The thunderous echoes of a storm from 5 years ago at the orphanage resonating in her ears. The air seemed to carry the damp, uncomfortable atmosphere of the orphanage. Her throat tightened as she instinctively frowned. Joy Beck. The name she had forgotten for 5 years rolled off her tongue, rough and slightly unfamiliar. Before she could gather her thoughts, the system's jarring notifications abruptly rang in her mind, one after the other. Ding. Joy Beck's favorability towards the host has exceeded 50. Joy Beck's favorability towards the host has exceeded 70. Joy Beck's favorability towards the host has exceeded 90. Task 2 progress updated. 25. Detected that a character's favorability towards the host exceeds 90. A reward may be chosen later. 90. There was no time to focus on the new reward. The system's words stirred a tempest within her mind. Joy Beck, the true child of prophecy mentioned by the system, the original chosen of fate. He had succumbed to her lies and schemes on that stormy night at the orphanage, the one whose destiny she had usurped. He was also the boy who had left scars on her arm, through framing the original. The long-healed wounds flared with heat anew as Ollie lifted her head with a cold expression. Joy Beck stood a few paces away, clad in Hufflepuff robes, quietly gazing at her. He was handsome, with dark hair and eyes, a gentle smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Ollie, why are you looking at me with such unfamiliar eyes? He asked softly. It's been a long time. I thought you would be glad to see me. Chapter 14. The Arena of Chaos, Childhood Friends. Joy walked slowly toward her, taking deliberate steps. He towered over her by half a head, casting a shadow as he softly lowered his gaze. Ollie stared at the Hufflepuff crest on his chest with an odd expression, laughter inadvertently escaping her throat. Beck, I can't believe you actually made it into Hufflepuff. This statement, charged with a hint of provocation, was delivered without lowering her voice. Nearby students paused in their tracks, casting curious glances in their direction. What's wrong with that? Joy leaned closer, his gaze still gentle. After 5 years, Ollie, you still love to quarrel with me just like when we were children. It seems that after your departure, you have awakened your magical talents? How delightful. We have both entered Hogwarts, and I am a year ahead of you, which allows me to take better care of you. Ollie squinted, hearing the whispers around her. Several curious students had gathered, exchanging glances and murmurs. Joy, with his ebony eyes twinkling with amusement, slowly raised his hand and gently brushed it against the side of her face. Draco's cold gaze swept over Joy's outstretched fingers, his lips pressed into a tight line, his expression darkening. Just as Joy's fingertips were about to graze Ollie's cheek, a sharp sound echoed as his wrist was forcefully slapped away. Who are you? Draco impatiently lifted his chin. Didn't you see I was speaking to her? Get lost. Joy's hand hovered in the air for a moment, and he continued to gaze at Ollie for 2 seconds before slowly shifting his attention to Draco, as if just realizing his presence. A Malfoy, are you? He tilted his head, appraising Draco, before suddenly breaking into a smile and nodding. I am Joy Beck, Ollie's childhood friend from the Heather House orphanage. The familiarity in his tone only exacerbated Draco's already irritable demeanor. Friend? He scoffed, casting a disdainful glance at Joy, his eyes filled with revulsion. She had no friends in that Muggle orphanage. How could Ollie, living in the Malfoy household, possibly associate with someone like you, a mudblood? The corridor fell silent in an instant. Joy's smile remained unaffected. He merely tilted his head slightly. Draco's expression shifted, and he abruptly turned, gripping her wrist tightly. You really? Ollie, didn't you mention me to your new friends? Joy redirected his attention back to her. We were together as children. Ollie suddenly let out a cold laugh. Interrupting him, Beck, you've become quite the actor since 5 years ago. She had traversed time. Her impression of the person before her limited to those nightmarish 5 minutes in the orphanage. Perhaps the memories of racing against death were too painful to revisit. The moment Ollie laid eyes on Joy, a chill raced down her spine, causing her scalp to prickle. Moreover, she had not forgotten who had framed her for the scars on her arm. How could someone like him truly love the original host, and maintain such a close relationship? Joy's gaze returned to her, and after a moment he sighed softly. You've grown up and no longer wish to be close to me. Ollie retorted sharply. When were we ever close? Was it when you complained to Mary and got her to hit me? As soon as she spoke, a collective gasp echoed around them. The students, who had initially been spectators, now bore expressions of intrigue, and even Draco was momentarily taken aback. Joy did not respond immediately. He simply gazed at her with his dark eyes. After a while, he finally spoke. It seems 5 years apart has made us quite estranged. But that's all right. We will have time to catch up, Ollie. With that, he cast her one last glance and turned away with a smile. Ollie stared at his rapidly disappearing figure around the corner, lost in thought. She should have anticipated that they would meet again. Given his inherent magical talent, even if he hadn't escaped the orphanage back then, he would have certainly received an acceptance letter from Hogwarts. Yet, he had approached her without uttering a single word about that night of his adoption. What was he waiting for? Just as she was lost in contemplation, Draco's voice pulled her back to reality. "What's going on with you? Do you really know that guy?" She looked up, finding Draco fixated on her, a hint of irritation flickering in his eyes. Ollie nodded honestly. "We did grow up together, but our relationship wasn't very good." His furrowed brows relaxed slightly. Yet he still asked warily, "You're not planning to seek him out again, are you?" "Of course not," she teased him with a smile. "I already have the esteemed Draco Malfoy." What a smooth talker. Draco's ears tinged pink. Despite her words, she couldn't help but replay the earlier scene in her mind. How could Joy Beck's affinity for the original host possibly reach 90? After all, she had spent 5 years with Draco, and her affinity for him had barely surpassed 50. The system's task of achieving 5 affinities of 50 was nothing short of a pitfall. Setting aside her lingering questions, Ollie steadied her thoughts and, after bidding Draco farewell, hurried off to her next class. In her mind she inquired, "System, regarding the rewards you mentioned earlier." The system chimed in promptly. "Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing a high-affinity event. The rewards are as follows. 1. A portable storage bag, expansion capacity of 30, equipped with automatic organizing features. 2. A silver ring, permanently enhances the host's magical stability by 5, reducing magic consumption by 1 when casting spells." "Why have you become so generous?" Ollie exclaimed in surprise. No sooner had she spoken than she felt a slight weight on her body. She reached into her pocket, her fingertips brushing against a smooth metallic surface. The silver ring lay quietly in her palm, its surface shimmering with an imperceptible silver-blue magical aura. Oh! Her eyes suddenly brightened. The ring felt cool to the touch. And once she slipped it on, a wondrous sensation spread through her fingers. She blinked and raised her wand, attempting to cast a spark, which was now more stable than before. The storage bag appeared to be an unremarkable black cloth pouch, yet when she tried to place a book inside, the bag silently consumed the volume. Peering into the bag, she was astonished to discover a spacious independent area, about 20 square meters in size. The storage bag had been enchanted with a space extension spell, and against the wall stood a row of wooden bookshelves, neatly categorized. The books she frequently perused were even placed on the top shelf for easy access. Ollie reached in, and with a thought, the textbook she had just placed inside instantly returned to her palm. Its practicality was top-notch. She could store numerous items in this little bag moving forward. Given the 2 rewards, they proved exceptionally useful for her current situation. Ollie finally began to believe that this flawed system was not entirely useless. Chapter 15, Charms Class. Trouble in the Corridor. Today in Charms class, we will learn one of the most fundamental spells from the textbook. Ollie slipped into the Charms classroom through the back door. Having wasted a few minutes of class time due to her earlier altercation with Joy Beck, coupled with the labyrinthine spiral staircases, she hurriedly made her way. Arriving just in time, Professor Phileas Flitwick stood atop a stack of books, his thick silver-white beard obscuring half his face, giving him an exceptionally amiable appearance. "Miss Cran, you're late," he said with a cheerful smile. "There are still seats available over there." The Charms class for Ravenclaw was held together with Gryffindor, and upon hearing this, students from both houses turned to look at her. Ollie scanned the crowd and locked eyes with Harry Potter. His emerald green eyes widened slightly, clearly recalling their encounter at Madame Malkin's robe shop. Harry tentatively waved at her. She smiled sweetly in response. "Thank you, Professor Flitwick," Ollie said politely. Following the arrow he conjured to the only remaining seat. "Follow my gestures, a flick and a swish." Professor Flitwick gently turned his wrist, demonstrating the proper wand movement for casting the spell. "Repeat after me, Wingardium Leviosa." The classroom filled with the soft, tentative incantations of the students. For most of them, this was their first experience casting spells. The Ravenclaw boy beside Ollie swung his wand vigorously, attempting to make the feather before him float. However, the poor feather merely trembled slightly, stubbornly remaining glued to the table. The levitation charm, she thought, having practiced it secretly for quite some time before enrolling. Perhaps she had a head start. Ollie lightly tapped the feather with her wand and softly uttered the incantation. In the next moment, the feather gracefully leaped into the air, soaring to the top of the classroom. All eyes were drawn to her, for she was evidently the first in the class to successfully cast the levitation charm. Professor Flitwick's face lit up with a look of surprise. "Outstanding talent, Miss Cran." With a delicate flick of her wrist, the feather suspended in the air gracefully circled around the professor, performing a nimble backflip before gently landing in his palm. The system's academic task for the year stated, earn the recognition and trust of a teacher. In her very first class, she aimed to capture the attention of all the professors. By casting a wide net, she hoped that at least one would appreciate her. Her display undoubtedly left her fellow students in awe. Harry held his wand, staring at her in astonishment. Hermione Granger, seated in front of him, had just managed to lift her feather off the table, but upon witnessing how effortlessly Ollie made hers twirl and spin, she held her breath, took a deep inhale, and resolutely refocused on her own feather. The reactions among the other Ravenclaw students varied. Whispers erupted, with one student nudging their table mate, as expected of Cran, the one who blew up the banquet hall. She must have practiced before coming here, right? TSK just showing off. Professor Flitwick immediately responded with enthusiasm. 10 points to Ravenclaw. He leaped down from his stack of books and approached Ollie with light, quick steps. Did you study spells before enrolling? He asked with delight. What else can you do? Well, I've practiced a bit, she replied modestly, but it's merely standard spells at the beginner level, just some basic magic. With a soft incantation, she waved her wand. And in an instant, all the feathers before them began to move. Hermione's back straightened abruptly as the feather that had just taken flight broke free from her spell. Rising in accordance with Ollie's magical trajectory, dozens of feathers seemed to come alive, forming neat rows in the air. With a gentle motion, Ollie signaled, and they began to dance in perfect unison, performing the dance of the 4 little swans. The classroom fell into silence. Absolutely splendid, Miss Cran. Allow me to award you an additional 20 points for your exquisite technique. Professor Flitwick's voice shattered the stillness, his face beaming with surprise and even excitement as he broke into applause. A smattering of applause followed, but most of the young witches and wizards remained transfixed, gazing at the feathers dancing gracefully in the air, unable to snap back to reality. It wasn't an advanced spell by any means, but for a first-day student, it felt like a fantastical dream. Miss Cran, would you be willing to visit my office after class? Professor Flitwick inquired with a smile. System notification. Professor Phileas Flitwick's recognition level of U30. Of course, Professor, she replied, her eyes sparkling. Ollie Cran's name soon became popular among the first years. In Transfiguration class, she transformed the 3 mice on the table into delicate silver needles. In herbology class, she effortlessly identified several kinds of highly toxic fungi commonly found in the Forbidden Forest. As for potions, Snape had ceased calling on her to answer questions, as it seemed a waste of time. Within the first month of school, her notoriety among the first years had even briefly eclipsed that of the famed Harry Potter. Did you see that girl, Cran? Don't poke me, where? The one favored by the headmaster? My brother says she was adopted by the Malfoy family. Sure, she's coming. Ollie squeezed through the crowd, clutching her copy of standard spells. Level 2, as the eyes of those around her followed her closely, almost burning a hole in her back. After her deliberate display in charms class, Professor Flitwick summoned her to his office, guiding her through the first-year textbook, spell by spell. She naturally executed them with grace. She had not wasted a single day in the 3 years leading up to her enrollment. These first-year spells, she could perform with her eyes closed. The only unfortunate aspect was that the Malfoy family's library mostly contained obscure spellbooks and ancient texts. She could not practice more advanced spells, but she could learn the theory. After laboriously reading through several hefty ancient tomes, she could barely decipher ancient runes at level 30. Seeing that she had already mastered the first-year content, Professor Flitwick eagerly handed her the books for standard spells. Level 2 and Level 3, his eyes filled with admiration for the gifted student. Ollie finally squeezed her way to the end of the corridor. In front of her stood 2 or 3 upperclassmen from Slytherin, lazily leaning against the wall, seemingly with no intention of moving aside. Excuse me, coming through. The leading boy slowly turned his head, suddenly breaking into a cold smirk. In the next moment, her left shoulder was abruptly jostled, and she lost her balance, sending the books she was holding flying several meters away. Ollie coldly lifted her gaze, locking eyes with the boy who had deliberately bumped into her. Cran? Quite the busy bee, isn't it? Your name seems to echo wherever you go, he sneered. Hands in his pockets. She quickly recalled his face from memory. Dyson. For years ago, at the Malfoy family banquet, he had attempted to ask her to dance but, enraged after being rejected, had thrown a glass at her. Chapter 16. Confrontation and Rescue. Who are you? Ollie asked, her tone icy as she instinctively reached into her pocket, gripping her wand tightly. But in the next moment, rationality quickly quelled her impulse. She glanced at the panel in her mind. System Task 4. Do not lose more than 10 points within a year. This was in the corridor. And the school rules clearly prohibited the use of magic in the hallways, especially for fighting. It seems Miss Cran's memory isn't quite up to par. Shall I help you recall? Dyson leaned down, towering over her by 2 grades, his broad shoulders casting a shadow. He suddenly stepped forward. Ollie did not retreat. And the distance between them shrank dramatically. What are you pretending for? You don't really think that awakening your magic at the banquet means you're invincible, do you? He scoffed. I'm 2 whole years above you. Oh, she replied softly. I thought it was someone else. Wasn't it you who was scared silly at the Malfoy banquet? Crying and begging not to be killed? The group of Slytherins snickering beside Dyson fell silent. You. His lean face twisted in anger, his brows knitting together, reminding her of the shriveled potion mushrooms from her biology class. It's astonishing that after all these years, you've made no progress. Ollie turned away with disinterest, preparing to retrieve her fallen textbooks. Just as she was about to touch the book, the air suddenly trembled. Flames erupted. A scorching crimson spell struck the cover of her book, igniting it in an instant. She instinctively withdrew her hand but inevitably felt a searing pain on her fingertip from the sparks. The copy of Standard Spells, Level 2, borrowed from Professor Flitwick, was reduced to ashes in moments. The corridor was illuminated by the blazing fire, the acrid scent of burning paper filling the air. Dyson wore a malicious grin. What will the bookworm Ravenclaw do now that her book is burned? Go home and cry to mommy? Oh, I almost forgot. You don't have one, do you? Several third-year Slytherins whistled. Seeing that Ollie remained unmoved, he took a step closer, shoving her forcefully. Why aren't you trailing behind your precious Malfoy? Do you think he cares about the fate of this little pet of his? Their confrontation quickly drew the attention of more students in the corridor, many of whom couldn't help but tiptoe to peer in, yet dared not approach any closer. A fire raged within her heart, threatening to erupt and incinerate the repulsive face before her. Are you angry? Dyson chuckled softly, looking down at her, admiring her beautiful face now etched with frost. He slowly reached out, provocatively drawing near, and noticing her rigid spine, he shamelessly pressed his palm against her. Why so silent? Afraid to fight back? The warmth of her fingertip was tantalizingly close as Dyson was about to playfully grasp her chin, when suddenly a voice as frigid as ice resonated through the crowd. Who can tell me who has cast the flame charm in the corridor? Ollie's fingers, concealed in her pocket, momentarily halted, loosening their grip on her tightly clutched wand. Had she delayed for but a second longer, she might have truly lost control. The onlooking students instinctively recoiled as a figure in black robes strode forward, his garments billowing with an air of formidable authority. It was Professor Snape. The temperature in the corridor plummeted sharply, and all eyes turned to Dyson, even the few Slytherins behind him shrinking back surreptitiously. Snape's gaze lingered coldly on Ollie for an instant before shifting to Dyson. Dyson clenched his teeth, forcing a smile. Headmaster, we were merely 5 points from Slytherin. Snape interrupted impatiently. If your magical prowess is only sufficient to intimidate younger students, you truly bring me shame. His words were merciless, causing the color to drain from Dyson's face, contorting his lips into a grimace more grotesque than a cry. Headmaster. Dissatisfied murmurs arose from the distant crowd, questioning why Dyson's actions warranted merely a deduction of 5 points. Snape is clearly biased toward Slytherin, a Gryffindor student muttered. Snape's glare swept across the murmuring students, silencing them instantly. Are you not dispersing? He commanded, prompting the crowd to scatter like birds. Without casting another glance at anyone, Snape turned sharply, his robe swishing as he vanished around the corner. Dyson shot one last resentful look at her, hissing that this matter was far from over, and hastily departed amidst his companions. Ollie stood frozen, a searing pain radiating from her burned fingertip. Perhaps a visit to the hospital wing was in order. In the next moment, a heavy hand clapped down on her shoulder, a familiar weight. She turned to find Draco's slightly anxious gray eyes meeting hers. Draco? He was slightly out of breath, evidently having rushed over, his platinum hair tousled by the wind, his brow furrowed tightly. Ollie instinctively concealed her singed fingertip behind her back. His gaze swept over the pile of ashes on the ground, and he scoffed. How is it that you can attract trouble wherever you go? If I hadn't summoned Professor Snape. Ollie blinked, a smile tugging at her lips. So it was you who called for help? Draco's cheeks flushed slightly as he raised his chin defiantly. What did you expect? Am I to stand by and watch that empty-headed fool claim you as his? He paused, abruptly shifting the topic. If you had listened to me and joined Slytherin, you wouldn't be a target for those idiots. Joining Slytherin would mean I'd be seeing him too often, wouldn't it? She countered. Draco sneered. If you're behind me, who would dare bully you? You insisted on joining Ravenclaw, and look at your classmates now. Who's come to your aid? A bunch of cowardly bookworms. You can protect me every day? She teased. My father is a member of the Hogwarts board, he replied, raising an eyebrow. Everyone in Slytherin would respect me. But Ollie mused silently. Dyson seemed to show no respect at all. Yes, yes, she laughed lightly, tugging at his sleeve. The young master treats me the best. Chapter 17. The Challenge. The Midnight Duel. The following morning, as dawn barely broke, the hearth in the great hall crackled slowly. Ollie settled herself at the empty Slytherin long table, with a piece of letter paper. As she sat, the silver platter sensed her presence. Pausing momentarily before producing 2 fried eggs with golden yolks and several links of sausage. Clearly, the house elves had risen early to prepare this meal. Draco lounged beside her, using his potions book as a pillow, yawning widely. Ollie unfolded the letter paper, dipped her quill in ink, and began scribbling, casually asking, "Have you had your first flying lesson yet?" It was only after her flying lesson that Ollie realized her fondness for flying. The sky's unpredictability and danger captivated her. Though regrettably, the Malfoy family would never buy her a broom. Draco remained silent for a moment, before she heard him seething. Potter is just a conceited fool. He thinks he's a saint who can save the world. She vaguely recalled a scene from the original plot. Did you argue in flying class? Heh. Those Gryffindors are coddling that big idiot Longbottom, utterly clueless about riding a broom. Draco rambled on about the confrontation with Gryffindor during flying class, seeming to omit and alter many details, leaving her bewildered. So, you snatched Longbottom's crystal ball, raced Potter in the air, and ultimately you won. But Potter got caught by Professor McGonagall? She questioned, recalling that the original plot didn't unfold quite like that. Of course. I've been flying on a broom since I was a child, didn't you know? He straightened up proudly. Indeed, you fly the best, Ollie skillfully soothed, her hands never pausing as she hurriedly finished her letter after taking a quick sip of pumpkin juice. She ignored Draco as he lazily crept closer, like a small cat, peering at the letter. His light golden hair soon began to tremble with disbelief as he lifted his face. What are you joking about? Are you insane? You want to duel that fool Dyson at midnight. Main Quest 3. Win 3 duels among students and evade punishment. She had initially joined Ravenclaw to escape such trivial conflicts, but with trouble now knocking at her door, she had no reason to retreat. It was only fitting to make this arrogant Slytherin her first target. Well, in traditional wizard duels we only use wands, Ollie stated. I'll allow him to bring an assistant. And if he falls, I'll let his assistant take over. Draco looked utterly dumbfounded. Are you planning to go alone? But he is a 3rd year. And so what? She replied. And for the first time, Draco detected a hint of disdain flickering on her face. I even told him that I would only use the levitation charm. He can use all the spells he has learned over the years against me. You are truly insane. As students began to trickle into the hall for breakfast, Draco lowered his voice. He will kill you. Rest assured, Ollie said, reaching out to ruffle his hair, only to be swatted away. I won't let you be my assistant. You need not worry about being killed. In any case, the only thing I need to be concerned about is Filch's nightly patrols. Draco's face turned pale, and after a moment he seemed to resolve something within himself, reluctantly pushing his owl from his shoulder. If you want to throw your life away, I won't stop you. Ollie rolled the letter into a slender bundle, tying it to the little gray owl's leg with string, casually offering it a handful of corn as a bribe. As the great hall filled with more students, she decided it was best to leave the Slytherin table early. Don't worry, I'll come back alive tomorrow. Ollie stood and waved cheerfully at him. As the famous wizard Waskishad once said, ending a busy day with a wizard duel is certainly not a delightful affair. At midnight, Ollie lay in her 4-poster bed, staring at the starry blue canopy above until the alarm clock hidden beneath her pillow clicked. She quickly sprang up, donned the robe hanging at the foot of her bed, and slipped out of the dormitory. The corridor was shrouded in darkness, devoid of candlelight, forcing Ollie to navigate her way by touch, the frames on the walls murmuring softly and snoring. As she rounded a corner, she caught sight of Peeves hanging upside down from a chandelier, peering around. She hastened her pace towards the appointed location. She had chosen the charms practice room on the 3rd floor, which had been enchanted with a soundproofing charm, making it ideal for their rendezvous. Pushing open the large door, moonlight filtered through the half-drawn curtains, casting a shadowy figure of Dyson within the dense gloom. You're here? Dyson emerged from the shadows, clad in an incongruous, flamboyant robe, his hair seemingly slicked with gel. Did you not bring an accomplice? She asked, coldly shutting the door behind her. And neither did you, he replied, his voice husky and darkening. Kron, I am quite pleased that you've finally come to your senses. A flicker of smug satisfaction crossed his sinister visage as he stepped closer, his arm encircling her waist in an attempt to embrace her. Without a flicker of emotion, Ollie retreated sharply, evading his touch. Dyson's countenance darkened. What pretense of virtue is this? Summoning me here at midnight under the guise of a duel? What do you think I am, ignorant? If you apologize now and ingratiate yourself, perhaps I might show you a modicum of kindness. When I declare it a duel. It is indeed a duel, she scoffed. He twisted his face in disbelief. You? Do not forget I outrank you by 2 levels. Last time. You did not dare to move. Ollie slowly drew her wand from her pocket. 3rd-year spells, Flaming Fire? Stupefy? Or perhaps Protego? If you insist on being obstinate. I shan't mind watching you beg. Dyson licked his dry lips. A feeble levitation spell? You truly are foolish. Measuring the distance between them. Ollie positioned her wand vertically against her nose. Let us commence, she murmured. Dyson casually shifted his stance, too apathetic to observe the formalities of dueling. His gaze piercingly appraising her, shadowed with malice. As Ollie counted down to 2, a glint of cunning flickered in his eyes. He abruptly raised his wand and bellowed, Impedimenta. A phantom chain erupted from the tip of his wand, hurtling toward her. Anticipating his move, Ollie deftly leapt to the left, her instincts guiding her. She had no faith that he would adhere to the rules. The specter grazed her ankle, shattering into motes of light that dissipated in the air. Before Dyson could utter his next incantation, Ollie swept her wand through the air, whispering, Wingardium Leviosa. The atmosphere seemed to ripple, the chandelier above swaying uneasily. Dyson displayed a scornful sneer, which quickly morphed into unmistakable terror. Chapter 18. An encounter with 3 young ones. Dyson felt an invisible force assail him, the magic flowing with a calmness reminiscent of a gentle stream. He attempted to cleave through this power, only to realize it had morphed into an intangible cage, sealing him in a tight grip. In the next moment, his feet were abruptly lifted off the ground, a sharp pain stabbing at his scalp. The very magic was hoisting him by his hair. Dyson struggled desperately as a thread of magic, as fine as a hair, coiled around his neck, rendering him breathless. His visage gradually turning a shade of crimson as he futilely clawed at his throat. Fear expanded in his eyes. How could this be? Ollie stood calmly, gazing up at him. Did you not wish to discover what else the levitation charm could accomplish? A slight smile curled at her lips. Let me enlighten you. The air twisted abruptly. Dyson's pupils dilated as the magic enveloping him solidified in an instant, transforming into countless invisible, sharp threads that began to constrict. An unseen force swept in like a tempest from his right, hurling him against the stone wall with a resounding crash. Crack. The sound of his bones colliding echoed like breaking branches, the chandelier above swaying violently. Ugh. Dyson emitted a piercing scream, fragmented words barely escaping his lips. You bloody filch. Before his body could slide down, a more ferocious force wrenched him from the wall, flinging him to the opposite side. Boom. This time, he was cast against the window, shattering it into a cascade of glass shards that cut across his cheek and arm, droplets of blood spreading like a fine mist. Have you forgotten? This place is soundproof. Dyson. Through his blood-tinged vision, he managed to lift his gaze, where the beautiful girl stood, a smile akin to that of a heartless demon. This madwoman intends to kill him. Moreover, you lied, she stated calmly, Alohomora. The storage room door burst open, revealing 2 third-year Slytherins who tumbled out in disarray. Needing assistance to deal with the first year? The 2 hastily raised their wands, but as soon as their magic began to coalesce, her levitation charm yanked them mercilessly, tossing them through the shattered window. Dyson, buried amidst the glass shards, widened his eyes, cough cough, blood continuously oozed from his mouth. Do not worry. I merely sent them for a dip in the Black Lake. Do not interfere with our matters, she whispered softly. Ollie strolled leisurely toward him, her heavy boots crunching over the glistening shards of glass, stopping before him. She lifted her foot, the sole gently pressing against his right wrist. Were you planning to use that hand to touch my face? She inquired softly. Please, Ollie suddenly lifted her leg, and brought it down with force. Crack. The sound of bones fracturing mingled with his screams as the glass shards embedded in her soul-shredded flesh, leaving a trail of blood. Dyson writhed on the ground in agony, his face pallid, beads of sweat cascading down, but his wrist remained firmly pinned beneath her foot, immobile. She chuckled lightly. Do not forget, I still have my waist. Another heart-stopping crack echoed. Ugh. Dyson's wand was nudged from his grip, rolling across the floor. Ollie glanced at it, then stepped on it, snapping it in 2. Main Quest 3 progress updated. Win 3 duels among students 13. I fought 3 individuals. And it only counts as 1? Truly a heartless system. She cast one last glance at Dyson, sprawled amidst the glass shards, before turning away without a backward glance. Closing and locking the door to the spell practice room, Ollie exhaled slowly. If the host is discovered and punished by the school, it will still be considered a mission failure. The system's cold notification shattered the silence. Understood, she muttered. The faint sound of footsteps reached her ears, causing her heart to tense as she instinctively reached for her wand in her pocket, swiftly turning around. Cron. A youthful voice called out. Moonlight streamed through the window, illuminating 3 youthful faces. Harry Potter, Hermione Granger, and Ron Weasley. The trio from Gryffindor instinctively took a step back, eyeing her warily. It is you? She asked, astonished. What are you doing here? That question is for us to ask you, isn't it? Hermione panted, her curls disheveled and her pink nightgown appearing crumpled. Ollie's gaze fell on Harry, whose emerald eyes were fixed on her, no longer filled with the shyness of their first meeting, but now mixed with anger and suspicion. Cron. Where is Malfoy? Did he send you? Harry clenched his fists, striving to maintain his composure. He had once harbored a fondness for this girl in the robe, only to discover she had been adopted by the Malfoy family. During flying lessons, Malfoy had snatched Neville's Remember-All. He constantly sought ways to provoke Harry, and she had grown up alongside Malfoy, their bond seemingly close. He could not overlook this matter. Ollie hesitated briefly. Draco? What does he have to do with this? He arranged for Ron and me to duel at midnight in the trophy room, but he never showed up. Harry retorted angrily. Hermione lowered her voice. I told you before. Malfoy tricked you. He never intended to come. He merely wanted to hand you over to Filch. Ron rolled his eyes, clearly irritated by Hermione's words. It appeared the 3 were not yet particularly close. My presence here has nothing to do with him, Ollie replied. Hermione frowned, questioning. Then what are you doing on the 3rd floor at this hour? It seems unrelated to you. She whispered softly, as long as you do not expose me, I shall not make things difficult for you. Before she could finish her words, her brow twitched, and a faint sound of chains dragging across the floor reached her from the end of the corridor. The door to the Aragog chamber swung wide open. Quickly, Ollie dispelled the spell, and pushed open the door to the spell practice room once more, turning to find the 3 still frozen in place. Without hesitation, she seized the wrist of the nearest Harry. Filch is coming. Harry stumbled as she dragged him inside, nearly colliding with the doorframe. Hurry in, she urged in a hushed tone. Hermione and Ron, snapping back to reality, hurriedly followed suit, shutting the door behind them and pressing their ears against the wooden panel. The 4 held their breath, and soon they could hear Filch's voice outside. You cannot hide from me. I heard a sound. Time seemed to stretch infinitely until the footsteps, accompanied by the soft purring of Mrs. Norris, gradually receded. Only then did Harry exhale in relief, suddenly realizing that Ollie was still gripping his wrist. Her fingertips were soft and cold, gently resting against his wrist bone, feather-light, sending a slight shiver through him. He swallowed, feeling his ears flush with warmth, and subtly twisted his wrist. Oh, I apologize. Ollie quickly released him. Why is this classroom so cold? The draft is creeping down my spine, Ron muttered, rubbing his arms as his gaze fell upon the shattered window. What on earth happened here? Harry and Hermione swiftly turned around, only to be greeted by a gruesome sight. Bloodstains mingled with shards of glass, and the unconscious form of a person lay sprawled on the floor. Who is this? Harry dared to step forward, faintly recognizing the Slytherin robes. He abruptly turned. You came out of this classroom, didn't you? 3 pairs of astonished, wary eyes pinned Ollie in place, yet she merely chuckled slowly. If you promise not to speak of this, I shall not expose your nocturnal escapades, she said. If you do, though I would prefer not to, I will throw you out of the window as well. Offending the protagonists of a story is never wise. She sighed internally. If only she had mastered the oblivion charm, she could have compelled them to swear an oath. These 3 children were rather endearing. Neither hitting nor scolding seemed appropriate. Harry and Hermione simultaneously raised their wands at her. Expelliarmus. She calmly recited the incantation, and in the next moment, Hermione felt her body lighten as she was lifted into the air. Chaos ensued. Ron, who had just rolled his eyes at Hermione, quickly grasped her ankle, attempting to pull her down, while Harry brandished his wand, advancing toward her. Cron, put Hermione down. His emerald eyes flickered with fury. Ollie raised an eyebrow and effortlessly lifted Harry as well. His eyes widened in shock as he flailed helplessly in midair. You. Hermione panicked, kicking her legs in vain, her slippers flying off and nearly striking her head. Ron's face turned crimson as he took a deep breath, gritting his teeth and lunging at her. She raised her wand, and 2 seconds later, all 3 were suspended in the air, exchanging wide-eyed glances with her. I said, I do not wish to harm you, Ollie sighed. We are all fellow night wanderers. Why must it be this way? Chapter 19. Tears and Alibis. The following day, as Ollie stepped out of the common room, she was summoned to Professor Snape's office. The dimly lit room was furnished austere, with shelves lined with countless potion vials, matching the brooding demeanor of its owner. Snape sat in a high-backed chair, tapping his fingers rhythmically on the desk. Do you know why I have called you here? He inquired, his deep, dark eyes fixed on her. Ollie cautiously met his gaze. Is it because there was an issue with my last potion essay, Professor? I substituted the daffodil root with. Snape interrupted her. Enough. Where were you last night between 11:30 and 12:30? I was in the dormitory completing my assignments, Professor. Who can vouch for your whereabouts? Padma Patil and Mandy Brocklehurst, my roommates, but they had gone to bed early last night. So there are no witnesses. Snape's gaze fell impatiently. Luther Dyson, a third-year Slytherin, was found this morning in the third-floor spell practice room. He has multiple fractures, ribs piercing organs leading to internal bleeding, and a crushed wrist. Upon regaining consciousness, he identified you. Me? Ollie's pupils dilated, her face displaying shock and distress. Professor, I'm only a first year. How could I possibly harm a third year? His parents have already arrived. Demanding a thorough investigation by the school, Snape replied coldly. There exists a curse known as the rebound charm. With a little time, I can see the last few spells you cast last night. Ollie bit her lip and, with determination, placed her wand on the table. You may inspect it at your leisure. All the spells I cast were those Professor Flitwick required us to master in class. A splendid excuse, Snape scoffed. You have a grudge against Dyson. The entire Hogwarts is aware of it. You had a motive to harm him. Just then, the office door swung open abruptly, and Professor Flitwick strode in briskly. Severus, Miss Ollie is not involved in this matter. Flitwick approached Ollie, offering a reassuring smile as he gently patted her hand. 2 days ago, Mr. Dyson publicly humiliated Miss Ollie. The entire Ravenclaw Tower heard it clearly. Now, he is injured and immediately points the finger at her. Doesn't he that warrant suspicion? Snape frowned. You are letting your emotions cloud your judgment, Phileas. Your student is clearly a prodigy in spellcasting. Hurting a third year is not a difficult task. I believe her, Flitwick said, extending his right arm to shield Ollie behind him. Miss Ollie has excelled since her enrollment, and has never violated school rules. In contrast, your student Dyson has a long-standing reputation for bullying the weak. The atmosphere in the office grew tense, the two headmasters locking eyes defiantly. A soft sound of a tear hitting fabric echoed clearly in the silence. Flitwick abruptly looked up, his eyes widening in surprise as he saw his little prodigy with tears welling up in her eyes, gently tugging on his sleeve. Ollie bowed her head, her shoulders trembling. Professor, I truly do not know what happened. I'm so scared. I just want to study diligently. Professor, will I be expelled? Her nose reddened from crying, glistening tears cascading down her cheeks, evoking sympathy. Miss Ollie. He quickly produced a handkerchief, rising on tiptoe to place the small, white cloth into her palm, anxiously reassuring her. You will not be expelled, my dear. This matter does not concern you at all. System prompt. Teacher Phileas Flitwick's approval rating is 25, current 55. Snape scoffed from the side. If you wish to cry, then cry. Flitwick turned sharply, his voice rising. Severus, you are being too harsh. She is still just a child. While Flitwick continued to argue with Snape, Ollie stepped out of the office, unexpectedly finding Draco waiting by the door with his hands in his pockets. Hey Ollie, he approached her, noticing the tears she had not fully wiped away. What's wrong? Draco grasped her wrist, pulling her closer, her eyes slightly red, tears resembling exquisite pearls that inexplicably twisted his heart. Ollie paused, realizing she had gotten too immersed in her performance and forgotten to wipe her tears. Did you get caught last night? Or is Professor Snape giving you a hard time? He suddenly softened his tone, asking in an unexpectedly gentle manner. I wasn't caught, she whispered. Then why are you crying? Draco pressed on, his gaze fixed intently on her tears. Ollie wished she could say it was just a yawn. She vaguely tugged at his sleeve. I ran into Potter last night. Why did you deceive them? Draco anxiously glanced back at Snape's office. Let us discuss this elsewhere. The autumn breeze was gentle on the lawn at the end of the corridor, and nameless wildflowers swayed at their feet. So you were afraid I would get caught. And that's why you misled Potter to divert Filch's attention. Ollie incredulously reiterated. What's wrong with that? Draco ground his molars, his gaze evasive as he turned his face away. Isn't it you who always stirs up trouble? It's just a chance for Potter to face a bit of hardship. She couldn't help but laugh at his flushed ears. Though not present, you are far more reliable than Dyson's assistant. Ollie reached out to tousle his hair. Due to the lack of evidence, the case concerning Luther Dyson ultimately fizzled out. The Dyson family created quite a commotion at Hogwarts, threatening to make her pay. The incident stirred such a ruckus that even the Board of Governors took notice. Her wand, having undergone a time reversal spell check, recorded only the basic spells of the first-year curriculum, the levitation charm and the unlocking charm. Consequently, she was swiftly cleared of suspicion, and the matter was ultimately diffused by Dumbledore. Since that day, Ollie had not seen Dyson at Hogwarts again. He was withdrawn from school after being taken away, and the matter was conclusively resolved. Only Professor McGonagall sternly emphasized during breakfast the prohibition against students sneaking out for nocturnal escapades. No one dared to cause trouble thereafter. Perhaps the two she had thrown into the Black Lake had leaked the news, for the Slytherins they encountered cast her wary glances. The other students exhibited no reaction. After all, Dyson had long been held in low esteem, using his family's status to bully younger students, which had already roused widespread resentment. Now that he had fallen from grace, no one felt pity for him. During the investigation, Ollie had become quite familiar with her two roommates. Padma Patil and Mandy Brocklehurst were vivacious, often gathering to gossip and laugh, discussing the latest divination tidbits from the Biting Fairy Weekly, or the new women's robes at the Transfiguration Boutique. Ollie, stop writing that paper. Mandy yanked the parchment from in front of her, the long roll tumbling onto the carpet. How long have you written? 4 feet, Ollie replied. A history of magic paper on the golden age of alchemy. I've written nearly half a foot in citations. Padma exclaimed, goodness. You're making me feel unworthy of being a Ravenclaw, Ollie. Mandy remarked. Ollie had just finished reading standard spells, level 3 that week, and had effortlessly cast her first binding spell, finding it not difficult at all. She couldn't quite grasp what Dyson had to boast about. Alright, I won't write anymore. She raised her hand in a mock plea. Where shall we go for fun today? Together. I heard from Hufflepuff's Hannah that the house elves made pumpkin pasties, Mandy suggested. Shall we sneak into the kitchen for an early bite? Ollie remembered today was Halloween. Would there be some at dinner too? Padma hesitated. The fresh ones are better. Plus, Hannah mentioned a handsome second-year boy promised to teach them how to make pumpkin pasties. So you've been waiting here? Ollie laughed. Let us go. Chapter 20 Halloween. The heart rate monitor. Ollie followed Padma and Mandy to the door of the kitchen, the farthest place from the Ravenclaw common room, one high in the astronomy tower, and the other hidden deep underground. The underground corridor was brightly lit, with a still life painting of fruit adorning the stone walls, featuring a pear lazily hanging from a branch. Mandy expertly reached out her finger to scratch its skin. The pear suddenly shrank and then burst into a fit of giggles, transforming into a doorknob. The school kitchen was as large as the great hall above, with copper bowls piled against the walls and 4 long tables laden with fresh ingredients. In the deepest recess of the kitchen, over a dozen first-year Hufflepuffs were gathered, clumsily kneading pumpkin pasty dough, their faces, sleeves, and noses dusted with flour. Slow down, Ibwa. You need to add more sugar at this step. A gentle male voice emerged from the crowd. Ollie abruptly halted, a disconcerting rumble of thunder echoing in her ears despite being indoors underground. Was it too late for her to leave? The moment he sensed her presence, he looked up. His gaze locked onto her. Joybeck, clad in a bright yellow apron and with flour on his hands, offered a warm smile. Ollie, you didn't tell me you were coming. He brushed off the flour on his hands and walked briskly toward her. Ollie instinctively wanted to step back, but was simultaneously caught by Padma and Mandy. How could you be so inconsiderate? You never told me you knew such a handsome guy. Padma exclaimed. If she had known the handsome boy Padma mentioned was him, she would never have set foot in here. Joy approached her, bending down to rest his knee. Meeting her gaze, Ollie, how about I teach you to make pumpkin pasties? You always used to pester me for them. He leaned in too close for comfort. Ollie's instinct was to frown, the damp, oppressive breath washing over her like an unsealed window on a stormy night. Yet she couldn't afford to confront him here just yet. Padma and Mandy had insisted on playing with her for a long time. She didn't want to dampen the spirits of the two girls. Moreover, she needed to discern how that 90-point favorability rating had come about. Padma curiously inquired. Do you know Ollie? Joy chuckled lightly. I know more than just her. As he spoke, he glanced at her as if recalling the unpleasantness of their encounter in the corridor, and he chose not to continue. Ollie instinctively checked the system panel in her mind. The main line required targets included Draco, Harry, and Theodore. Joy was not among them. Draco's favorability was at 50, while Harry and Theodore's remained a nebulous fog. Meanwhile, at the bottom, Joy's name was illuminated with a striking 90. Besides them, the interface displayed many, presumably representing characters yet to be unlocked. This was peculiar. Joy evidently bore animosity toward the original host, yet the system had assigned him nearly full marks in favorability. Unless there was a data error, it indicated that this favorability might not be simply about affection. Ollie's thoughts swirled, and just as she was about to delve deeper, the system suddenly chimed in. Detection of host doubt regarding favorability, unlocking special heart rate monitor. can gauge emotional fluctuations through heart rate changes to detect the target's true feelings. Ollie scoffed inwardly. Not allowed to question your authority? Fine. She would see if Joy's 90 points of favorability were genuine. The next moment, a steady heartbeat echoed in her ears, thumping as if her heart were pressed against her eardrum. A chill washed over Ollie, yet she abruptly lifted her head, flashing Joy a smile. All right, teach me. She stepped closer, nearly pressing against him, her gaze fixed intently on his dark pupils. Joy lowered his eyes to look at her, his expression still calm. Yet she heard the heartbeat in her ears quickening, like a drum, causing her head to spin. Thud 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 thud. At the long table, first-year students kneaded their dough while chattering excitedly about the theme of this year's Halloween feast being a pumpkin banquet, with all desserts related to pumpkins. You're not kneading hard enough, Joy's voice came from behind her. He braced himself against the table, almost encircling her. The breath behind her drew near. His presence pressing down, Ollie instinctively tensed her spine, struggling to endure the relentless thumping in her ears. The original host's body reacted with instinctive tension whenever encountering Joy. Their relationship was certainly no simple matter. Joy's fingertips brushed against the back of her hand, sending a shock through her, and she immediately wanted to withdraw. But he held her firmly yet gently in place. Beck, I find it utterly unimaginable that you can maintain such composure even now, Ollie murmured softly. You are aware that I lied that night. I have grown accustomed to it, he replied gently, his warm breath grazing the nape of her neck. You have always had a penchant for deception. He firmly grasped her hand, demonstratively kneading it as though it were dough. Ollie chuckled softly. Are you not resentful that I stole your dreams of grandeur? The rhythmic thumping of her heart slowed slightly. What of resentment? He replied in a low voice. That time. You emerged victorious. She retorted with a hint of sarcasm. Have you ever felt the sting of Mary's whip since then? After all, her loyal hound betrayed her. Just as you framed me back then. Joy suddenly laughed. Indeed. Would you like to see? The next moment she found her wrists caught, abruptly thrust against the corner of the kitchen wall. Hannah had successfully stacked everyone's pumpkin pie dough into a tower, and cheers erupted among the group. Oblivious to the commotion in the corner, Joy's slender fingers tightened around the base of her fingers, guiding her hand to slowly peel back his sleeve. His entire right arm was a tapestry of intersecting scars. Her fingertips grazed over his skin, the coarse old scars mingling with fresh wounds, grotesque and terrifying, presenting a stark contrast to his fair and handsome visage. These are all you're doing, Joy's darkened eyes bore into hers. Do not wrap yourself in the guise of a victim, Ollie retorted breathlessly, catching sight of a first-year student glancing their way. Your wounds should be twice as many. Joy remained silent, merely leaning closer. Suddenly, a heavy footfall interrupted their actions. The kitchen floor began to tremble, the chandelier swayed violently, and a foul stench wafted in through the ajar door, reminiscent of putrid, fermented muck, nauseating in its intensity. The first years fell silent, their gazes instinctively drawn to the entrance. Something, not far from the door, was dragging enormous feet, moving slowly. A hooded little sprite peeked out, turning pale and collapsing to the ground, screaming. There's a troll in the corridor. Chapter 21. The kitchen troll, acknowledged. After a brief silence, the kitchen erupted into chaos. Hannah Ibwa shrieked in terror, and several first-year wizards scrambled backward in a panic. Clang. Someone inadvertently kicked over a copper basin, producing a jarring clatter. The footsteps outside hesitated for a moment, then hastened, thundering towards the kitchen, the stench growing ever more potent. In the next instant, Ollie was yanked by a force, suddenly falling into a cold, fragrant embrace. Joy's arm encircled her waist, pressing her firmly into the corner, shielding her with his body. Stay still, Hyde, he commanded. His face was mere inches away, his breath a soft whisper, his hand firmly clasping her wrist. Behind them, the Hufflepuff students began to weep, their fearful sobs echoing throughout the kitchen. Yet Joy did not spare a glance in their direction. Ollie forcefully broke free from his grasp, swiftly drawing her wand from her pocket. With a decisive flick, she sealed the kitchen door. Barricade the entrance. Otherwise it may burst in. She shouted to the sprite at the door, then seized the closest sprite. You. Go alert the professors. The sprite timidly nodded and vanished with a pop. Stop. Ollie shot off a few sparks above her head, finally quieting the panicked young wizards. She stepped forward and gently embraced the sobbing Hannah. You will be fine. The professors should all be in the Great Hall, and they will come soon. Hannah buried her face in Ollie's shoulder, stifling her cries. Ollie instructed the first-year wizards to balance copper basins atop their heads and crouch in the corner. If it comes in, I and the sprite will hold it off. You form a line along the right corridor and run close to the wall. Do not make too much noise. It may not be very intelligent. but it will attack the most conspicuous target. Subsequently, she levitated a long table with a spell, positioning it in front of the door. After completing her preparations, she cautiously approached the door, holding her breath to listen for sounds beyond. Heavy breaths pressed against the door, the wood creaking ominously. Boom. The troll suddenly kicked the door. The door shuddered violently, a massive crack appearing. Through the fissure, she glimpsed the troll's visage. Towering over 10 feet, its skin as rough and unyielding as granite. Its enormous frame covered in grotesque lumps. The little wizards huddled in the corner stifled their screams, while some of the more timid children began to cry once more. Ollie carefully retreated, but Joy seized her arm, only to be forcefully shaken off. His expression darkened, yet he merely retreated to the side in silence. The troll let out a low growl, seemingly preparing to strike again. But in the next moment it suddenly halted. The kitchen fell into a hushed stillness, everyone holding their breath. The troll tilted its head, emitting a deep grunt towards the door's crack. 1 second, 2 seconds. It flared its nostrils, carefully sniffing the air, then slowly turned around, dragging its heavy footsteps away. Only when the stench of decay had completely dissipated did Ollie finally exhale in relief. The young wizards, still balancing copper basins atop their heads, exchanged tense glances, the kitchen enveloped in a suffocating silence. Eventually, Padma and Mandy cautiously approached, tugging at her robe's hem. "Ollie, has the troll left? I'll go check." Ollie moved closer to the door. A faint trace of the foul odor lingered in the air, but the troll's footsteps had long since faded. Suddenly, loud footsteps echoed in the corridor. The long table at the entrance abruptly levitated. And then the kitchen door swung open with a resounding crash, several dark figures swiftly entering. It was Flitwick, McGonagall, Snape, and a breathless, visibly shaken Quirrell. "Professors." Ollie rushed forward, urgently grasping Flitwick's sleeve. "The troll has left." It ascended the stairs from the opposite end of the corridor. McGonagall and Snape exchanged swift glances. "Phileas, stay here." Before the words had fully left her lips, the professors turned and hurried up the stairs. Flitwick nervously circled among the students to ensure no one was injured. Once he confirmed everyone was unharmed, he let out a sigh of relief. "Well done, children. You maintained your composure in a crisis and promptly dispatched a sprite to alert us. That was an exceptional judgment." "Headmaster." Mandy eagerly pulled Ollie over. "It was all Ollie's idea. She protected us all." The other young wizards nodded earnestly, their eyes shining with admiration as they looked at her. Flitwick's expression shifted to one of surprise and appreciation. "Miss Ollie, you shall earn Ravenclaw 10 points for your extraordinary calmness and wisdom." System notification. Professor Phileas Flitwick's approval rating, 20 current, 75. After calming the frightened students, Ollie followed the crowd upstairs under Flitwick's guidance. At the entrance of the girls' restroom on the first floor, she caught sight of Harry, Hermione, and Ron standing by the door. Hermione's robe was splattered with muck, while Harry and Ron's hair was a tousled mess. The area outside the restroom bore traces of chaos, with water-soaked floors and several broken stones scattered about. She recalled a fragment of the original plot. This must be the moment when the trio officially became inseparable? With keen interest, she cast a glance their way, only to lock eyes with Harry. Upon seeing her, he seemed to recall the events of that fateful night, and an eruption of anger blazed in his deep green eyes. His hands clenched slightly, glaring at her like a wild animal baring its teeth. Observing this, Ollie deliberately halted, arching her blue eyes and flashing him a sweet smile. Harry's body stiffened, his expression suddenly morphing into a complex blend of confusion. Indeed, he was still just a child. A smile involuntarily crept onto Ollie's lips as she beheld his vexed and frustrated expression, prompting her to turn with a light-hearted gait and walk away. From November to December, Ollie found herself immersed in the library, as the weather had taken a distinct turn for the colder. Through the windows, she could observe the misty mountains surrounding Hogwarts. Shrouded in a thick, damp fog, she had encountered Hermione Granger several times in the library. Yet each time their eyes met, Hermione would huff disdainfully, lifting her chin and striding past her. Transfiguration and Immortality? Madame Pants, the librarian, lifted her gaze to scrutinize the frequent patron of the library. "This book resides in the restricted section, my dear. You will require a professor's signature." Ollie nodded, putting away her list of borrowed books. With Christmas approaching, vibrant red and green satin ribbons adorned the corridors, while sparkling icicles dangled from the spruce trees. Perhaps she could seize an opportunity to explore the restricted section one night during the holiday, fulfilling a task assigned by the system. Professor Flitwick had come to trust her immensely, yet she hesitated to rush into borrowing forbidden tomes. It was still too early for a first-year student. As Ollie exited the library, she spotted Draco waiting at the entrance. The frigid wind that swept through the corridor made him shiver, tightly wrapping himself in his cloak. "I'm heading home for Christmas. Are you coming with me?" he inquired. Ollie shook her head. "I've signed up to stay at school. I still have a few books to finish." Truth be told, she had little desire to return to Malfoy Manor for the holidays. In previous years, she had spent Christmas alone with Dobby in the house elf quarters, sitting across from each other, poking at cold toast with forks, while distant melodies floated from the main house. She would much prefer to spend a delightful evening in the restricted section. Draco huffed, "All you ever do is read. How did I end up with a friend like you?" She chuckled, extending her hands and gently covering his frostbitten ears with her fingertips. "It's freezing out here. You can head back early, no need to wait for me. Who's waiting for you? I just happened to be passing by." The icy touch of her palms seemed to ignite warmth in his ears. Chapter 22. A Christmas Night in the Library. The Christmas holiday had officially commenced. The morning alarm rang incessantly, and Ollie emerged groggily from her cocoon of blankets, the dormitory cloaked in darkness. She fumbled for the bedside lamp. Noting that the neighboring beds were empty, Mandy and Padma had long since taken the train home for the festivities. Rubbing her eyes, she stood barefoot on the carpet, her toes brushing against something, 3 small packages. On the eve of this Christmas, Ollie sighed deeply, feeling the mere 4 silver sickles in her pocket. The Malfoys had ensured her basic needs at the manor, but there was no possibility of additional pocket money. In previous years, she could craft origami fire-breathing dragons for Draco as Christmas gifts, but now that they were older, gift-giving had transformed into a formal social exchange. She could not present such juvenile tokens any longer. Thus, she used her remaining 4 sickles to purchase a bottle of luminescent blue ink for Draco, and sent bags of Honeyduck's handmade caramel apples to Padma and Mandy. She was now so impoverished that she could scarcely afford a single canute. Once the holiday concluded, it would be time to earn some money. Seated cross-legged, Ollie began to unwrap her gifts. Draco had sent her a box brimming with confections. Upon opening the lid, a rich aroma of caramel and nuts wafted towards her. Half of the box was filled with golden, crispy caramel hazelnut tarts, while the other half overflowed with rose peach pastries, their flaky layers infused with fragrant rose preserves and delicate peach puree. Draco had mentioned in his letter that these were his mother's culinary creations. She could only imagine how Narcissa would react if she discovered he had clandestinely shared half the treats with her. Padma gifted her a pair of charming light blue gloves adorned with embroidery, while Mandy's present was a box of ribbon hairbands. She cherished every item, and after arranging the gifts neatly, she tucked the box securely beneath her bed. With rare leisure on her hands, she retrieved the ribbon hairband and, facing the mirror, fashioned a loose braid. Her thick rose gold curls cascaded down, and the ornate hairband added a touch of elegance. Surely, it would look even better paired with a lovely dress. Unfortunately, she only possessed one that Draco had gifted her, and it was too small. How terribly impoverished she felt. With a sense of melancholic yearning, she made her way to the great hall. The hall was sparsely populated, each long table laden with glistening roast chickens, Christmas cakes, and crackers. Outside the snow-laden hills, students frolicked joyfully, rolling around and pelting each other with snowballs. She diligently unwrapped crackers throughout the afternoon, revealing 3 feather quills, 5 pairs of woolen socks, and a handful of hard candies, perfect to supplement her meager resources. As night descended, the snowball-weary students returned to the common room, cheeks flushed and breathless. Ollie quietly rose and headed towards the door, resolved to explore the restricted section. The Christmas night at Hogwarts was eerily silent, candles flickering gently, and even the moving portraits on the walls seemed to succumb to slumber. The restricted section lay at the back of the library, separated by a golden rope. Ollie nimbly stepped over it. Inside the dimly lit library, the sound of a pin dropping could be heard, and the books whispered in an almost imperceptible manner, creating an atmosphere of foreboding. According to the system task, she needed to select a book and read it in its entirety. The tomes in the restricted section were not solely focused on dark magic. Many contained perilous, lost, and highly controversial studies of magic. Ollie surveyed her surroundings. The spines of most books bore ancient runes, their faded and distorted characters forming an incoherent, dizzying jumble that made her head spin at a mere glance. As she cautiously reached for a yellowed cover, a faint rustling sound emerged from behind her. A flash of red light shot through the air. Her heart raced as Ollie instinctively leaped to the right. The red light brushed past her shoulder, striking the edge of a bookshelf. Who goes there? Disarm. She swiftly concealed herself in the shadows of the bookshelf, murmuring the incantation. The spell struck the assailant's wrist, sending their wand flying from their grasp. And she leaped forward, firmly grasping it in her palm. Main Task 3 Progress Updated. Win 3 duels between students 23. This counts as a duel? Wait, a student? The person paused for a moment before slowly stepping out from the corner. Nott. Ollie exclaimed in surprise. Theodore Nott approached. Still as slender as he had been in years past, his handsome face pale and detached in the moonlight, resembling a shadow on a winter's night. It's been a while, she said, offering back the wand with a smile. Attacking upon first meeting is rather unfriendly. Theodore's gaze lingered for a moment on her flamboyant hairband before his lips parted slightly. Are you planning to throw me out of the window? The speed at which Slytherin gossip spread was astonishing, she retorted. I didn't expect the same from you. He remained silent, merely crouching down, his gaze scanning the blurred golden letters on the bookshelf. The restricted section was shrouded in dim light, and moonlight illuminated his sharply defined nose. After a moment, Ollie finally heard him speak. Crane. She stood on tiptoe and pulled a large black-covered book from the shelf. The title was decipherable. The Fallacy of Prophecy, Time and Destiny. You understand ancient runes? A little, Ollie replied. What of it? He did not respond. Suddenly rising and stepping closer to her, his voice barely above a whisper. Let us make a deal. Help me decipher a book. What kind? She inquired, intrigued. Theodore's shadow loomed over her. He stood too close for comfort, close enough for her to discern the faint shadow beneath his lashes. About the bloodline curse. After a prolonged pause, he finally managed to utter coldly, his expression slightly darkening. Ollie pondered for a moment. That sounds rather perilous. This book in your hands is hardly secure, he immediately retorted, his tone thickening with intensity. Perhaps it's best to refrain from this. Suddenly, he grasped her arm tightly, the force causing her to wince in pain. Theodore fixed his unwavering gaze upon her, the usual calmness of his expression fracturing for a fleeting moment. His eyes tinged with a hint of crimson. Not release me. As if belatedly realizing his breach of decorum, he abruptly loosened his grip and recoiled a step. As if shocked, silence enveloped the space between them. That is not the manner of one who seeks assistance, Ollie muttered, rubbing her arm. If you wish for my help, you ought to offer something of value. He stared at her, his breathing still uneven, yet his words came swiftly. Class notes from upper years, the Nott family's collection, historical research materials on Babson. What do you desire? And what else? This alone is insufficient, she replied, a smirk narrowing her eyes. Crane, do not push your luck. He clenched his jaw, his chest beginning to heave. All right, do not be so tempestuous, akin to Draco's perpetual ire. Ollie finally caught a trace of anger on his otherwise impassive face. Indeed, provoking an iceberg proved to be quite entertaining. She admitted to herself a penchant for mischief. She curved her lips. My request is simple. Just come by to play a few games of wizard's chess with me over the next few days. As if taken aback by her proposal, Theodore hesitated. He studied her in silence for a moment. Her eyes mirrored the color of the sky, yet were richer and more vibrant, now gleaming with a mischievous smile. The oppressive atmosphere surrounding them dissipated slightly, as Theodore coldly averted his gaze and thrust a book into her embrace. Do not compare me to Malfoy. Chapter 23. The Arena of Strife 2, Herbology Class Greenhouse. The following day, as Ollie stepped out of her dormitory, she spotted Theodore lounging on the sofa in the Ravenclaw common room. The book in her hands tumbled to the floor. How did you get in here? He did not lift his head, resting it coldly on his hand. I entered to answer questions. It was true. The Ravenclaw common room was always welcoming to the astute. Ollie retrieved her book and sat opposite him. I glanced at the book you gave me last night. It is quite intricate. It likely discusses the blood magic of ancient pureblood families. Am I correct? Theodore unfolded the chessboard on the table, nodding almost imperceptibly. I will transcribe a translation for you, but it will take time, if all goes well. I can provide it by the start of the second year, she said. Theodore softly acknowledged her, maneuvering his pieces forward on the board. Aren't you in a hurry? Ollie inquired. Eventually, all will be revealed, Theodore replied, as his knight leapt into action, crushing one of her pieces. During the remaining days of the Christmas break, Theodore consistently met her in the Ravenclaw common room to play chess. Their wizard's pieces engaged in relentless battles, shattered pieces repeatedly stacked back onto the board, only to be crushed again and again. Ollie counted roughly. She had won 50 matches, while Theodore had secured 48, a near 50-50 split. His chess skills had noticeably improved since 3 or 4 years ago, a fact she adamantly refused to acknowledge. By the start of the term, she had completed half of the book borrowed from the restricted section. This could potentially become her first completed systematic academic task of the year. In early spring, Hogwarts was draped in a persistent cold rain, the grass wilting as if reluctant to commence the new term, mirroring the lethargy of the young witches and wizards. Children. Today's herbology class involves learning to care for ice blue mint. This plant thrives in cold environments, Professor Sprout announced in the greenhouse beside the castle. Maintain appropriate lighting and moisture levels. Please pair up now. Ollie donned her dragon leather gloves, tightening them to ensure her slender fingers were fully encased. The herbology class was held jointly with Slytherin, and during every grouping, Draco would make a point to approach her. However, today was different. Theodore stood nearby, naturally setting his goggles and pruning shears beside her. Are you pairing with me? She asked in a hushed tone, quickly glancing toward Draco, who was still laughing with Slytherin's Blaze Zabini, oblivious to the unfolding situation. Is that not permissible? His voice was indistinct amidst the patter of rain. Who were you paired with before? Ollie couldn't help but glance back at Draco. I was alone, Theodore replied. He paused, lowering his gaze to her. We played 98 games of chess over the break. Ollie was momentarily taken aback. So let us continue, he succinctly responded, donning his goggles and fastening the strap securely. Wait, but Draco, she began, shifting her gaze back to Draco, who was now gathering his tools, preparing to approach. He has not come over first, Theodore remarked nonchalantly, turning slightly to obstruct her view. Before she could respond, Theodore directly handed her the goggles, simultaneously shifting the planting tray in front of her closer to him. A sense of foreboding settled over her. That ominous intuition was validated moments later. As Draco approached with his toolbox, his steps abruptly halted. Ollie had just unearthed half of the ice blue mint root from the soil, when she felt a sudden grip on her arm, yanking her backward unceremoniously. What is going on? Draco frowned, glaring at her with accusation. Why is Nott here? He wanted to join us, her mind raced. You see, he was alone before. And you two have always been on good terms, right? Draco shot Theodore a skeptical glance. Is that so? He seemed quite content on his own. One person is much more efficient than having someone unskilled dragging behind, Theodore replied, looking at Ollie while handing her a packet of seeds, his eyes never fully meeting hers. Draco's temples throbbed with irritation, a familiar frustration bubbling to the surface. The next moment, Ollie felt her left shoulder harshly nudged as Draco's fluffy golden head wedged itself between her and Theodore. Professor Sprout, noticing the commotion, turned her gaze toward them with curiosity. Children, what is happening? Professor, can we form a group of 3? Ollie immediately raised her hand. Nott is on his own. Of course. Professor Sprout appeared pleased, Mr. Nott has previously been reluctant to collaborate. It is commendable that he is now willing to integrate into a team. Ollie vowed this was the most exasperating herbology class she had ever attended. For the entire 45 minutes, Draco would snatch the seeds Theodore passed to her and personally place them in Ollie's palm. Whenever she aimed to prune the new shoots, he would insist on helping her with the scissors. You're unusually proactive today, she remarked, wiping the sweat from her brow. Didn't you despise getting your hands dirty before? Draco replied with firm conviction, this is called teamwork. Suddenly, Theodore turned, circumventing a few classmates to stand at Ollie's right side. Your previous progress was far too slow, he remarked, idly fiddling with a mint leaf, his tone flat. The fertilization is insufficient. The leaves have not developed properly. Really? What should we do? Ollie leaned closer to Theodore, scrutinizing the tender leaves in his grasp, realizing he spoke the truth. Prune from here, turn the soil, and sprinkle in the fertilizer. His breath brushed against her ear. She nodded, deftly beginning to turn the soil, smoothly passing the nutrient powder to Theodore, her movements fluid and practiced. Ollie was so engrossed in her task that she failed to notice how closely she had leaned toward Theodore, their shoulders nearly touching. Theodore's shoulder tensed slightly. He intended to shift away, yet he remained still. With the infusion of nutrient powder and growth solution, the mint plant revealed a more vibrant hue, while Draco inexplicably felt an urge to viciously chop it to pieces. In the next moment, Ollie reached out for the scissors, but before her hand could even make contact, Draco had already snatched them away. You're so clumsy. Be careful not to damage the blades, he remarked, tilting his chin up and speaking languidly. Resigned, Ollie turned her attention back to Theodore. Hand me the nutrient solution. Sure, Theodore replied. The scissors in Draco's hand snipped sharply, severing an innocent mint stem. Just then, Professor Sprout strolled by and upon witnessing the scene, nodded in approval. Well done, children. This plant looks far healthier than it did last semester. Ollie concurred, though she couldn't help but think of the stem that Draco had just cut. Not bad at all, Nott. I didn't know you were so proficient in herbology. Ollie whispered in admiration. Would you mind being in a group with Draco and me in the future? She spoke with genuine earnestness. After all, the system's academic task required her to excel in herbology, and she couldn't allow Theodore to outshine her. Chapter 24. Selling Notes. The Weasley Twins. In the library after herbology class, Taking advantage of Madame Pance's distraction, Ollie gently nudged Draco's hand beneath the table. Draco propped the hefty tome of introduction to potion making against the table to shield her inquisitive gaze. Here, have a piece of candy? A creamy peanut butter fudge was thrust into her palm, only to roll onto the floor as he twisted it with his fingertips. Are you upset? Do you think I shouldn't have invited Nott? Ollie inquired, flipping through her standard spells. Level 3 textbook as she contemplated a lucrative idea she had devised over the past few days. You enjoy collaborating with efficient individuals so much. Perhaps you should refrain from seeking me out in the future, he finally managed to squeeze out after a prolonged silence. Ollie set aside her finished parchment and picked up a thick stack of notes she had meticulously organized the previous night. I always thought you got along well with Nott. Didn't you grow up together? Draco scoffed. The one who always wore a sour expression while growing up alongside me is clearly me. Ollie laughed. Draco's face flushed, and he kicked her sharply under the table. As the Easter holiday approached, the professor's assignments became increasingly demanding. Professor McGonagall assigned 3 essays on transfiguration, while Snape required them to submit a flawless sleeping potion. For most students, these assignments consumed their already limited time. Not to mention those who had to participate in Quidditch or club activities. Draco's mood was evidently sour as he slammed his book shut with a thud. Damn history of magic. Ben's class is even more soporific than sleeping potions. It seemed he recalled something, adding, speaking of history of magic. Did you know that today Crabbe actually answered a question from Professor Binns? He actually can. Oh, I sold him my class notes, Ollie interjected. What did you learn? 5 galleons per subject, she replied. I told him that if he bought them, he would definitely pass the exam and avoid being held back. As she spoke, she pulled a stack of parchment from her bag and slid it across the table to Draco. Draco skeptically flipped through the notes, the ink clear and elegant, the formatting neat, and the content easily comprehensible. After perusing a few pages, his expression shifted slightly. This was not merely a set of ordinary class notes. It was a refined and optimized version. Not only had she listed key knowledge points, but she had also summarized numerous answering techniques, and even annotated some details that were not discussed in class, such as, the devil's snare requires half a jug of water before fertilization to avoid root burn. When casting the cleansing charm, a slight flick of the wrist beforehand will stabilize the spell. Oh, that was from Nott in herbology, Ollie chimed in, having unknowingly leaned closer to him. Draco's expression darkened as he coldly retorted, how many have you sold so far? I've sold about 30 in total across all subjects. The defense against the dark arts note sold the most because Quirrell is simply dreadful. I've also organized the second-year notes and sold about 50, she counted. His brow furrowed slightly. You did the second-year ones too? Of course, Ollie replied matter-of-factly. Isn't it better to earn some extra galleons when I have the time? I'm starting to look at the third-year material now. She looked down, pulling out her coin pouch from her bag. So far, I've earned 13 sickles, which is about 76 galleons. Draco's expression nearly changed. Do you realize that one of my robes costs 15 galleons? Why not just ask me for money directly? If she asked him for money, how could she buy things she ought not to? Because I want to earn money to buy you gifts myself, she replied. His ears perked up, and a flush crept across his face that he could not conceal. Why are all the students at Hogwarts so foolish to spend money on this? You're blushing, Draco, she teased. In frustration, he kicked her again. 2 days later, Ollie finally completed her third-year revision notes. Using the duplication spell to copy over 100 copies, which she stored securely in the bag provided by the system. Although she had scoured Hogwarts, a history and found no specific rule against selling notes, for safety's sake, she decided to change the transaction location to a secluded empty classroom on the 3rd floor. The business proved even more successful than she had anticipated. Within just a few weeks, her profits doubled. Now she had saved up 15 galleons, enough to purchase a tenth of a high-quality black robe for the young master. Although it still sounded quite poor. George had come looking for her once, but was unceremoniously turned away. She wished to post a sign on the door, no entry for Joey Beck and dogs. After bidding farewell to the last customer of the day, Ollie stretched languidly and sat cross-legged by the window of the empty classroom, counting her scattered coins. This was her first taste of wealth in this world. Although it was not much, it was certainly a promising start. To become a true dueling master as envisioned by the system, she required not only practical experience, but also a steady influx of funds. Spellbooks, training grounds, special materials. Any one of these would cost a fortune. Hey, little one. Are you closing up for the day? A bright male voice echoed from the doorway, and Ollie instinctively turned her head to see 2 fiery-haired figures before her. The newcomers were twins, tall and handsome, their freckled faces reminiscent of crispy cereal floating atop milk. Their slightly tousled, flame-colored hair glimmered softly in the sunlight. She paused for a moment. "You are the Weasley twins." "Bingo." One of them snapped his fingers and stepped into the classroom. "How much for the third-year defense against the dark arts notes?" Ollie rummaged through her storage bag and found only one copy left. "Another victim of quarrels? 5 galleons." "Indeed. We spent half a year analyzing his stammering in class." "Absolutely, a grand study, Fred." The twins exchanged glances, casually squatting down, resting their chins on their hands as they eyed her 2 identical copies of the notes produced by the duplication spell. "Crab," one of them spoke up. "The little genius who gave Dyson a good thrashing? Though there's no evidence, the entire third year knows it was you." She lifted her eyelids, a hint of a smile playing on her lips. "You're not as famous as you think. Everyone else calls her a monster." To these two, however, it seemed to have taken on a different flavor. Speaking of which, Ollie subconsciously glanced at the system panel, only to find that the task list had not updated. The main storyline characters still displayed were Draco, Harry, and Theodore. Had she been mistaken in her assumptions? Were these two not key to the main storyline? She pondered internally. Fred Weasley and George Weasley do not meet the relevant criteria, and will not be included in the main storyline. Criteria? What criteria? She was taken aback, about to inquire further when the 2 Weasleys stood up. "I'm Fred, and this is George. Catch." The one on the left waved at her, tossing 5 bronze nuts her way, one by one. Ollie hastily reached out, catching the copper coin as it sliced through the air, landing with a delightful clink in her palm. The 2 individuals beamed at her, exuding an air of camaraderie. "In the spirit of reciprocity, we've patronized your business. Do remember to pay a visit to ours, dear little proprietor." Chapter 25. Alas, dear proprietor. Ollie spent half a newly earned galleon to procure a stylish black and gold fountain pen for Draco, Padma, and Mandy from the mail-order catalog. This pen possessed the remarkable ability to self-fill with ink, proving far superior to a conventional quill. In her haste to prepare for Christmas, and with only 4 sickles to spare, she had been unable to find anything of quality for gifts. Mandy enveloped her in a warm embrace, planting a kiss on her cheek, exclaiming, "Ollie, you are simply wonderful." "Indeed, I have been wearing the hairband you gifted me, Miss Mandy," she responded, playfully twisting her long locks adorned with the golden embroidered accessory to the front. "But why have you been so reluctant to accompany me to watch Quidditch?" Mandy pouted. "This match features Gryffindor against Hufflepuff, and Harry Potter will be playing." Padma chimed in, "And let us not forget that charming boy from Halloween. I hear he is also a player for Hufflepuff." Ollie smiled, knowing full well that her reluctance stemmed from not wanting to encounter Joey Beck. "Rumor has it that Hufflepuff players receive financial aid," Mandy informed her. Ollie was taken aback. Why does Ravenclaw not enjoy such privileges? After bidding farewell to Padma and Mandy as they rushed towards the pitch, she felt a twinge of melancholy as she counted the silver coins in her pouch. If she were to deposit a solitary galleon at Gringotts, would those overly shrewd goblins simply expel her? The corridors were notably less crowded. It seemed the entire school was aware that the boy who lived would be making his grand entrance on his Nimbus 2000 during this Quidditch match. It was a rare occurrence for a first year to be appointed as a seeker, a feat seldom seen in the annals of the school's history. Only a smattering of upperclassmen occupied the benches, poring over their hefty review notes in preparation for the impending examinations. "How peculiar that this is the year of the Goblin Wars," some students murmured, flipping through their thick study guides with puzzled expressions. From a distance, the notes appeared akin to those purchased from her. "Why is the handwriting all a jumbled mess?" one student whispered, casting doubt on the reliability of the items sold by the Weasley twins. Ollie halted abruptly. No, something was amiss. She felt her jaw clench audibly as she pivoted sharply and strode purposefully towards the Quidditch pitch. The atmosphere was electric, the match already concluded, with a sea of gold and crimson surging in the stands. Harry Potter had set a new record for Seeker, capturing the golden snitch in a mere 5 minutes. Lee Jordan's exuberant voice echoed above the stadium. Harry dismounted his broom, and students from Gryffindor flooded the field, surrounding him in joyous celebration. Ron and Hermione embraced him tightly while the Weasley twins launched a few firecrackers into the air. A buoyant joy swelled within him. He had never been the center of such attention, not due to his enigmatic status as the chosen one, but rather his extraordinary flying skills. As he surveyed the crowd, he noticed a familiar petite figure making her way toward him. It was Cran, clad in Ravenclaw robes, her expression devoid of mirth. That light-hearted mood felt as though it had been abruptly punctured. Was she here to congratulate him on his success? Harry recalled the enchanting smile she had bestowed upon him that fateful Halloween night, seemingly oblivious to their previous unpleasantness. More eyes turned towards Ollie as she approached. Her countenance serious, an undeniable air of tension surrounding her. Harry began to suspect she might be intent on confronting him. But he had not brought his wand. Should he heed Ron's advice and resort to fisticuffs? Yet, she was an attractive girl. What was he to do? The atmosphere gradually quieted, and Hermione and Ron exchanged wary glances, their expressions shifting. Under the scrutinizing gazes of their peers, Ollie strode directly towards the Weasley twins. She stood before one of them, lowering her voice, explained the matter regarding the notes. The twins exchanged glances, appearing unfazed. Little proprietor, you discovered it quite swiftly. Didn't you? One raised his hands in mock surrender. Could we first celebrate? Oh, it seems that may not be possible. Very well, we shall take our leave, George. They nodded to one another, and swiftly followed Ollie out of the stadium. Continue your celebration, they called back, waving to the remaining crowd. She knows Fred and George? Ron watched bewildered as the trio departed. In a secluded corner of the Quidditch pitch, Ollie took a deep breath, striving to regain her composure. It was audacious of them to brazenly resell her notes at school just days after their arrangement. I marked every sold note. Anyone close enough would sense the magical fluctuations. She managed to say, suppressing her anger. While notes are easily replicated, I took precautions. Should anyone attempt to cast a duplication spell, the ink would blur, and the formatting would distort, rendering the content illegible. By peddling such inferior copies, you tarnish my reputation, and yet you dare to speak of reciprocity? The twins hung their heads, their identical faces looking innocently back at her. Alas, dear proprietor, we did assist in selling a few copies, but please, do not be hasty in drawing your wand. One of them quickly grasped her wrist, concealing the tip of her wand within his palm, while the other adeptly produced a pouch of coins from his pocket. The one on the left explained, you see, other third years borrowed the notes we purchased, and they praised them highly. The one on the right immediately continued, we realized you had only one copy left. So we took it upon ourselves to replicate a few more to alleviate their immediate need. Of course, you've lost nothing. We sold a total of 20 copies, earning you 10 silver sickles, every last one. Fred, take it out more slowly. We don't want to end up like Slytherin's Dyson, reduced to rag dolls. George chuckled. Ollie felt her anger dissipate slightly as she reached for the silver sickles, counting them in her palm. You couldn't have overlooked the issue with the copies. You wanted me to discover it, and then await my retribution? She casually inquired. Clever girl, he grinned. We wagered that you would indeed notice. A first year with quite the business acumen, I must say, though perhaps you're still a tad behind where we were upon our entry. The twins exchanged a knowing glance, bumping their fists together in camaraderie. Let us reintroduce ourselves, then. I am Fred, one of them declared, patting his chest. George extended his hand toward her. And I'm George. Selling notes alone is rather dull. Would you be interested in discussing a more lucrative venture with us? Ollie's gaze flitted between the two, attempting to discern their subtle facial distinctions, but she soon surrendered the endeavor. Their eyes sparkled with identical mischief, their smiles mirrored, and their hair blazed with the same fiery hue. These two were unmistakably identical. Do you possess a more ingenious scheme for making money? If so, I demand a 50-50 split. She replied. Fred feigned a dramatic gesture, cradling his heart. George, did you hear that? She's a money grubber. Chapter 26. Canary Biscuits, Into the Forbidden Forest. Fred and George led her to a spacious clearing, retrieving a stretchable bag, and emptying its contents onto the ground. A kaleidoscope of colorful biscuits, candies, and bizarre herbs cascaded down. Ollie picked up a piece of candy, inquiring, Is this your grand enterprise? Do not be deceived. We are merely in the nascent stages. Fred asserted. Once George and I graduate, we plan to open a shop in Diagon Alley. The joke shop shall surely close down. George interjected. An excellent idea, she mused. But how might I assist you? I have little interest in these trick products. After all, the first trick product she encountered in this world was the spider ammunition Dyson had hurled at her. Naturally, we need you to help us experiment, as even George and I cannot unravel your anti-duplication curse. Fred pressed a cream-colored biscuit into her palm. We intended for its magical effects to last a minute, but at present, we can only manage 15 seconds. Shall we give it a try? Ollie tilted her head warily. Are you sure I won't be poisoned if I eat this? Come on. We are in our third year. Can't you trust our spellcasting abilities a little? Unable to resist their eager gazes, she reluctantly took a bite of the biscuit. In the next moment, she felt her body suddenly grow light, a jolt resonating from her shoulder blades. Silky, delicate skin sprouted countless golden feathers, and her bones swiftly shrank and melted away, transforming her into a diminutive form. A peculiar warmth surged within her chest, and her vision widened in an oddly expansive manner. Chirp? Surely. She had fallen prey to their antics. Ollie flapped her wings and soared upwards, swiftly circling around the two, before gracefully pausing mid-air. In the next instant, she was cradled in their hands, the enlarged faces of the twins coming into view, their azure eyes curiously fixed upon her. I've suddenly realized that a beautiful person transforms into a canary even more splendidly, Fred remarked, gently stroking the top of the little bird's head with his fingertip. Last week, we tried it on Anderson, and the canary he turned into was as bald as he is, George added. And you say you're not merely looking for test subjects. Ollie protested with a series of chirps. All right, are you secretly cursing us? The fingers that clasped her were loosened slightly, and just as she attempted to take flight, the world around her spun violently. With a loud thud, Ollie suddenly reverted to her human form. Rather than landing gracefully on the fragrant grass, her face collided with a warm, solid chest. A hand instinctively gripped her waist, steadying her. Ollie blinked in surprise, raising her gaze to the Weasley who held her, struggling to recognize him for a moment. Fred? I'm glad you've been thinking of me, Cran, but I'm right here. Fred's voice floated in lightly from the side. George abruptly released her, a faint blush flitting across his features. Ollie drew her wand and lightly traced it over the remaining biscuit, murmuring a spell. Now it's your turn, she declared with a smile, waving her wand to send 2 biscuits flying into their mouths. After 2 soft thuds in the air, the tall figures of the twins instantly shrank into 2 fluffy, fiery red balls. I've made some improvements. Now this biscuit can change the feather color according to hair color, she announced with a light laugh, dodging their flapping wings. Ollie had spent several days reinforcing the spells for their trick products under their guidance, enabling them to last longer. Now the canary biscuit's effect was doubled. Maintaining its transformation for a full 2 minutes, the stretchable ears could penetrate thicker walls. The answering feather quill not only automatically recorded class notes, but also included Ollie's personal annotations, with little stars drawn beside key points. According to George, many girls were scrambling to buy it. As a reward, the twins readily agreed to share 30% of the profits with her. No wonder old Flitwick praises you like a treasure in charms class every single day. My ears are nearly callous from it, Fred remarked, chewing gum. Little boss. There are many in 3rd year who wish to challenge you now, like that formidable Caleb. Without lifting her eyes, Ollie examined the instant escape candy in her hands for a moment. If you want this candy to produce a rainbow nosebleed effect, you'll need moon moss. But the problem is, this moss only grows in the Forbidden Forest. Ha, what's the worry? We're quite familiar with the Forbidden Forest, Fred snapped his fingers. We can just go in and pick some, no problem. Wednesday night at 11, by the edge of the Forbidden Forest, George winked at her. You'll be caught. Her words barely left her lips before they stuffed a piece of fudge into her mouth, the caramel sweetness enveloping her tongue and rapidly expanding. Why do you like Granger? Love to preach the rules? Fred remarked, pressing down on her hair firmly. You're scared of these after nearly getting Dyson crippled? Unable to articulate, she kicked his shoe hard. Suggesting a trip to the Forbidden Forest in the latter half of the 1st year hardly seemed wise. Ollie vaguely recalled a significant event concerning Voldemort that occurred around this time in the original novel. She remembered the general plot of the book, but the finer details were beyond recall. Whatever, I suppose we'll go. The night sky on Wednesday was pitch black, even the moonlight was obscured by clouds. Ollie stepped onto the ground covered with thick, dry leaves, the tip of her wand illuminating the faces of the twins ahead. Moon moss typically appeared at the roots of oak trees, backlit by the sun. We shouldn't wander too far, and once we find it, we'll come back out, she instructed. Fred led the way, Ollie walked in the middle, and George brought up the rear. The trees in the Forbidden Forest stood tall and straight, their dense branches intertwining. The thick foliage obscured the sky, suffusing the air with the humid scent of decaying vegetation. Are you scared? George asked softly from behind. Ollie shook her head. They proceeded along the narrow, winding path, the occasional soft calls of birds echoing through the woods. As the wind rustled through the treetops, the branches swayed, casting twisted shadows akin to open black palms. After about 7 or 8 minutes, beside a babbling brook, Ollie discovered moon moss beneath an oak stump. Let us check a little further. You stay here and gather the moss, don't wander off, Fred urged in a low voice. The sound of the stream flowed beside her, and Ollie crouched down, pulling out a small knife and a glass vial from her satchel, preparing to begin her collection. The moment her fingertips brushed against the moon moss, her expression suddenly changed. The texture was cold and slimy. A heavy scent of blood assaulted her nostrils. Ollie quickly withdrew her hand. A dazzling silver liquid was slowly trickling down her fingertip. This is unicorn blood. She stood up abruptly, a chill racing up her spine. It was too dark here, Had she not been close, she wouldn't have noticed that the stump was already soaked with the silver blood. Unicorn blood. An exceedingly rare potion ingredient, could save the life of the dying, but the person who drank it would bear an unbreakable curse. Fred George. Ollie called in a hushed tone. The surroundings fell into eerie silence. The babbling of the stream drowned out everything, and she didn't even realize when they had wandered far away. Just then, a gentle male voice, laced with warmth, echoed from behind her. Chapter 27. Unicorn Blood. Scene of Carnage Number 3. Ollie, you shouldn't have come to the Forbidden Forest alone. She spun around abruptly, and in the shadow cast by the treetops above, a tall figure stood quietly. The wind parted the clouds, letting the pale moonlight shine down, as Joey Beck lowered his eyes, gently curling his lips into a smile. Ollie's pupils constricted suddenly. His entire robe was soaked with the silver liquid. Thick droplets of blood dripped from the tips of his hair, staining half of his pale, handsome face. The Forbidden Forest is dangerous at night. You're only in your first year, and it's easy to get hurt without anyone to protect you. He approached slowly, silver droplets trailing behind him. Ollie took a step back, watching him warily. He appeared to be in high spirits, exuding a disquieting delight. Joey was merely in his second year. He could not possibly have killed the unicorn. Did you drink unicorn blood? She asked coldly. Don't you know you'll be cursed? I would never intentionally harm a pure, innocent soul, he replied, gently licking away the blood that lingered at the corner of his mouth. Have you ever seen a unicorn foal? Before they mature, they are entirely golden and incredibly beautiful. Joey said softly, a sugar cube is an immense temptation for them, especially when they just lost their parents. Ollie tightened her grip on the small knife in her hand. You deceived the foal into willingly offering its blood? Beck, you truly are scum. Did you learn that on your first day? He suddenly smiled gently, his blood-stained visage appearing particularly fearsome. Come, Ollie. Let us return to the castle together. He advanced abruptly, his fingertips pinching a sugar cube, which he extended towards her. In a flash, Ollie's brow twitched, and without hesitation, she seized the small knife she had been using to scrape moss and thrust it fiercely in his direction. Joy tilted his head slightly, the blade grazing his ear as it passed. Failing to land her strike, she hastily withdrew her wand from her pocket, murmuring the incantation with remarkable speed. Yet, Joy seemed to anticipate her every move, ducking just in time to evade the spell that shot forth. With a swift motion, Joy grasped her wrist, pinning her shoulder forcefully against the tree trunk. The impact echoed dull against the bark. Ollie, your fighting tactics have remained unchanged since childhood, he remarked softly. As he tightened his grip, pain shot through her wrist, forcing Ollie to grit her teeth to prevent her wand from slipping. You remain as despicable as ever. Cold sweat trickled down her forehead as she concealed her tightly clenched knife behind her back. Joy tilted his head, acknowledging indeed. In the next instant he sidestepped, narrowly avoiding the knife she aimed at his side. The blade clattered to the ground, and Joy leisurely stepped on it, grinding it into the dirt. No, something is amiss. Ollie bit her lip, realizing that in their brief exchange, he had accurately predicted her every subsequent action. This could not merely be due to his familiarity with her original self. As this thought crossed her mind, she instinctively kicked out, only to have him block her legs with his knee. Joy leaned in closely, a shimmering silver liquid trickling down his face, creating an oddly decadent allure. I told you. You do not need these for now. In the next moment, a chilling surge of dark magic pierced her mind. Everything went black, blood surged, and the wand she clutched fell from her grasp. A sharp ringing filled her ears, and pain throbbed through her head as Joy's fragmented voice reached her. Be a good girl and come with me to the castle. In her daze, she felt Joy draw her into his embrace, his fingers gripping her lower back, while the other hand encircled her knee. Anger mingled with humiliation ignited like wildfire within her. Get off me. The air in the Forbidden Forest began to tremble slightly. She kept her eyes shut but could sense everything around her vibrating in sync with the magic coursing through her. The invisible hand in her mind seemed to touch something, recoiling in sudden fear as it emitted a sharp, piercing shriek. The power bound within her surged like boiling water, violently churning. Boom. The dry leaves swirled as the magic within her erupted uncontrollably, exploding like a thunderclap. The pale blue-hued magic, infused with razor-sharp energy, carved a deep, bone-exposing gash into Joy's wrist. He shuddered but instinctively tightened his hold on her. In the next moment, the ferocious magic surged once more, sending him flying 5 meters away, crashing heavily against the tree behind him. Main Quest 3 progress updated. Win 3 duels among students 33. Ollie struggled to rise but coughed up a mouthful of black blood. The magic within her boiled again, tearing at her body as it had during the banquet 4 years prior. Little boss, where are you? 2 familiar voices echoed through the night. accompanied by the sound of light footsteps rustling through the woods. Fred and George parted the drooping branches, just rounding a thick hedge, their faces adorned with their usual smiles. However, upon seeing the scene before them, their expressions shifted dramatically. What greeted their eyes were swirling dry leaves, faint traces of blood on the ground, and Ollie, sitting dazedly. Ollie! George rushed forward, grasping her arm. Are you all right? What happened? What is all this on the ground? Fred's smile faded as he surveyed the chaos, asking, and where did this Hufflepuff come from? Ollie initially intended to assure them she was fine, but upon catching sight of joy slowly rising not far away, she abruptly changed her mind. Not good at all, she murmured, tugging at George's sleeve and cautiously hiding behind him. She blinked, her back trembling slightly. This Hufflepuff suddenly rushed at me, trying to forcefully embrace me. Fred and George exchanged glances, their expressions visibly darkening. Joy wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his gaze piercing through the twins and landing squarely on her. Is this another one of your new friends, Ollie? He turned to Fred and George, re-establishing his smile. I merely wanted to escort her back, as I was concerned for her safety in the Forbidden Forest. Fred lazily whistled. Concerned for her? She is perfectly safe here. George pulled Ollie slightly closer. So that's why you tried to forcefully embrace her? It seems your definition of concern differs from ours. They paused, narrowing their eyes in unison. Little boss. Men understand men best. His gaze towards you is off, Ollie. At this, Ollie instinctively shrank further behind the twins, cautiously peeking out. Joy's smile finally faltered a bit. You all seem rather tense around me, he sighed gently. Do you harbor some bias against Hufflepuffs? Of course not. We just dislike you, came the blunt response. You wouldn't want to face 2 third years at once, would you? Fred and George grinned mischievously as they drew their wands simultaneously. Chapter 28. The Raven and the Exam. Joy stood staring at the twins blocking his path for a long moment before finally turning to leave. As she watched his figure vanish entirely into the woods, Ollie collapsed back onto the tree stump, utterly drained. The chaotic magic continued to tug at her nerves, causing her temples to throb. Where have you two been? She asked, swallowing the blood that surged in her throat. We caught a few birds to take back for experiments, Fred said, reaching into his extendable bag and pulling out a pitch-black raven moments later. This one is quite unruly. It was the first to threaten to stew you. The raven pecked at Fred angrily. Rude creature. Caw. A crude orangutan. How dare you touch my form with your greasy hands? Ollie exclaimed. It can talk? The raven suddenly turned its head, noticing her seated on the tree stump, its obsidian eyes lighting up. In the next moment, it dove into her embrace. Caw. Esteemed and beautiful lady. Ollie instinctively cradled the massive raven, which stood an impressive 20 inches tall, its black feathers shimmering with a beautiful luster. Quite lovely, she remarked, stroking its head. The raven's face displayed a blend of human pride and flattery. Beautiful angelic lady, please save me from these 2 uncouth orangutans, or my soul shall be shamed this day. It tugged at the chains on its feet. I would gladly be your master. No, your pet. Ollie. George interjected. This raven just flew over here, begging us to adopt it. Seems it can't survive in the Forbidden Forest. Absurd. Caw. It. I dare say that even if you lived for 100 more years, you would never grasp the splendor beneath my wings. The twins. Ollie, intrigued, gazed at it. I happen to need a pet. Can you deliver messages? The raven elegantly shook its feathers. Madam, that question reminds me of the 18th century. She remained unfazed. Will you or one to you? The raven paused, arrogantly snorting, a trivial matter. All right, I'll take you then. You shall be called Roundabout. And remember to deliver my letters well. As the raven prepared to puff out its chest, its beak dropped open at the name, as if struck by lightning. It began to leap furiously on her lap. I refuse. This is an epic insult. My ancestors delivered messages to the French court. My great-grandmother once served. In a world rife with chatter, there lies a peculiar creature named Round Express, a crow of rather cantankerous temperament. It is a pet that finally belongs to Ollie. Yet it finds itself at odds with the owls residing in the school's orrery. Its mischief led to the collapse of a birdhouse, resulting in its collective ostracism by the other birds. Round Express is quite discerning in its diet, indulging only in corn kernels and sipping chilled pumpkin juice, exuding an air of aristocracy reminiscent of 19th century English gentry. Each time Ollie brings Round Express to the auditorium, it garners curious glances from students across the houses. Nestled on Ollie's lap, the crow stretches its neck in an attempt to reach the tender chunks of braised beef on the long table. Caw! Although such humble fare may seem beneath it, it is sufficient for sustenance. Ollie firmly presses its head back down, pinching its beak. Do not disturb my revision. As the end-of-term examinations approach, the weather grows increasingly sultry, and the fireplace in the auditorium ignites with an icy blue flame, offering a refreshing breeze. Mandy, seated across the long table, whispers, "Have you heard? Gryffindor has been docked 150 points, plummeting to the bottom." Padma interjects, "I know, Potter, Granger and Weasley were caught sneaking out for a midnight escapade. Now Slytherin is in first place." Mandy shudders, "I heard they were punished with detention in the Forbidden Forest." Ollie nods in agreement, her mind conjuring images of Draco's complaints from the past few days. "Can you believe it? I intended to expose that wretched Potter. And now I'm sentenced to the Forbidden Forest too. He has repeated this lamentation no less than 10 times. I've already written to my father. If he finds out I almost perished in the Forbidden Forest, he shall not let them off lightly." As he continues, his complexion pales, and he leans closer to whisper in her ear, "There is a terrifying creature in the Forbidden Forest. I witnessed it slay a unicorn, drinking its blood like a beast." Ollie gently clasps his hand. "A creature? What does it look like?" "Very tall, cloaked in black, its face obscured," he replies, his lips quivering slightly. A glimmer of understanding sparks in Ollie's eyes as she pieces together the narrative from her hazy memories. It is Voldemort who slays the unicorns, weakened and in need of their blood to sustain his life. Joy Baker merely stumbled upon the Dark Lord's remnants in the Forbidden Forest. Nevertheless, she intends to remain uninvolved in the first-year plot. Voldemort has several years before his resurrection, and her focus must remain on her impending examinations. After breakfast, the young witches and wizards line up to enter the examination hall. Professor McGonagall and Professor Flitwick stand at the entrance, distributing enchanted quills designed to prevent cheating. Ollie's palms grow clammy. The system has set the academic task of achieving first place in all subjects, meaning she cannot allow herself to be outperformed by Hermione Granger in any discipline. Taking a deep breath, she opens the thick examination paper and begins to answer the questions. The written portion does not pose much difficulty, and she completes it in half an hour, submitting her paper early and exiting the examination room. Following the written exam comes the practical assessment. She adeptly transforms a mouse into a stunning enamel box, makes a melon dance the tango across the desk. And for her potions exam, she draws the question on the swelling solution, her specialty. As she steps out of the examination hall, Ollie feels she has performed well. Even the notoriously stringent Snape could find no fault in her potion. Following the flow of students outside, the early summer weather is exceptionally bright, infused with the joyous atmosphere of post-examination liberation. By the Black Lake, sunlight scatters shimmering reflections upon the water's surface, and the aquatic plants sway gently. A leisurely squid basks in the shallows, soaking up the sun. "Ollie, little boss," two voices call out, as Fred and George wave to her from the edge of the shallow water. With her tension dissipating, Ollie offers a smile and approaches them. She squats down. "Did you finish your exams too?" "Yeah, completely botched it," Fred replies nonchalantly, taking her wrist and guiding her to touch the squid's tentacles. "Mother will surely kill us when she sees we brought home 5 Ds and 1 P this year," George adds. "Oh, should I concoct a potion for you to help with your next exam?" Ollie muses, playfully prodding the squid's soft, succulent appendages. "Is that really possible? 20 galleons. Ollie, you truly are a shrewd businesswoman." Chapter 29, The Year-End Feast, Approval Rating 100. During the leisurely week following examinations, Ollie snuggles into the sofa, finishing the book she had stealthily acquired from the restricted section. The ancient runes are exceedingly obscure, and she must pause every few pages to alleviate the throbbing at her temples. System notification. Academic task 6 has been achieved. "Ollie, let us go. It's time for the year-end feast," Mandy announces, having already dragged her packed luggage to the lounge entrance, pressing down on the bulging suitcase. Ollie nods absently, concealing the book beneath her bed, and jogs over to take Mandy's hand. As they enter the hall, it is already filled to capacity. The walls are adorned with deep green satin and drapery, while a majestic serpent motif sways above them. Everyone at the Slytherin table celebrates, cheers, and applause crashing over them like waves, accompanied by the clinking of glasses. Draco approaches with a goblet in hand, his hair slicked back meticulously. He grabs her arm. "Come here, you're not sitting with that bunch of bookworms today." With a dismissive glance at Mandy, he adds. Mandy's cheeks flush slightly, embarrassed, as she releases Ollie's hand and turns away. Ollie pinches him hard. "What's the matter?" He pays her no mind, beaming with pride. "Today Slytherin won the House Cup. I'm in a good mood, so what? We're first, Ravenclaw is second, and of course Gryffindor is last." Like a mouse caught in a cat's grasp, she is forcibly dragged to the Slytherin table. The hall is abuzz with chatter, but only a few first years notice her presence. Theodore glances up lazily, giving her a brief look before returning to his pumpkin juice, while Pansy Parkinson appears displeased but dares not express it in her presence, merely huffing in annoyance. Ollie pokes at the peas on her silver platter, listening as Draco boasts about this year's house cup. For the 7th consecutive year. My father always said Hogwarts is only worth attending if you're in Slytherin. I wonder why he insists on dragging a Ravenclaw over to hear all this. Guess what Potter's reaction will be when he sees today's scores? Hey Potter, we were just talking about you. The Slytherin table erupts into sharp laughter as Draco stands, blocking the entrance where Harry, Hermione, and Ron have just entered. Thought you'd be hiding in the infirmary, crying and too scared to come out, huh? Pansy follows suit with loud laughter. Potter, what's wrong with your head? Did you bump it while adventuring in the dungeons? Crabbe and Goyle join in with their boisterous laughter. The trio from Gryffindor has been embroiled in a series of escapades to protect the secret of the Philosopher's Stone, and the entire school has been buzzing about it for days. Shut up, Malfoy. Harry scowls, his forehead wrapped in a thick bandage. Ollie scoops a spoonful of cheese pudding into her mouth and meets Harry's gaze. As their eyes lock, the system suddenly emits an alert. System notification. Harry Potter's affection towards the host has dropped to negative. Please take note. Ollie. After a year of relentless effort, she has finally lowered the Savior's affection to a negative value. Feeling a bit despondent, she wonders how negative. Specific data will be displayed when affection surpasses thresholds of 50, 70, and 90. No need, thank you. Ollie peacefully closes her eyes. Harry's cold gaze swept over her, his emerald green eyes shifting away. A gentle cough from Dumbledore echoed from the staff table, gradually calming the fervent discussions within the hall. Harry shouldered past the obstruction that was Draco and returned to the Gryffindor long table alongside Hermione and Ron. Another year had come to a satisfying close, had it not? Dumbledore tapped his goblet lightly with a teaspoon, assuring everyone that they had surely acquired a wealth of intriguing knowledge over the year. However, before we commence with the award ceremony, we must recalculate the final scores for each house. The buzzing whispers from the Slytherin table fell silent. Mr. Ron Weasley, Gryffindor receives 50 points. Miss Hermione Granger, 50 points. Harry Potter, 60 points. The applause from the Gryffindor table swelled in intensity, causing the floating candle flames above to flicker slightly. When Neville Longbottom was announced as receiving an additional 10 points, Draco beside her visibly stiffened. Gryffindor narrowly triumphed over Slytherin by a mere 10 points. Amidst the thunderous cheers of Gryffindor, the entire Slytherin table fell into an eerie silence, leaving even her, a Ravenclaw, feeling somewhat uncomfortable. The deep green ribbons above their heads slowly faded, replaced by Gryffindor's radiant scarlet and gold. Draco slammed his fork onto the ground, while Pansy Parkinson buried her head in her arms, sobbing quietly. She instinctively reached out to comfort him but hesitated, deciding against provoking the wrathful young master. The following morning, Ollie was packing her belongings in the dormitory when Padma burst in, breathless. Professor Flitwick is waiting for you in his office. He said you topped the year. You scored even higher than Gryffindor's Granger. Her hands froze in mid-motion. System notification. Yearly task 1 completed. Professor Phileas Flitwick's approval rating. 25 current, 100. Reward. Trust of Phileas Flitwick. She hurriedly exited the dormitory, descending the stairs to reach Professor Flitwick's office door. Come in. Ollie opened the door to find Flitwick seated behind his desk, beaming at her. I never expected Ravenclaw would welcome such an exceptional student this year, he remarked, pushing a plate of lemon cake toward her. I hear you have a keen interest in ancient runes? She nodded. Yes, Professor. It's truly challenging. I can only manage to grasp half of it at the moment. You're still young. Ancient runes is an elective for 3rd years, Flitwick replied. But a few challenges will do you good. He leaned down, retrieving a thick, ancient tome from beneath his desk and sliding it toward her. If you're interested, I have a book here for your amusement. Ollie strained to decipher the twisted characters on the cover. Ancient magic, the confluence of natural elements. Ancient runes delve into the magics of a bygone era, far more profound and mysterious than the spells we currently study. He winked at her. Perfect for a clever and perceptive young witch like you to advance. Chapter 30, System Task Settlement. Really, Professor? Ollie's eyes brightened suddenly. Then could you teach me some advanced spells later? Of course, but only after you have thoroughly absorbed this book, Flitwick said, his weathered face radiating warmth. You are the best head of house. She leaped up, instinctively reaching to embrace his neck, only to awkwardly retract her hand. Flitwick's silvery beard quivered with delight. Clutching the book, she exited the office and spotted Draco waiting at the entrance of the hall. He held her luggage in one hand, while her belongings lay piled on the ground beside him, a shabby birdcage bulging with the rotund form of her pet. Ooh, Release me from this cramped prison. Is this how the noble Malfoy family entertains esteemed guests? Ollie approached expressionless and lifted the cage's lid. Your master's surname is Crane, not Malfoy. Draco's little gray owl cast a haughty glance at the rotund creature, flapping its wings against its ornate cage. Where did you find such a large crow? Draco frowned. Stepping back. You dare to keep such an ominous creature? Bold. I am a true harbinger of good fortune. The creature exclaimed. Before it could finish, Ollie swiftly shoved both the cage and the bird into a storage bag enhanced with a spatial extension charm. You will regret treating a noble raven so rudely. No. I will not, Ollie replied calmly, patting the writhing storage bag. Once aboard the Hogwarts Express, the train slowly departed, emitting a long whistle. First year at Hogwarts concluded. Main quest settlement initiated. 1. Achieve top scores in all subjects at year-end, completed. 2. Affection rating from peers exceeds 50, regardless of gender, goal, 25. 3. Won 3 student duels without incurring penalties, completed. 4. Accumulated no more than 10 points deducted over the year, completed. 5. Earned recognition and trust from 1 teacher, completed. 6. Successfully accessed the restricted section and read 1 book, completed. Detected that the host has successfully completed 5 tasks, successfully clearing the main storyline. Main quest 2 not completed. Corresponding penalties apply. Just as the notification faded, a jolt of electricity surged through her mind. Ugh. Ollie instinctively gripped the armrest of her seat, gritting her teeth, her breath coming in sharp gasps. What is wrong? Draco exclaimed, startled, instinctively discarding the packaging of Bertie Bott's every flavor beans and gripping her wrist tightly. Cold sweat cascaded down her temples, and the stinging sensation spreading through her limbs nearly made her cry out. Curse you, she silently cursed within. In response, a more intense surge of electricity coursed through her. Ollie's body curled inward, her vision darkening as the current felt like needles piercing from her spine to her limbs. Ollie. Draco was completely alarmed. He instinctively pulled her into his embrace, gripping her rigid spine. You're trembling. What on earth is happening? His voice was low, his fingers digging into her skin. Pain surged like a tide, and a low, strained cough escaped her throat. Hey Ollie, he said, his face paling, are you alright? Speak to me. She remained unresponsive, merely gasping in his embrace, her heartbeat racing as if it might leap from her chest. After what felt like an eternity, Ollie finally exhaled shakily, the numbness in her limbs gradually receding. Almost electrocuted, she murmured hoarsely. Draco's veins throbbed at his temples. What? Ollie, her face pale, looked up and smiled at him. I've been staying up late reading these past few days, so my head really hurts. You Ravenclaws are truly mad. He shot her a glare. If you keep this up, I'll burn all your silly books. That cannot be, she panted, clutching his shirt. Draco reached out, swiftly snatching the book Flitwick had given her and inspecting it. What is this? It looks utterly useless. He pretended to set it ablaze, and Ollie quickly lunged to reclaim it. Draco. He moved quicker, hiding the book behind his back and raising an eyebrow provocatively. Give it back. I'm doing this for your own good. The two engaged in a playful tussle within the cramped carriage, Ollie's arms wrapping around his waist. Yet he deftly shifted the book to the other side, teasing her as she pouted in frustration. Ultimately, she exhausted herself, leaning against his shoulder, too weary to continue the struggle. Is that all it takes? Draco scoffed. Just a few minutes. Ollie kept her eyes closed, her nerves still tingling. Move again, and I'll throw up on you. He frowned in disdain but quietly returned the book to her hand, casually slipping a Bertie Bott's every flavor bean into her mouth. It was strawberry and honey flavored. With the candy in her mouth, Ollie felt her spirits lift slightly. She always had a stroke of luck when it came to selecting Bertie Bott's beans. As the train sped through the countryside, the once desolate scenery gradually transformed into a bustling landscape, passing through town after town, until it finally came to a halt beside King's Cross Station. The young wizards eagerly dragged their luggage off the train, and on platform 9 3/4, Lucius Malfoy stood still, lightly tapping the ground with his silver serpent staff. He spotted Draco, removed his gloves, and placed a hand on his son's shoulder. Draco, how was school? Just the same, Draco replied casually, rolling his shoulder and tossing his luggage to a house elf. The dormitory beds are quite shabby. Ollie followed closely behind them, taking a few steps until Lucius seemed to recall something and abruptly turned around. Kron, I've heard you're top of your year this time. Yes, Mr. Malfoy. He nodded slightly, his expression calm. Keep it up. They navigated through the bustling crowd toward the exit. Lucius gestured for Draco to go ahead. Draco passed through the wall as if it were second nature, leaving Ollie and Lucius on the other side of the platform. He turned around. the corners of his mouth quickly flattening into a line of indifference. The Dysons have approached the Malfoys, if you catch my drift, he inquired coolly. Ollie instinctively curled her fingers and nodded cautiously. Old Dyson is furious. He nearly overturned the Board of Governors, claiming his precious son was sabotaged by you. His knuckles slowly rubbed against the serpent-headed staff. Did they come to demand compensation from you? She asked. Lucius scoffed lightly. Without evidence. What is there to discuss in terms of compensation? Luther Dyson is their only son, and old Dyson is a governor. If anyone could prove it was your doing, you'd find yourself in dire straits. Ollie straightened her posture subtly, aware that Lucius Malfoy wouldn't truly trouble her over the inconsequential Dyson family. However, that did not imply he would offer her unqualified protection. If she indeed brought trouble to the Malfoys, he would not hesitate to sever ties. I have been exceedingly cautious. Mr. Malfoy, Ollie replied, tilting her head back with a demure smile. Lucius regarded her in silence for a moment before softly chuckling. I hope so. In the future. Avoid causing trouble for the Malfoys. Chapter 31. A new skill, learning to control the wind. The Malfoy manor was adorned with a plethora of flowers and trees, making the summer more bearable. Ripe apples hung heavily from the branches, exuding a faint fragrance. As soon as the first year concluded, Lucius promptly fulfilled his promise and purchased a Firebolt 2001 for Draco. As for why it was the 2001 model rather than the 2000, Ollie surmised that it was likely motivated by a sense of rivalry with Potter. After all, even a slight speed advantage in Quidditch could determine the outcome of a match. Draco visited her almost daily, carrying his broom to the back garden of the left wing of the manor. The Malfoy estate was vast, with buildings interconnected, and the left wing where she resided was situated in a remote and tranquil corner of the manor. Surrounded by tall hedges, there were rare disturbances, with house elves occasionally busily tending to the flower beds. While Draco practiced flying, she would sit quietly beneath the apple tree, engrossed in her reading. The book Professor Flitwick had given her, Ancient Magic, the combination of natural elements, was exceedingly convoluted, filled with pages of twisted ancient runes. After stumbling through it for weeks, she had only managed to finish the first chapter. The book mentioned that thousands of years ago, the magical energy in the air was far more abundant than it is today, and wizards at that time did not require wands. Essentially, wands were a medium that emerged after the decline of magical energy, aiding modern wizards in focusing and directing their magic. Naturally, many truly powerful wizards could still perform magic without wands. The magic inherent in nature was far richer than that found within a wizard. Ollie swiftly scanned the distorted runes on the pages, contemplating her own situation, which seemed entirely contrary to what the book described. She was not lacking in magical energy, but rather overflowing with it. Whenever she became emotionally charged, the magic surged violently through her veins, almost threatening to tear her nerves apart. If she did not learn to release her excess magical energy, she would inevitably be consumed by it. As she continued reading, she suddenly came across a line that caught her attention. Natural elements possess the ability to soothe magic and the soul. If she actively released her magic outward, would merging with the natural elements serve as a means of balancing her magical energy? A gust of wind suddenly howled overhead, and Draco, riding his Firebolt 2001, came to a halt just above her. Want to ride the broom? Wait, Ollie replied, lost in thought as she stared at the characters in the book. Let me finish this part. A butterfly flitted unsteadily between them, and Draco, with a mischievous puff of air, sent the butterfly tumbling, landing on her nose. Ollie blinked. The natural elements, as often mentioned in ancient Greek literature, comprised the four elements of fire, water, earth, and wind, which together formed the material world. Hogwarts. A history also recorded that Gryffindor represented fire, Slytherin was water, Hufflepuff was earth, and Ravenclaw was wind. The Ravenclaw common room was situated at the highest point of the school, perpetually surrounded by the rushing winds outside. Wind, being the most free, would also be the element she could perceive most easily. She suddenly raised her gaze, catching hold of the smooth, polished handle of his broom. Take me for a ride. Ollie wrapped her arms around his waist, and with a sudden push, Draco propelled the broom upwards, soaring straight into the blue sky. The wind howled in her ears as Ollie attempted to reach out a hand to touch the flowing air, but Draco pressed her hand back down. Do you want to fall? He deftly turned to avoid the branches of an oak tree ahead. Ollie pouted, resting her chin on his shoulder, the faint scent of soap wafting into her nostrils. She recalled the familiar sensation of casting spells with her wand, and carefully guided her magic to flow towards her fingertips. Draco tossed out a golden snitch, the small ball flapping its wings and swiftly flying away, causing the broom to accelerate sharply, leaving a long trail behind. Ollie tried to extend a fingertip to touch the oncoming airflow. As her fingertip glided through the wind, she distinctly felt a different sensation. The wind gathered beneath her fingertip, like an invisible ribbon, weaving into her skin and slowly making its way up her veins. The magical energy within her became suddenly chaotic, boiling like water, agitatedly churning and crashing. Her nerves began to ache dully once more. A warm trickle of blood surged into her throat, and Ollie quickly swallowed the metallic taste. Undeterred as she stretched out her hand again, she focused on softening her internal magic, carefully enveloping a wisp of wind with her fingertips, slowly absorbing it. The cool breeze seeped into her limbs, soothing the agonizing nerves within her. At last, she could perceive the form of the wind. Unlike the wildness of magic, the wind was agile, flowing, carrying the warmth of summer and the fragrance of ripe apples. Got it! Draco suddenly exclaimed. The golden snitch was clasped in his palm, and he turned to boast, only to find her eagerly tapping her fingertips. What are you dazed about? I caught the snitch, he huffed, placing the slightly quivering ball into her palm. Ollie raised her index finger, and Draco finally noticed that a fine wisp of wind was entwined around her fingertip. The delicate strand of wind shimmered with a pale blue glow, flowing gracefully, reminiscent of water, yet more fluid than water. Ollie slightly opened her palm, and the golden snitch immediately began flapping its wings, attempting to break free. However, the slender wisp of wind deftly wrapped around its metallic wings. What is this? What forbidden spells have the Ravenclaws taught you? Try touching it, said Ollie, as she sent the wisp of wind forward. Draco felt a twinge of trepidation, yet cautiously extended a finger to make contact. The tendril of wind, however, nimbly evaded his fingertip, swiftly sweeping over his head and tousling his golden locks into a disheveled mess. Hey! Ollie exclaimed with delight, it's my new toy for teasing the young master. With that, she deftly controlled the wisp to release the golden snitch's wings, directing it to entwine around the broomstick's handle. Don't move just yet, Ollie instructed, eager to observe the extent of the wind's control. She pressed her fingertip downwards, attempting to pull the broom toward the ground. But the Firebolt 2001 remained steadfastly suspended in mid-air. It appeared that at present, it could only restrain objects the size of the golden snitch. Draco stroked his chin in contemplation, a sudden spark of inspiration illuminating his thoughts. Could your wind capture the snitch during a Quidditch match and deliver it directly into my hands? Ollie. Draco. Or perhaps summon a gust to blow Potter off his broom. Ollie. That's a splendid idea. Professor McGonagall would surely murder me. Chapter 32, Special Strategy Side Quest 1. Ollie leaned against the bedroom window, idly manipulating the wisp of wind at her fingertips. After several days of practice, she had become adept at lifting a knife, a goblet, and even making a hefty tome hover momentarily in her palm. Though it couldn't compare to the levitation charm, she felt quite content with her progress, especially since she hadn't needed a wand. The sunlight outside was particularly intense. It was the end of July, and Draco was no longer practicing on his broom, as anyone would feel fatigued in such weather. Ollie curled her finger, and the pale blue wisp gently wrapped around a glass brimming with ice water, lifting it toward her. She took a sip of the chilled water, just about to revel in the rare leisure of the holiday, when the system's voice abruptly resonated in her mind. Detected that the affection level of the main storyline target is too low. In order to assist the host in advancing the task, a special strategy event is about to be triggered. Just as her internal alarm bells began to ring, she attempted to rise, only to be plunged into darkness and fall straight down. Ollie awoke on an unfamiliar road. The asphalt beneath her was scorched by the blazing sun, resembling an iron furnace, and the cacophony of cicadas filled her ears, inducing a sense of agitation. Forcing her eyes open, she discovered herself lying on the asphalt, her arm scorched with a fiery red mark. The distant honk of a car prompted her to scramble to her feet and stumble onto the sidewalk. Had she woken up a few seconds later, she likely would have been struck by a vehicle. Barefoot, the pavement was astonishingly hot. She had no choice but to head towards the grass, but her gaze caught the street sign. Yew Tree Road. She paused for 2 seconds, biting her teeth audibly. Are you out of your mind? The affection level of the target, Harry Potter, is too low, therefore compulsory measures will be taken. Note: today is July 31st, the birthday of the chosen boy. Please cherish this rare social opportunity. Fine, Ollie scoffed. You've just operated me here. How am I supposed to explain this to the Malfoy family? Saying I went to celebrate the Savior's birthday? Standing under the blazing sun, a thin layer of sweat quickly formed on her back. The suddenness of the system's transmission left her wearing a vintage dress, her hair in disarray, and her shoes nowhere to be found, rendering her conspicuously out of place on the Muggle streets. She stamped her foot in frustration, squinting to gauge the time before turning to walk towards the other side of the block. As a quintessential English middle-class neighborhood, everything here was tidy and respectable. Each house was identical, with pale beige walls, pristine white window frames, and low hedges adorned with petite rose bushes in front. Number 4 Yew Tree Road was engulfed in a fierce argument within the Dursley household. "I've told you countless times, boy. If you dare mention that place again in my home." Uncle Vernon's face turned a furious shade of crimson, his large fist crashing down onto the table. The glass on the table trembled violently, spilling milk everywhere. Harry averted his gaze, fixated on the crumbs lodged in Uncle Vernon's thick beard, muttering, "Got it." Dudley Dursley, chomping on a sausage, erupted into gleeful laughter at this. At his age, he was clearly overweight, the roundness of his belly threatening to burst the buttons of his shirt. Nevertheless, Aunt Petunia still tenderly added another slice of bacon to his plate. "Tonight, I'm closing a major deal," Uncle Vernon grunted, suppressing his rage. "The client will be coming for dinner. I expect you to know what to do." "Of course," Harry replied flatly, staring at his plate. Knowing he would spend the entire day cleaning the garden, weeding, and fertilizing, making everything tidy, even if today was his birthday. The doorbell rang from the hallway. "What are you standing there for? Go answer it." Uncle Vernon barked at him. Harry rose slowly, trudging toward the front door, his mind racing with curiosity about who might be ringing the bell. Could it be Uncle Vernon's client? A mischievous anticipation bubbled within him. If they had arrived a few hours early, he could witness the Dursleys in a frenzy, scrambling to clean up the mess. With hope in his heart, he pulled the door open, only to freeze at the threshold. "What are you dawdling at the door for? Has Mrs. Fig lost her cat again?" Uncle Vernon asked gruffly. Harry remained silent. Standing in the entrance was an extraordinarily beautiful girl, her long, rose-gold curls cascading over her shoulders, her lashes thick and curled, and her lips full. She was barefoot, her red-brown floral sundress exquisite, with intricate ribbons accentuating her slender figure. "Harry, happy birthday," she said, raising the cake box in her hands, her sparkling eyes winking at him. Harry had imagined countless scenarios where Ron and Hermione would send him letters during the holidays, and Ron would invite him over. But in the end he had received none. The first to come knocking was none other than Ollie Klein, the girl closely associated with the Malfoys, residing in Malfoy Manor. "What are you doing here? Did Malfoy send you?" he whispered, instinctively stepping forward to shield Uncle Vernon's view. This had to be a scheme. Malfoy must be bored out of his mind at the sprawling manor, and had concocted this ploy for amusement. Perhaps they had orchestrated it all along. The cake box she held was undoubtedly filled with snails, waiting for him to open it. Then Malfoy would jump out from somewhere, taunting him, "Happy birthday, Potter. Come rescue Mr. Potter from his home." She smirked. Curious Dudley approached, his mouth agape in an O shape as he pointed at Ollie, stuttering, "Mum. Harry has a girlfriend." Aunt Petunia, who was frying eggs in the kitchen, startled, causing the frying pan to crash to the floor. Amidst the astonished and furious gazes of Petunia and Vernon, Ollie walked directly to the dining table. "Mr. Dursley, Mrs. Dursley, I am Harry's friend from Hogwarts." Vernon's lips quivered violently as he turned a fierce glare at Harry. "You dared to tell those unsavory people our address? Are you intentionally?" "I didn't." "She is not my girlfriend," Harry interjected hastily. Ollie, however, spoke with a familiar smile. "Thank you for taking care of Harry all these years. I brought some gifts." With that, she produced a jar of exquisite Ceylon black tea from her bag, and placed it on the table. "Mrs. Dursley, this is for you. Also, this fountain pen is for Mr. Dursley. Dudley, you will surely love this." She handed over a box of Belgian chocolates, and Dudley, who had been chewing on a sausage, abruptly halted, his face turning a deep shade of purple. Vernon's gaze darted around, and after years of navigating the professional realm, he could easily discern that these gifts bore significant value. This was no ordinary visit. The stunningly beautiful girl before him sought something of consequence. He gruffly inquired, "What is it that you desire?" "A mere afternoon." Ollie chuckled softly. "I brought cake, wishing to share it with him." Vernon's countenance immediately fell. "An afternoon? What nonsense. My clients are dining with us tonight. This boy must remain and attend to the household chores. If I recall correctly, today is Harry's birthday, is it not?" she asked with serene composure. Vernon's thick lips curled in disdain, spewing saliva as he retorted, "He resides with the Dursleys and must adhere to their rules. He doesn't need to celebrate his birthday." Harry's spine stiffened beside him. Ollie leaned back slightly, evading the splatter of his spittle. "However, if you truly wish to take this boy away," she mused, casting a sidelong glance at Ollie's bag, "these gifts are commendable. But after all these years of raising Harry, I fear it may not suffice." Ollie's eyes narrowed. The Dursleys were indeed insatiable. Their avarice knew no bounds. And it was perplexing how they could justify their moral compass so comfortably. She idly tapped her fingers on the table. Indeed. Harry has resided with you for quite some time. Suddenly, the signing pen and tea canister on the table quivered violently and shot into the air. Vernon's hand barely grazed the tea canister before he realized a chilling gust of wind enveloped his fingertips, yanking them forcefully. The tea canister flew back into Ollie's grasp, and the pen landed firmly in her palm. The entire dining room fell into an eerie silence for 2 seconds. Vernon's thick lips quivered uncontrollably, and he found himself devoid of any strength in his fingers. Aunt Petunia's eyes widened in shock as she let out a short gasp, hastily covering her mouth. Dudley, frightened, dropped his chocolate and scurried behind his mother. Ollie methodically began to return the gifts to her bag. Then, if gifts are unnecessary, you shall surely grant my request, no? Vernon's face turned a shade of deep crimson, his lips trembling as he nearly toppled the teacup on the table. All right, he stammered, a bead of cold sweat forming on his brow, his hands flailing in desperation. But no eating in the house. Take your cake and get out. Harry stood frozen in place, his gaze vacillating between Vernon and Ollie, until the next moment, the girl's delicate fingers gently clasped his wrist. Come on, Mr. Savior. I have no desire to squander time with them. He was pulled along, striding confidently from the doorway, and making his way to the amusement park at the street corner. Aren't we not allowed to use magic off school grounds? Harry cautiously asked. Who said I used a wand? Ollie replied with a smile. Harry stood there, his chest rising and falling slightly. He couldn't believe it was she who had temporarily rescued him from the Dursleys. Ollie perched herself on the swing, one hand deftly untying the ribbon on the cake box. With a beaming smile, she pushed the cake towards him. Here, Mr. Potter, your birthday cake. Inside the paper box lay a fruit cream cake, reminiscent of the one Harry had seen at the bakery on the corner, adorned with strawberries, peaches, and cherries dripping in syrup. He had grown weary of the cakes Dudley received for his birthdays, yet he had never tasted one himself. His fingers curled nervously at his side, but, after a prolonged hesitation, he finally managed to ask, Where did you get the Muggle money? I exchanged it with your neighbor, Mrs. Fig, she said, glancing at Harry's astonished expression. Just kidding. I grew up in a Muggle orphanage. Why shouldn't I have some money? Well, it seemed she truly did not. Harry blinked in confusion, his green eyes wide. So can I ask? Why did the Malfoy family adopt you? They must have seen my relentless efforts. Ollie shrugged. Perhaps they wanted a bodyguard. Who knows? Harry found it difficult to reconcile her slender frame with that of a bodyguard. Are they kind to you? Well, they provide food and drink, so I won't perish, except I can't leave the estate, she said, handing him a plastic knife from the cake box. Birthday boy, cut the cake. Isn't that just imprisonment? He replied, taking the knife, but Ollie suddenly seized his hand. Not yet. You haven't made a wish. She abruptly stood, inadvertently smearing a bit of cream on her short skirt. Harry instinctively reached out to help her clean it, but halted halfway, his face beginning to flush. Her light blue eyes sparkled intensely, fixated on him. He instinctively shut his eyes. Do you have a wish? The sun bore down on his eyelids, her voice tantalizingly close. Harry initially wished to express that wishes spoken aloud would not come true. Yet he feared silence might be impolite. I wish to return to Hogwarts and then visit Ron's house. The wish of the Savior boy was indeed refreshingly simple. Harry grasped the plastic knife, and they began to share the same piece of fruit cake. The cake was overly sweet, causing Ollie to wrinkle her nose, while Harry's brows gradually relaxed. The cake was delicious. He raised his face, his vibrant green eyes sparkling as he gazed at her. Thank you. Not afraid of me now? She teased. You have cream on your face. Flustered under Ollie's amused gaze, Harry hastily wiped his face. Sorry, I thought you were like Malfoy. A lightness lifted within him. At least this birthday, he had cake and someone to share it with. Ollie kicked off, swinging higher with ease, the chains creaking ominously as she propelled herself. Yet Harry distinctly noticed a wisp of delicate blue wind entwining around her swing. What is this? Do you wish to play? Ollie tilted her head, her fingers beckoning, and the tendril of wind playfully swirled around his hair, giving him a gentle push. Harry's swing began to soar as well. Hey Ollie! His heart raced, instinctively calling her by her first name. As the sun dipped lower, the orange glow cast whimsical shadows of the swaying swings. Ollie glanced at the sky, pondering how to return. You keep the cake, it can serve as breakfast tomorrow. And I. Just then, she caught sight of a pair of remarkably large green eyes peering from the nearby thicket. Dobby. The bushes began to tremble violently, and Harry stared in astonishment as a wrinkled little creature with enormous ears bounded forth. Miss, what are you doing here? Dobby squeaked, and Ollie hurriedly placed a hand over its mouth. Shoo. Miss has been missing all day. The lady does not permit you. I know, she said, never having so eagerly awaited its appearance. Could you help me sneak back using apparition? Dobby wailed. Dobby has concealed Mrs. Disappearance from the master. Dobby is a bad elf. But Dobby still wishes to help Mississippi Harry, perplexed asked, It's a house elf from the Malfoys? Dobby suddenly looked up, eyes brimming with fervor as he gazed at Harry Potter. Dobby admires you greatly. As they listened to the creature's effusive praises for Harry, Ollie had to frequently remind it to lower its voice to avoid being overheard by passers-by. Finally, Dobby cautiously spoke, Harry Potter must not return to school. Dangerous things will occur this year. You need protection. Harry froze. What? That's impossible. I've been longing to go back. He wanted to inquire further, but Dobby suddenly trembled, several letters tumbling from the tatters of its clothing. Harry immediately recognized the handwriting above, belonging to Hermione and Ron. You intercepted my letter? Dobby stammered. Dobby only wishes to protect Harry Potter. He must not return to Hogwarts, or he shall be harmed. Harry rushed forward, intent on reclaiming the letter. But Dobby began to thrash and scream violently. The commotion drew the hurried footsteps of a neighbor, who was causing a ruckus by the garden. Don't make me use my frying pan. Amidst the chaotic scene, Ollie grasped Dobby's arm tightly. Quickly, take me back with apparition. With a soft pop, Ollie and Dobby suddenly vanished from the spot. Ignoring the cries behind him, Harry stared at the half-eaten cake on the stone chair, suddenly feeling a profound emptiness. Chapter 34. Borgin and Burke's The Diary. Upon returning to Malfoy Manor, as soon as Dobby set her down, he hurried to return to Knockturn Alley to prevent Harry from returning to school. Miss, I must go back. Harry Potter absolutely cannot return to Hogwarts. Observing his anxious expression, Ollie reluctantly released her grip, and with a pop, Dobby's figure disappeared once more. It was truly unfortunate for the boy who lived, who was about to face yet another calamity before the commencement of his second year. The summer vacation passed swiftly, and on a sunny afternoon at the end of August, Ollie received the second-year book list sent by Hogwarts. Aside from a copy of Standard Spells, Level 2, which he already possessed, the remaining 7 books were all authored by Gilderoy Lockhart. The total cost of the 7 tomes was 35 galleons, a price so exorbitant that it left her astounded. Had it not been for the Malfoy family covering her book expenses, she would have found herself destitute. Dressed in her robes, Ollie descended the stairs to the manor's grand hall. After quietly waiting for over 10 minutes, Lucius finally arrived, accompanied by Draco, fashionably late. Draco strode confidently to her side, familiar hands grasping her arm. Hurry, I need to buy a broom at the Quidditch specialty shop. Do not be in such a rush, Draco, Lucius interjected. Before that, we must first visit a certain place. With that, he flicked his wrist, and a black cloak fell into her arms. He looked down at Ollie. When we arrive there, conceal your face, refrain from speaking, and stay close to Draco. She gently caressed the soft fabric in her palm, obediently nodded, and quickly donned the cloak, pulling the hood to obscure half of her face. The fireplace erupted in dazzling green flames, and when she opened her eyes again, the three found themselves in a grimy, dimly lit alley. A fine drizzle fell from the sky, filling the cracks of the cobblestones with putrid mud and dead leaves, while a winding trail of water marked the overturned street sign. The displays in the shop windows on either side were certainly not of the usual wares: shrunken human heads, venomous spiders, cursed artifacts. Their presence immediately attracted the attention of several wizards on the street. The platinum hue of their hair stood out vividly against the rain, not to mention the inherent air of arrogance exuded by the father-son duo. A piercing gaze fell upon her, and in the next moment, Draco's arm encircled her shoulders, pulling her close. He tugged her hood down slightly. Let us move quickly. They soon arrived at a shop named Borgin and Burke's, where a wind chime jingled, and the man behind the counter greeted them with a smile. Mr. Malfoy. Long time no see. Oh, and young Master Malfoy has joined us. And who might this be? His gaze fell upon the small figure beside Draco, cloaked in black, with only a sliver of pale chin visible beneath the hood. Do not inquire about matters that do not concern you, Mr. Borgin, Lucius replied coldly. Ollie bowed her head slightly. Since leaving, she had felt an inexplicable dizziness, and upon entering the shop, the sensation only intensified. The bloodied bones and rusted spikes appeared to emanate an ominous aura. Overwhelming pressure descended upon her, tightly constricting her head, nearly robbing her of breath. She swayed slightly, resting her head gently against Draco's shoulder. Lucius began to haggle with Mr. Borgin, seemingly intending to sell some items from the manor. Ollie half closed her eyes, straining to listen, but the hand around her shoulder tightened suddenly. What's wrong? Draco asked in a hushed tone, looking down at her. Dizzy, feeling nauseous. The things here make me uncomfortable. I don't feel anything, he replied, frowning. Have you skipped breakfast again in your bookish pursuits? Lucius's voice drifted from the counter. The ministry is becoming increasingly intrusive. Soon the Muggle Protection Act will be rendered ineffective. Ollie remained silent, her lips pressed tightly together, her body swaying slightly. Draco did not take it to heart, casually tightening his arm, half dragging her toward another display case. Come. Look at this, he pointed to a necklace. This thing is said to have killed many filthy Muggles. Within the crevice of a nearby black wooden cabinet, something seemed to flicker, but the throbbing pain in her head prevented her from pondering it. She could only lean heavily against his shoulder, breathing shallowly. System. Why do I feel unwell? She questioned internally. An intermittent electronic voice echoed in her mind. System interference detected. Could the system also be affected by dark magical artifacts? Yet Draco remained oblivious, his attention swiftly diverted by a string of bone chains, eagerly pulling her around to explore. Just as he reached for the black wooden cabinet in the corner, Lucius's voice rang out. Draco, it's time to go. As they exited the shop, Ollie felt the oppressive weight upon her lift abruptly. However, the ominous aura had not entirely dissipated. It clung to her like a shadow. She dizzily raised her eyes. The source of the unsettling presence was none other than Lucius Malfoy himself. Inside Flourish and Blots, the atmosphere was bustling with voices. Many witches of various ages jostled within the bookstore, the line stretching from the entrance to the front of Florian Fortescue's ice cream parlor. A strikingly handsome young wizard stood at the center of the crowd, his satin robe shimmering as he tilted his face upward, flashing a dazzling smile that revealed 8 gleaming teeth. Today marked Gilderoy Lockhart's book signing event, and the air was filled with the continuous flashes of floating cameras and rising screams. Ladies, do not hold back your applause. I am here today to fulfill your desires. Lucius parted the crowd with his serpent-headed cane, guiding her and Draco through the door. Truly insipid, Lucius remarked coldly, casting a disdainful glance at Lockhart. Ollie spotted Harry, Hermione, and the Weasley family, just emerging from the throng, clutching a complete set of Lockhart's books. The illustrious Potter, It seems you attract attention wherever you go. Draco suddenly raised his voice. Harry turned, an expression of intense distaste crossing his face. Malfoy? In the next moment his gaze fell upon Ollie, who had just removed her hood, revealing a face that appeared particularly pale. Harry's eyes flickered. He recalled mispronouncing the name when he arrived at Diagon Alley, and being sent to Borgin and Burke's by the Floo powder, witnessing the scene inside the shop. She seemed unwell, leaning closely against Malfoy, their hushed conversation appearing unusually intimate. He felt a twinge of concern for her but recognized that this was hardly the right time to inquire. Arthur Weasley? I never expected to see you here. Have you made enough money for your family? Lucius approached, resting a hand on Draco's shoulder. Arthur's expression darkened swiftly, and Fred and George, trailing behind, also caught sight of her. Ollie? George smiled, instinctively moving closer. Their steps quickly halted as she stood quietly beside the Malfoys, silent and unmoving. You know the Malfoy family? Fred queried. Draco immediately turned to her. When did you have dealings with these imbecilic Weasleys behind my back? Ollie's complexion turned ashen, the unsettling aura emanating from Lucius fraying her nerves, her heart racing violently. Thump, thump, thump. Seeing her silence, Draco abruptly pulled her closer. She resides at Malfoy Manor, Weasley. Fred and George's expressions shifted dramatically, and an air of tension enveloped the room. You never mentioned this to us, George murmured, lowering his gaze as his smile faded. A sensation akin to icy darkness filled Ollie's lungs, causing her to gasp for breath. In her peripheral vision, Lucius seemed to quietly retrieve a black diary. An invisible force surged from within her, rushing towards the notebook. Lucius's finger twitched violently, causing the diary to clatter to the ground. At that moment, she coughed up blood and fell backward. Chapter 35. The academic year main quest is released. Ollie, little boss. Amid her plummeting consciousness, Ollie seemed to hear several anxious voices calling for her. Shadows of pale gold and fiery red flickered around her, and her body was lifted into the air before everything descended into darkness. She slept for an extended period. As time passed in the boundless void, a cold electronic voice shattered the silence. Unknown interference source eliminated. System successfully rebooted. Miss Ollie struggled to open her eyes. Her tear-filled tennis ball-sized orbs fixated on her. Miss, you're awake. Dobby shrieked. You've been unconscious for 3 whole days. Dobby thought you. Tears like raindrops trickled down its wrinkled face as Ollie propped herself up, grasping its hand. Cough, did I faint in the bookstore? Dobby with teary eyes, replied. Dobby, doesn't he know? Master carried you back, and the young master said that as soon as you wake up, he needs to be called. No sooner had the words left its mouth than it vanished with a pop. Ollie rubbed her temples, her foggy mind gradually clearing. She had collapsed under the unbearable weight after Lucius discreetly revealed Tom Riddle's diary. That diary was indeed a Horcrux of Voldemort. Yet she had never heard of a Horcrux causing someone to cough up blood and faint. System, what happened at that moment? Are you also susceptible to dark magic? The diary possessed by Lucius Malfoy harbors an extraordinarily potent force, which can destabilize the system. Moreover, the host's constitution is highly vulnerable to dark magic intrusion. Please exercise caution. What kind of broken system have I stumbled upon? I thought you transcended the rules of this world, she scoffed, only to find that even his soul fragments surpass you? System. If the host refers to that diary, the system is not inferior to it. There was an unexpected hint of resentment in its tone. Ollie, I do not believe it. However, speaking of susceptibility to dark magic, she couldn't help but recall that fateful night in the Forbidden Forest when she encountered Joy Beck. He had anticipated all her actions and pierced her mind with a magical force, causing her magic to erupt violently once more. Ollie clicked her tongue. Though I find conversing with you tiresome, I must pose a question. Did Joy Beck use dark magic or legilimency to predict my actions? The system fell silent for a moment. Not dark magic. So it was legilimency? He was only in his second year. Is he a natural legilimens? Yes. A chill ran down Ollie's spine. Does that mean he knows I am not the original host? The system paused, finally breaking its silence. No. The host's mental domain differs from that of ordinary individuals. No wizard can truly penetrate your thoughts. The existence of the system inherently provides the effect of the highest level of mental occlusion. Additionally, Joy Beck is a naturally flawed legilimens. He can only perceive the host's vague emotional fluctuations to gauge your intent to attack. Ollie pondered for a moment. So? That is why he sought to drink unicorn blood. A flurry of footsteps outside interrupted her thoughts as Draco burst through the door. Finally decided to wake up? He strode forward, instinctively reaching out to pull her closer, but caught sight of her open collar. She had just awakened, her morning robe slightly disheveled, revealing her delicate collarbone. Draco abruptly halted his movement, quickly turning away. You arrived rather swiftly, Ollie blinked. The main house is quite far from my room, isn't it? He sat at the edge of the bed, a suspicious blush creeping onto his ears. Self-important, I was merely passing by. Passing by? She asked incredulously, which route is that? His expression darkened. Ollie Clan, be quiet. The timing of her awakening was neither early nor late, but perfectly aligned with the day of their return to school. Thus, as soon as she regained consciousness, she had to hastily pack her belongings, stuffing books, quills, ink bottles, and her school robes into her suitcase, and grabbing a handful of corn to feed the round little creature that had gone hungry for 3 days. Lucius did not inquire about the incident of her fainting that day. However, there was a hint of hesitation in his gaze. Ultimately, he said nothing, calmly escorting her and Draco to platform 9 3/4. Still feeling weak from her unconsciousness, Ollie struggled with her luggage, boarding the Hogwarts Express amidst the impatient prodding of the conductor. As Draco boarded the train, he gleefully sought to cause trouble for Harry, eager to flaunt his newly acquired Firebolt 2001. However, this hope was swiftly dashed. After dragging Ollie through the aisle 3 times, they failed to catch even a glimpse of the savior. How fortunate. It seems he has dropped out, the golden-haired lad remarked with a cheerful tone. Ollie decided to reserve her judgment. The train glided into the platform under the cloak of night, and like the previous year, they followed the crowd to the Great Hall. Another year-'s sorting ceremony awaited. She settled beside Mandy, greeting her, while Padma warmly reciprocated. Yet, Mandy appeared somewhat aloof, concerned. She tilted her head to inquire. But the system's electronic voice chimed in once more. Second-year Hogwarts main quest released. 1. Win 100 formal wizard duels. Target, 0-100. 2. Earn 6,000 galleons. Target, 06000. Side quest. Regardless of gender, the host's favorability must exceed 50. Target, 25. The host must complete all main quests. Otherwise it will be deemed a failure, erasing existence. Clatter. Ollie froze in place, her fork clattering against the silver plate, drawing numerous gazes. 100 formal wizard duels? 6,000 galleons? This year's academic tasks were unexpectedly straightforward. Yet the difficulty had escalated exponentially. She nearly laughed in disbelief. Last year, she had spent the entire year in business, selling notes and collaborating with the Weasley twins, ultimately earning a mere 40 galleons in total. 6,000 galleons was an astronomical figure in the wizarding world. It was equivalent to the salary of most ordinary wizards over several years. What a joke. She fumed silently, demanding, if you want my life, just say it. The host will not receive unattainable tasks. Anger surged within her. If the system had a physical form, she would have loved to slap it across the face. The sorting ceremony concluded swiftly, and a restless Ollie followed the Ravenclaw prefect back to the common room. Upon entering the dormitory, the previously distant Mandy plopped down on her four-poster bed, kicking her luggage aside. Ollie. She snapped back to reality, lifting her gaze. Mandy hesitated, gazing at her for a moment, biting her lip, before finally speaking. Why didn't you reply to my letters? Ollie was taken aback. You sent me letters? Of course. Mandy looked somewhat hurt. I sent so many to Malfoy Manor. I had a wonderful time in Hogsmeade with Padma over the summer. And I had hoped you could join us, but you didn't even respond. Do you think that compared to the Malfoys, I and Padma are not as significant? Chapter 36. The Sacrifice of Blood. How could you think that? Ollie felt a pang of helplessness at seeing her distressed. I truly did not receive your letter. And the Malfoy family would never permit me to venture out on my own. Are you suggesting that all the letters sent by Mandy during the holidays were intercepted by the Malfoys? It is hardly surprising that her correspondence would be scrutinized, as even her annual school supply list is personally delivered by a house elf. But is even such mundane communication forbidden? A heaviness settled in Ollie's heart. Such reasoning would sound implausible and absurd to Mandy and her friends. What kind of foster family forbids you from leaving your home? I am indeed quite ignorant. Mandy chuckled softly. All right, she said as Padma rose and stepped between them, attempting to ease the tension. I was still pestering my mother to buy me a Comet 260, hoping to show it to you first. Mandy dove into her bedding, wrapping herself like a pupa. She then tore down the bed curtains, the soft, deep blue fabric falling to completely separate her from Ollie and Padma. Padma leaned in quietly. Don't be upset. Mandy was looking forward to spending time with you all holiday. Well, we both anticipated it, she replied comfortingly, winking. But it's all right. You're back. And that's what matters. Ollie slowly pulled a smile and nodded. The atmosphere in the dormitory suddenly grew heavy, and she lost her inclination to do anything else. After hastily packing her belongings and washing up, she climbed onto the windowsill with a book in her arms. As she flipped through the pages, she caught the faint sound of sobs emanating from behind Mandy's bed curtains. She closed the book and softly said, Mandy, I'll accompany you to the Quidditch tryouts next week, okay? The deep blue curtains trembled slightly. All right, Mandy mumbled through her sniffles. The following day at breakfast, the uproar began with a howler addressed to Ron Weasley at the Gryffindor table. Ron Weasley, I am ashamed of what you have done. The fiery red envelope spat flames as it yelled. Ollie jolted, nearly dropping her toast into her milk. In the morning herbology class, she was still attending with the Slytherin students. Navigating through the crowd, she encountered Theodore Nott on the cobbled path to the greenhouses. Having not seen him for the entire holiday, she noticed he had grown taller, his white shirt fitting snugly against his slender frame. He carried a bag and lowered his eyes slightly. Have my translations been completed? He inquired, his focus evidently on this matter. She smiled and deftly pulled out a thick stack of manuscripts from her bag, placing it in his palm. 685 pages, meticulously transcribed without a single error. Theodore nodded. And they proceeded toward the greenhouse. In their first year, classes were held in the first greenhouse, but by their second year, they would be advancing to the more perilous third greenhouse. This book discusses the application of bloodline magic, she whispered. Many pureblood families inherently carry a certain energy in their blood. Ollie had kept her promise, helping Theodore translate his mysterious tome over the summer. It detailed numerous bloodline curses carried by wizarding families, which also explained the seemingly inexplicable early deaths of some pureblood wizards. But why was he interested in such a book? Draco had once casually mentioned that Theodore was the last scion of the Nott family, raised by his father after his mother's untimely demise. Theodore casually flipped through the manuscript, asking, Is there anything particularly noteworthy? She nodded. Bloodline curses are quite common, but it mentions a specific type of blood sacrifice. It's not entirely a ritual, it's more akin to extracting bloodlines. The text recounts how some ancient families attempted to use this method to pass their power to the next generation. Theodore halted, his expression visibly shifting. His long eyelashes fluttering slightly. He gazed at her intently, just as he opened his mouth to speak. Suddenly, a rush of footsteps approached from behind. Ollie. Draco squeezed into their midst, intentionally separating the two. Did you hear the howler from Weasley this morning? He said with a hint of glee. He and Potter deserve it. Let us hope his foolish father gets expelled from the ministry too. Theodore averted his gaze coolly as the three entered the third greenhouse together. Professor Sprout stood amidst 2 rows of planting beds, a long table laden with over 30 pairs of fuzzy earmuffs in various colors. Today, we will learn about caring for mandrakes. Has anyone done any prior research? Ollie quickly raised her hand, correctly reciting the characteristics and habits of mandrakes. Excellent. Ravenclaw earns 10 points. The cries of these young mandrakes wouldn't be lethal, but would leave you faint for half the day. Sprout paired them up. And Ollie remained alongside Draco and Theodore. As Sprout explained the precautions, Theodore retrieved the stack of manuscripts from his bag, leaning against a high stool as he carefully perused it. Ollie leaned closer, perceptively whispering, "The blood sacrifice chapter is on page 502. He swiftly turned to the corresponding page. "Alright, now everyone go grab a pair of earmuffs," Sprout instructed. The young witches and wizards eagerly reached out for the earmuffs. With the black and gray pair snatched up swiftly, while everyone avoided the bright pink fuzzy earmuffs like the plague. Theodore closed the book, rose, and similarly selected a black pair, then turned to her with a serious gaze that held a different meaning than usual. "Klein." Ollie blinked, instinctively turning her head, only to have a pair of earmuffs dropped over her ears from behind. Theodore's lips moved in front of her. She helplessly removed the pink earmuffs that Draco had forcibly placed on her. "What did you just say? The soundproofing is too good." "I didn't hear." "You heard." Theodore glared at her for 3 seconds, then shifted his gaze away, his face cold. "What did you say?" "I genuinely didn't hear," she protested. Theodore turned his back, reaching into the planting bed to pull out a mandrake. She quickly put the earmuffs back on, watching him, radiating an icy demeanor, as he faced the ugly young mandrake. The mandrake opened its mouth wide, struggling and crying out in his grasp. "So what did you say?" Chapter 37, Lockhart. The Underground Duel Arena. Ollie could not extract that elusive phrase from Theodore's lips until the end of class. She shoved the squirming, muddy doll back into the soil, and the mandrake kicked up a storm of dirt all over her. Ollie truly despised practical classes. Spells, transfiguration, history of magic, and even potions could be deemed enjoyable. But only herbology left her breathless and sore after each session. Once third-year electives rolled around, she would certainly avoid care of magical creatures. Ollie retrieved her wand and cast a cleaning charm on herself and Draco. "Thanks," Draco said, his pale face glistening with sweat as he disdainfully tossed aside the flower pot. "Damn mandrake." The young master's rare expression of solidarity resonated with her. The afternoon's lesson was defense against the dark arts, and as they entered the classroom, Gilderoy Lockhart was already waiting at the front. The young man was exceptionally handsome, flashing a smile that revealed 8 gleaming teeth, each hair shimmering with a fine sparkling sheen. He was indeed good-looking, but regrettably, he was a morally bankrupt charlatan. Padma and Mandy had already claimed seats in the front row, resting their chins in their hands, gazing at him with rapturous eyes. "Children, I trust you've all heard of my illustrious name?" He shook his robe, embroidered with intricate patterns. "Who can accurately recite my accolades?" 10 points. Ollie raised her hand. "This young lady, 5-time winner of the Most Charming Smile Award, recipient of the 3rd Class Order of Merlin, British Magic Defense Pioneer, and honorary medal from the French Wizarding Association." She recited the list of accolades from the front page of her book with indifference. "This small classroom cannot accommodate all these accolades." "Absolutely correct," Lockhart exclaimed. "Defensive Pioneer. This is an accolade I acquired while expelling a vampire coven in Romania. Such excessive modesty would only appear insincere, would it not?" Several Ravenclaw girls applauded in admiration. Padma, her face flushed, raised her hand. "Professor, I read in your autobiography that you were once sorted into Ravenclaw." "Good girl. It seems you have read quite attentively," Lockhart chuckled, casting a meaningful glance around the classroom. "Indeed, I was one of the most distinguished students of Ravenclaw." Ollie stifled a laugh, sharing a look of admiration with her fellow classmates. After a lengthy self-introduction, he began distributing the quiz papers, consisting mainly of tedious questions about the myriad of awards Gilderoy Lockhart had received. As Ollie filled out her paper, her mind wandered to the academic year's tasks set by the system. Firstly, the system's requirements this year had shifted from student duels and practice dueling to formal dueling. The dilemma arose from the fact that finding an opportunity for a formal duel at Hogwarts was virtually impossible. Teachers would never duel a student. Furthermore, as far as she knew, wizard dueling had become a waning activity outside of school. It had once enjoyed popularity during the Grindelwald era, approximately 4 to 5 decades ago. But after the war concluded, and the wizarding world returned to peace, wizards lost their interest in dueling. Now, it was akin to muggle boxing matches, entertainment rather than a serious endeavor. As for the secondary task of acquiring 6,000 galleons, there was no feasible way for a student to earn such a sum through conventional means. When combining these 2 academic tasks, it became evident that the system's true intention was to compel her to participate in underground dueling arenas. She had encountered descriptions of these clandestine dueling pits in her readings. Their legality was dubious, and they were predominantly located in areas populated by dark wizards. Although one could earn substantial galleons through victories, the duels themselves were often life-and-death affairs, regardless of background, lineage, or blood status. All means were permissible, even the most cruel curses and unforgivable spells, as long as victory was achieved. A fine sheen of perspiration moistened Ollie's palms, and she abruptly halted her writing. This was the only viable path to accomplish the requirements, achieving the necessary victories while also earning enough money. If the first-year academic tasks remained within the realm of normalcy, the second-year system had unashamedly revealed its utmost malice. It was compelling her to grow in the most ruthless and expedited manner possible, even if it was glaringly harsh for a second-year witch. She exhaled shakily, mentally scolding. "You are truly mad." The host should have been prepared from the moment the main objective was designated. Ollie scoffed softly, biting her tongue as she hastily completed the quiz and raised her hand. "Professor, I have finished." "So soon? It's only been 15 minutes, Miss Cran. Are you not going to double-check?" Lockhart strolled over. She slowly forced a shy smile. "No need, Professor. I have read your works numerous times over the summer and can recite them from memory." The other Ravenclaw students cast her looks of surprise and understanding. Michael Corner whispered in a hushed tone, "I can't believe Cran likes this old fraud too." Anthony cleared his throat. "After all, she is a girl. It's not hard to understand. I heard that Granger from Gryffindor does as well." "Really? Then I must conduct a thorough investigation." Lockhart, beaming, took the parchment from her. He casually grabbed the quill she offered and began to lavish praise as he read. "Yes, correct. Particularly insightful. 100%. Miss Cran." His smile widened. "Ravenclaw earns 10 points. Once he collected all the papers, Lockhart finally commenced the lesson. Unlike the previous class with Gryffindor, where he had insisted they catch Cornish pixies, an absolute disaster, he began narrating tales of his triumph over werewolves. The plot was expertly crafted, full of twists and turns, intricately woven. If only it were true. As the bell rang, Ollie exited the classroom. A place like the underground dueling arena would undoubtedly maintain secrecy and privacy, accessible only through special channels. To gather such information, perhaps Nocturne Alley would be a suitable locale. As for how to sneak out of school, Ollie's fingers instinctively curled slightly, betraying a tension she herself had not recognized. Seeking out Fred and George for intel seemed the best course of action. Chapter 38. A heart-to-heart with the twins, the secret passage. The night sky was adorned with a myriad of stars, and the gentle night breeze carried the occasional calls of birds from the forbidden forest. The astronomical tower was illuminated with a warm glow as Ollie spread her star chart across her lap, occasionally lifting her gaze to observe the celestial phenomena. Venus shone particularly brightly, and Orion hung majestically overhead, with several twinkling stars forming a straight line. She lowered her head to sketch on the parchment, her mind restless as she glanced back at the staircase behind her, then quickly returned to her work, erasing her previous strokes. Her astronomy assignment was revised repeatedly until she had accurately marked the position of the Big Dipper, when suddenly, footsteps echoed behind her. Ollie refrained from turning around. She recognized the familiar footsteps drawing nearer, stopping steadily behind her. Closing her notebook, she remarked, "I thought you weren't coming." "Why would you think that?" One of them chuckled, his voice low. Was it Fred? Or George? She finally turned, the backlight casting a soft golden hue upon their fiery red hair. Fred approached first, leaning against the ground as he settled to her right. After a brief pause, George chose to sit on her left. "Little boss, still busy with homework at this late hour?" "I'm working on the star chart," she replied softly. An uncomfortable silence ensued. Ollie shifted her position, swinging her legs dangerously over the edge of the tower. After 5 seconds of mutual silence, George finally spoke in a low voice. "How is your health?" Ollie nodded. "I am fine now. I rested for several days after returning." Fred interjected. "When you fainted, it startled everyone. George and I wanted to help you, but then Malfoy," he trailed off, leaving the sentence hanging. Unable to contain herself any longer, Ollie confessed. "I didn't tell you before, but I was taken in by the Malfoy family." The Weasley family had never seen eye to eye with the Malfoys. Her carefree interactions with the twins had never prompted her to consider such matters of allegiance. George asked, "So what about young Malfoy?" "We are friends," she replied candidly, causing a fleeting crack in the nonchalant demeanor they had both strived to maintain. "You do know what the Malfoy family is like, right?" Fred blurted out suddenly. "My dad says Lucius Malfoy was once a servant of Voldemort," she replied flatly. Fred faltered slightly, managing to squeeze out a single word. "Yes." George cautiously inquired. So is it true? I don't know. Ollie lowered her gaze. But if you two are here to make me choose sides, I'm afraid I cannot comply. Ollie! Fred suddenly sat up straight, his tone irate. Did you hear what they said about my family? She whispered. What do you expect me to do? They insult the Weasley family, which I cannot condone, but they took me in. So I can't insult them either. She stared at her toes. If they hadn't taken me in, I would have been beaten to death in the orphanage. Ollie's tone was disturbingly calm, as if she were merely discussing a change in the weather. A hand gently fell on her shoulder, and George's voice turned hoarse as he murmured, I am sorry. Fred too seemed taken aback, his gaze lowered, appearing for the first time genuinely saddened. Was it a Muggle orphanage? Indeed, she nodded candidly. The headmaster was a rather antiquated figure who harbored a distaste for magic, and I, being rather mischievous, suppose you understand. Ollie lowered her gaze and comfortingly slipped a piece of candy into the palms of the two. Is there anything else you wish to inquire about? George pressed his lips together. We sent you a letter during the summer, inviting you to visit Diagon Alley. Why did you not respond? How many letters had been intercepted? I did not receive it, and moreover, I cannot venture out on my own. This statement instantly furrowed the brows of the two, who had just begun to relax. Little boss, the Malfoy family must have ulterior motives in adopting you. How could they harbor any genuine intentions? Fred remarked. Ollie, if you are being mistreated in their household, just blink, George added. Ollie held back for a moment, but ultimately could not resist blinking her tired eyes. Fred and George exclaimed in unison. You are indeed being mistreated. Enraged, she twisted their well-defined arms with force, declaring no. The two immediately began to shout in mock agony, lowering their heads and looking up at her with pitiable eyes, exclaiming, We genuinely care about you. Well, you may be glib, but your sincerity is evident. Rest assured, I will remain safe. Mimicking their gestures, she pressed down firmly on their heads with both hands. Alas, there are simply too many children in the Weasley family, Fred lamented. Otherwise, I would certainly have my mother bring you back to be our sister. You are far more charming than the dullard Ron, George chuckled. He cried when he saw the spiders we conjured as children. Mother would absolutely adore you. Your grades surpass Percy's, and you are far more obedient than the two of us. Of course, we would undoubtedly lead you astray. Ollie's heart warmed at their words. I have heard that Mrs. Weasley is quite the skilled cook. The twins immediately chimed in. Indeed, exceptionally so. If you were adopted into our family, she would undoubtedly be incessantly knitting sweaters for you and Ginny each year. The clock at home would even include you. If you were to sneak out with us, she would discover it at once. If you desire plum pudding, chocolate brownies, or milk jelly. As they continued, they became breathless, looking at her with bright, light-colored eyes. It was evident that the Weasley children were indeed nurtured in an abundance of love. You know, little boss. We have indeed hesitated regarding our relationship with you these past few days. Fred suddenly lowered his voice earnestly. George reached out to tousle her hair, saying, But ultimately, we still think you are wonderful. After the twins departed, Ollie looked down at the parchment on which they had inscribed the secret passages out of the school. They had specifically marked several of the safest routes, one of which was behind the witch statue in the third-floor corridor, leading directly to Honeydukes in Hogsmeade. Ollie tucked away the parchment and retrieved the black cloak gifted by Lucius, draping it over her shoulders. Subsequently, she pressed her wand against her throat and made a gentle slash. Vocal transformation. After completing this, she swung the cloak around her and swiftly vanished into the thick of the night. For many wizards, the night was only just beginning. Chapter 39. Nightmares, the First Duel. The streets of Nocturne Alley remained as chaotic as ever, shadows cloaking the corners, and the air was thick with the stench of decay. Two scruffy dark wizards leaning against the wall perked up at the sight of a silhouette at the alley's entrance. The cloaked figure was petite, obscuring its features, resembling a slender white poplar in the darkness. Ollie stepped onto the cobblestone path. The deep night of Nocturne Alley was enveloped in darkness, with only a few shops flickering dimly with candlelight. In the next moment, two hulking figures blocked her path. Another little lost cub wandering the night? Sneered one of the men with beady eyes. First time in Nocturne Alley? If you don't want your corpse stuffed in a back alley, you'd best cough up some coin, grunted the other, his voice rough. The cloaked figure remained silent for a moment, then nodded and reached for the coin pouch at their waist. Good to see you're sensible. The beady-eyed man grinned maliciously, one hand reaching for her pouch while the other brandished a wand that glowed green. Boom. A thunderous crash resonated. The two dark wizards felt an overwhelming force strike their midsection, sending them flying into a heap of refuse several meters away. Filth splattered everywhere, and even the cobblestones trembled slightly. Ollie tightened her grip on the wand concealed within her sleeve. after poring over countless tomes of magic. This was her first attempt at combining spells. The results were extraordinary. Under the influence of the ancient incantation, the original energy of the spell was amplified several times over. The beady-eyed man coughed up a mouthful of black blood, and in utter horror, the cloaked figure approached step by step. The figure raised a leg and stomped down hard on his chest. Cough. Damn it. Blood spilled from the corners of his mouth. A pristine wand, adorned with white patterns, was pressed against his throat. He vaguely recognized it as a wand made from mountain ash. The cloaked figure spoke coldly. Where is the dueling arena? The voice was intentionally obscured, low and androgynous, betraying neither age nor gender. The two dark wizards exchanged terrified glances, stammering, Do you wish to go to the Nightmares Arena? My lord? We can take you there. Just please don't kill us. Their wrinkled faces lost all semblance of their earlier bravado. Tell me the location. The wand pressed tighter against his throat. All right. Go 50 meters inside, turn left and knock twice on the 18th stone brick from the bottom. As the beady-eyed man spoke, he subtly exchanged glances with his companion, his fingers twitching slightly. Ollie calmly lowered her gaze, raising her hand to collect both wands into her palm. They collapsed to the ground, unconscious. A flash of purple light seeped into their chests, and they fell silently. Ollie soon located the stone brick in the dim alley and knocked on it. After doing so, a dilapidated tavern came into view. A scarred old wizard with a crooked nose lifted his eyes. Newcomer? She nodded. The old wizard coughed, rummaged behind the counter, and tossed her an object. Ollie caught it. It was a wooden token carved with a skull, its mouth wide open, sticking out a bright red tongue. Pass, the old wizard said, belching, go find Blackfinger yourself. Another one courting death. Following the instructions, Ollie pushed open the heavy iron door in the tavern's corner, using a spell for leverage. As she opened the door, a damp, moldy odor rushed out to greet her. A long stone staircase extended downward. The further she descended, the thicker the air became, laden with a chilling gloom. Upon reaching the bottom, everything suddenly opened up before her. Ollie stood frozen in her tracks. What lay before her was the complete antithesis of the normal magical society. If Nocturne Alley was shrouded in the flicker of a few candles at night, she now understood where all the stolen light had gone. The intricate underground caves and edifices were ablaze with light, resembling an exceedingly chaotic underground city. At the center was a massive circular dueling arena, surrounded by embedded spectator stands, teeming with heads. The audience roared, howling and cursing, as coins and bottles tumbled onto the stage. She swiftly navigated through the throng, reeking of sweat and tobacco, and arrived at the registration desk. A woman with closely cropped hair and singed fingers coldly raised her gaze. I'm Blackfinger. Newcomer? Ollie nodded. Blackfinger slid a blood-stained ledger toward her. If you're new, don't think you'll soar to great heights. If you wish to leave alive, you'll start from the lowest level, the rat's nest. She tapped her charred fingers on the table. Listen well, we have a total of 5 levels. Rat's nest. The lowest level for novices, where a bunch of scrubs tear at each other, no killing allowed. Win, and you might earn a pittance. Lose, and you'll lose face. Copper Arena. 1 level up, the use of dark magic is permitted. Silver Arena. Aside from the death curse, there are no restrictions. Life and death are dictated by fate. The victor is richly rewarded, while the defeated are unceremoniously cast out. What are the other 2 levels? Asked Ollie. Those unworthy have no right to inquire. Blackfinger scoffed, forcefully closing the roster. The rat's nest, I've signed you up. Here, individuals do not use their real names. What alias shall I call you? After a moment's contemplation, she replied, Sirocco. The Sirocco wind, a tempest originating from the Sahara, sweeping across the Mediterranean. Blackfinger tossed her pass back, the skull above it shimmering with the distorted letters of Sirocco. With each victory, your skull will undergo a new transformation. Ollie surveyed her surroundings, noting the varied appearances of the skulls on the passes of the wizards nearby. Some were as pristine and petite as her own, while others bore dark streaks, and some had even developed flesh upon their bones, faintly resembling living heads. A wave of nausea washed over her as she hurriedly clutched her hard-bone token, and made her way toward the rat's nest. The rat's nest, nestled in a corner of the underground city, featured a rudimentary arena constructed from rough stone bricks, far more dilapidated than the dueling ground she had first encountered. Surrounding the arena were rusted iron railings, precariously shaking. A few disheveled wizards gathered below. Bone Hunter, 10 consecutive victories. Squawked a parrot adorned with a wizard's hat, reminding her of Roundabout. Bah, none of them can fight. In the center of the arena, a man kicked his defeated opponent off the stage, spitting disdainfully. Ignoring the boos and jeers from the crowd, Bone Hunter snatched a pouch of coins from the referee parrot's beak, and counted them swiftly. Nightmare has become increasingly stingy. Only 20 galleons for a win? He scoffed, tossing the pouch into the growing mound of winnings in the corner. A poacher. Bone Hunter's business had dwindled under the new magical creature protection laws, compelling him to seek amusement in the dueling arena. Among this ragtag group of mostly foreign wizards, many of whom had never attended a magic school, he was considered a standout. Who's next? Bone Hunter licked his teeth, casting a disdainful glance over the crowd. Amidst the onlookers, a frail and slender figure slowly ascended the stage. Chapter 40, Complete Victory. Alias, Sirocco wins. 0, the parrot proclaimed with an air of authority. Bone Hunter's eyes widened in disbelief as he surveyed the pitiful figure before him, erupting into raucous laughter. Ha 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 ha. Is Nightmare truly out of contenders? They've allowed something like you to take the stage? The crowd erupted in mocking jeers, whistles piercing the air as they struck the iron railings with bottles. Bone Hunter extended his hand, leisurely mimicking Ollie's stature. What is this? Half a person hidden beneath a cloak? Someone in the crowd initiated further ridicule. Ha ha ha, Bone Hunter. Is there no height requirement for the arena? This little one can't even reach your pant leg. Have mercy, Bone Hunter. What if there's an old lady inside? Bone Hunter flicked a golden galleon, tossing it at her feet. Hey, cloaked one, he grinned, revealing nearly all of his teeth. Pick it up. You might have enough for a drink tonight. Sirocco remained unmoved, her hood shrouding most of her face, a dark mask obscuring her chin. Bone Hunter lazily licked his teeth again, his contempt deepening. Still too timid to show your face? How about this, kid? You obediently remove that mask, and I promise to ease your suffering later. The crowd erupted into even louder laughter. However, Sirocco merely tilted her head slightly, turning her gaze to the referee parrot. May we begin? Her voice was low and calm, tinged with impatience. Bone Hunter's eyes widened, as if he had heard the greatest joke. Ha 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 ha. Did you all hear that? This little one is urging me to hurry. He approached Sirocco, towering over her with an intimidating presence. No rush, kid. He lowered his voice mockingly. Soon enough, you'll learn the meaning of patience. Please have both parties take their positions on either side of the stage. The parrot grasped the wooden whistle hanging from its neck and blew a short, sharp call. Bone Hunter leisurely stepped back, taking his place on the opposite side of the arena. Both parties raised their wands and bowed to one another. Well done. 3, 2, 1. The duel begins. The parrot trembled and let out a loud cry. Bone Hunter flicked his wrist, and the tip of his wand conjured a spectral chain that lunged toward her with ferocity. Shatter. Following closely was another dark spell, aimed straight at her shoulder. Ollie quickly tapped the ground with her toes, propelling herself down and supporting her weight with her palms to dodge the shatter curse. Yet the chain, relentless as a ferocious python, slithered toward her ankles. She sidestepped, lightly tapping her wand. Dampen and halt. An invisible wave of magical energy rippled through the air, instantly altering the direction of gravity. The chain's speed diminished, eroded by her magic, until it finally shattered upon touching her skin. Gasps of astonishment erupted from below. This binding curse was Bone Hunter's signature move. Known for its tracking ability, once targeted, it was a relentless pursuit, exceedingly difficult to escape. Without pausing, Ollie muttered, "Icebind." In the next moment, spikes of ice erupted violently from the arena floor, accompanied by a cacophony of crunching sounds. Just as Bone Hunter attempted to stomp on the icy surface, his foot unexpectedly slipped. He stumbled momentarily, cursing, "You scoundrel." The thin layer of ice proved as hard as iron, its surface shimmering with a dazzling aura of magic, far exceeding the strength of an ordinary freezing spell. Bone Hunter barely regained his balance, and drawing upon his extensive dueling experience, he swiftly unleashed 3 spells. Wolf Fang Bite, Stone Shard, Rigid Bone. 3 uniquely shaped spells surged toward her, and Bone Hunter's cruel smile widened. These were all his self-created malevolent curses, guaranteed to deliver a harsh lesson to any opponent. A spell bearing golden magical runes materialized as a barrier between them. Ollie scoffed, her eyes reflecting undeniable impatience. It was evident that Bone Hunter's offensive spells were crude and direct. His brutish style thrived in the chaotic environment of the rat's nest. But little did he know of the ancient power of runes. The 3 spells crashed against the transparent barrier, erupting in a blinding flash of light. As the brilliance faded, the audience gaped in shock. The protective spell remained utterly intact. The previously disinterested spectators immediately surged to their feet, gravitating toward the arena. Ollie swiftly flicked her wrist, repel 3 feet. A shockwave struck Bone Hunter's chest, as though a colossal hand had forcefully shoved him back, crashing him against the iron railing. A metallic taste of blood filled his mouth, and a mix of rage and fear of underestimating his opponent ignited in his eyes. It had been ages since the rat's nest had seen a newcomer, and even when they did, they were typically unremarkable drifters, incapable of casting even the disarming spell with finesse. Where had this creature named Sirocco emerged from? Fiery Inferno. Bone Hunter, finally taking the threat seriously, summoned every ounce of his concentration, shouting in fury. A swelling black flame erupted from his wand, instantly engulfing the entire arena in a terrifying blaze. The audience was choked by the sparks and acrid smoke, coughing tears from their eyes. Bone Hunter fixated on the surging flames, fearing to breathe, his heart racing wildly in his chest. Had Sirocco been struck? Was she rolling on the ground, scorched by the black flames, begging for mercy? Boom! In the next instant, the figure cloaked in black surged forth from the inferno. Her pitch-black cloak shimmered with faint golden characters, and amidst the gasps of astonishment, her willow wand sliced downward with unstoppable force. Shatter! A silvery flash sliced through the air, tearing apart the cloak of the Bone Hunter, the cuffs exploding open, and deep gashes carved into his shoulder. Ag! He let out a pained scream. Blood droplets plummeted to the ground, and with a flick of his wrist, the Bone Hunter's wand clattered to the floor. He pressed his hand against his blood-soaked shoulder, his eyes filled with sheer horror. No, it's impossible. All his spells had been flawlessly countered, not even a crack in his shield. The referee parrot trembled as it proclaimed, "The victor is Sirocco." A profound silence enveloped the arena. 1 second, 2 seconds. Then a deafening roar erupted. Sirocco! Sirocco! Those who had previously mocked her now screamed her name in a frenzy, rushing towards the stage as if possessed. It was evident to all that this dark horse possessed a terrifying talent, far surpassing the Bone Hunter, who had long lingered in the novice arena. They were witnessing the rise of an entirely new monster. Ollie disdainfully raised her hand, and dozens of coin pouches piled in the corner soared into the air, fluttering down into the gaping mouth of her storage bag. The Bone Hunter's eyes nearly bulged. That was the prize money from his 10 consecutive victories. 200 galleons? Sirocco huklet softly, hardly a substantial sum. Bone Hunter. Main Quest 2 progress updated. Earn 6,000 galleons 200-6000. Chapter 41. The closest person, first encounter with Qiuzhong. The first rays of morning sunlight streamed into the gloomy upside-down alley, the horizon tinged with a pale light. Ollie stepped out of the dilapidated tavern, squinting as she tightened her gloves and softly cast a disillusionment charm on herself. Without a moment's hesitation, she turned and vanished into the shadows of the alley. At the street corner, several furtive figures emerged. Those were the vagrant wizards who had watched the battle from the sidelines last night. Last night, Sirocco had risen to fame. After challenging the Bone Hunter, this mysterious cloaked figure did not pause but continued to vanquish all the seasoned fighters from the rat's nest, sweeping away the prize money. Sirocco's existence had already begun to incite envy among many. Whether it was her strength, her identity, or the bulging pouch at her waist, each aspect piqued curiosity and desire. Where did she go? One of them spat angrily, glancing around. She was just here. How could she vanish so suddenly? This Sirocco is of unknown origins. Refusing to even reveal her hands, there's definitely something amiss. Another one muttered through gritted teeth. She could very well be a wanted criminal. Clear out. The third wizard roughly shoved aside his companions, brandishing his wand and chanting, revealing his true form. Before his words could finish, a spell engulfed in deep crimson smoke hurtled through the air. A thunderclap explosion. The faces of the group shifted dramatically. The spell struck a wooden barrel in the corner, quickly rebounding within the narrow alley, igniting a conflagration of flames and thick smoke. Cough, cough, cough. The acrid smoke choked them, and they cursed loudly. In the Hogwarts Great Hall, morning light filtered through the clear glass, with clusters of students seated at the long tables, leisurely enjoying breakfast. Ollie strolled in yawning, just in time to snag the egg pudding she had been craving. In the next moment, she was suddenly enveloped by someone. Mandy looked up, seemingly having forgotten the unpleasantness between them just days prior, her eyes sparkling as she gazed at her. Ollie, today is the Quidditch team selection. Do you remember? Ollie smiled, ruffling her hair. Of course, after breakfast, I'll accompany you. Tasks are tasks, but life is life. Ollie had no intention of dedicating every hour of the day to those damn system quests. She gazed softly at Mandy, who had already earned over 300 galleons, allowing her to purchase better gifts for her friends this Christmas. Mandy cheered jubilantly. That's wonderful. After breakfast, Mandy tightly clutched her arm, and the two set off towards the Quidditch pitch. The early autumn weather was clear, the wind playfully tousling their hair, a perfect day for flying. A crowd had already gathered by the pitch, with the captains of the 4 houses standing on the grass, ready to recruit new members. One by one they queued up, flying a lap around the field, as Ravenclaw's captain, Roger Davies, called out. Mandy nervously rubbed her hands together and dashed off to grab a broom, leaving Ollie behind. Hey, Ollie! Draco's voice rang out. Ollie turned to see Draco approaching, holding a Firebolt 2001, his deep green team uniform buttoned up tightly, revealing only a small portion of his pale neck. She blinked. Have you already been selected? I was bound to make the team, he replied, lifting his chin. See the Slytherin team over there? My father bought each player a brand new Firebolt 2001. Her gaze fell upon the dazzling equipment in the hands of the Slytherin team. Truly, what extravagance. With my skills I could have joined in first year, but Professor Snape insisted I wait until second year, Draco said slowly. You'll be in the front row supporting me during the matches, right? Ollie smiled and tugged at his sleeve. Of course. You better not be reading in the front row. When I use the Plentun rewriting spell, you must. Ollie looked perplexed. What? Plinstein? Draco, you don't read anything related to Quidditch. He gritted his teeth, a faint blush suddenly appearing on his face. Generally after a Quidditch match, if the seeker successfully catches the golden snitch, the closest person on the field rushes forward to embrace him. After finishing his sentence, he fixed his gaze on her, his ears flushing red and slightly translucent under the sunlight. You don't know the Quidditch tradition, do you? Ollie paused slightly. I truly don't. But if that's what you want, I can do it. She stepped forward, wrapping her arms around Draco. Like this? She stood on her toes, resting her chin on his shoulder, tightening her embrace, her fingers lightly brushing along his spine. Draco stiffened entirely. Ollie's soft skin pressed against him, the warmth of her breath tickling his neck, causing a slight itch. Had she so naturally claimed that identity? Not giving a care at all. And why was his heart racing so fast? He suddenly grasped her shoulders, gritting his teeth as he pushed her away slightly. Who said you were my closest person? He then seized the Firebolt 2001 and fled without looking back. Ollie stood there bewildered. Then why did you come find me? What a temperamental young lord. She lingered for 2 seconds before finally moving, turning towards the direction of the Ravenclaw team. Little boss, are you here just to watch us train? As she passed by the Gryffindor team, Fred and George called out with grins. Harry also spotted her, his eyes lighting up as he waved. Truly popular, Ollie. Fred keenly observed Harry's gesture and stretched out his long arm, draping it over Harry's shoulders. Ugh, Harry protested. As they approached the Ravenclaw team, Roger Davies was reading the team selection guidelines, and Mandy noticed her arrival, discreetly giving her a thumbs up. Ollie encouragedly nodded. It seemed she had successfully made the team. She patiently waited for Mandy in the corner, but a black-haired girl in the lineup fixed her gaze on her. The girl paused for a moment before stepping away from the team and walking towards her. I'm Qiuzhang, the seeker for Ravenclaw. Are you a new player too? Why don't you come over? She was an Asian girl, speaking without an accent, her beautiful doe-like eyes glistening, and her black hair cascading like dense silk. Ollie shook her head. I'm here to accompany my friend Mandy. Oh, Qiu appeared slightly disappointed, pursing her red lips, her glistening eyes lingering on her for a moment longer. The gaze lingered a tad too long, and Ollie, belatedly realizing, lifted her eyes to meet hers, finding her expression filled with interest and admiration. Your hair. Ollie blinked in slight surprise. Autumn was captivating, her dark eyes curving into crescent moons, her voice imbued with a lively exuberance. May I touch it? She inquired. Autumn nodded. With a smile, she delicately gathered her rose-gold locks, allowing them to cascade through her fingers like water. It's truly beautiful, she murmured, a rare hair color indeed. Your black hair is lovely as well, Ollie replied sincerely, devoid of any insincere flattery. Suddenly, Autumn leaned in closer, her laughter accompanied by a fragrant aura that enveloped Ollie. Actually, I wasn't intending to compliment your hair. Chapter 42. The Supporters of Lockhart. She likes you, Mandy declared resolutely as they exited the Quidditch pitch. Ollie almost dropped the book she was holding, her hands trembling. Impossible, she replied in astonishment. Throughout the entire practice, Zhang was fixated on you. She didn't even notice the golden snitch darting past her 3 times. Roger Davis reminded her 5 times, and she remained oblivious. She's just being friendly. She's never encountered my hair color before, Ollie countered, meeting Mandy's incredulous gaze, her lips twitching helplessly. Well, I can't believe it, Ollie. You truly can't discern such clumsy attempts at flirting. Mandy shook her head in disbelief. Upon returning to the dormitory, Mandy relayed the incident to Padma, and together they shook their heads in mock dismay, bemoaning the imminent fate of their Na'vi friend. As October arrived, the weather at Hogwarts turned increasingly damp and chilly, and Ollie, who spent her nights poring over tomes, was not spared from the rampant influenza. The sky poured down a dreary rain, its patter echoing against the frosted windows, enveloping everything in a shroud of moisture. The hospital wing was bustling with patients. And when Ollie finally reached the front of the queue, Madame Pomfrey raised an eyebrow. "Here for another dose of the stimulant potion?" she inquired. Ollie, her small face flushed, replied in a hoarse whisper, "This is the last time. I promise I won't stay up late again." Madame Pomfrey regarded her disapprovingly for a moment before heaving a heavy sigh and turning to prepare the potion. "I've told you countless times, all potions have their drawbacks. You cannot rely on a stimulant potion to stay awake every day. Is Professor Flitwick assigning too much work in your house? When I attended Hogwarts, that was never the case." Ollie shook her head. "Entering my second year, the coursework has indeed become significantly more difficult. Professors Flitwick and McGonagall even waived my daily assignments. It seems every professor adores me, except for Snape." However, it was not entirely accurate to say Snape disliked her. After all, he maintained a sour disposition towards every student, especially Harry. Yet she remained perpetually busy. Each afternoon, she attended Professor Flitwick's extra tutoring sessions, where he expressed astonishment at her accomplishment of completing the magical textbook over the summer, and generously offered to impart his knowledge. Professor Flitwick had once been a champion duelist, making him an invaluable mentor for her. She could not rely on the rudimentary magic taught in school to aspire to win the Nightmares arena. There was still a vast amount to learn. This week, after staying up for 3 consecutive nights, she successfully managed to temporarily seal a small portion of magical energy into her wand. Henceforth, each time she cast a spell, the magical text would stabilize and exponentially amplify her power. This was an incredibly taxing endeavor, and thus she naturally fell ill. Madame Pomfrey handed her a cup of thick green potion, and Ollie drank it in one swift motion without blinking. "Bitter, is it? I specifically requested Professor Snape to add extra moonstone powder," Madame Pomfrey said sternly, offering her a piece of candy to prevent dependency on the potion. As the potion began to warm her insides, a plume of white steam burst forth from her ears. The steam whisked away her fever, and she sighed in relief. "Thank you, madam." Just 2 minutes later, as she stepped out of the hospital wing, a voice called her name, Kron. Theodore, burdened with a large stack of books, paused upon seeing her and asked casually, "Are you unwell?" "Is that a question you really need to ask?" she teased, stepping closer to help alleviate some of his burden. He glanced over her still rosy cheeks as if it were of no consequence. "Why don't you brew your own potions?" "No time. Besides, my old cauldron is too flimsy. I'm afraid it might explode," she replied. "Once I earn more prize money from the arena, I'll have to upgrade my equipment." Theodore remained silent for a moment. "I could brew it for you." Ollie's steps faltered, taken aback. "Really?" For some reason, he seemed slightly annoyed. Although Theodore often possessed a stoic demeanor, his irritation was unmistakable, his jaw clenched tight. "Whether you want it or not," he retorted coldly, striding ahead. "Eh? Who said I didn't want it?" The potion master Ollie quickly caught up with him, coaxing him gently. "What is wrong with you Slytherins? Your tempers are as fiery as dragons. Have you finished reading the magical texts I translated for you?" she inquired. Given Theodore's reaction in her biology class, she boldly speculated that he was eager to decipher the book on bloodline curses, possibly related to the late Mrs. Nott. However, she had little interest in gossip. Theodore, indeed, was distracted. "I finished it." He pursed his lips and added, "The security in the restricted section has tightened recently. Filch chased me all the way last night." He shot a glance at Ollie, who was shaking with laughter. "Do you have a way to access the restricted section? You've come to the right person. Come, mister. Not follow me," Ollie said with a mischievous grin. 5 minutes later, they stood before the door to Gilderoy Lockhart's office. Theodore stiffened, an inexplicable sense of foreboding creeping over him. "Children. Oh, Miss Kron, I remember you," Lockhart exclaimed as he opened the door, revealing a beaming smile. "You're just in time." Upon glancing behind Lockhart, Ollie was surprised to see another familiar figure, Hermione Granger. Clutching Lockhart's book, a faint blush tinted her cheeks. The moment she spotted them, her eyes widened in astonishment. "Kron, you," Hermione began, hesitating as uncertainty washed over her face. Since the start of term, Harry and Ron had mentioned Ollie's South visit to Privet Drive to celebrate his birthday, insinuating that Kron was not as dreadful as they had imagined. "Professor, just like Hermione, I am also an ardent admirer of yours. Over the past few days, I have devoured all your works. They are simply magnificent," Ollie exclaimed, her eyes sparkling. Hermione's gaze shifted, her expression transforming into one of newfound respect. "Miss Kron, you truly possess discerning taste," Lockhart declared dramatically, patting his chest. "The brilliance of genius is sometimes hard to conceal, isn't it?" I would love to form a fan club with Granger. She continued, extending a piece of paper. Please. Grant me your autograph. Of course. Lockhart's smile broadened as he produced a quill from his sleeve and flamboyantly signed in elegant script. With a wicked grin, Ollie suddenly turned to Theodore. My friend Nott also holds you in high esteem. He has many heartfelt sentiments to share. Oh, Mr. Nott, I am all ears. Lockhart playfully winked. If looks could kill, Theodore would have felled Ollie 10 times with the daggers he shot her at that moment. His chest heaved, and a faint pink hue crept across his typically pallid cheeks. Mr. Nott, do not be shy, Lockhart urged. Many charming young witches, as well as numerous wizards, have expressed their admiration for me. Theodore's ears flushed a deep crimson. Mr. Lockhart, your work is exceptional. Please, may I have an autograph? The moment he uttered that sentence, it felt as though it had drained him of all strength. He swiftly thrust a scrap of paper into Lockhart's hand, as if it were burning. That's the spirit. Lockhart beamed as he penned his name. Hermione exclaimed, Cron, our fan club has a third member now. Theodore gritted his teeth. Be quiet, Granger. Chapter 43, Halloween, Pumpkinhead. After exiting the office, Hermione solemnly grasped her hand. Do you also admire Professor Lockhart? Ollie, charmed by the girl's earnest and adorable demeanor, smiled knowingly. Of course. He is remarkable and handsome, and he is one of us in Ravenclaw. Who could possibly dislike him? If Rowena Ravenclaw were aware of such a student, she would likely be incensed on the spot. I told you so. Hermione tightened her grip on her hand. Harry and Ron may not understand, but you're so clever and you like him too. The friendship between girls often begins with shared sentiments. Ollie and Hermione spent the afternoon in a corner of the library discussing Lockhart's literary works. Hermione, usually seen as assertive and meticulous, always competing to answer questions in class, sparkled with enthusiasm when talking about her idol. Harry was right. She sighed in relief. Ollie, I misjudged you. That Dyson you hit, I later heard he bullied you. They began to discuss the establishment of a fan club for Lockhart without holding any grudges. With the aim of learning defense against the dark arts and promoting Lockhart's outstanding deeds, they aspired to form an excellent study group. Ollie proposed. Could you ask Colin Creevey from your house to take some handsome photos of him? Hermione suggested. What about designing the support badges in pink? Ollie added. Let us include some hearts, sparkling stars, and flowers. Hermione replied, Cool, Ollie. Once again, it was Halloween, and the castle was adorned with bats and jack-o'-lanterns, bustling with excitement. Ollie intended to invite Hermione to seek out Lockhart together, but Hermione regrettably explained she had to accompany Harry to the ghostly commemorative party. This year's Halloween celebration was much grander than the last, with many students in the corridors having meticulously dressed up, sporting horns on their heads or transformed into devils with wings. Ollie was no exception. She pondered for a moment, and chose to dress as the forlorn little girl from a Muggle film. Given her own background, it seemed a bit of a dark joke. In the corridor, she encountered Fred and George, who were dressed as Dumbledore and Snape, respectively. George, your beard is quite convincing, she remarked, playfully tugging at his white whiskers. What a pity, little boss. I'm clearly Fred, Fred retorted. What kind of costume is that? Ollie's long hair was styled into twin ponytails adorned with bows, cascading in front of her, while a black ribbon encircled her delicate neck and wrists. The dark blue plaid dress accentuated her demure appearance. You've broken the rules, Ollie. Halloween is not a Christmas ball, George commented, sporting a fake hooked nose. Who says so? She replied lazily, pulling out a small knife smeared with ketchup. Got it. Violent lowly, he quipped. The three of them made their way toward the Great Hall, where Fred produced an orange orb from his pocket and placed it in her palm. A special Halloween invention, the Phantom Pumpkin Bomb. What is it for? She squeezed the small ball, which was soft and bouncy. Watch closely, Fred squinted, keenly noticing Draco descending the spiral staircase. Draco was draped in a deep crimson cloak, his delicate fangs prominently displayed, resembling a refined, pale vampire. Fred pretended to throw the bomb, and she instinctively grasped his sleeve, aware that this Slytherin noble was not one to take lightly. Fred and George exchanged knowing glances and smirked. Are you quite fond of him? Sorry, too late, little boss, Fred said, deliberately flicking his wrist, sending the orange orb rolling to Draco's feet. Boom! A deafening explosion filled the corridor with a cloud of colorful smoke. Amidst the chaos, an arm encircled her leg, lifting her effortlessly and slinging her over a shoulder as he sprinted away. Hey! Ollie was abruptly airborne, flailing her legs as one of her shoes was flung off in the escape. Peering over Fred's shoulder, she was astonished to see Draco's head transform into a green pumpkin. The bewildered green pumpkin spun in place, unaware of what had transpired. Fred and George erupted into raucous laughter. How about that? It lasts a full hour. George added meaningfully. Ollie, you shouldn't defend little Malfoy in front of us. We will retaliate. Fred tightened his hold on her hand. They fled to an empty corridor, panting heavily. Ollie kicked her legs. The fourth-year Fred and George were tall and broad-shouldered, sprinting swiftly with her, even in Fred's Dumbledore costume adorned with purple stars. Fred. Please put me down. She tugged at the beard stuck to his chin. No, he replied. George, grinning widely, stuffed a candy into her mouth. Unless you want to. Suddenly. He paused, casting a glance over Fred and Ollie's shoulders, his expression darkening. Look who's coming. The three turned in unison to find Joy Beck standing quietly at the end of the corridor. Half of her face obscured by a black long-eared rabbit mask. Oh. It's you, Fred hissed, his tone dripping with disdain. Joy's gaze was fixed intently on the arm Fred had draped around Ollie. Her eyes heavy with meaning. Ollie. Happy Halloween. System prompt. Joy Beck's emotions are in a state of intense fluctuation. A gentle smile graced her visible half, but she suddenly stepped closer. That outfit suits you well. Ollie frowned, sensing a subtle magical presence attempting to intrude upon her mind, only to be ruthlessly blocked by the system's barrier. Are you happy with them? None of your business. She coldly tightened her grip on the knife, swiftly hurling a phantom pumpkin bomb. In the next moment, Fred and George instinctively threw their own small bombs. Joy, anticipating their attack, evaded their projectiles, yet Ollie's bomb landed precisely in her path. Boom! Joy's insufferable face was transformed into a black pumpkin, and the trio hastily retreated down the corridor. Ha 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 ha! Ollie couldn't help but join in the laughter, her heart soaring as if buoyed by a levitation charm. How's that? Did you enjoy it? Fred gasped for breath. Prepare more for me next time, she affirmed, patting his shoulder. The three finally remembered the Halloween feast in the Great Hall, changing direction to head that way. Why are there so many people gathered over there? Did Dumbledore invite the skeleton dance troupe into the corridor? George questioned. A throng of students filled the third-floor corridor. Ollie leaned over Fred's shoulder to peer ahead. Noticing the blood-red writing on the wall, and the three Gryffindors standing dazed by the wall, her expression hardened. The main storyline was once again being propelled forward. Chapter 44. The Legend of the Chamber of Secrets. It's your turn soon. Mrs. Norris hung rigidly against the wall, and Filch's furious shouts echoed throughout the corridor. Harry instinctively took a step back, ready to explain that he hadn't done it, when a pumpkin head emerged from the crowd. You'll be the next one to be petrified. Mudblood. The green pumpkin, draped in a vampire's cloak, appeared menacing. Surrounding eyes slowly shifted toward the pumpkin head. Who is that? Harry queried. That voice sounds like Malfoy, Hermione replied. Is he cursed by the pumpkin god? Ron pondered. For a moment, the crowd's attention diverted slightly from the blood writing on the wall. Draco exclaimed, Why is everyone looking at me? Why does my head feel so heavy? Ollie instinctively sank lower, just as she intended to leap off Fred's shoulder, but he firmly held her, his lips brushing against her ear. You wouldn't be feeling sorry for him, would you? Not wanting to see him embarrass himself? Ollie, nonsense, I am going to see the bloodletter. Fred and George, unbelievable. In the week that followed, the legend of the Chamber of Secrets spread like wildfire throughout the school. The tale originated from Professor Bin's History of Magic class. It is said that 1,000 years ago, among the four founders of Hogwarts, Gryffindor and Slytherin had a fierce disagreement due to ideological differences, resulting in Slytherin's furious departure, during which he left behind a hidden chamber within the school. Inside lurked a terrifying monster, perpetually awaiting the opportunity to purge those of impure blood. Ollie had little time to concern herself with the chamber's affairs. For 3 consecutive nights, she had engaged in duels at the Nightmares Arena, scarcely getting enough sleep. So far, she had amassed over 500 galleons, yet it was still not nearly enough. She had fought every opponent in the rat's nest. No one was keen to duel her anymore. Should she wish to continue, she would have to attempt the more perilous levels of the Copper Arena, which promised greater rewards. In recent nights, Ollie had acutely observed that the number of people tailing her had begun to swell. The reputation of Silos had spread through the rat's nest, his undefeated record and towering pile of galleons inciting considerable envy. Although she had managed to evade all pursuers time and again, she needed to devise a more discreet means of camouflage. Perhaps becoming an animagus would suffice. With a sigh, Ollie closed her book and made her way to the third greenhouse outside the castle. Mastering the animagus form would require at least 6 months. Yet she currently had no better alternatives. Upon entering the greenhouse, she found rows of well-cultivated mandrake seedlings, lush and orderly. Skillfully, she navigated to the corner and located the mandrake she had nurtured in class, which had just sprouted a tender leaf, an essential ingredient for becoming an animagus. She reached out with a guilty hand. What are you trying to do? A male voice suddenly interrupted from behind. Ollie froze, swiftly plucking the tender leaf and concealing it between her fingers before leisurely turning around. Theodore? What brings you here? Theodore Nott approached expressionlessly, stopping before the mandrake they had both tended. Where did the newly sprouted leaf go? He asked, glancing down at the bare stem. It was blown away by the wind. Ollie replied, her heart steady and face unflushed. Theodore fixed her with a chilling stare for 2 seconds before placing a bag of fertilizer into her arms. You're on fertilizing duty today. She exhaled in relief. No problem. They began caring for the young mandrakes, these ugly, wrinkled little beings still in slumber. Professor Sprout had specifically instructed them to ensure their rapid growth to rescue Mrs. Norris, Filch's petrified cat. Ollie shook the bag's opening, pouring some fertilizer at the roots when she heard footsteps approaching from the other side of the bushes. Hey, have you heard? The legendary chamber has been opened again. Of course, Potter is the heir of Slytherin. Don't be ridiculous, Ollie thought, recognizing the voice of Hannah from Hufflepuff. Harry seems quite friendly. How could that be? The approaching group remained oblivious to her presence behind the bushes, their voices growing louder. Hannah, you're certainly not afraid. Your family is all pureblood. Unlike me. My parents are muggles. Today Malfoy walked right past me and stared for a long time. Guess what he said? He said, be careful. It'll be your turn soon. A collective gasp arose. Is that true? Indeed, the boy continued. He also mentioned that the monster in the chamber selects its targets. How frightening. Another chimed in. Pfft, Malfoy is just spouting nonsense, a third scoffed. His friend Crabbe isn't even a proper pureblood. Wasn't he picked up from a muggle orphanage? Ollie's hands stilled as she listened intently. Who knows why they adopted her? One boy dismissed. They kept it tightly under wraps for years. Who knows what their real intentions are? Maybe. Another lowered his voice conspiratorially. They're keeping her for a blood sacrifice? A girl couldn't contain her laughter. Stop talking nonsense. Who would really sacrifice a living person? Why not? The monster in the chamber is meant to cleanse muggle blood. What if? In the next moment, a pair of earmuffs fell from behind, snugly enveloping her ears. The world plunged into silence. Ollie lifted her gaze, colliding with Theodore's calm, pale eyes. He waved his wand lightly, and floating motes of light gradually formed a sentence. When tending to mandrakes, one must wear earmuffs. She blinked and smiled. After finishing with the fertilizer, trimming excess branches, and repotting the mandrake, Ollie suddenly stood up and exited the greenhouse amidst the terrified gazes of several Hufflepuff students. These students might not truly dislike her, but they were evidently easily swayed by rumors. She entered the castle, washed her hands in the restroom, and then headed toward the Great Hall. The wooden doors of the hall stood wide open, and from a distance, she spotted Draco and Pansy Parkinson standing by the Slytherin table. Draco's back was straight, his profile and neck tinged with a faint blush, his brow furrowed in evident discontent. Pansy glared at him with red-rimmed eyes, her mouth moving animatedly, her voice loud enough to reach Ollie's ears. I truly don't understand you, Draco. Why do you keep associating with that crab? Ollie halted, placing her hand to her forehead in exasperation. What does this have to do with me? Didn't you say that the monster of the chamber would cleanse the filthy muggles? Pansy sneered. Then why are you still protecting some wild child of unknown origin? Draco's expression shifted dramatically, his chest rising and falling sharply. Pansy Parkinson. Ollie is not a mudblood. She is of the crab line. Draco shouted, his voice rising. She told me so herself. Students in the hall turned their heads, many setting down their cutlery to observe the unfolding drama with keen interest. Pansy was taken aback for a moment before bursting into mocking laughter. Draco, are you out of your mind? What crab family? If she claimed to be Merlin's illegitimate daughter, would you believe that too? Draco's lips trembled, his rebuttal faltering as he struggled for breath. She isn't. She can't be. She is definitely not. Ollie is undoubtedly pureblood. The words erupted from him almost as a shout. She is so clever. Oh, what about Granger? Aren't you the one who despises her the most? Isn't she clever? Pansy countered, smirking. Draco gritted his teeth. It's different. In what way is it different? Ultimately, it's just that Crabbe has kept it hidden well, and a few flowery words have convinced you? Shut up, Parkinson. At the Ravenclaw table, Mandy suddenly sprang to her feet, forcefully pushing past a nearby student as she rushed over. What Ollie's bloodline is has nothing to do with you. She squeezed between the two, her neck craned defiantly, resembling a puffed-up quail. Aren't you tired of gossiping all day? Pansy shot her a sidelong glance. Oh, the little shadow of Crabbe? Quite loyal indeed. Much better than some people, Mandy scoffed, following Malfoy around every day. What? Are you afraid of not showing enough loyalty and being replaced soon? You. Pansy retorted. Otherwise, why are you so concerned about Ollie's bloodline? Are you afraid Malfoy won't fancy you? Pansy's face twisted in fury, her pale complexion turning beet red as she sneered. Just wait. When the monster in the chamber kills her, you'll know whether she's pure blood or not. The atmosphere in the hall instantly froze, the surrounding whispers ceasing. In the next moment, smack. Mandy delivered a sharp slap to Pansy, causing her face to turn aside. Parkinson, if you say another word, I'll tear your mouth apart. Tears glistened in Mandy's eyes. And you, Malfoy, you're just the coward who allows your friends to be insulted. Anger surged across Draco's pale visage, and he parted his lips, only to be silenced by a fierce glance from Mandy. Pansy stood frozen in disbelief, her hands covering her face, as tears gradually pooled in her eyes. Then at last she remembered to retaliate. With all her might, she raised her hand with the intention of striking Mandy, only to have her wrist seized by a sudden force. A slender wisp of wind entwined around her wrist, pulsating with a faint azure magic. Ah! Pansy felt her wrist yanked sharply, and with a startled cry, she withdrew her hand. Ollie approached slowly, casting a cold glance in Pansy's direction. You, Pansy, are hardly a girl of great courage. It is one thing to gossip behind someone's back, but to face an opponent who has soundly defeated Dyson twice, like Cran, is another matter entirely. With a sudden twist, she buried her face in her hands and fled, tears streaming down her cheeks. Ollie paid Pansy no further mind, instead returning her focus to Mandy, her tone softening. Are you hurt? Mandy shook her head, opening her arms to leap into Ollie's embrace, her back trembling slightly. Parkinson is definitely going to report me, and I'll have points deducted from Ravenclaw again. Well, shall I try my best to earn some back? She joked. But her gaze inadvertently met Draco's. Draco stared at her, biting his lip tightly, before abruptly turning away in a huff and storming off. Ollie instinctively raised her hand, only to have Mandy grip her tighter, pressing her arm back down. Never mind him, Ollie, I'm already crying, Mandy murmured into her front. Oh dear, oh dear. Ollie awkwardly dabbed at the girl's tears. At the other end of the corridor, Draco ground his teeth in frustration. How dare that Ravenclaw call him a coward? Ollie could never be a muggle. She had grown up in Malfoy Manor, her talents recognized by both her parents. Yet, what if what Pansy said was true? What if she truly were to encounter the monster in the Chamber of Secrets? No, that is impossible. A nameless fury swelled within him, and Draco irritably tugged at his tie, striding away in agitation. For several days, Draco had been awkwardly distant, his expression perpetually dark. Not even the newly purchased toffee could cheer him up. You used to love these, didn't you? Ollie whispered, avoiding Madame Pance's stern gaze in the library. Draco scoffed, forcefully flipping through his potion book with a loud rustle. Is it because I didn't come to find you first that day? She asked, but Mandy had cried. Draco, you believe her just because she said she cried. But she really did cry. Ollie blinked, wondering if she was expected to shove Mandy aside and leap into her arms. Yes, that's precisely what you should do. Just as Draco was about to retort, he noticed Hermione Granger striding towards them, a book clutched in her arms. Hey, Ollie, Hermione exclaimed with a smile, only to catch sight of Draco, whose figure was obscured by the bookshelf beside her. He sprang up, appearing quite furious. Are you getting close to Granger and her lot again? He shouted, prompting Madame Pants to rise in disbelief and hurry over with her feather duster in hand. Be careful getting too close to those muggles, or you might. He suddenly stopped, biting his lip in fury and regret, and turned sharply to storm away. Watching Draco's slender figure retreat, Ollie opened her mouth to speak. Hermione muttered, let us just make him mad. She promptly took the seat Draco had vacated. What made you think to come find me today? Ollie inquired. Oh well, have you heard the legend of the Slytherin heir? Hermione asked nonchalantly. I've heard a bit, why? Ollie keenly sensed that the subject of discussion was not Harry. Hermione hesitated, her light brown eyes fixed on her, and finally sighed. Never mind. I actually wanted to ask if you'd like to join me in seeking out Professor Lockhart? Of course. Ollie laughed, pulling out a long scroll of parchment from her bag. I've written a poem praising him for defeating a werewolf that is a full 4 inches long. 4 inches? What did you write? Oh, merely extolling his charm and elegance, which has captivated countless young hearts. Hermione burst into giggles as they walked shoulder to shoulder out of the library under Madame Pance's dark gaze. Lockhart's defense against the dark arts class truly felt like an excellent creative writing lesson. Chapter 46. The out-of-control bludger, heart-fluttering. Time flew by, and the Quidditch season commenced at the end of November. At 10:30 in the morning, the weather was gloomy and humid, gray clouds blanketing the sky, with distant rumbles of thunder echoing. Today was the preliminary match, Ravenclaw versus Gryffindor, and Ollie had set aside her studies on magical texts to accompany Mandy for the game. It was hardly ideal weather for a match. Mandy anxiously wiped her broomstick. Ollie stood in the Ravenclaw locker room, reaching out to adjust her collar. There's no need to be nervous. As she spoke, she drew her wand and cast a waterproofing and warming charm on Mandy. Mandy took a deep breath. I know, but this is my first official match, and my opponent is Gryffindor. Outside, the crowd erupted in waves of cheers and shouts as the Gryffindor team entered the field. Mandy tiptoed to the curtain and cautiously parted the silk drapery, only to quickly recoil as if shocked. So many people. She bounded back like a startled deer, flinging herself into Ollie's embrace. Ollie comfortingly patted her back. Just as Ravenclaw's captain, Roger Davies, announced, "All right team, it's time to head out." Mandy tightened her grip on Ollie's hand for a moment before reluctantly letting go. "Can I have a hug too?" Autumn suddenly approached. Her long black hair tied in a high ponytail, her moist phoenix-like eyes fixed intently on her. Of course, Ollie blinked in surprise. Autumn's dark pupils sparkled with delight, and her long lashes fluttered like butterfly wings as she stepped forward, wrapping her soft, vine-like arms around Ollie's back. Unlike the oppressive weather today, Autumn emanated a subtle, fragrant aroma, reminiscent of gardenias kissed by morning dew. In the next moment, Autumn gently released her. "With your blessing, I'm sure to catch the golden snitch today," she whispered. "Then it's up to you and Mandy," Ollie replied with a warm smile, naturally taking Autumn's hand and giving it a gentle shake. A peculiar flush spread rapidly across Autumn's cheeks, tinting her fair skin. Autumn abruptly let go of her hand, hastily seizing her broom and darting away. Ollie. When they returned to the stands, Madame Hooch had already blown the whistle, and all 14 players from both teams sprang off the ground, soaring into the sky. The deep blue and gold-red banners instantly engulfed the spectators, and applause, cheers, and shouts soared into the heavens. Ollie took the binoculars from Padma, adjusted the focus, and aimed at the players above. Within 2 seconds, she spotted Mandy, who skillfully maneuvered the quaffle around her opponents and hurled it through the hoop. Ravenclaw was in the lead, 10-0. Amidst the cheers, commentator Lee Jordan announced. She gazed skyward, suddenly reminded of Draco. He hadn't come to watch today's match. Ordinarily, he would have joined in the excitement of all Potter's activities, only to deliver his scathing critiques afterward. Since that day, he had remained sullen, often huffing and striding away whenever he saw her. Did she need to buy him some candy to cheer him up? The heavy clouds, laden with moisture, finally released large droplets of rain. Padma's school robe soon became drenched as she fumbled for an umbrella. Oh dear. Ollie flicked her finger, summoning a shimmering blue wisp of wind that floated above them, delicately unfurling to shield them from the downpour. Padma stared in astonishment. What is this? Ollie, can you control the wind? As she spoke, she instinctively poked at the membrane formed by the airflow. Nearby, drenched Ravenclaw students gathered around. Ollie, can you shield us too? All right. More currents converged, forming a translucent barrier above the Ravenclaw stands. Incredible, Ollie. Was this technique taught to you by Professor Flitwick during his private sessions? I find it no surprise that Cram possesses such skills. The young witches and wizards of Ravenclaw animatedly discussed amongst themselves, eagerly extending their hands to gently touch the strands of wind whimsically manipulated by Ollie. Just then, a piercing scream erupted from above the pitch. Watch out! Ollie exclaimed as she raised her binoculars. A leaden, dark bludger suddenly went berserk, careening towards Harry without regard. Lee Jordan's voice echoed with uncertainty. It seems there's an uncontrollable bludger on the pitch. In midair, Harry attempted to descend to evade it, but the bludger clung to him as if it had a mind of its own. Gasps erupted from the stands as students stood on tiptoe, straining to discern the unfolding chaos above. Yet the rain intensified, diminishing visibility with each passing moment. Fred and George brandished their bats and swooped in to strike the bludger towards the Ravenclaw team. Before the watchful eyes of the crowd, the bludger abruptly hovered in a bizarre manner. In the next instant, it carved a sharp angle in the air and hurtled back towards Harry. Bang! It shot through the curtain of rain like an arrow, disrupting the formation of the Ravenclaw team, and severing the tail of Cho's broom. Cho grasped her broom handle tightly, the Comet 260 in her hands trembling violently, emitting a sound of distress as it threatened to break. Ah! The dense rain obscured much of the spectators' view, but Ollie, positioned nearby, clearly saw Cho tumble from her broom. Without hesitation, she leapt up, extending her hand over the railing and vaulting down from the edge of the stands. Ollie! The air barrier above the stands was removed, and Padma gasped. The stands were 10 meters high. Cho's plummeting body broke through the cloud cover, finally drawing attention. The audience erupted in screams, rising to their feet, while teachers hastily reached for their wands. However, Ollie's movements were swifter. Wind swirled around her ankles as she drew her wand and swiftly sliced downwards. A radiant light soared towards the falling figure enveloped in rain. Cho's ears buzzed with the sounds of rushing wind, shouts, and the relentless patter of raindrops, all becoming dulled and distant. She could not open her eyes. Her limbs felt heavy, and the terror of falling engulfed her like a tidal wave. No, she did not wish to plummet down. Just then, a brilliant light pierced through the rain, a sharp white lightning illuminating her world. Gentle magic enveloped her, the force tender, as if catching a feather drifting from the heavens. The sky twisted in the rain, and a cool fabric brushed against her cheek. She was caught in someone's embrace. Cho looked up, her gaze colliding with a pair of astonishingly bright blue eyes. Ollie was drenched. Her hair, which Cho had once praised, clung to her face in a disheveled yet enchanting manner. It appears I arrived just in time? The soaked girl blinked, her eyes shining with an intensity that made Cho's heart race. Cho's mind went blank, as if struck by lightning, her heartbeat quickening. Thump, thump, thump. So close. Close enough to see droplets on the girl's eyelashes, to catch a whiff of her light, damp fragrance, and to feel the firmness of her embrace, securely cradling her. Yet, Cho did not wish to let go. Ding. Cho's favorability towards the host has exceeded 50. Side quest progress updated. 35. Chapter 47. The Great Canine returns to the nightmares. The match continued as Ollie gazed skyward, where Harry spotted the golden snitch, accelerating his broom to its maximum speed. With the bludger relentlessly pursuing him, the dark iron sphere drew ever closer, mere moments away from crashing into his elbow. Yet Harry did not flinch. His fingers mere inches from the snitch. Bang! As explosive sparks erupted, Harry clasped the golden snitch in his palm. The flames illuminated his face, and he turned in astonishment to see the bludger explode in midair. Almost instinctively, his gaze fell to the ground. Ollie calmly stowed her wand, guiding Cho away from the falling shards of black iron as the whistle blew, signaling the players to descend on their brooms. The Ravenclaw players converged around them. Cho, are you alright? My leg is dislocated, she managed to utter, her face pale. Several tall players offered to assist Cho, and Ollie released her hold. But Cho quickly glanced at her, reluctant to part. Cho was escorted to the hospital wing, exhaling a sigh of relief, only to be surrounded by her fellow teammates. I saw it, Ollie. Zu Saivetja. Mandy's eyes sparkled with excitement. Roger Davies, covered in mud and panting, declared, I'll request Professor Flitwick to award you extra points. 10 points. That's hardly enough. Mandy exclaimed. You're right, it should be 30. 50. Roger and Mandy bickered over how many points she should receive, while the Gryffindor team began to celebrate their victory. Amidst the commotion, Harry, still holding the golden snitch, quietly approached her. Ollie, he called softly, droplets still clinging to his eyelashes, the bludger. She placed her index finger to her lips in a shushing gesture. Thank you for saving me. Harry immediately understood. If it weren't for you, I might have needed another trip to the hospital wing. He blinked rapidly, his vibrant green eyes innocent to a fault, resembling an excited puppy. Were he to have a tail, it would likely be wagging furiously. Ollie chuckled at her own imagination. Unable to resist, she reached out and tousled his unruly black hair. It feels rather nice. Huh. He froze, a flush creeping onto his cheeks, and after a few moments, he stammered out a plausible explanation. Were there fragments of the explosion in my hair? Harry quickly grasped her wrist. I can manage it myself. All right. After the match concluded, Professor Flitwick, who had rushed over, was greatly impressed, awarding her not only 50 points, but also stuffing her arms with a generous handful of strawberry gummies. Mandy dramatically shook her head and sighed. It seems that for the entire week to come, Flitwick will be recounting her heroic deeds in every class. As the favorite student of the head of house, this title was unanimously bestowed upon Ollie by her Ravenclaw peers. Flitwick had already begun extolling Ollie's precision in magic. Observe this levitation charm. Miss Ollie expertly supported our seeker, Mr. Zhang, yesterday. Remember, the key to spellcasting lies in concentration, not in Simon. Do not let your feather float to the neighboring table. Padma mimicked Flitwick's voice with a pinch of humor. In their dormitory, Ollie and Mandy clutched their pillows, laughing heartily. All right, ladies, time for beauty sleep, Padma said, lifting a pillow and patting Ollie's head. Christmas is approaching. Reluctantly, Mandy crawled off Ollie's bed and snuggled into her own covers. You both must join me for hot cocoa tomorrow morning. Very well, Lady Mandy. Ollie reclined patiently against her pillow. The room suffused with warmth, the crackling fire in the hearth filling the air with a comforting sound. Behind the bed curtains, Mandy and Padma breathed steadily, gradually drifting into slumber. She quietly slipped out of bed, donned her robe, laced her shoes, and cast a final glance at her sleeping friends. Then, she pushed open the dormitory door. Stepping into the night. Tonight, yet another sleepless night awaited her. The Nightmares Arena was teeming with throngs of people. Ollie tightened her cloak around her, sidestepping through the narrow passageway. The air thick with the acrid scent of cheap tobacco. The dungeon roared louder than any night she had ever witnessed, resembling a furnace fully ignited, exhaling fervent enthusiasm. Everyone was converging towards the central dueling arena, shoulders colliding, shoving, cursing, and stepping on one another's heels. Make way, hurry. A wizard elbowed his way through the crowd. Is he really coming? Insanity. To think he would downgrade to the copper arena. Tonight promises to be a spectacle. Ollie was momentarily taken aback, only to be jostled forward by the crowd behind her. The Nightmare Arena, always a hub of activity, pulsed with an unusual fervor tonight. The audience was exhilarated to the point of recklessness, tinged with a hint of perilous excitement. In her previous visits to the arena, spectators would turn to scrutinize her, both openly and covertly. Yet tonight, the newcomer from the rat's nest, Soloko, found herself devoid of attention, as the crowd had clearly found a new object of adoration. Ollie swiftly glanced at the system panel in her mind. 1. Win 100 official wizard duels. Goal, 67,100. 2. Earn 6,000 galleons. Goal, 7,926,000. The tasks appear to be more than halfway completed. Yet as one delves deeper, the challenges grow increasingly formidable. Without venturing into higher-tier arenas, completing the task of earning 6,000 galleons within a year seemed utterly implausible. Such was the malevolence of the system. Finally, Ollie struggled her way to the registration desk. What competitions are on today? Blackfinger lifted an eyebrow, a smirk playing on his lips as he regarded her. Soloko? A celebrity, long time no see. Spare me the pleasantries. Fine. Blackfinger, unfazed, leisurely exhaled a smoke ring. Ollie recalled the eerily raucous crowd at the entrance. Is a significant figure attending tonight? Blackfinger remained silent, methodically adjusting the quill in his hand. Indeed, no one wishes to compete at the copper arena. You're quite the talent. Shall I register you? He suddenly leaned forward, the tip of his quill dancing across the roster, inscribing her alias in one fluid motion. Hey, did I ask you to sign me up? Ollie inquired coolly. It's already done. He grinned widely. You'll enjoy tonight's match. You're in for a stroke of luck. The level 4 Viper is coming down for a spin tonight. Good luck. Her eyelashes flickered almost imperceptibly. Level 4. When Blackfinger had first introduced her to the arena, he mentioned that the dueling grounds of Nightmare Arena were divided into 5 tiers. The Rat's Nest, the Copper Arena, and the Silver Arena constituted the first 3. Beyond level 3, however, lay the realm of true life and death duels. Those who survived such encounters were anything but ordinary. It finally dawned on her why no one dared to register. What's wrong with a few more challenges, right? I've already written your name. So there's no backing out now. Blackfinger chuckled mischievously as he wrapped his fingers on the desk, sliding her the glossy, obsidian skull pass. Level 4. She calmly lowered her gaze, accepting the pass, before turning towards the central dueling ground. Chapter 48. The Second Duel Viper. Navigating through the narrow alleyways, Ollie made her way to the circular dueling arena at the heart of the underground city. Whispers among wizards echoed from the corners. Is it really the Viper? He hasn't graced Nightmare with his presence in ages. Why is he suddenly deigning to compete in a lower-tier arena? Who knows, perhaps he is seeking an easy kill. Not necessarily. Do you remember the last guy who challenged the Viper? Yes, blood splattered onto the 3rd row. They never even found his head. She quickened her pace, emerging from the passage into the expansive arena. The Copper Arena, the largest of its kind in the underground city, boasted a circular structure with marble steps embedded into the walls, where the audience erupted in thunderous roars. Viper! 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 Ollie took a step forward, noticing a bloodied young wizard in the corner, his limbs broken, writhing on the ground. Upon seeing her, he mustered his feeble strength to reach out. Help me. A nearby brute kicked him in the stomach. You're still breathing, huh? The young wizard writhed in agony. I've won 20 matches. I have value. You can't discard me. The brute burst into laughter. Here, no one has value. There are plenty of newcomers who basked in glory one moment, only to become refused the next. With that, the group seized him and dragged him into a darkened chamber. The young wizard clawed desperately, screaming. But his cries fell on deaf ears. The audience's fervent cheers drowned out everything. As Ollie's gaze fell upon the ominous sign at the entrance to the processing room, her heart sinking. This was merely the tip of the iceberg of Nightmare's darkness. Yet she felt powerless. With her own survival at stake, she could offer no aid to him. Steeling herself, Ollie inhaled deeply and ascended the marble steps to the dueling arena. As she climbed, she finally laid eyes on the Viper, the figure who had driven the underground city into a frenzy. He was a tall, slender man with dark hair and a long, pallid face, his appearance unremarkable. Yet his slit-like eyes radiated a chilling indifference and cruelty. The skull pass hanging from his waist had morphed completely into the visage of a human skull. The dueling platform still bore the remnants of the previous battle's blood. As the Viper raised his arms high, reveling in the audience's frenzied screams, bags upon bags of galleons were tossed onto the stage, cascading at his feet. Ollie stood at the edge of the dueling ground, waiting in silence. The referee parrot, perched on the marble railing, finally took notice of her, flapping its wings as it tremulously announced, "Next match, Viper versus Soloco." "Another one?" The Viper leisurely flexed his wrist, producing a cracking sound. "Still wearing a mask, afraid to show your face?" Laughter erupted from the audience. "Get down! Get down!" The referee parrot continued with a monotonous delivery. "Soloco, rat's nest, 67 victories in the beginner arena. Another Navi little mouse," the Viper mused, bored. Having seen many like her before, just because she won a few matches in the rat's nest doesn't mean she's a true contender. The crowd echoed with a chorus of boos. Following the parrot's instruction, Ollie positioned herself opposite the Viper, gripping her wand tightly as beads of sweat formed in her palm. She knew she must approach this opponent with utmost caution, sparing not a moment for complacency. The referee parrot blew the whistle. The Viper smirked. "Today, I'm in a good mood, so I'll indulge you a bit, little mouse." In the next instant, his figure vanished with a resounding pop. Apparition? Ollie's instincts kicked in, and she leaped to the right, narrowly avoiding a silent curse that struck the spot she had just vacated, sending debris flying. "Keep your distance," she whispered, casting a spell towards the Viper, who, with an impatient click of his tongue, effortlessly deflected it. "Can't even cast a silent spell? What kind of wizards does Nightmare recruit?" Then the Viper flicked his wrist, unleashing 5 dark curses. Ollie darted to the left, yet the curses relentlessly pursued her, ricocheting around the arena, aimed straight at her throat. "Armor!" The spells collided with her shield, yet in the next moment the barrier shattered. Blood surged as Ollie swallowed the metallic taste rising in her throat. More relentless attacks followed. The silent curses were unpredictable, leaving her to rely solely on her instincts to evade. Boom! 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 Chunks of stone exploded, slicing into her palms. The audience seemed to sense the impending conclusion, erupting in cries, "Viper! Viper!" Suddenly, she flicked her wrist, redirecting her spell not at the Viper, but forcefully striking the ground instead. Boom! Smoke enveloped the arena, obscuring her form within the thick fog. The Viper scoffed, attempting to disperse the haze, yet the mountains of galleons in the corner abruptly soared into the air, cascading like raindrops upon him. This minor assault was inconsequential, yet it successfully disrupted the arena's atmosphere, shrouding everyone's vision. The audience erupted in discontent. "Damn it! What a pathetic display! Soloco, are you a wizard or just a rat from the underground? Hiding and showing yourself, how disgraceful!" Boom! The Viper deflected the galleons with a barrier, casually pointing, sending them flying like arrows into the fog. Sure enough, the next moment, Soloco was forced out from the mist. And the Viper smiled. A vine as thick as a bowl's rim materialized out of thin air, tightly coiling around his wrist. Simultaneously, the floor tiles beneath him suddenly flipped, causing the Viper to stagger. "Grow swiftly," Silo whispered breathlessly. In an instant, the verdant tendrils surged, and the protruding thorns plunged deep into his skin, splattering droplets of blood onto the ground. The Viper furrowed his brow in irritation. "Annoying little mouse," he muttered, attempting to dispel the vine with his magic, only to find golden runes shimmering on it, hindering his movement. The audience erupted in astonishment. How could the famed Viper be injured? Ollie gasped heavily. She had not evaded all the spells. One had struck her ankle, igniting a searing pain that made walking laborious. Surprisingly, the Viper did not retaliate immediately. His pallid complexion flushed slightly, and the muscles in his face twisted as he fixated on the glowing magic script on the vine, as if wishing to burn a hole through it with his gaze. Gradually he lifted his head, the previously casual demeanor fading entirely, replaced by a sudden surge of malevolence. "Ancient runes, did you emerge from Hogwarts?" A deep loathing radiated from his eyes. "I have always despised that bunch of sanctimonious fools." With each word he forced through clenched teeth. The runes on the vine shattered one by one. The atmosphere around the Viper shifted drastically. His once placid pupils darkened, revealing a fervor for bloodshed. "Utterly disgusting. You have ruined my good mood for the day." The vine was consumed by the black flames erupting from behind him, and he swiftly brandished his wand. It seems today will not merely be a game, little mouse. It has been far too long since I last hunted someone from Hogwarts. Chapter 49. To place one in a situation of life and death. The Viper did not deliberately lower his voice, and the audience fell silent for a moment before erupting into greater excitement. What? A Hogwarts student? A disgrace from Hogwarts, begone from the nightmarish realm. I placed a bet of 200 galleons tonight. Viper, kill him. Ollie's expression shifted. Her gaze sharpened and wary as she stared at the Viper. His previously nonchalant demeanor transformed into one of palpable malice the moment Hogwarts was mentioned. Before she could ponder further, the Viper raised his wand. Little mouse. Since you lack the silencing charm, I shall entertain you. Cruciatus. Ollie attempted to evade, yet her swollen right ankle slowed her, and the glowing, twisted light struck her. Ah! Intense agony coursed through her body, and she collapsed, her fingertips carving bloody trails on the ground. Every nerve felt as though it were being torn apart, the searing flames consuming her limbs and core. She clenched her teeth, forcing herself not to cry out in pain. The Cruciatus curse's potency surpassed that of the system's punishment. She soon bit through her cheek, and the trivial pain turned to numbness. In the tumultuous sea of agony, Ollie strained to reach for her fallen wand on the ground. Is that still not enough? Splinter. The Viper commanded. Blood erupted from her arms and body, as black mist coiled around her wounds, rapidly siphoning off her magical energy. Viper! 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 The audience's cheers rose in fervor, overwhelming her senses. Ollie's hand trembled in pain, yet she exerted herself to grasp her wand tightly. Cruciatus. A green light struck her once more, but Ollie gritted her teeth and pushed her body up. Flame. An explosion of azure flames erupted from the tip of her wand, catching the Viper unawares as the fire engulfed his robes. A gasp rippled through the audience. No one expected Silo to muster the strength to counterattack after such torment. In a fit of rage, the Viper conjured a torrent of water to extinguish the flames consuming him. The black robe that enveloped his body was singed, revealing his pale and muscular left arm. Ollie, dazed, lifted her gaze to see the Viper's left arm marked with a bizarre twisted insignia. A serpent emerging from the jaws of a skull, its long tongue flicking out. The dark mark. A soft smile graced her lips. So that's it. The Viper's mouth twitched violently in rage as he raised his wand, and blood erupted from her shoulder. You have exhausted my patience, sewer rat. He approached slowly, towering over her. Then he abruptly lifted his foot, crushing down on her shoulder wound. Ollie stifled a groan, and as he pressed harder, blood welled in her eyes, her vision fading to black. System alert, task is about to fail. Warning. Host's life signs are unstable. Warning. Please note the host's vitality is depleting. The audience's fervent cries surged like a tidal wave. Kill him. Kill him. Kill him. The referee parrot flapped its wings in a panic. Enough. Enough. The Viper wins. The Copper Duel Arena forbids murder. Please take heed. However, its voice was soon drowned out by the uproar. The Viper leaned down, scrutinizing the curled-up figure in the cloak, assessing her form. He drew his wand inward and leisurely squatted down, gripping her chin tightly. Before I send you to the heavens with a Nevada, why not take a look at the face beneath your mask, little girl? He whispered. If you possess a pretty visage, I might consider taking you with me. With that, he lifted a corner of her mask with his fingertips. In a flash, Ollie sprang up, fiercely clutching a small knife that had appeared from who knew where, plunging it toward the Viper. The not-so-sharp blade was now enveloped in a swirling azure wind, charging forward with tremendous force. The Viper's eyes widened. The knife, imbued with the ferocious wind, pierced his chest, and he clutched his heart in pain, falling backward onto the ground. No one anticipated that Silo would draw such an inconspicuous muggle weapon. In the next moment, Ollie did not hesitate to release her grip, struggling to rise as she snatched the wand that had fallen to the ground, turning to dash out of the duel arena. Stop her. The Viper bellowed in furious disbelief, quickly coughing up a mouthful of black blood. The fierce wind sliced through the magical barrier separating the duel arena from the outside, her small form darting forth into the crowd. The onlookers erupted into chaos. Some scrambled to avoid her. Others reached out to stop her, but were met with the sharp winds that cut into their palms, while others immediately crouched down to collect the blood droplets pooling on the ground. In the midst of the turmoil, Silo's figure vanished completely. In the late-night corridors of Hogwarts, Ollie struggled to drag her feet toward the Ravenclaw Tower. A winding trail of blood marked her path, freshly cleared. She could not leave traces that might arouse suspicion. Her vision blurred, and she fought to blink, the oil paintings in the corridor appearing double. The knight within the frame leaned down with concern. Oh heavens! How did you sustain such severe injuries? The knight exclaimed. Ollie, her head throbbing, waved her wand at the frame to silence it, stumbling forward. Her wounds bore the remnants of dark magic. She could not casually seek treatment in the hospital wing. Pain lanced through her lungs, and her breathing grew increasingly labored. Ollie doubted whether she had the strength to ascend the dozens of meters to the tower. Warning: host's life signs are unstable. As she rounded a corner, she collided directly with a towering figure, bathed in the moonlight streaming through the window. She slowly raised her head and recognized the pale face of Severus Snape. His lips pressed tightly as he coldly regarded her. His black robes were smeared with the blood she had collided with, and he furrowed his brow deeply. Before her mind could catch up, her body reacted faster. She barely lifted her wand. Obliviate. Snape seized her wrist in a flash, the grip painfully tight, causing her wand to clatter to the floor. Audacious to cast spells upon a professor? He questioned icily. Ollie felt herself wavering, barely able to stand. Professor. She needed to concoct a plausible excuse to evade scrutiny. It was she who ventured into the forbidden forest to hunt, only to be confronted by a giant spider. Or perhaps it was Severus Snape. Crane, before you elucidate the origins of your injuries, let us not forget the pressing matter at hand. Suddenly, darkness enveloped Ollie, and she found herself collapsing into Snape's cold embrace. Chapter 50, Snape, Tears as Weapons. Ollie awakened, choking on the acrid scent of bitter potions in the air. The candlelight was dim, casting shadows upon the stark, dark walls. She paused for a moment, recognizing that she was in the subterranean potions classroom. Raising her arms, she noticed they were meticulously wrapped in bandages, and the ominous black mist surrounding her wounds had dissipated considerably. Professor Snape? The pain in her head was still unbearable, and she gently massaged her temples, turning her head to tentatively call out to the man who sat distantly in the shadows. In the corner stood a cauldron, bubbling thickly, while the table was strewn with an array of unfamiliar ingredients. Snape rose from the shadows and approached her with swift strides, his sculpted face as cold as ice, marked by the curses of dark magic. What have you done? Ollie struggled to sit up from the hard bench, only to discover she was cushioned by a soft, black cloak beneath her. He handed her a vial emanating heat and a pungent aroma. Drink. The strange scent assaulted her senses, causing her to recoil slightly. I said drink. Snape's hand abruptly grasped her shoulder, the force leaving no room for dissent. Reluctantly, Ollie accepted the potion, cradling the vial as she took a cautious sip. The intensely bitter taste spread across her palate, prompting her to grimace, nearly gagging. Just then, her gaze met Snape's piercing stare, laden with a deadly intent. She was certain that he had not included any moonstone powder to neutralize the flavor this time. He surely intended to make her suffer. As the last remnants of the potion vanished, Snape emitted a cold snort, preparing to flick his cloak dramatically, only to suddenly realize that Ollie was blinking at him, carefully holding the crumpled cloak she had lain upon. Professor? Snape's expression soured further, and with a flick of his wrist, the black robe floated back into place, the fabric smoothing out as it returned to his shoulders. Now, it is time to explain how you came to be in such a deplorable state. I did not go anywhere, Professor. After drinking the potion, I felt considerably rejuvenated, and was ready to bicker with you once more. I merely lost control while experimenting with a spell. Another feeble lie. More clumsy than the time you struck Dyson, Snape scoffed. Filius has truly spoiled you. He advanced a couple of steps, leaning down, his dark eyes fixed intently upon her. In the next moment, an overwhelming surge of magical energy pierced her mind. Ollie stifled a groan, her nails digging into her palms. Professor, is it permissible to use legilimency directly on a student? She spoke rapidly. And what of this? Snape extended his hand, revealing the skeletal pass of the nightmarish skull prominently displayed in his palm. She reached for it, but Snape quickly closed his hand, nearly causing her to collide with his chest, which reeked of the bitter potion. In the midst of their scuffle, she felt the domineering magic in her mind suddenly collide with an unseen barrier. The previously unimpeded flow of magic halted abruptly, only to rebound forcefully back. Snape's expression shifted dramatically. Ollie rarely witnessed such astonishment on his face, as he gazed at her as if she were a frightful creature. Of course, the system had informed her that its existence functioned as a supreme form of mental defense. No wizard could genuinely penetrate her thoughts. Not even the legilimency master Snape from the original text. He fell silent for a moment, then a smirk curled upon his lips, as if he were laughing in rage. Very well. No wonder Filius speaks of you as a prodigy in spellcraft. It seems I shall personally deliver you to Headmaster Dumbledore to assess your true capabilities. Professor, Ollie suddenly cried, grasping his sleeve and looking up at him with a pitiful expression. This tactic had proven effective with Professor Flitwick, but it would likely have far less impact on Snape. Yet, she found herself with no other recourse. Please do not inform the headmaster, she implored, blinking rapidly as tears began to pool in her eyes. You may know. But please do not tell Dumbledore. This is a task assigned to me by the Malfoy family. If you inform him, Mr. Malfoy will be in trouble. Passing the blame was quite the skill. Snape regarded her with an impassive expression. What could Mr. Malfoy possibly have you, a second year, doing? Ollie cautiously studied his face, squeezing out a few tears, her eyes reddening like a rabbit's. It is a secret of the Malfoy family. I cannot disclose it. A long silence ensued. Snape scrutinized the girl's pale visage. The longer he stared, the more tears cascaded from her eyes, like pearls unstrung, pooling at the corners of her eyes. While crying, she deliberately fluttered her damp lashes, observing his expression. He instinctively wished to scoff. From the very first day they met, she had been like this, full of deceit, wielding her tears as weapons. Only the soft-hearted and aged head of Ravenclaw could be swayed by her. What a troublesome affair. Your trivial matters do not pique my interest, Snape declared, tossing the skeletal pass back onto her lap. Should I catch you sneaking out of Hogwarts again, your head of house will be powerless to protect you. Ravenclaw loses 30 points. She accepted the pass, her face lighting up with joy as she instantly broke into a smile. Thank you, Professor. Look at that, such a cunning facade. Ollie stood from the bench, but her legs suddenly weakened. Snape swiftly caught her arm. You think you can return to your dormitory? He scoffed. To the hospital wing with you. As she was tucked into the soft bedding of the hospital bed, Madame Pomfrey's expression nearly killed her. Do you realize you nearly died? Madame Pomfrey exclaimed, her lips trembling. You are covered in injuries. If they were ordinary, I could heal them in a second. But these are the result of dark magic. They have been draining your blood and magic. Had you waited a few more hours, you would have succumbed to extreme weakness. As she spoke, she cast a quick glance at Snape, standing at the foot of the bed. Were it not for Professor Snape, I would have certainly informed Dumbledore. Madam, I assure you it is nothing. Ollie extended her hands from beneath the covers, only to be swiftly grasped and tucked back in by Madame Pomfrey. The blankets pulled tightly around her. I maintain that you Ravenclaws practice magic like a bunch of lunatics, Madame Pomfrey fumed as she went to fetch a tray. I wonder how Flitwick teaches? Allowing students to practice dark magic? Ollie buried half her face back into the covers, her head throbbing as if it might burst. She soon drifted off to sleep amidst Madame Pomfrey's incessant chatter. To her surprise, when morning arrived, the hospital wing was filled with visitors. Chapter 51. The Hospital Wing. So many people. Ollie, how popular you are. Just as she emerged from the blankets, resembling a mushroom, a hand reached out and ruffled her hair vigorously. The morning air in the hospital wing was slightly cool, sunlight filtering through the heavy curtains to illuminate the bed. The rustling of footsteps broke the quiet as a corner of the tightly tucked blanket was lifted. Open your eyes and see how many people have come to visit you. It was Fred's voice. Ha! She sleepily blinked, glancing around and immediately jolted awake with fright. You lot. Fred quickly covered her mouth, lowering his voice. Quiet down. We snuck in to see you. Madame Pomfrey is exceedingly busy right now. Surrounding her bed were 5 eager faces. Fred, George, Harry, Autumn, and Mandy, all gazing at her with expressions filled with either laughter or tears. Oh, Ollie, I thought you had also been petrified by Mandy, she exclaimed, throwing her arms around her neck. Last night, Colin Creevey from Gryffindor was petrified. I consider myself fortunate, she smiled gently while caressing Mandy's back. I merely sustained an injury while practicing spells. Listen, is that even human speech? Fred remarked. Is this how all Ravenclaws behave? George inquired. Cho sat by her bedside, grasping her dangling hand. Her lips pressed tightly together, a look of concern etched across her face. You appear to be gravely injured. She raised her left hand, her fingertips delicately brushing against the bandage on Ollie's forehead, lingering tenderly as they traced down to the bloodied area wrapped around her shoulder. Cho was close enough. Ollie merely had to glance up to see her dark lashes, slightly glistening in the sunlight, casting a mournful gaze in her direction. Miss Zhang, you've completely obstructed our view. Fred drawled leisurely. Cho's gentle smile remained unwavering, even as she leaned forward, shielding Ollie more securely. The Weasley twins pondered. How could they intervene? Given that the other party was a woman? Ollie, feeling exasperated, straightened her posture. All right, I'm truly fine. Harry, you're here too? Harry, standing at the back of the crowd, scratched his head in confusion and awkwardly approached. Yeah. We all thought you had been petrified by the monster in the chamber. He hesitated for a moment before sitting on the opposite side of the bed, adding, now everyone at school is saying that the heir of Slytherin opened the chamber. Right. Mandy interjected. Today everyone walked to and from classes together. No one dared to be alone. Padma even gifted me a talisman. Come on, I'm pureblood. At this point, she bit her lip in sudden regret, casting a worried glance at Ollie. Well then, I have a 1/3 chance of being pureblood too? Ollie quipped half-jokingly. Little boss. Christmas break is approaching. When will you be discharged? Fred squeezed in. He and George settled beside her hospital bed. The bed was now crowded with people. And Ollie struggled to adjust her legs. Her expression fell. At least a week. Madame Pomfrey said if I dared to sneak away, she would undoubtedly kill me. But I've already promised to help Professor Lockhart organize the dueling club. A week? Gio exclaimed. Lockhart? George echoed. Dueling club? Harry added. Just as she was about to explain, Madame Pomfrey entered the infirmary, tray in hand, her gaze settling on the crowded bed. Madam, we are leaving this instant. The 5 of them sprang up and fled in disarray. The infirmary finally fell into tranquility, and Ollie leaned back, sinking into the soft embrace of her pillow. Change the bandage, Madame Pomfrey approached and she obediently extended her hand, allowing the matron to methodically remove the wrappings from her arm and shoulder. The sight of the gruesome, dark wounds was alarming. The longest gash extended from her wrist to her shoulder. The wound on her right shoulder was even worse, nearly the size of a small bowl and deep enough to expose bone. Madame Pomfrey sighed. This could not possibly be the result of self-practice, she mused. Yet Snape had instructed her to remain silent. Does it hurt? She softly inquired, applying the prepared ointment. The dark magic's marks would require at least a week to fully eradicate, thanks to Professor Snape. The cool ointment met the blistering wound, and Ollie gritted her teeth. It doesn't hurt. Fortunately, I have scar ointment. Madame Pomfrey continued her gentle admonitions. Such a lovely girl, not taking care of her body. What will become of such a large scar? After finishing the bandaging, Madame Pomfrey tucked her back under the covers. She closed her eyes, fatigue washing over her once more. But she could not afford to cease. The reason was simple. She was not strong enough, and that had led to her defeat. In the underground dueling arena, there are no eternal geniuses or novices. Everything is predicated on strength. This world is far more brutal than she had ever imagined, with a multitude of formidable adversaries. If she did not become ruthless in her pursuit of power, one day she would be consumed by the abyss. She would return to the nightmarish arena. She would practice fervently and obsessively, until she mastered the silencing charm, and more self-protective magic. Then one day, she would return the suffering inflicted by the serpent upon herself in kind. Ollie drifted into a deep slumber for an extended period. In her dreams, there flickered a distorted green light, the serpent's malevolent grin, and the audience's deafening cries of kill her, kill her, kill her, a torment that gnawed at her very bones. Her eyelids fluttered, and she managed to open her eyes. Instead of the serpent's twisted face, she saw Draco, faintly illuminated in the darkness, almost melting into the moonlight. Instinctively, she reached out, grasping his wrist. How could he appear in her dream? Wasn't he still sulking at her? Draco's lips pressed together, his brows furrowed, and he extended his other hand to rest against her forehead. What a madman, he muttered. Why must he scold her even in her dreams? Ollie playfully pinched his cheek, knowing it wouldn't hurt in a dream. It felt pleasantly soft. Ouch. The pristine skin immediately bore a red mark, and he widened his eyes in surprise. Draco instinctively attempted to grasp her arm, but inadvertently pressed against the bandage. Ollie let out a muffled groan, retracting her hand. Does it hurt badly? She heard him murmur, his fingertips grazing her hair, his voice imbued with a hint of vague tenderness. Yes, she replied, a faint smile tugging at her lips as she propped herself up, suddenly leaning closer, nestling into his embrace. Draco stiffened, the warmth of her soft body mere inches away. He placed his hand on her back, awkwardly patting twice. Hey. Her face buried in the fabric, muffled, she murmured, it really hurts. It hurts so much, Draco. The words were faint, dissolving into the pale moonlight. Draco's throat tightened as he held her tightly. Chapter 52. The Silencing Charm and the Dueling Club. The infirmary had been bustling with visitors these past few days, much to Madame Pomfrey's annoyance. Aside from a few Gryffindors visiting Colin Creevey, the rest came for the troublesome Ollie clan. A significant portion of Ravenclaw's students had arrived, some bearing study notes while others filled the table with flowers and sweets. The Gryffindor boys had come in several batches, adorned with vibrant feathers and amusing products to entertain her, only to be promptly dismissed. Even a familiar figure, a Slytherin boy from the Nott family, known for his perpetually stern demeanor, yet frequently helping in the infirmary, had brought her a book on magical texts. How had she never noticed how popular she was? Despite being an exceedingly troublesome Ravenclaw, whose spell practice often led to misadventures resulting in unheard-of injuries, she bore a face that attracted trouble. Madame Pomfrey, balancing a tray, filled Ollie's mug with steaming milk with a stern expression. She glanced down at Ollie, pondering something. The girl's complexion was pale, quietly resting against the pillow. Her once vibrant face had dulled from blood loss, yet exuded a certain sickly beauty. Her long lashes drooped, the slight redness at the edges resembling crushed pomegranate flowers. "Thank you, madam," Ollie said obediently, cradling the milk, her eyes sparkling with a smile. "This world is so superficial," the matron lamented. After Madame Pomfrey departed, Ollie picked up the mountain ash wand resting by her pillow. Thanks to the joint efforts of Snape and Madame Pomfrey, her wounds had nearly healed, and the entangling dark magic had been completely dispelled. This Christmas, she planned to prepare gifts for her two unexpected benefactors. As for Draco, since that night of the dream that felt all too real, he had not made an appearance for several days. It wasn't until this morning that he sent an owl with a letter stating he would also be staying for the holidays. She cherished the feel of the wand in her palm, then, controlling the strands of wind, opened her 6th-year textbook on defense against the dark arts. The pages fluttered, quickly landing on the chapter about the silencing charm. Although it is a spell that is mandatory for 6th graders, in the low-magic world of Harry Potter, the majority of adult wizards struggle to wield even a complete armor charm fluently after graduation. With a resolute heart, Ollie meticulously scanned the text on the pages, then lifted her wrist. She envisioned the levitation charm. Without uttering a word or silently reciting it in her mind, she endeavored to capture the light, floating sensation as described in her textbooks. The familiar surge of magical energy stirred within her. Without the aid of an incantation, her magic felt ensnared within a thin membrane, careening chaotically within her being. Undeterred, she practiced for an entire afternoon. When Madame Pomfrey entered, cradling a sun-dried quilt, the sun had already dipped below the horizon, and the air was imbued with a gentle warmth reminiscent of sunlight. As a light snow began to fall outside, the madam sighed, set down the freshly dried bedding, and was about to close the window when Ollie waved her wand delicately. The window pane slid shut automatically, and the sheets hanging at the foot of the bed soared into the air, lining up to fold themselves into neat, square blocks before fluttering back into the wardrobe. "Thank you," the madam nodded in appreciation as she stepped forward, only to suddenly sense something amiss. She whirled around. "You didn't utter the incantation?" "Oh, madam, I've returned proficiently," Ollie replied with a sly smile. "Geniuses are often the source of both admiration and envy." The madam sighed once more. On the 3rd Friday of December, after Ollie had employed her most pitiful gaze against Madame Pomfrey for the entire morning, she was finally granted permission to leave the hospital. With a stern expression, the madam tucked away her hospital gown and adjusted the collar of her school robe. "What is so urgent that you must leave?" "Professor Lockhart's dueling club is tonight," Ollie replied, biting into a slice of bread, her other hand hastily slipping into her shoes. "I propose that he establish it." Madame Pomfrey scoffed slightly, a mere figurehead. "What could you possibly learn from him at your level? That's why I'm his teaching assistant. He cannot function without me," she said, waving her hand dismissively as she vanished through the door. Entering the empty great hall, she found Hermione waiting expectantly. Upon seeing Ollie, Hermione exclaimed in delight, rushing over to embrace her. "You're finally out," Hermione said. "Professor Lockhart suddenly asked me to help prepare for the dueling club, and it's my first time. I don't even know what to do. But here I am," Ollie replied with a smile, deftly flicking her wrist, causing the 4 long tables in the hall to vanish in an instant. In their place rose a grand gilded stage, adorned with extravagant drapery. "Oh my gosh, Ollie!" Hermione gaped at the hall's flamboyant transformation, completely oblivious to the fact that Ollie had employed a silent spell. After a moment's thought, Ollie waved her wrist again, conjuring a referee parrot upon the stage. "Caw-caw. Welcome, everyone, to the dueling club." The green parrot flapped its wings comically, squawking. At 8 o'clock, students streamed into the great hall, and she stood alongside Hermione at the edge of the stage. Harry spotted her and approached quickly, his face lighting up with surprise. "Ollie, are you and Hermione here to teach us dueling today?" "Me." She pointed to herself. Harry's cheeks flushed slightly as he leaned in closer, whispering in her ear, "Didn't you just give that upperclassman from Slytherin a good thrashing? I'm hardly qualified. You need a true master to teach you," she replied, beaming. Hermione nodded eagerly in agreement. Harry's smile faltered, an unsettling premonition washing over him. In the next moment, the true master made his entrance. "Dear students, come quickly." Lockhart, clad in a lavender robe, strode onto the stage with an effervescent smile. "Oh no," Harry groaned. "Who decorated the hall? It's just to my taste." Lockhart approached her, resting a hand on her shoulder. Indeed it's you, Miss Cran. And you too, Miss Granger. Two fine young ladies. Hermione's face turned crimson. Snape, trailing behind Lockhart, cast her a dispassionate glance before swiftly averting his gaze. Just as she was about to respond, a hand reached out, gripping her wrist. Draco cast a disdainful glance at Harry and Hermione, then dragged her to a corner of the hall. Why didn't you tell me you were being discharged? He asked. I thought you were quite busy. You hadn't visited me these past few days, Ollie replied, shaking his hand playfully. Aren't you angry anymore? Draco huffed, stuffing a bag of chocolate frogs into her palm. My mother sent these a couple of days ago. Suddenly, a deafening crash echoed from the stage as Lockhart was sent flying by Snape's disarming charm, crashing helplessly against the wall. Draco snickered. Is this the man you've been fawning over every day? Utterly foolish. He took her hand, intending to lead her out of the hall, but Ollie gently pressed down on him. Raising an eyebrow, she winked playfully. Don't you want to have a duel with me as well? Chapter 53. The Ideal Dueling Instructor. Dust-covered, Lockhart clambered back to his feet, his once vibrant robe torn by nails, tattered strips hanging behind him, rendering him comically ridiculous. He coughed twice, forcing a smile. Did you see that? A perfectly executed takedown, thanks to Professor Snape's cooperation. However, the demonstration is over. Please pair up and begin practicing. Snape strode forward, hands clasped behind his back, his gaze sweeping swiftly between Draco and Harry. Potter, why not pair with Malfoy? Draco tightened his grip on her wrist, visibly conflicted. He didn't want to miss the chance to duel Potter, but teaming up with Ollie was undeniably more enticing. Professor, I wish to partner with Draco. She chimed cheerfully. Draco's ears flushed red, his face betraying a hint of delight that he quickly suppressed. Ahem, yes, Professor, I don't want to duel Potter. Snape shot Ollie a frigid glare before turning away. All right, now please face each other and stand in position, Lockhart instructed from the stage. Draco stood opposite Ollie, raising his wand to the tip of his nose. 3, 2, 1. As the countdown ended, the hall erupted in a chorus of youthful incantations, vibrant spells slicing through the air. Ollie patiently awaited Draco's move, but he nervously raised his eyes, his wand trembling. Why aren't you moving? I'm waiting for you to cast a spell. Who told you to let me go? His pale face flushed crimson. Don't underestimate me. Disarm. She flicked her wand lightly, and in the next moment, Draco's grip faltered, and his wand clattered to the ground. He froze for half a second before bending down to retrieve it. Ollie flicked her finger, conjuring a gust of wind that swept the wand away. Draco stared dumbfounded as his hawthorn wand floated in the air, gracefully drifting into her palm. Ollie caught it with one hand, blinking playfully. Oh, Draco! It seems your wand has taken a liking to me. His mixture of embarrassment and frustration rendered him adorably endearing, prompting her to smile knowingly as she flicked his wand back to him. Let us go again. Classmates. We agreed to only use disarming charm. Lockhart waved his arms dramatically, but not a single young wizard heeded him. Many were flushed with excitement. Draco grinned widely, huh? Ollie waved her wand casually, dispersing the spell that Draco had sent her way. The hawthorn wand hit the ground once more, and he panted, suddenly realizing something. Why didn't you cast an incantation? Oh, because I've mastered the silent spell, she replied nonchalantly. Silent what? Draco's exclamation caught Lockhart's attention, and he hurried over, eyes sparkling with excitement. What happened, Mr. Malfoy? Ollie can use the silent spell. As soon as Draco's words left his mouth, they drew the attention of many around them. Even Lockhart appeared momentarily stunned. However, this look of astonishment faded almost instantly, and Lockhart's smile broadened as he raised his arms exaggeratedly. Of course. Miss Cran is one of my most gifted students. How could she not know the silent spell? I've personally guided her a few times. Her talent is such that she learns it instantly. His hand rested firmly on her shoulder, giving it a gentle squeeze. Come now, Miss Cran. I implore you to take the stage on my behalf and demonstrate the art of the disarming charm with elegance and precision. Draco's displeasure flickered across his gaze as it swept over his hand, but Allie merely smiled, gracefully leaping onto the stage. Below, the young wizards were embroiled in chaos. Swirling clouds of smoke filled the air, and many lay sprawled on the ground, their wands discarded as they engaged in a primal yet effective display of fisticuffs. Who dares to challenge me? She called out, her voice ringing clear. As the young wizards looked up to behold the figure on stage, a wave of astonishment erupted. Quand? She performed so well. I wouldn't dare to face her. Noticing the crowd's retreat, Lockhart, ever unperturbed, casually summoned a third-year Hufflepuff girl to the stage. The girl, clutching her wand, ascended the stage with a pallid countenance, standing nervously opposite Allie. Please don't throw me out of the window like Dyson did, she murmured timidly. What sort of violent image did she project in their eyes? Allie's gaze softened as she replied, I wouldn't dream of it. The duel commenced. The instant the girl uttered her incantation, Allie tilted her head to the side, deftly evading the incoming spell. With a subtle flick of her wrist, she disarmed the girl, the wand spinning gracefully in the air before landing back in the girl's grasp. When casting a spell, your wand should be aimed at my upper body. That way? Evasion becomes quite the challenge, Allie advised gently. Shall we try once more? The girl nodded, her cheeks flushed, and launched another attack. Once again, Allie employed minimal movements and gentle magical interference to disrupt the incantation, disarming her yet again before returning the wand with courtesy. A chorus of astonishment erupted from the audience. Cran is so impressive. How does she make it look so effortless? Did she not just perform a silent spell? Whispers of intrigue coursed through the crowd as more students gravitated toward the stage, their gazes alight with curiosity. Come now, attempt the disarming charm on me once more. Allie beckoned. After failing for the 5th time, the girl dejectedly lowered her wand. I cannot do it. Fear not, I shall remain right here. And this time, I want to retaliate. Trembling, the girl recited the incantation. A beam of red light shot forth, veering off course as she faltered. Allie, unflinching, deftly redirected the spell with a flick of her fingertip, guiding it to strike her wand precisely before allowing it to fly away. The maple wand landed with a resounding thud. See, you did it, Allie exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with warmth. Just a couple more practice sessions, and you'll be perfect. The girl's eyes widened in disbelief as she tightly gripped her wand, her face flushed to the roots of her hair. Thank you, she exclaimed, bowing deeply before hastily retreating from the stage. Allie turned to survey the audience below. Who else wishes to join me? With the previous girl's success igniting a surge of enthusiasm, hands shot up like mushrooms after rain. Me, Fred exclaimed as he pushed his way through the crowd, nimbly hopping onto the stage. Hey little boss, care to spar with me? Fred, you're in 4th year. Is it fair to bully a 2nd year? She teased, sticking out her tongue. Stop pretending, Allie. Together, George and I might not even stand a chance against you. George shouted from the audience. Disarming charm. The 2 beams of red light collided mid-air. Fred nimbly dodged Allie's spell, only to find his ankles ensnared by a gust of wind. Clever, he chuckled, returning fire with a spell of his own. Excited cheers erupted from the crowd, transforming the previously chaotic club into a fervent audience, all eagerly straining to catch a glimpse of the stage. Allie danced lightly amidst the spells, as graceful as a butterfly, her wrist flicking to conjure a new incantation. Expelliarmus. As she sent Fred's wand flying, the students erupted into jubilant applause, with George whistling in delight. Did you see that? Miss Cran truly is my finest pupil, Lockhart shouted over the din, but his voice was quickly drowned out by the thunderous applause. Allie stepped down from the stage, swiftly enveloped by a throng of eager students. Lockhart rubbed his chin thoughtfully. Chapter 54. The Admirers, the Nott Family Christmas. The dueling club thrived spectacularly, and Lockhart was evidently the most elated among them. For several consecutive days, students could be seen in the corridors, wands aimed at one another, enthusiastically shouting Expelliarmus. As red spells flitted through the air, this fervor irked Filch, who was already in a foul mood over Mrs. Norris being petrified. Now he felt as though his tail had been stepped on, brandishing his chain as he stormed forth. You cunning, wretched little rodents. The students scattered immediately. On the eve of the term's end, a fierce snowstorm swept through Hogwarts. Heavy snow piled up against the edges, blocking the windowsill as Allie gave a few pushes in vain. Lockhart's voice called from behind her. Don't strain yourself. Come, Allie. Help me sort through the letters from my admirers. She nodded obediently, swiftly withdrawing her hand and stepping onto the soft lambswool carpet to approach Lockhart's desk. His office was painted a lilac hue, adorned with portraits of himself winking playfully at her. Allie, it seems the club I hosted a few days ago was indeed a resounding success, wouldn't you agree? Many young wizards are now mimicking me in the corridors. She nodded, and Lockhart continued. I plan to officially establish the dueling club after the new year, allowing more students to appreciate the allure of defense against the dark arts. A splendid idea, Professor. But I am terribly busy. I truly lack the time to attend. Would you be willing to take my place? Lockhart inquired. She nodded discreetly, accepting the thick stack of letters he handed her. You have teaching duties, countless love letters to manage, and books to write. It must be exhausting. Oh, my dear girl. You show such concern for my well-being, Lockhart beamed, lifting his gaze from the desk. Yes, having so many admirers can indeed be a burden. She gestured toward the mountain of papers. Considering how busy you are, let me assist you in responding to these letters. as well as handling those bothersome commissions and contracts. At her suggestion, Lockhart's smile broadened, clearly delighted. Wouldn't that be too much trouble for you, Allie? She smiled slowly, batting her eyelashes. Not at all, Professor. I am truly, deeply enamored of you. He paused for a moment, then rose with a radiant smile, shoving the entire stack of letters into her arms. I never imagined you would be even more fond of me than Miss Granger. He leaned closer, perhaps feeling he should reward the diligent girl before him, and gave her a quick wink. The corners of her mouth twitched before blossoming into a full smile. Is that not sufficient? He pondered for a second, then extended his hand, his fingertip gliding through her hair as he ruffled her locks. Lockhart's hand tousled her meticulously arranged hair, yet Allie maintained her smile, promptly bowing her head in compliance as a faint blush colored her cheeks. Professor, she chided playfully, her face blooming like a peach blossom as she hurriedly clutched the stack of papers and dashed out of the office. His charm had only intensified. Lockhart stroked his chin in satisfaction. Meanwhile, at the Nott Manor, the Christmas Eve was as quiet as ever. Moonlight streamed through the long corridors, casting shadows upon several aged oil paintings. The ebony floorboards felt desolate, and even the star atop the Christmas tree in the corner appeared dim and lifeless. A pale, towering man stumbled drunkenly into the foyer, his footsteps heavy and unsteady as he made his way to the sofa, collapsing into its embrace. Wulfric, you're drunk again, mister. Nott intoned darkly from the sofa. Enough, brother. You know I've been troubled these past few days. The Viper reclined back, lazily propping his feet up. Mister. Nott inquired coldly, have you been to the underground arena again? Stay away from such places. Just changing a bit of pocket money for drinks. Why are you so nosy? Viper said impatiently, clicking his tongue. He scoffed lightly. Last time I was demoted to fight in the copper arena, someone jabbed me in the chest with a muggle knife. Mr. Nott turned his gaze sideways, coldly sneering. Who could possibly harm you? I hold him in some regard. Viper replied, just a little mouse. Once I find her. He licked his back teeth. I'll either dismantle her bones one by one and hang them over my fireplace to roast, or lock her up. A grin spread across his face as his fingers tapped rhythmically on the armrest, as if contemplating the method of skinning and dismembering. Too bad she managed to escape. Her temperament is quite fierce. Mr. Nott expressed little interest but still replied blandly, do you know who she is? I suspect she came from Hogwarts and knows a bit of ancient runes, Viper replied. Mr. Nott raised an eyebrow. Hogwarts? Half of England's wizards come from Hogwarts. Tisfe. There aren't many respectable academicians in the Nightshade. There are plenty of wandering wizards without schools and those from abroad. Viper flicked his wrist, and a small knife fell onto the table, its bloodstains cleaned away, vibrating softly with a hum. Here, this is what she left behind. Mr. Nott frowned, about to reach for it when a soft sound came from the entrance. Theodore Nott, carrying a satchel, approached calmly. He bore a resemblance to Mr. Nott, with furrowed brows and a hint of sullen irritation when frowning, though his nose and lips resembled those of his mother. Father, Uncle Walden, he nodded gently in greeting. Viper rolled his eyes, offering no response. He had never liked the quiet nephew born from his brother, and that foolish woman, who seemed to be perpetually wearing a deadpan expression. Why are you so late? Did something delay you on the way? Mr. Nott inquired with concern. Theodore shook his head. I took some time to buy potion ingredients. He lowered his gaze, subtly resting it on Viper's foot, which was carelessly propped up on the ebony table, a mere inch away from his mother's framed picture. Uncle, he paused, quietly reminding him. Viper's eyes glinted with menace, the alcohol fueling his anger, nearly causing him to lash out. However, for the sake of his objective, he gritted his teeth and suppressed his fury. Come, Theodore. Help your uncle take a look at this knife. Theodore picked up the small knife, toyed with it in his palm for a moment, then raised his eyes lazily. Where did Uncle Walden acquire this knife? You don't need to know. Have you seen this style before? Theodore nodded slightly, placing the knife back on the table. It's a small knife used in herbology class at Hogwarts, for cutting moss and chopping materials. Ha! Viper suddenly laughed, his eyes sparkling with intrigue. He abruptly stood, pacing back and forth with his hands clasped behind his back. How interesting. She is either a current student or a teacher. Theodore. Do you know any clever little witches at Hogwarts? Viper gestured. She casts spells quite well, probably a bit shorter than you. Theodore's eyelashes fluttered slightly. No. Viper squinted suspiciously. Really don't know? All right, Walden, Theodore has just returned. Let him rest, Mr. Nott interjected. The person you're looking for is unlikely to be a student. Not necessarily. I was already using dark magic when I was at Hogwarts. Viper retorted with a cold laugh. Theodore swiftly turned and ascended the stairs, his expression unchanged. Yet his pace was noticeably quicker, his nails digging into his palms. Chapter 55, Polyjuice Potion. In stark contrast to the overly solemn Nott Manor, Hogwarts Christmas festivities continued as usual. The towering fir, felled by Hagrid from the Forbidden Forest, was dragged all the way to the school hall, adorned with floating charms by Professor Flitwick and several Ravenclaw students. "Come, Miss Bloor, help me hang this star," Professor Flitwick said with a beaming smile. "Coming right up," Mandy replied with enthusiasm. When Harry, Hermione, and Ron exited the hall, they beheld this scene. A colossal Christmas tree stood proudly, entwined with ribbons and satin, its golden star at the peak nearly touching the ceiling, showering the area with sparkling, crystalline snowflakes. Harry's gaze swept over the Ravenclaw students in front of the tree, but he did not spot the figure he wished to see. On the eve of Christmas, Hufflepuff's Justin Finch-Fletchley and nearly headless Nick had been petrified, news that had stirred a maelstrom of panic. The creature from the Chamber of Secrets continued its relentless hunt. A dire omen for any non-pureblood student. The light-hearted atmosphere of the Dueling Club dissipated, and everyone hurriedly packed their belongings. Those who had not planned to return home suddenly changed their minds, reducing the school's population by half. Now only the three of them remained, along with a few Ravenclaws and Draco Malfoy from Slytherin, accompanied by 2 lackeys. As they passed through the corridor, Ron lowered his voice. "Malfoy staying for Christmas must have a purpose. He has definitely the air of Slytherin." Harry listened absently, his thoughts drifting to the pile of unopened gifts in their dormitory. This year he had received one more gift than usual, wrapped in intricate bronze-green paper, heavy and adorned with an elaborate bow. The name on it was Audiobook. She had sent him a gift this year. What could it be? As a Ravenclaw, perhaps it would be a book? A book about Quidditch? What if it was something very expensive? Would the perfume he gave her be insufficient? He had no idea what girls liked. After all, Hermione's favorite was books. "Are you listening, Harry?" Hermione asked. Harry snapped back to reality. Of course. The air of Slytherin." He spoke a little louder, attracting the fearful gazes of nearby students. Hermione sighed. "In any case, I've brewed the Polyjuice Potion. Now all you need to do is find Crabbe and Goyle, get a hair from them, and I'll take care of the rest." "Then shall we go find Malfoy to glean some information?" Ron asked. Hermione nodded quickly, handing each of them a vial of thick, dark sludge, then turned towards the lavatory. Ron cautiously examined the viscous liquid in his hand, gagging slightly. "I don't want to drink this stuff." Harry turned his gaze towards the hall. Malfoy was seated at the table with his 2 lackeys, laughing over the Christmas pudding on their plates, his pale golden hair gleaming. An absurd thought suddenly crossed Harry's mind, one that grew more insistent. His eyes glimmered with determination. "I don't want to snag a hair from Crabbe and Goyle anymore, Ron," he said hastily. "What? I'll go find Malfoy and stir up some trouble. You distract him while I'm gone." 10 minutes later, in the lavatory, Harry smoothed his pale golden hair in front of the mirror, forcing a smile that exuded the right amount of arrogance. He must be crazy to do this. Hermione's voice came from a stall, muffled. "Harry, are you ready?" "Yes," he replied. "Then who have you turned into?" Hermione exclaimed, pushing the stall door open forcefully, only to slam it shut again. "Hermione?" Harry called again, but she offered no further response. He caught a glimpse of black, furry material through the crack of the stall. "Damn it, just go ahead," she shouted. Staring at his own irritatingly pale face in the mirror, Harry quickly averted his gaze, swiftly donning the Slytherin robes and heading towards the library. A spasm tugged at Harry's stomach. Ron was still stalling in the hall. He had to find her within the hour. His decision was undoubtedly sound. Audiobook was the closest person to Malfoy at school. Malfoy would never divulge secrets to Crabbe and Goyle, but he would certainly tell her. The Hogwarts library lay in a tranquil stillness, with Madame Pants having removed her pointed hat and resting her head upon the table. Harry tiptoed around her, making his way toward the deeper recesses of the library. Sure enough, he caught a glimpse of her luxuriant, beautifully curled hair at the bend of a corner. Ollie lounged in her chair, her feet propped up, appearing in quite a cheerful mood. Harry stealthily approached. In her hand, she held an old, yellowing newspaper, the headline reading The Daily Prophet, yet the layout was distinctly different, indicating it was from many years prior. Peering over her shoulder, he discerned the neatly printed small text. October 29, 1972, Hall County suffered a night raid, with a partial list of Death Eaters disclosed. Ollie calmly turned the page, and a pale young man in the newspaper grinned malevolently at the camera. Beneath the photograph, a small caption read, "Wolfram Nott." Nott. Harry's mind raced, recalling that Slytherin also had a Nott in his year. "Draco, what are you doing here?" Ollie set down the newspaper, discreetly covering the page she was holding, and flashed him a smirk. Harry straightened his back, attempting to muster a smile that he imagined was devilishly charming, and sauntered over. What would Malfoy say? Still perusing that tattered paper, was Christmas still on the table? She chuckled, I do this every year. Why haven't you gotten used to it? It seemed she was right. He settled into the chair beside her, crossing his legs and casually running a hand through his hair. There was perhaps half an hour to spare. He could engage in some idle conversation or perhaps use himself as a topic. Hey, did you see Potter in the Great Hall this morning? Harry had barely uttered the words when he was abruptly frozen in place. Ollie leaned in casually, her entire form inclined toward him as she rested her head on, not his, but Draco's shoulder. Harry. It felt as though a thunderbolt had struck him. His shoulder burned as if suddenly seared by a hot coal, rendering him immobile. He could not tell if it was panic or the proximity of her presence that caused his breath to quicken. The faint scent of her fragrance wafting toward him. Harry held his breath. Her relaxed posture suggested that she had engaged in this act countless times in private. A single hair brushed against his chin, sending a tingling sensation across half his face. His heart raced wildly, a strange emotion swelling within him, almost overwhelming. Did she do this with Malfoy every time? Ollie blinked innocently, lifting her head to gaze at him with feigned innocence. Wasn't it you who wanted me to lean in? Why such a strong reaction? Chapter 56. The lavatory, the diary. What in the world did Malfoy usually ask for? Harry screamed internally. Are you unwell? She continued to inquire. No, he instinctively relaxed, attempting to regain a nonchalant demeanor. Yet Ollie's expression gradually shifted. You are not Draco, she stated, suddenly rising and gripping his wrist tightly. How perceptive. Harry felt cold sweat trickle down his back as he swallowed hard. What are you talking about, Ollie? I am. You look just like him, she said calmly, pulling him closer, but the polyjuice potion can achieve that as well. Who are you? Harry pressed his lips together, ready to resist fiercely. Ollie's blue eyes swept over him, and with deliberate slowness, she drew her wand and traced it across his forehead. She did not utter a spell. Yet Harry's vision began to blur, the light golden strands of hair before him gradually darkening. He could not help but cough, his voice changing entirely. Harry? She exclaimed, her eyes widening in surprise. She quickly released his wrist, murmuring an apology as Harry fumbled in his pocket for his glasses. Ollie, ever considerate, retrieved them for him and helped him put them on. As his vision cleared, Ollie withdrew her hand, once again beaming brightly. You startled me. I'm glad it's you and not some other strange person. Glad it was him. Harry's heart fluttered, as if it had been jolted by an electric shock. Sorry. Ollie, I didn't mean to impersonate Malfoy to deceive you. He lowered his gaze, unable to meet her eyes, concentrating on his shoelaces. She waved her hand dismissively. Was it Hermione's idea? Did she brew the polyjuice potion for you? And instead of ambushing Crabbe and Goyle, you pulled a hair from Draco? How did she know everything? Harry nodded. Ollie's eyes sparkled as she leaned in closer. What secrets does Harry want to inquire about? The proximity once more ignited a blush in his ears. The Chamber of Secrets and the heir of Slytherin. Oh, that's easy. Why not just ask me directly? Draco isn't. Harry fixed his gaze on her. I'm not lying, she replied with a smile. When Ollie wore that particular smile, it always seemed slightly vexing, too bright and playful, rendering her words ambiguous and leaving one unable to express anger toward her. He slumped his shoulders in defeat. I believe you. But who is the heir? I cannot allow the creature in the chamber to continue. Have you obtained the diary? She suddenly asked. What? Well, that meant he hadn't. She muttered, swiftly gathering her belongings from the table. Then will you accompany me to the lavatory? Harry, perplexed, obediently followed her as they briskly exited the library. They descended the staircase, arriving at the entrance of the abandoned girls' lavatory. She pushed the door to enter, and Harry quickly grabbed her arm. Ollie, Hermione might be inside. Ollie peered through the crack of the door. She's not here. Ron probably took her to the hospital wing. With that, she boldly pushed the door open and stepped inside. Harry had no time to ponder how she knew this. He instinctively followed her. She surveyed the lavatory, finally halting before a black diary lying in a puddle in the corner. The forsaken diary sat in shadow, easily overlooked without careful observation. What is this? Harry inquired, gazing with intrigue at the diary's worn black cover. Ollie crouched down, fighting off a wave of dizziness. Approaching Riddle's diary again made her feel uneasy. She extended her hand, her fingertip brushing against the diary's cover. Ouch! A flash of light erupted, and a vivid red blister instantly formed on her pale fingertip. Warning, the diary may affect the host's body. Please handle with caution. Ollie instinctively tried to hide her injured hand behind her, but sharp-eyed Harry stepped forward, firmly grasping her wrist. You're hurt, he exclaimed, knitting his brows in concern as he pulled her closer to examine the wound on her fingertip. I'm fine. Ollie protested. twisting her wrist, yet his grip only tightened. Harry was remarkably stubborn at such moments, his emerald eyes brimming with anxiety. As he glanced toward the diary, Ollie was astonished to discover that the spot she had touched also bore a dark burn mark. The injury was mutual? This isn't your fault. Ron told me that many books in the wizarding world are dangerous, and some can even curse people, he murmured, holding her fingertips gently. Speaking softly, Harry calmly tore off a portion of his robe, wrapping it around her hand before attempting to touch the diary. Although he knew he would not be burned, Ollie could not help but ask, then why? We can't leave it here. What if it hurts someone else in the future? Ollie stared dumbfounded at his resolute profile. Truly, he was the boy who lived. Harry successfully picked up the diary and tried to touch the cover with his other unwrapped hand, only to find nothing happened. Strange, he muttered, casually flipping open the diary, which appeared to have been left by Tom Riddle 50 years prior. Ollie stood up as well, tiptoeing to peer over his shoulder at the contents of the diary. It's completely blank. Harry furrowed his brow. Riddle, I believe I have heard Ron mention that name before. He closed the diary, and for reasons unknown, hesitated momentarily before ultimately stuffing it into his pocket. Do you wish to keep it? Ollie inquired, unfazed. Perhaps under the influence of the Chosen One's righteous aura, her head no longer felt so dizzy. I have always felt that it has something to do with the Chamber of Secrets, dating back 50 years. Harry nodded, once again carefully grasping her knuckles, observing the blisters on her fingertips. But why is it that I can touch it without harm, yet you get injured? He retrieved a pristine handkerchief from his other pocket, gently wrapping it around her wound. Who knows? She replied soothingly, perhaps the owner of this diary simply dislikes me. Harry's gaze drifted into the distance, and he suddenly lowered his voice. Ollie, I felt something peculiar when I first saw this diary. What do you mean? It was as if I should have known Tom Riddle all along, like he was an acquaintance of mine whose name I ought to have heard before. Even though he lived 50 years ago. Ollie smiled gently. Is that what they call destiny? Harry nodded, somewhat embarrassed. Her eyes swept over the lightning-shaped scar on his forehead, which, despite the passage of over a decade, still bore a faint pink hue, being chosen by fate and continually pushed forward. One could only wonder if that was a blessing or a curse. Chapter 57. Christmas Gifts. I stand by your side. The Christmas holidays were gradually drawing to a close. This year, Ollie received a far greater number of gifts than the previous year, with variously sized boxes piled into a small mountain, eliciting gasps of wonder from Padma and Mandy. Draco gifted her a pair of silver-embedded feather earrings, while Harry presented her with a handwritten spell practice manual, accompanied by a card adorned with a clumsy smiley face. Theodore sent her the long-desired magical archaeology. Padma offered a jasmine-scented fragrance stone. Mandy personally knitted her a blue polka-dot scarf, and Hermione sent a copy of Lockhart's Dancing with Vampires. The Weasley twins provided a bag brimming with transforming snot-flavored jelly beans, the glistening creatures wriggling about with an endearing touch. As for Autumn Zhang, the senior who had been overly warm and affectionate upon first meeting her, she sent a box of everlasting flowers, the layers of roses exuding a rich fragrance. Ollie reached out to touch the dewy petals of the roses, feeling a refreshing coolness on her fingertips. They're quite beautiful, she murmured. Senior Autumn is always so gentle. The scent was overwhelming. She tilted her head and carefully placed the gift on her bedside table. In the distance, Padma and Mandy exchanged knowing glances. Is Ollie truly oblivious? Or is she merely pretending not to notice? Padma pondered. She's genuinely unaware, Mandy replied with a tone of exasperation, rolling on her pillow. How can she be so insensitive? Everlasting flowers. Roses for Christmas. What kind-hearted soul gifts such a thing on Christmas? Padma exclaimed. She really is a complete blockhead. Ollie looked over, puzzled. What are you two talking about? They replied in unison, nothing. In gratitude for Madame Pomfrey's care during the holiday, Ollie began frequenting the hospital wing to lend a hand. By early February, the mandrakes in the greenhouse had grown considerably, especially the one in Ollie's group. Under the meticulous nurturing of Theodore and her, it became the first mandrake to officially reach maturity, larger than the others, proudly unfurling its leaves. Madame Pomfrey was delighted. At this rate, within a month, the petrified Colin and Justin would be able to return. I don't need any further assistance from you now, children, she said, handing the mandrake pot back to Ollie. You may go to class. Ollie nodded, casting a glance at the two rigid bodies on the hospital beds. Let's go, Nott. Theodore walked out of the hospital wing with her. He had appeared unusually preoccupied in recent days, his usual reticence becoming even more pronounced. Why do you look so unhappy? Ollie inquired. Theodore, frowning, clutched the pot he was carrying tightly as they made their way back to the herbology greenhouse. During this time, Ollie's animagus training had reached its final stage. She had buried a crystal vial containing mandrake leaves in the soil, and now only needed to wait for a stormy night to arrive. The weather forecast in the Daily Prophet indicated that there might be a heavy rainfall tonight. She suddenly exaggerated her sigh and rummaged through her shoulder bag. How strange. Where has my herbology knife gone? Theodore paused abruptly. He turned sharply, his light-colored pupils locking onto her. Ollie met his gaze, which was swirling with restrained astonishment and a hint of anger. Such forgetfulness, he remarked, grabbing his own knife from the table and forcefully shoving it into her hand. I'll go find Professor Sprout and get another one. He took a few steps towards the door but then suddenly turned back. Don't tell anyone you lost your knife. He knew after all. Ollie smiled. Not, you seem awfully tense. What's the matter? Theodore remained silent for a moment, then slumped his shoulders and slowly returned. My uncle is inquiring about you. This time, it was Ollie's turn to be surprised. She had thought that ever since discovering that the serpent was related to the Nott family, she had been unsure how to face Theodore. Would he know about it? Would he side with his family? The answer was almost certainly yes. Pureblood families were often tightly bound together, their honor and destinies intertwined. Many pureblood wizards remain loyal to their families for a lifetime. It was a well-known secret that the Nott family had once sided with the Dark Lord. Who is your uncle? Does he know me? She feigned a look of astonishment. It doesn't matter, but he is not a good person, he replied, grinding his back teeth. At home, he took out a knife and asked me if I knew any witches who excelled at spells in school. Her heart skipped a beat. Aren't you relatives? Why tell me? Is your relationship strained? Theodore fell silent for a moment before responding cryptically. I resemble my mother. Is that a bad thing? Your mother passed away quite early, he said flatly. When I was 6. My uncle doesn't like her much. Ollie listened quietly, not speaking. Her intuition told her that this was Theodore's sensitive area, one that no one could breach. She loved researching ancient runes. The book you are translating was left behind by her. I resemble my mother, so my uncle doesn't like me either. When my father is away, he seeks some amusement. He spoke with extreme restraint, yet Ollie discerned the underlying implications. Did he hit you? She asked, frowning. No, Theodore seemed unaccustomed to revealing his wounds, displaying an expression of resistance. Fine, she said, not pressing further, understanding, the mandrakes still need you to fertilize them. Was it him who injured you on Christmas? He asked suddenly. Ollie fell silent, pulling him into a secluded corner of the greenhouse, her teeth clenched. You're too clever. I really want to silence you. Theodore smirked slightly. Why, Cran? I am clearly on your side. Should I trust that you will side with an outsider? You will decipher ancient runes. Why would I harm my translator? Oh. How dull. Ollie released him. I thought you might say something about the bond of classmates, not wanting to hurt a friend, but it turns out to be just this. So do you believe? She found herself somewhat exasperated by conversing with someone so astute. Theodore stared at her calmly. Stay away from him in the future. My uncle is formidable. You cannot defeat him. How fortuitous, she thought, as her greatest passion lay in conquering, transcending, and crushing the towering mountains that loomed before her. After a whole holiday, her injuries had nearly healed, and tonight she was set to return to the nightmarish arena. She nodded obediently. No problem. Chapter 58. 2v2 Duel. I require no teammates. The nightmarish arena in the deep of night. Ollie donned an entirely different cloak and mask, deftly weaving through the crowd. Today, Viper was absent from the dueling arena, resulting in a significant reduction in the audience. Yet the air still thrummed with palpable excitement. What contests are taking place today? Blackfinger took the pass from her hand, his fingers twitching as the wooden token clattered onto the table. Siloko. Blackfinger appeared as though he had seen a ghost. For the first time, Ollie observed a look of sheer horror on the usually stoic woman's face. You're still alive? Her facial muscles quivered as she forced out a smile that resembled more of a grimace than anything else. The day Viper failed to eliminate you. You speak too much. Ollie replied coldly. Today, do not use me as a mere pawn as you did last time. She raised her wand, and a burst of light shot forth, wrapping tightly around Blackfinger's neck. Ugh. Blackfinger's pupils dilated as her hands flew to her throat, her nails turning white from the pressure. Yet the spell constricted ever tighter. Bang! A swarm of black spots clouded her vision. She stumbled backward, crashing into a high stool with a thud. The onlookers turned their gazes, questioning who had dared to assault Blackfinger at the registration desk. Just as she was on the brink of asphyxiation, the spell suddenly slackened. Cough, cough, cough. Blackfinger immediately knelt at the edge of the table, coughing violently, beads of sweat mingling with tears cascading down her face. What competitions are occurring today? Ollie looked down at her, reiterating her question. Blackfinger suppressed the hatred in her eyes, scrambling to her feet and cautiously responding, "Tonight, there are no regular matches. Nightmare has just invested in a brand new dueling arena, featuring 2v2 team duels. Sign me up." "Yes, yes." Blackfinger was drenched in cold sweat. Ollie, clutching the pass, made her way to the newly constructed dueling area on the right side of the underground city. In just a month's time, this place had undergone a complete transformation. With several brand new platforms erected, the one before her was particularly striking. A layer of blue energy film enveloped the entire arena, while the ground within had been shattered, with chunks of stone and metal floating in midair, varying in size, slowly rising and rotating. The referee parrot flapped its wings, soaring into the air, bowing obsequiously to the audience. "Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Nightmare's brand new mode, Gravity Imbalance Arena. This match will be in 2v2 format, and the arena will randomly refresh gravity zones. Contestants, please adapt to the fluctuations in gravity and magical interference. Good luck to you all." Just the sight of it appeared to be worth a small fortune, entirely built from gold gallons. Ollie silently pondered about the mysterious forces backing Nightmare. In the waiting area stood another contestant, who cast a cold glance at her as she approached. "Ollie, are you Howling Shadow? Blackfinger mentioned you are my partner." The figure before her was tall, casting a broad shadow over her. He too wore a mask, half of his face concealed beneath a hood. His black vest clung tightly to his physique, revealing two smoothly muscled pale arms, with a few strands of fiery red hair escaping from the hood. Noticing her scrutiny, the man tensed his back like a predator poised to pounce. "Listen, I don't need a partner. When we enter the arena, don't hold me back." He spoke in a low voice, his tone clearly altered. Ollie, instead of being angered, chuckled. "Then why come to a 2v2? He clicked his tongue. "To make money satisfied? The rules only state that we cannot harm our teammates. Who said we must cooperate?" She shrugged. "Suit yourself." The parrot blew its whistle, and the two emerged from the shadows of the waiting area, stepping into the dueling arena. As they passed through the blue film, Ollie immediately felt a shift in gravity, her body gradually becoming weightless, her limbs struggling to exert force. She pushed off with great effort, landing on a nearby floating stone slab. Howling Shadow similarly leaped onto another metal plate, maintaining a considerable distance from her. On the opposite side of the arena, two lithe figures glided closer. They were a pair of siblings with strikingly similar features. The sister, with shoulder-length blonde hair, wore a cold expression, while the brother sported a buzz cut and a cocky grin. "Sister, we're sure to win tonight. Look at those two masked figures," Cheria smirked, standing so far apart. "They must not be familiar with each other at all." Ash lowered her head, nonchalantly adjusting her brother's collar. "Don't underestimate them. Nightmare doesn't just send anyone." Cheria scoffed. "Look at that short man. I could snap his neck with one hand." Ash shot him a warning glance. "No, that's a woman." "Huh. She is completely covered. How would anyone know?" "Ollie, Cheria, I bet 1 gallon." Ash, 10 gallons. Cheria, "Sis." Ollie. The pair of siblings unabashedly discussed their thoughts loudly in front of the two, until the parrot cleared its throat. "Ladies and gentlemen, our contestants are all present. Allow me to formally introduce this 2v2 duel. Soloco and Howling Shadow against Ash and Cheria." The audience erupted into enthusiastic cheers and applause, interspersed with gasps as they recognized her codename. "Soloco? He is alive? Wasn't he taken out by Viper?" "The duel begins." The parrot's voice had barely faded when Ash swiftly launched herself at Howling Shadow. Sister Ash, despite her cold demeanor, unleashed a fierce and ruthless attack, Bone Shard Dart. The dart-like spell rapidly ricocheted throughout the arena, with Brother Cheria following closely behind, flicking his wand to unleash a chain-like lightning bolt aimed at her. Ollie leaped onto another floating stone slab, her brow furrowing slightly. This area's gravity felt different, heavier, tugging at her steps. It seemed that in the gravity imbalance arena, one must constantly monitor the fluctuating environment. Yet this could also serve as an advantage in her duel. Howling Shadow snorted, dashing forward like a bolt of lightning, unleashing a barrage of spells. Several curses detonated at the feet of the siblings, igniting the sky with flames. Boom, boom, boom. The floating stones exploded, resembling a shower of fireworks in a chaotic attack. The siblings quickly dodged, forcing Ollie to also shift her position to avoid being struck by the flying debris. "Can we refrain from injuring our own teammate?" Stones slammed against the blue film, eliciting gasps from the crowd. Howling Shadow's combat style was indeed feral. He was quite renowned in the copper arena. Have you not heard? Particularly brutish, he even uses his fists directly in the arena. No wonder, like a wild dog, he lives up to his name. Ollie heard the laughter from the audience, and cast a sidelong glance at Howling Shadow. His spells forcibly tore through Chariot's protective armor, eliciting a gasp from the brother as blood trickled from his lips, his expression darkening. Be careful. Ash swiftly moved closer, executing a counterattack that sent Howling Shadow flying. Sister. He is tough. Chariot quickly wiped the blood from his mouth, whispering. Ash, focus on him. In the next moment, the gravity within the arena suddenly shifted. The metal plate beneath Ollie plummeted rapidly. She pushed off with her feet, leaping to a higher area where the gravitational pull was less intense. Parrot caw. Please note. 5 minutes have elapsed, and the gravity in the arena is beginning to change. Boom! Howling Shadow's stone slab abruptly flipped, sending him tumbling down. Now's your chance, Ash said in a low voice, signaling her brother to attack in unison. Ollie attempted to rush to their aid, but the ground beneath her shattered, dragging her down as well. TSK. She missed Hogwarts terribly. As the ground fractured, Ollie plummeted from a height of several meters, eliciting screams from the audience below. She remained unperturbed, quickly grasping her hood to prevent her long hair from spilling out, while her other wrist flicked. A spell shot toward the siblings. Chariot, intending to charge at Howling Shadow, felt a tingling sensation on his scalp. His sister yanked him back just in time, the spell narrowly grazing his head. Chariot, still shaken. That Soloco uses silent spells. Ash nodded calmly, and the two swiftly repositioned, leaping toward an area with reduced gravitational pull. Howling Shadow was struck on his exposed shoulder, blood spraying forth. He staggered, his ferocity intensifying. Thunderous explosions erupted. Meanwhile, the descending Ollie was steadied by gusts of wind, and she squinted, meticulously observing the arena. Gravity, wind. As a thought crossed her mind, she leaped onto a metallic plate. With a delicate flick of her finger, a gust of wind swiftly expanded, carrying with it the fluctuations of her magical aura. Now she could perceive it. In certain areas, the wind pressure was heavier and the wind speed slower, causing the plate to sink. In other regions, the wind was chaotic and light, causing the plate to suddenly float. The wind was a manifestation of gravitational changes. A spark ignited in Ollie's eyes. If she could envelop the entire arena with the power of the wind, could she not also make subtle adjustments to the local gravity? The wind could flow against the current, change direction, and transform into a field. Perhaps the wind imbued with magical energy could also influence the imbalance of gravity. With a heavy thud, Veying landed, his pale shoulder bloodied and mangled. He suddenly raised his head, akin to an enraged wolf. Get away! He gritted his teeth, bellowing at Chia, the tip of his staff erupting with fierce flames. Ash suddenly appeared before his brother, barely managing to block the blaze, beads of sweat trickling down her forehead. Sister, cooperate with me, Chia shouted, leaping towards Veying, propelled by the floating stone plates. Ash, mirror shadow binding. In the next instant, several mirrors materialized out of thin air, hovering in the air. Chia's lips curled in excitement as 7 spells shot forth from different directions, piercing through the mirror surfaces and raining down upon Veying. Ugh. Veying was struck in the abdomen, crashing heavily against the energy barrier, spitting out blood. Gritting his teeth, he propped himself up, gasping for breath. The audience erupted in a clamor. The parrot screeched. If Veying cannot stand within 5 seconds, he is deemed eliminated. 5. 4. Veying clenched his teeth, struggling to straighten his body, yet his back would not comply. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught a glance of the siblings, who exchanged a knowing look and raised their staffs in unison. 2 lethal curses. Swift as lightning. He knew he had no time to evade them at that moment. He was not surprised that Zylock remained stationary in the distance. In Nightshade, teammates were merely nominal. Not taking advantage of the situation was already a kindness. But just as those 2 beams were about to strike him, a resounding crash occurred. A wall of wind abruptly surged up before him. A cerulean wave erupting like a fountain, deflecting the 2 spells. Wait, wind? How could there be wind in the dueling arena? The wall of wind, shimmering with a blue hue, twisted peculiarly before transforming into a current, swiftly spreading across the floating metal and stone plates. Veying was momentarily stunned. Chia suddenly screamed, her face ashen. Ash's expression grew solemn. This was no ordinary wind. She could feel her body gradually growing heavier, as if something of immense weight pressed down upon her back. With a thud, both of them buckled at the knees, plummeting straight down from the floating plate. As they fell, Ash widened her eyes, staring at Zylock, who strolled leisurely above. She manipulated the wind pressure? Ash quickly grabbed her brother's collar, preventing him from crashing onto the ground. No, it was the disturbance of the gravitational block. She was using the wind to manipulate the gravity field. Chia, what? This is impossible. Ollie gracefully maneuvered through the air, while every other participant felt the oppressive weight upon their backs, leaving her entirely unhindered. Snap. She snapped her fingers. Ugh. Ash felt her body suddenly grow heavy, the altered gravity once again bearing down on her shoulders. Her knees felt as if they were ensnared, collapsing onto the floating metal plate. Tia roared, "Let go!" A spell hurtled towards her, but with a languid flick of her fingertip, she effortlessly diverted its trajectory, the spell slamming against the energy barrier and sending sparks flying. Even Wei Ying was pinned down. He managed to lift his head, spitting out, "Am I not your teammate?" Ollie retorted, "You didn't seem to think of me as your teammate when you blasted the stones." Well then. She snapped her fingers again, unilaterally lifting the gravitational pull on him. Wei Ying sprang up nimbly, and they both leaped towards the siblings. The parrot squawked, "Look, these two formerly at odds teammates have now found their synergy." Simultaneously, two spells crashed before it, barely halted by the energy membrane. Quack. The parrot's visage paled. Wei Ying coldly stated, "Don't block my path." Not speaking properly, are we? Ollie deftly deflected a spell aimed at her, a mere flick of her fingertip. Wei Ying was once again slammed to the ground, his face buried in the stone plate. Ugh! With the immense gravitational pull, Ash and Chia's wands slipped from their grasp, crashing to the ground. 3, 2, 1. The parrot gazed at the immobile siblings and Wei Ying, blowing the whistle with all its might. Xylock and Wei Ying's team wins. The audience, previously dumbfounded, erupted into screams, a tidal wave of applause crashing down, with golden galleons raining down like raindrops. Xylock! 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 Main Quest 2 progress updated. Storage bag increased by 500 galleons. It seemed the 2v2 mode was quite lucrative. Sweat-soaked, Ash and Chia struggled to rise, panting heavily as they glanced at her. To her surprise, they did not exhibit the frantic expressions typical of defeated Nightshade duelists. "You are formidable," Ash paused, speaking calmly. She extended a hand, but out of caution, Ollie refrained from shaking it. The aloof blonde woman appeared unfazed, retracting her palm gracefully. Chia wiped the sweat from his brow, brazenly standing up. "Hey Xylock, are you male or female? I just made a bet with my sister." Ollie pondered. Did these two misunderstand the circumstances they were in? This pair of siblings seemed refreshingly casual. Unlike the vicious opponents encountered before, they appeared relaxed, as if wandering through their own backyard. Why did she feel like a beleaguered laborer? "You don't show your face, perhaps to conceal your identity," Ash nodded, suggesting they could spar again if given the opportunity. "You two get lost." Wei Ying strode over, rubbing his shoulder, his eyes behind the mask fixed intently on her. "You saved me," Ollie replied. "You losing affects my prize money." Wei Ying murmured, "You are impressive. I will remember you." Ollie raised an eyebrow. "What? Are you feeling indignant from being pinned down earlier?" Wei Ying ground his teeth. Chia shouted, "You mangy cur. They're SAQ for everything. It was clearly my sister and I who were supposed to spar with Xylock first. Hey, how do you hit people?" The referee parrot flapped its wings in panic. "No fighting in the arena." Chapter 60. The Battlefield, My Cat is Missing. When Ollie exited Nightshade, it was already deep into the night. A torrential rain poured down, with thunder and lightning illuminating the dark sky. She shook off the droplets clinging to her hood, her expression calm, tinged with a hint of resignation. Such rare thunderstorm weather was optimal for officially mastering Anima Magus. After a battle, she could not afford to rest just yet. She stepped onto the damp grass, each stride splashing water, the entire Hogwarts castle enveloped in a curtain of rain. For some reason her body, or rather, the original owner's body, seemed to vehemently resist thunderstorms. Each time thunder rumbled across the night sky, her spine would involuntarily tense. Soon, she discovered the buried crystal vial beneath the apple tree, brushing aside the wet soil to reveal the blood-red liquid glowing in the flickering lightning. She slowly drew her wand, the tip pressed against her heart, and with a gentle incision, she tilted her head back and drank the potion. In the next moment, another heartbeat abruptly resonated within her chest. Pain surged through her, and she quickly crouched beneath the apple tree, gasping softly. The ensuing experience was nothing short of extraordinary. Her body continually melted and shrank, its structure incessantly reorganizing. Soft fur sprouting across her delicate skin. The clothes melded into her skin, and in a daze, it felt as if her teeth were also sharpening and elongating. 5 minutes later, she dazedly raised the two paws before her. Paws. Ollie stood up, propelling herself with her hind legs, leaping 10 meters across the grassy expanse in a mere second. Through the puddles on the ground, she glimpsed her current appearance. A small lynx, barely reaching knee height, adorned with a delicate, pale rose-gold fur, its patterns soft and intricate. The tips of its ears were tufted with dark, plush fur, while its tail, lush and fluffy, swayed joyfully. Most striking were its clear blue eyes, calm and focused, bearing the distinct gaze of a feline hunter. Instinctively, she licked her damp fur. How unfortunate. Had she truly transformed into a feline creature? Shaking off the droplets, Ollie cheerfully picked up the wand lying on the ground and leaped towards the direction of the castle. As a fierce predator among felines, the lynx possessed remarkable agility and explosive power, capable of sprinting at speeds of up to 65 kilometers per hour. She effortlessly bounded across the grassy expanse, splashing water in her wake. If given the chance, she would relish the idea of remaining in her lynx form, diving into the forbidden forest, never to return. After frolicking enough on the grass, Ollie rose slowly, shaking her fur as she made her way toward the castle. Inside, the castle was shrouded in darkness, with candle flames flickering quietly. As she navigated past the corridor on the 3rd floor, she faintly heard voices. Mudblood. Came the sounds of fists and kicks. Whose disgusting white face do you smile for every day? Are you afraid of the monsters in the dungeon, Beck? They particularly enjoy your kind. She cautiously peeked her head out, observing the scene within the empty classroom. Joey Beck was cornered by several older boys. His fair and handsome face marred with bruises, and the corner of his mouth bleeding. The leader of the boys forcefully gripped his hair, pulling him closer. Beck. If we tie you up and toss you into the corridor, do you think the monster would thank us for delivering a feast? He hung his head motionless. Speak up, Beck. Joey suddenly chuckled softly. What are you laughing at? The boy, raising his gentle gaze, felt the chill in his tone. I gave you a chance. You purebloods are truly a wretched lot. In the next moment, a flicker of dark light flashed in his eyes, causing the older boys before him to stiffen instantly. The leader's eyes rolled in agony, as an unseen force gripped his spine, his leg bones cracking as if struggling against an impulse. Thud. The boys' knees buckled, and they knelt on the ground. Beck, what dark magic have you used? The leader gasped, his teeth nearly grinding to dust. Just an apology would suffice, wouldn't it? He replied with a gentle smile. I'm sorry. Not sincere enough. Suddenly, the boys realized they could no longer control their limbs, and their hands pressed against the ground as their foreheads repeatedly crashed toward the floor. The leader's eyes bulged in despair. He was controlling them to bow incessantly. Thud, thud, thud. The sound of their foreheads striking the stone floor was dull, soon staining the ground with blood. Ollie did not rush forward but quietly observed from the shadows. Joey Beck appeared to be in high spirits, leaning against the wall, watching the boys wail. After drinking unicorn blood, had he acquired some form of mental control? In the next moment, Joey seemed to sense something and turned his gaze directly towards her. He quickly snapped his fingers, causing the older boys to collapse limply, instantly losing consciousness. She remained still, watching him cautiously approach, slowly crouching down, and extending his palm towards her. Little cat, whose wand are you carrying? Joey asked softly. Could you hand it to me? Continue the charade. Ollie coldly raised her eyes to meet his. Do you know where Ollie is? He pressed on. She was always afraid of thunderstorms hiding in my arms at the orphanage. Was there such a story between the original owner and him? Joey reached out, attempting to stroke her soft fur. Ollie swiftly kicked her leg, a glint of cold light flashing as she left a deep gash on his palm. The lynx's claws were exceedingly sharp, and blood spurted forth, causing his hand to tremble involuntarily. Immediately, she nimbly retreated, watching as he stood up slowly, clutching his injured hand. Not bad, animagus Ollie, Joey said with a smile. Footsteps echoed behind her, and she quickly turned, surprised to see Theodore emerging from another corridor, approaching her. Hogwarts was truly a treasure trove of luck. Everyone was out wandering at night. She could discern who was superior between Theodore and Joey, and with a flick of her tail, she swiftly darted behind Theodore. Meow. She lightly scratched his pant leg. Theodore lowered his gaze, his eyes sweeping over her rose-gold fur and azure eyes, appearing unperturbed. He appraised her for a moment before bending down, naturally scooping her up into his arms. Ollie. As a lynx, her size was slightly larger than that of an ordinary house cat. Burying her face in his shirt, she attempted to turn away, but he calmly held her by the nape of her neck, his slender fingers gently raking through her fur. Surprisingly comfortable. The boy's fingers were cool, as pale and soft as the moonlight of the night. He soothingly stroked her fur, exchanging a fleeting glance with Joey, who was nursing his wound. She stretched lazily, unable to suppress a soft purring sound, lounging contentedly in his embrace, her tail swaying. Who are you? Joey's smile faltered for a moment, fixating on Theodore's fingers. Theodore calmly replied, I lost my cat. I'm here to retrieve her. Chapter 61. Valentine's Day Cards. Joey's smile vanished entirely. Who is your cat? Ollie lightly flicked her tail against his arm. Theodore tightened his grip on her paw slightly, pursing his lips. Joey seemed to have heard a particularly amusing joke. Your cat? I didn't realize Hogwarts permitted the keeping of lynxes. Theodore said nothing, pressing her head back down and gently smoothing the raised fur on her neck. They're quite easy to care for. Haven't you ever had one? He inquired. Joey's gentle expression cracked for an instant, his gaze darkening as it swept over Theodore's hand. You have quite a few men around you, he muttered to the lynx. Theodore replied coolly. What does that have to do with you? Indeed. She not only had men, but also many women. Ollie, bored, tapped the back of Theodore's hand with the tip of her tail, and he understood. Turning to walk toward the stairs while holding her. Once out of Joey's sight, Ollie agilely leaped off him, shaking her fur. Meow. Stop pretending. When did you realize? She asked. Was it that obvious? No lynx has blue eyes. What are you doing out tonight? Worried I might sneak off to find your uncle? How self-involved. I went to the restricted section for a book. Ollie flicked her tail in displeasure, the powerful swish accidentally striking his leg, causing him to flinch. Sorry. Was that too heavy? She had just flicked his arm. Theodore gritted his teeth, rolling up his sleeve to reveal red marks on his pale arm. Can you remember that you are a fierce beast now? Meow meow. Crane. A few days later, on February 14th, Ollie was awakened by Mandy's startled shout. She poked her head out from under the covers, and Mandy reached over, presenting her with a small rabbit with a twitching, light pink nose. The little rabbit tilted its head, holding a pale pink letter in its mouth, its white paws resting on her face. Ollie. Mandy called, get up and see. You have several love letters. Ollie rubbed her eyes and sat up abruptly, only to find herself surrounded by small rabbits. 7 or 8 little white rabbits, adorned with pale pink bows around their necks, were hopping around her bed in a line. Gift boxes tied with velvet ribbons were piled at the foot of her bed, while tiny origami cranes lined the desk, composing poetry, and even a few animated postcards waved shyly at her. Mandy and Padma each received a letter, their faces flushed with embarrassment as they retreated to the bathroom to open their envelopes. Who wrote to you? Ollie asked with a teasing smile. Simon from Gryffindor. Mandy pressed her palm against her flushed cheek and exclaimed, you play exceptionally well. Ollie, however, remained indifferent, allowing Mandy and Padma to hover nearby with mischievous smiles, watching her as she unwrapped letters imbued with the scent of lavender. I know this person. He's a third year from Gryffindor and a member of the Quidditch team, Mandy remarked. This one is from a Hufflepuff who has invited you to the kitchen for cake, Padma giggled. And this letter? It's from a Ravenclaw senior inviting you to the library for a date. The two of them chimed in unison with teasing remarks. Ollie also received a letter from a girl she had sparred with at the dueling club. Ollie. Thank you for teaching me how to use the disarming charm at the dueling club. Because of you, my performance in defense against the dark arts has improved significantly. If you decide to continue hosting the dueling club, I will definitely attend. Several students praised her performance in the club. Kron, your disarming charm is impeccable. I've struggled with it. Would you be willing to teach me in person? Mandy said. Ollie, he's lying. He's already in 6th year. Padma added. He might just be a poor student. That day, the young lady at the dueling club caught my eye, forever altering my fate. I, from the spectator's side, beheld her wand movements, as graceful as a startled swan, as ethereal as a drifting dragon. My heart was struck, consumed by longing, wishing to suffer defeat just to earn a glance from her. Ollie mused. Mandy. This must be that Asian boy from 4th year. Padma, quite eloquent. After changing her clothes, Ollie descended the stairs to the great hall. She was not surprised to find the space adorned with cascades of pink flowers, with a man glowing in pink standing at the center. This year, Gilderoy Lockhart personally oversaw the decorations, eager to orchestrate the most romantic Valentine's Day in Hogwarts history. Naturally, the student he trusted most, Ollie Kron, was assigned to manage the various details. The fluffy white bunnies were conjured by her the previous day using matches, capable of lasting 24 hours. The pink silk and roses hanging from the ceiling were also her handiwork, meticulously hung late at night. Lockhart reveled in being hands-off, content to bask in the glory the next day. Ollie, Lockhart called out, striding over and throwing an arm around her shoulder. You little rascal. Look at the splendid job you've done. He pivoted, admiring the beautifully decorated hall. Surely, this reflects your excellent taste, Professor. Of course, Lockhart nodded, affirming himself. It's just as I envisioned. Look, there's a young witch coming over with a greeting card for me. He raised his hand, ready to welcome applause. A group of girls rushed forward, their cheeks flushed, and hurried to Ollie. Ollie, this is for you. The lead girl stammered, blushing. Please accept it. Lockhart's smile faltered at the corner, his pinky half raised before he casually lowered it. Ollie politely accepted the exquisitely crafted card, adorned with lace, flipping it open with care. Then looked up, smiling warmly at the girl. What a beautiful card. It must have taken you a great deal of effort, right? She lifted the card, taking a gentle whiff. It smells delightful. You really didn't need to go through all this trouble. If you'd like, you can always invite me out for some fun. The girl stood frozen, her face flushing uncontrollably as she squealed and fled the scene. Ollie agreed to go out with me. Jealous glances immediately fell upon her from those around. Ollie cast a puzzled look at Mandy and Padma. Isn't it just going out for fun? I do that with you two as well. Mandy and Padma exchanged knowing glances, turning their heads away in unison. Chapter 62, Riot Kellerp. Lockhart scrutinized the several greeting cards in her hand, clearing his throat awkwardly and adjusting his hair. Well, Ollie, it seems that the letter-delivering rabbit you conjured might have taken a wrong turn. The cards could have ended up in my office mailbox by mistake. You know how it is. Too many letters can lead to chaos. He gently patted her shoulder. But judging by your current demeanor, you're beginning to resemble my former self. Wouldn't you agree? She flashed a sweet smile. Actually, I believe the reason they are sending me cards is because of the last dueling club. Oh, how so? Lockhart inquired. Thanks to you, Professor. I merely borrowed a bit of your style, and I didn't expect it to work so effectively. The true gratitude should be directed towards you. Ha. Naturally. Lockhart's previously clouded expression began to brighten. However, he continued, biting his lip slightly, revealing a hint of hesitation. Everyone is asking me when the next dueling club will be. I'm not quite sure how to respond. Lockhart blinked. Indeed. I truly don't have the time to host every session. But I don't want to disappoint the students. She wrung her fingers. Do you remember when you mentioned wanting to make the dueling club a permanent organization? I'd like to formalize that now. You even said you wanted me to take over the club. With that, she tilted her head up, displaying the most innocent, harmless smile, her eyes shimmering. Lockhart pondered for a moment, finally recalling the offhand promise he had made years ago. He thumped his leg. Of course. This is a plan I've been considering for quite some time. My beloved apprentice alleviating my burdens. How touching. Of course, I am more than willing to assist you, Professor. The club will still belong to you. Lockhart nodded vigorously. Naturally. He pulled over a piece of parchment, retrieved a quill from his chest pocket, and began to write with flourish. So you will handle all the daily matters of the club, including approvals, venue arrangements, and the organization of regular activities. Then, on the club selection day each year, you just write my name. How does that sound? Ollie nodded obediently, a faint blush rising to her cheeks. Certainly, Professor. I would be delighted. Such a useful little tool, Lockhart mused, feeling a surge of pride. He completed the plan, rolled it into a slender bundle, and placed it in her palm. Do well, my deputy head. He winked at her, and she smiled shyly. After securing the plan, Ollie made her way to Professor Flitwick's office. Without hesitation, Professor Flitwick approved the club's proposal, meticulously outlining all the necessary precautions, and even volunteered to assist with teaching in her club. In conclusion, he stuffed her pockets with handfuls of candy. She emerged from the office, looking like a squirrel preparing for winter, laden with provisions. Each visit to the headmaster's office yielded a bounty of treats. Professor Flitwick gazed upon her with fondness, as though her petite frame was a result of malnutrition. In truth, it was merely due to her irregular eating habits. Hogwarts meals were among the most sumptuous in all of England. Sadly, she was too enamored with the library, losing track of time in her studies, relying on Mandy and Draco to drag her to meals. Madame Pomfrey had similarly chastised her for her schedule, warning that if she continued this way, she would eventually need potions to survive. But that was a concern for another day. With the dueling club approved, it was time to bring it to fruition. Recruiting members was a vital step. Under the warm afternoon sun, Ollie stood next to a sign inscribed with the words Dueling Club, flanked by a row of registration booths she had personally arranged. Mandy busily affixed registration forms to the board, while Padma tiptoed to hang up banners. Thank you both for your hard work, she said, affectionately patting their heads. I must be present. From now on, I'll be the elder watching over your growth. Mandy declared, hands on her hips. Fred and George, unbeknownst to anyone, had procured a pair of amplifiers and were enthusiastically shouting through the megaphones. Step right up, folks. Don't miss out. Fred proclaimed. Our dear little boss is about to inaugurate a dueling club. To which George added, here's your chance to become one of her defeated challengers. Ollie interjected, you're just trying to scare people away, George. Hermione had also arrived, and upon learning that this was a venture inspired by Lockhart's so-called intellectual legacy, she exhibited an exuberant enthusiasm, swiftly securing the position of a teaching coordinator for herself. She fervently organized her spellbooks and scrolls, declaring, "Ollie, I've compiled a beginner's spell manual and devised a 3-tiered training schedule based on the difficulty of the spells." It was evident that Hermione was destined to excel as an instructor. Soon, her booth was surrounded by a throng. Students eagerly crowding around to inscribe their names on the registration forms. "Is she the girl who utterly obliterated Fred on the dueling platform?" Cran inquired. "Are there still spots available? I've been practicing the disarming charm for a week. Hurry and write my name down. I don't want to miss this training." Ollie sat on a wooden chair behind the booth, flipping through the registration forms. Before long, over 50 names were scrawled upon them, ranging from first years to 5th years, encompassing all 4 houses. On her shoulder perched Roundy, who held a stamp in his beak and gazed imperiously at the queue, squawking, "Halt! No unsightly faces allowed. My master's eyes cannot be sullied. Move along. Repent for your atrocious wand skills." Ollie deftly flicked her wrist, shoving Roundy back into the storage bag. At that moment, the crowd fell silent. A tall figure squeezed through the throng, hands in pockets, sauntering lazily toward the booth. His broad shoulders cast a shadow, and when Ollie looked up, she found herself staring into a pair of indifferent, haughty eyes. Before her stood an unfamiliar Gryffindor boy, his features sharp, with a prominent nose and a strikingly handsome yet wild appearance. His robe was carelessly unbuttoned, revealing a patch of pale neck skin. He impatiently tossed aside his silver-tinted hair that had fallen onto his forehead, his expression darkening. "I've heard someone is starting a dueling club. I came to see who dares to be the minister, and it's just the 2nd year?" Fred and George, intrigued by the commotion, glanced up and gasped in unison, "Riot?" Chapter 63. Establishing authority, yet rapidly losing face. Ollie was taken aback. "Fred, George, do you know him?" Fred set down the amplifier and dashed to the boy's side, enthusiastically throwing his arm around his shoulders, only to be impatiently shrugged off. George chimed in, "Not just know him, Ollie. He*s our roommate and a 4th-year Gryffindor." Fred shook his head vigorously. "Riot Kellerb. He*s quite the notorious character who can score more points against us than anyone." George continued. "He*s either in detention or on his way to it every day." Fred added, "Gryffindor's low points have a part to do with him." The boy, referred to as Riot, glanced down at Ollie with disdain. "This booth looks like child's play. You dare to recruit for a minister of this caliber? Come on. Let us have a duel, shall we?" At this proclamation, a wave of gasps and whistles surged through the crowd, excitement bubbling among the onlookers. Ollie's storage bag began to writhe uncontrollably as Roundy struggled to poke his head out, angrily exclaiming, "Who is this white-haired ape? How dare you covet my master's club? I'll tie you to the stake." Riot glared down at Roundy, his expression darkening even further as he seemed to contemplate something. Roundy retreated back into the storage bag in silence. Ollie stood up leisurely, clapping her hands together. "What's this? You want to compete for the ministerial position?" Riot, with an air of arrogance, replied, "The position can go to anyone. But it depends on whether you have the skills to maintain it." He stepped back 2 paces, swiftly drawing his wand from his chest pocket. "If I win, I'll take this ministership. If you win, I'll keep my mouth shut." The twins exchanged a subtle glance, their smiles faltering. "Hey, that's not fair, Riot." George protested. "Lockhart appointed Ollie as the minister." Fred quickly interjected, firmly pressing down on Riot's wand. "Are you insane? Don't just jump into a fight." "Lockhart?" Riot scoffed, shaking off Fred's hand. "That puppet minister chosen by that old con artist? Now I'm even more inclined to challenge you." He advanced 2 steps, his gray-green eyes locking onto her with intensity. Ollie glanced at Fred and George, noticing their unusually tense expressions, as if they feared she might provoke someone she shouldn't. Raising an eyebrow, she concluded that this Riot might indeed possess considerable prowess. "All right, I accept your challenge." Her gaze swept over the surrounding crowd, her voice rising slightly. "However, since it's the professor who appointed the minister, we ought to choose a more formal time to duel publicly in front of the professors. What do you say? If you win, I'll gladly relinquish this position. But if you lose," she smiled, "you'll have to publicly admit that I deserve this role and obediently serve as my subordinate, filling my club for an entire month. You know, the compliant kind." The crowd erupted into cheers and whistles. Riot scrutinized the girl's radiant expression, grinding his teeth. Deal. Once the crowd dispersed, Fred and George slyly approached her, each tugging at her sleeve. Ollie raised an eyebrow. "What's this? Did the sun rise from the Forbidden Forest today? Are you two actually worried about me?" "Listen, Ollie," George murmured, grasping her shoulders, "it's not that we don't trust you. We trust you immensely. But we're a bit scared," Fred added. "Scared that you might actually send him to the hospital wing." She chuckled lightly. "That's unlikely, right?" George shot her a glance, clenching his jaw. But the problem is, he might send you to the hospital wing. Fred chimed in third year, he nearly crippled a Slytherin in a fight. Professor McGonagall almost expelled him. George added. He fights like he has nothing to lose. Isn't he your roommate? What's your relationship like? Ollie inquired. George shook his head average. He doesn't like talking to anyone, and always wears a sour expression. All we know is that he comes from a muggle family. Ollie nodded, waving her hand dismissively. Don't worry. Even if someone needs to go to the hospital wing, it won't be me. Because Madame Pomfrey has said that if I dare to go again, I'll be forced to drink the most bitter potion. She laughed cheerfully. At 8 o'clock that evening, Ollie entered the charms practice room punctually. Perhaps it was human nature to enjoy a spectacle, as the once empty classroom was now teeming with students. Upon her arrival, cheers and applause erupted from the crowd. Lockhart stood at the forefront, brimming with enthusiasm, and to support her, Professor Flitwick had even invited the heads of the other 3 houses to witness the event. Riot Kellerb stood languidly at the opposite end of the classroom, hands in pockets, and people instinctively gravitated away from him. Go Ollie! She heard Hermione, Mandy, and Autumn cheering. She swiftly drew her wand, positioning it properly at the tip of her nose. To her surprise, Riot mirrored her actions, though he appeared thoroughly impatient. If she were to establish authority, swiftly concluding the duel in front of everyone would be the most direct and effective approach. 3-2-1 duel. As Lockhart called the start, the atmosphere in the classroom shifted. Ollie remained rooted, composed, her gaze fixed steadily on her opponent. Riot was the first to cast a thunderclap charm. She flicked her wand, lazily conjuring a barrier that enveloped the spell with ease. Ollie took a step forward. With so many people here, you dare to use thunderclap? You truly are something else. With a flick of her fingers, the surrounding magic began to tremble. An invisible current quietly coalesced, drawing forth thin lines through the air, encircling Riot. Upon exiting the realm of gravitational imbalance, she began to hone her skills in manipulating the wind. Now she could deftly exert localized pressure without the slightest indication. With a subtle downward motion of her fingertips, an invisible zone of wind pressure encircled Lyot, instantly weighing heavily upon his spine. He coughed violently, his steps faltering, as he raised a hand to clutch his throat. What is happening to him? The classroom stirred with confusion, the crowd bewildered. Ollie did not utter a spell, nor did she wave her wand or make a sound. Yet before her, Lyot, a Gryffindor of many years, suddenly crumpled as if his spine had been wrenched away, gasping for breath as he knelt upon the ground. The crowd erupted into murmurs of astonishment and trepidation, several retreating a step in quiet apprehension. Lyot remained frozen in place, his gaze fixed upon her. She had expected to see a ferocious battle-lust in his eyes, but instead, they widened in shock, his pupils trembling, as he stood utterly dumbfounded. With a sudden crack, his tightly clenched wand slipped from his grasp, clattering to the ground. He began to gasp for air, his chest rising and falling erratically. The moment the wand fell, it signified his defeat. Ollie snapped her fingers gently, withdrawing the flow of air. Thunderous applause and cheers erupted around them. Professor Flitwick turned joyfully to the other 3 heads of houses, exclaiming, "Look at our little Ravenclaw pride." A cold, mechanical voice resonated through the air. System notification. Teacher Minerva McGonagall's approval rating, 20 current 40. Teacher Pomona Sprout's approval rating, 20 current 40. Teacher Severus Snape's approval rating, 5 current 5. Ding. Lyot Keller's affinity for the host has exceeded 50. Side quest progress updated. 45. Ollie stood transfixed, under the gaze of all. Lyot leapt to his feet and strode toward her, his tall shadow engulfing her. His face radiated an intense, fervent excitement, the bright flames of enthusiasm flickering within his gray-green eyes. In front of the entire assembly, Lyot grasped her shoulders with fervent intensity, pulling her closer. He leaned down, his lips brushing against her ear. "It's you, Soloco." Chapter 64. Will you become my master? Ollie's pupils constricted sharply, staring into the gray-green depths of his eyes. A similarly proud and defiant figure flashed through her mind. Lyot. Fred and George came sprinting over, intending to mediate, only to find him leaning in with an overly intimate demeanor, speaking softly into her ear. The two instinctively frowned. "What's going on?" "Stop flirting," George remarked. Fred cleared his throat, adding, "Keller, don't tease the young lady, or I might just have to punch you." Lyot feigned oblivion to their words, tightening his grip on her shoulders, his fingers turning pale with pressure. He fixed her with an unwavering gaze, murmuring, "Let us talk outside." With that, he draped an arm around her shoulders and began to lead her out of the classroom. Fred and George were about to follow when a protective charm suddenly barred their way. Ollie turned and gently shook her head. It won't take long. The two soon vanished beyond the door, leaving a room full of bewildered professors and students. Lockhart chuckled. It seems these two young wizards have taken quite a liking to each other after their duel. A fine match indeed at Hogwarts. Before he could finish, several piercing glares were directed his way. Once outside the classroom, Ollie abruptly released his hand and pressed her palm against his chest, forcefully shoving him against the stone wall. Lyot emitted a soft grunt. The wand of mountain ash was poised against the most vulnerable part of his throat, and she fixed him with an icy stare. Her blue eyes devoid of warmth. Why are you angry? I harbor no ill will toward you. He smiled down at her. The hound is it, she replied. Anyone who knows my true identity in the dueling arena should not live. Lyot remained silent, his gaze burning into her. You are much smaller than I anticipated. I thought you were a diminutive man. Do you have any last words? Speak them all at once. The tip of the wand pressed tighter against his Adam's apple. You truly mean to kill me? Here at Hogwarts? That need not trouble you, Ollie replied coolly. There are myriad ways to make someone disappear. Care to guess if the giant squid in the Black Lake enjoys human flesh? Lyot chuckled softly, his pale fingers slowly climbing to grasp the wand, pressing even tighter. I could be of use to you, he stated. Ollie scrutinized him. He maintained the position of being threatened by her wand, gradually kneeling before her. Under the moonlight, he lifted his head, his eyes filled with an incomprehensible fervor and dangerous obsession. You are formidable. I did not expect you to remain so composed and fierce with your magic, as just a second year in the nightmares. The more I speak, the more excited I become. He continued, revealing a hint of his canine teeth. I wish to follow you. I won't betray you. I simply want to be by your side. Do you lack money as well? We could team up in the underground dueling arena for 2v2 battles. I will protect you in the future. No, you don't need my protection. Ollie replied, how touching. Is this your final statement? Lyot raised his eyes to meet hers, the rebellious glint in his narrow gaze fading. Replaced by fervent loyalty, she said coldly, only the dead do not lie. You can bind me with an unbreakable vow and a pledge of unwavering loyalty, he responded. As long as it allows me to remain by your side. What manner of person are you? She thought wearily, gazing at Lyot before her. This was her first encounter with such fervent, bizarre declarations. Who kneels upon their second meeting, vowing eternal allegiance? He was evidently an extreme advocate of strength, with a pathological reverence for the powerful. Truly a mad dog, yet also a wild dog that could be chained and restrained. She was now stronger than him, capable of suppressing and controlling him. Yet who could predict the future? Should he one day grow more powerful, he would undoubtedly not hesitate to eliminate her. Only a spell that guarantees honesty could contain such a person. Ollie flicked her fingers, swiftly retracting the wand from his throat. Then let it be. A slender tongue of flame erupted from the tip of her wand, coiling around Lyot's arm. She stepped forward, gripping him tightly. First, will you guard my secret, revealing my identity in the arena to no one, even under the most dreadful torment or threat of death? I will. Second, will you unconditionally execute every command I give when I require your assistance? I will. Ollie gazed intently at him, a subtle malice curling at the corners of her mouth as she uttered the final clause. Third, regardless of the circumstances in life or death, even if you become a ghost, you will stand by my side, even if one day I commit the most heretical act in existence. Lyot, however, broke into a grin, his gray-green irises resembling the Siberian forest, the searing flames of fervor consuming the ashen green, replaced by an overwhelming excitement of devotion and zeal. I will. The following morning, as Ollie settled at the Ravenclaw table, a tall figure strode over, carrying his plate of eggs and milk, plopping down beside her with unceremonious ease. Lyot, take your plate back, she commanded. Does that order count as part of the unbreakable vow? He asked, biting into his fork. I simply wish to spend more time with you. Is that odd? She pressed a hand against his head, pushing him aside to make room for Mandy and Padma, who were approaching. Mandy hesitated, eyeing the brooding young man. Ollie, he ignore him, she replied, exasperated. Are they your friends? Lyot inquired. Then I shall be very courteous to them. The group began their breakfast. Ollie buried herself in her food, only to discover that her plate seemed to refill endlessly, the bacon, eggs, and sausages quickly forming a small mountain. She glanced up. Lyot innocently met her gaze, waving his fork. After a moment of silence, Ollie sprang up, yanking his ear and dragging him out of the hall for all to witness. This passage is a fragment of an unbreakable curse. You need not cling to me daily, nor wait for me outside my lounge. Do you understand? Furthermore, do not exhibit any gestures that exceed the bounds of friendship in front of others, nor in private. He cast his gaze downwards for 2 seconds before obediently nodding. Witnessing the transformation of someone once brimming with thorns into a figure of dejection before her, she could not help but chuckle softly. Wasn't that vibrant red hair of yours from the dueling arena? Why have you changed it at school? I didn't want to clash hair colors with those two foolish Weasleys, Leo grumbled. Hey. Before he could finish, Fred and George reappeared from seemingly nowhere. 3 towering Gryffindors encircling her. Good roommate. What are you doing here? George inquired. Keeping her company, Leo replied. Fred, dissatisfied, exclaimed, aha, so you do have ulterior motives. Wasn't it you who ignored everyone before? Come on, little boss, let's escape together. George wrapped his arm around her shoulder. Forget him. Shall we take you to see our new inventions? Leo kicked back, get lost. The trio of Gryffindors quickly devolved into a fracas, their raucous shouts attracting many curious glances. Chapter 65. The 3 Gryffindors ransacked the castle. 1 Gryffindor is prone to brawling, while 2 others indulge in mischief. The life motto of Aulacrin has officially changed to, never allow 3 Gryffindors to remain in your vicinity simultaneously. 2 Weasleys plus 1 Husky is a force to be reckoned with, especially concerning these 3 most troublesome gentlemen. She sighed, pressing her forehead. Ascending the staircase towards the newly approved club venue, the 3 followed closely behind, bickering all the while, with occasional friendly greetings drifting into her ears. She suppressed the throbbing veins in her temples and pushed open the door. The dueling club's activity space was officially located on the 3rd floor of the castle, adjacent to the portraits of the knights and countesses. Beneath the lofty ceiling, the wooden floor spread out, and a grand window poured in bright sunlight. Before the club could officially commence, numerous matters required meticulous attention. The first was the arrangement of the venue. The ground needed to be marked with standard dueling lines, observation zones delineated, and basic protective charms established to prevent accidental harm to bystanders. Next came the procurement of supplies. From magical dummies to protective gear, restorative potions, spare wands, and practice spell cards. Oh, and she must request several stocks of herbs from Snape for crafting vitality elixirs and white fresh essence. To promote the club, the spell training manual, recruitment banners, standees, and flyers all had to be arranged in advance. Aulacrin quickly estimated the budget on parchment. If everything were prepared to the highest specifications, it would require at least 500 galleons. This was not exorbitant for her current circumstances, but still a considerable expenditure. Fortunately, Professor Flitwick had allocated her 200 galleons for the event, leaving the rest to her own devices. She slowly raised her eyes, meeting the trio of large dogs across the desk, all propping their chins in unison. In the sunlight, Fred and George's fiery hair sparkled with flecks of light. How much do you need? She silently surveyed the 2 before her. I'll cover all the expenses. No way. Fred protested. George and I have saved nearly 10 galleons too. If you don't accept, it would mean you look down on us, Aulacrin, George added. I can contribute 50, Leo interjected. Surprised, Aulacrin cast a glance at him. Leo shrugged nonchalantly. The remainder after my family's urgent needs can be yours. The twins were momentarily taken aback. Leo, you haven't you ever seen a poor Muggle family? He ground his teeth. Orphanage orphans, impoverished Muggle households, and struggling pureblood families. Apparently, the 4 of them formed a league of the financially challenged. The issue of funding was swiftly resolved. She proceeded to pen the roster on parchment, dividing the club into a teaching group, led by Hermione, a practical group, headed by Leo, and a publicity group comprised of Autumn and the twins. She would occasionally flit between the 3 groups. Next came the venue setup. Leo volunteered to help hang curtains, while Aulacrin and the twins sat on the floor, taking a breather. Fred placed a packet of sour lemon-flavored popping candy in her hand. Thank you, she said. Actually, I've always wanted to ask you. Fred suddenly spoke up. We've known each other for nearly a year now, little boss. Can you tell us apart? She chewed the popping candy, the sourness bursting between her teeth, causing her to wince slightly. Well, of course. It's simple. The one who calls me little boss is Fred, and the one who calls me Aulacrin is George. Both paused in unison, exchanging glances. Moments later, George seemed to find it amusing, huh? So you're cheating with that? You really can't tell us apart. Who said that? She retorted. I could even recognize you with my eyes closed. Before she could finish, both stood up with mischievous grins. Fred flicked his wrist, producing a soft cloth from nowhere, leaning in to gently cover her eyes with it. Since you are so confident, let us see how you fare. As her vision was obscured, Aulacrin instinctively raised her hand to pull it off, but a warm hand grasped her fingertips, drawing them into a palm. Another set of hands swiftly tied the cloth behind her head. Hey, who am I? A voice whispered in her right ear. deliberately lowering its tone yet still brimming with familiar mirth. Aulacrin paused, her hearing sharpening as her sight faded. She could discern the sound of fabric brushing as the person approached, the voice distinctively altered. In the next moment, that voice leisurely whispered against her ear, "Little boss." "Fred?" The grip on her hand tightened suddenly, a playful pinch to her fingertip. "Still claiming you can distinguish us by our voices? How sly." The two broke into low laughter, evidently intrigued by this game. "Surely you need a reference point?" Aulacrin thought to protest. Yet another voice chimed in from her left. "Aulacrin?" A fingertip lightly brushed her hair. "This time it should be Fred, right?" She felt exasperated. "Wrong again," the person sighed, feigning deep disappointment. "It's truly heartbreaking. You really can't tell us apart." The other added, "But even Mum often mistakes us, so you're not doing terribly." "Yet it is still quite disheartening," George remarked. "Indeed," he continued. "If someone were to drink the polyjuice potion and impersonate the little boss, we would recognize her at a glance." Two hands reached out, playfully pinching her cheeks. "Club president. You must learn to distinguish between us properly." She chuckled. "Haven't you always found amusement in being mistaken? That's a different matter." Suddenly, a loud thud interrupted them, and an angry footstep approached. The soft cloth was removed, revealing Leo's furious face, arms crossed. "You two sent me off to work while you were here teasing her? That sounds rather harsh." "We were merely playing a game," Fred defended. "What game? Let me join." He mimicked tying the cloth on his face, causing Fred and George to leap back 3 feet. "Brother, don't mess around." Leo turned, suppressing his anger, his expression calming as he looked at her and smiled. "I can help you tell them apart. The one with a bump on his forehead is Fred, and the one with 2 bumps is George." "Hey," Fred protested. "Why do I have one more than Fred?" George added. "Because you just grabbed her hand," Leo stated. Aulacrin sighed. Indeed, 3 Gryffindors could not be kept together. In dry weather, they were prone to ignite. Chapter 66. Petrified, your chief minion. Once everything was prepared, the club's inaugural activity was scheduled for Wednesday afternoon. A crimson ray sliced through the air, striking the enchanted target in the corner. The target instantly collapsed, legs together, crashing to the ground with a resounding thud. The classroom erupted in jubilant cheers as a throng of students jostled for a view, crowding the windowsills and perches. Most had gathered purely for the spectacle. Since her duel with Riot had become the talk of the school, everyone was eager to witness the prowess of the youngest club president in Hogwarts history. Ollie leaped down from the makeshift platform, rubbing her wrists. "Let the practice commence." The young wizards murmured as they picked up their wands, a few still stubbornly clamoring, "Kron, teach us that move. The one where you took down the opponent without your wand." Mandy retorted immediately. "Do you think just knowing it will make you successful? Building a solid foundation is indeed crucial," Ollie stated. "Master these skills first, and then feel free to seek me out for more." Reluctantly, the crowd began to disperse. Ollie surveyed the room, glancing down at her pocket watch. Was Hermione not here yet? She had promised to come and teach. Mandy shook her head. "I haven't seen her come in. It's quite strange. Granger is usually so punctual. Let us wait 2 more minutes." That 2 minutes turned into half an hour. The young wizards, initially sluggish, soon became engrossed in their practice, finding their rhythm. Where was Hermione? Had she fallen asleep in the library while writing her essay? Ollie's brow furrowed, but just then, the crowd parted suddenly, and Professor Flitwick hurried in. "Club members, return to your respective houses immediately." His aged face bore a look of deep concern. "Another student has been petrified." The once lively classroom fell into an eerie silence. Anxious glances were exchanged, and students quickly surged towards the door. Ollie hesitated for a moment, then set aside her belongings and calmly began to assist in evacuating the students. If this was the case, according to the unfolding events, Harry would soon be heading to the Chamber of Secrets. The students poured out chaotically, and she trailed at the back. Just as she stepped out of the classroom, she collided with Draco, who was waiting at the entrance. He grasped her wrist tightly. Sweat glistened on his forehead, and his pale face was etched with visible anxiety and turmoil. His brows knitted together. "What's wrong?" She reached out to brush the hair from his forehead. "Granger has been petrified," he stated. "I know." She had expected Draco to revel in this misfortune or gloat. But instead, she found him staring intently at her, a flicker of genuine concern in his eyes. He gritted his teeth and forced out, "You need to stick close to me from now on." With that, he pulled her hand and swiftly maneuvered through the panicked throng. "The Malfoy lineage is pure blood. If you stay by my side, the monster won't target you." She couldn't resist teasing him. "Are you so sure I'm not a pure blood?" His ears flushed crimson. "You most certainly are. The Malfoys would never adopt a muggle." They soon parted at the stairwell. Ollie gently withdrew her wrist from his grasp and patted his shoulder. It's alright, don't worry about me. I am the president of the dueling club. I'll take on any monster that comes my way. His fingers curled slightly, as if he wished to reclaim her wrist, but ultimately he let it fall. Draco clenched his jaw, wishing he could just whisk her back to Slytherin. In the week that followed, the students' fear escalated. They were no longer permitted to roam freely. Even trips to the restroom required a teacher's escort. And all students had to return to their common rooms by 6 o'clock at night. With Lucius and the other board members working behind the scenes, Headmaster Dumbledore was temporarily suspended, and Filch's nighttime patrols became increasingly frequent, making Ollie's trips to the underground dueling arena considerably more troublesome. She had to transform into a lynx to sneak out through the windowsill, then meet Riot at the castle entrance. The 2v2 format proved to be quite lucrative, and after several matches, her synergy with Riot grew stronger, leading to an impressive streak of 10 consecutive victories. After each match, Riot would allocate a substantial portion of his winnings to her. "Isn't to your family in dire need of money?" she inquired. Riot's face was hidden behind his dark mask. His wild hair once again dyed a vibrant red. "This is more than enough." His long fingers deftly tossed his share of the prize into her storage bag. The muffled sounds of complaints from their opponents echoing from within. Main Quest 1 progress updated. Win 100 official wizard duels. Goal, 100-100. Main Quest 2 progress updated. Earn 6,000 galleons, 5,906,000. Ollie remarked, "Shadow, I still don't understand why you are so generous to me. Consider it an investment in you." He replied with a lazy smile, casually pulling her shoulder as they made their way toward the nightshade exit. The onlookers whispered among themselves, some letting out crude whistles. "Shadow. Soloco, such great teamwork. Have you been practicing in secret?" Riot's expression darkened abruptly. A blasting curse shot out, exploding blood from the arm of the instigator. "Damn it!" Amidst the shouts and curses of those behind them, the duo swiftly vanished without a trace. "What are you investing in?" Returning to the entrance of Hogwarts, she took a moment to steady her breath. Under the hazy night sky on the grass, Riot removed his mask, revealing a wild mane of fiery red hair. "With your strength, reaching the pinnacle is merely a matter of time." He chuckled lowly. "By then, as your chief underling, will I really be lacking in galleons?" A month passed swiftly. By the end of May, the weather turned hot and sticky. Ollie sat at the table in the Great Hall, finalizing her elective choices for the upcoming semester. From third year onwards, all Hogwarts students were required to select electives. She opted for arithmancy, ancient runes, and divination. Having been a muggle herself, there was no need for her to take muggle studies. As for care of magical creatures, Ollie had to admit that she had little faith in Hagrid's teaching methods. Passion alone would not impart knowledge to the students. Magical creatures were often intricate, beautiful, with deep-rooted magic flowing through their veins, yet they were inherently uncontrollable and wild. And she had no fondness for creatures that could not be tamed. During a visit to Hagrid's backyard with Mandy Padma to observe the mooncalves, as she stroked the soft, fluffy fur of these little beings, her thoughts were not consumed by their adorableness, but rather by the medicinal value of the mooncalf's hooves. When ground into a powder, they could be used to create calming potions suitable for dream soothing. The fur on their tails was particularly valuable. A small mooncalf affectionately nudged her palm, gazing up at her with innocent eyes. She quietly withdrew her hand. Perhaps due to the presence of the system, she unconsciously categorized everything based on its utility. It was better for both her and these little creatures to maintain a distance. As she pondered over her elective choices, Professor McGonagall's voice suddenly echoed through the Great Hall, amplified by a sonorous charm. "All students are to return to their common rooms immediately, awaiting further notice." A commotion erupted in the hall as the recent spate of attacks had put everyone on edge. "Is there trouble again? Has another student been petrified? Does this mean we won't have to take our exams?" Someone asked hopefully. "What are you thinking? Hogwarts is about to be closed." Finally it had come. Ollie sprang to her feet, gathering her books and papers from the table, and hurried towards the spiral staircase. She had been awaiting this day for an entire month. Chapter 67. The Deceitful Fraudster. Lockhart stumbled out of the staff room, his heart racing in his chest. Professor McGonagall's words still echoed in his ears. "Since Professor Lockhart is experienced, we entrust the matter of the monster in the chamber and Ginny Weasley's life to you." He could hardly recall what he had said. Perhaps it was something like, "I'm on my way," or "You all take care," but none of that mattered now. Lockhart stared blankly at his reflection in the corridor mirror. He no longer appeared handsome in the slightest. His complexion was pallid, his cheeks sunken, and his once lustrous golden hair now hung dishearteningly before his eyes. Even the robe he wore had become wrinkled and unkempt. How could he possibly conquer such a monstrous beast? All his achievements, every tale inscribed in his books, were mere appropriations from others. What of vanquishing the creature of Siberia, or taming the vampires of the south? With a simple spell of oblivion, the true heroes would soon be forgotten, and all glory and wealth would fall into his grasp. Throughout his life, the spell of forgetfulness had been his most honed skill, mocking classmates and scorned colleagues alike, all of whom would lose fragments of their memories, ultimately left as helpless as sheep. But how could he cast such a spell on a mindless creature within a hidden chamber? No, he had to leave at once. His lips trembled nervously, and he soon bit into his thumbnail. Arriving at the office door, he could hardly contain himself as he pushed it open. Ah! A figure darted past inside the office. Gilderoy Lockhart, startled, let out a breath of relief once he recognized the person before him. Professor? The girl standing there, cradling a stack of documents, looked up with a charming smile. What's the matter? Yes, it's you, Ollie. What are you doing here? He managed to force a smile. Did you forget? You asked me yesterday to help you respond to fan letters, she chided gently. Ah, he sighed, collapsing into the high-back chair. Forget about those wretched letters. I fear I must leave today. Leave? Where is the professor going? Don't you know? The monster in the chamber has captured a little girl, and Hogwarts is about to close. Another school has extended an olive branch to me, as you know. Ollie nodded lightly, picking up a porcelain kettle from the desk and leisurely pouring him half a cup of red tea. Her demeanor was calm, utterly unhurried. As she first scooped 2 sugar cubes from the bowl with a teaspoon, then added a splash of milk and stirred. The rising steam barely soothed his restless heart as Lockhart exhaled. Thank you. With a flick of his wand, 3 large suitcases swiftly unfolded. The colorful robes hanging in the corner wardrobe folded themselves neatly and flew into the cases one by one. You are truly considerate, Ollie, always so clever and efficient. A delight to be around, he said, lifting the teacup to take a small sip. Even the tea is brewed to my liking. Now that Hogwarts is closing, I've always needed a thoughtful assistant by my side. Would you be willing to come with me? The girl's smile remained unchanged. How about becoming my actual assistant? Helping me manage those bothersome fan letters and contracts, he whispered. I will treat you well. But first, he swiftly drew his wand and pressed it against her forehead. The girl's eyes widened slightly, and she extended her soft fingertips to encircle his wand. Lockhart dismissed her feeble resistance with a chuckle. Your memory requires a slight alteration. It won't hurt, I assure you. It will merely help you forget some inconsequential past events. From now on, you will only need to know that you are my adorable little assistant. A being completely devoted to my interests, unconditionally trusting me. A perfect, utterly obedient doll. Since you admire me so much, will you stay by my side forever? Upon finishing, Lockhart leaned in closer, showcasing his once proudly handsome face. Ollie lowered her lashes, silent, seemingly taken aback by his sudden words. Her fingertips trembled around his wand, revealing a hint of hesitation. It won't be painful, he continued, coaxing patiently. Don't you admire me? Then why hesitate to come with me? I do admire you, she answered timidly. Lockhart finally smiled satisfactorily, raising his hand to ruffle her hair. However, Ollie tilted her head to the right, deftly avoiding his touch. Meeting his bewildered gaze, she slowly curled her lips into a smile. But Professor, I am already your true assistant. He paused, bewildered. What? You entrusted me with handling all those contracts and letters. She whispered softly, have you not read the terms carefully? His heart raced suddenly. You. She pressed down firmly with her index finger, forcing the wand against her forehead. Then, unfazed, she began to sift through the large stack of documents in her arms, extracting one. If the primary signatory fails to perform or voluntarily relinquishes their rights, the copyright share shall automatically transfer to the second signatory, their assistant, Olicron, amounting to no less than 70 of the original manuscript fee. Crack! The teacup in his hand trembled, shards flying as scalding tea spilled everywhere. Lockhart's complexion drained of color. Momentarily forgetting to draw his wand, he stood abruptly, stammering. What is this? Who allowed you to? Oh, and there's this document, Professor, she said, presenting a property transfer agreement signed in your own handwriting, which I have taken the liberty to safeguard. You lie. I have never signed anything like that. You told me to take charge of these trivial matters. She laid the paper before him, the black ink on white paper glaringly clear. I have always been considerate, Haven T.I.? You little liar. His face contorted, breath ragged, his gaze darting between the document and her face. Lockhart abruptly drew his wand. Obliviate. In the next instant, a strange wind pressed down, sweeping his wand away as if it were a mere twig. The wand collided with the cabinet, emitting a dull thud. Lockhart staggered, gasping heavily. an overwhelming fury consuming his reason. The girl before him slowly crouched down, smiling gleefully. Advance payment for the manuscript. 2,000 galleons fan donations, 700 galleons, and various other bits and pieces. Thank you for the 3,000 galleon fee you sent me, Professor. Main Quest 2 progress updated. Earn 6,000 galleons, 8,906,000. Congratulations, host. Main Quest 2 completed. The strings of reason in his mind snapped abruptly. The girl's vibrant face twisted into something grotesque and alien, resembling a demon clawing its way up from hell, coldly locking onto him. In the next moment he sprang to his feet, desperately reaching for the documents in her hands. Chapter 68. The final lesson, applying medication. Anticipating his move, Ollie stepped back, her wand trembling as she cast a powerful repelling charm, sending him crashing against the wall. Cough. Cough. He gasped heavily, his body collapsing onto the carpet, dark blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. He lifted his head, his entire face now covered in dust, twisted by rage, utterly devoid of the handsome demeanor he once possessed. I entrusted everything to you. It was I who brought you to the dueling stage. It was I who made you. You will go to hell, Kron. You surely will. The magical world will eventually see through you. You are nothing but a thorough monster. You have stolen everything from me. Wait and see. What you steal now will crush you in the future, and you will be reviled by all. He spat, nearly hysterical in his rage. I've heard such words too many times, Professor, Ollie replied, lazily stepping back as she settled into his high-back chair, looking down at him with an air of superiority. From the moment you appropriated the achievements of others, did you ever consider that one day you might meet the same fate? Lockhart, pale, managed a ghastly smile. Do you think you are so clean? You are nothing but a despicable thief, just as I am. Only for your own selfish desires. We are of the same ilk. All Ravenclaws are hypocritical and disgusting. I do not deny that, but you are mistaken about one thing, Ollie retorted. Ravenclaws are not. My friends are all wonderful people. Professor, it is only the two of us who are the vile deceivers. She smiled slyly. Of course, there are levels to deceit. Lockhart's throat emitted a few raspy, muffled laughs. No wonder you are my beloved pupil. You are indeed more ruthless than I. But did your parents ever teach you to search your adversary before you are certain of your success? His eyes suddenly gleamed with a flash of coldness as his right hand plunged into his pocket, swiftly drawing forth a spare wand. The game of make-believe had come to an abrupt end. Gilderoy Lockhart rose slowly, leveling his wand at her. However, since you wish to sever my means of income, you shall have to endure some hardships this time. But fret not, for you shall forget it all. An utter void of memory. Ollivander remained rooted in place. Her curiosity piqued. If struck by Lockhart's memory charm, would the system assist her in resisting this assault? After all, should she forget everything, completing her task would be impossible. Yet, she was loath to gamble on the system's benevolence. A strand of wind materialized from thin air, ensnaring the incantation. The spell's trajectory faltered, quaking violently in the air. In the next moment, the charm rebounded with fierce momentum, careening back at Lockhart from an unexpected angle. Lockhart's eyes widened in disbelief. What? The powerful spell struck him, and his gaze gradually became vacant, his body slowly collapsing. Ollivander wiped the fine sheen of sweat from her brow. Altering the spell's trajectory by 180 degrees was no trivial feat. This level of intervention was akin to a tug-of-war with magic itself. Thankfully, Lockhart was not particularly formidable in magical prowess. Thank you for teaching me your final lesson, Professor, she said leisurely as she approached him. She bent down, lifting his flamboyant robes, and began to thoroughly search him. A gold-edged purple quill gone. A few galleons. Couldn't he let those slip away? And a bottle of cologne and a can of hair gel? No thank you. After exiting the office, she locked the door behind her. The candlelight flickered quietly in the corridor, as she took out her pocket watch to check the time. According to the unfolding narrative, Harry should have emerged from the Chamber of Secrets by now, right? She glanced at the panel in her mind. Side quest, regardless of gender. Achieve a favorability rating exceeding 50 with the host, target 45. Upholding the principle of maximizing time efficiency, Ollivander resolved to complete the next task at hand. For instance, she could procure some essence of fluxweed from the potions classroom to comfort the newly minted savior, who had just survived a harrowing ordeal. After preparing the salve in the basement, she began to meander through the castle. As she wandered the fourth-floor corridor, she indeed spotted Harry, accompanied by a jubilant Dobby, who was holding up a woolen sock at his feet. Dobby. Harry and Dobby turned their gazes toward her. Miss. Dobby exclaimed joyfully, leaping up to tightly embrace her calf. Dobby has missed you very, very much. She crouched down to stroke its head. So Dobby is now a free elf? Yes. Its eyes sparkled brightly for a moment before dimming. Yet, Miss was still not free. Its face radiated the joy of newfound liberty. Yet tears welled up in its eyes once more. Harry Potter gave Dobby a sock. Dobby can no longer accompany Miss at Malfoy Manor. So what? She laughed. If you come to Hogwarts to work, you can see me every day. Dobby nodded vigorously, sniffling, and after a lengthy farewell filled with admonitions to take care of itself, it finally vanished from sight. Ollivander. She turned to see Harry standing a short distance away, his dusty gray robe smeared with dirt, his cheeks grimy as though he had just crawled out of a rubbish heap. She pointed at her own cheek. You're dirty. I just came back from the chamber. Harry hurriedly wiped his face, explaining as he did so. Do you remember the diary we found in the bathroom last time? It actually belonged to Voldemort, the mysterious one. He spoke in a rush, evidently having held back for quite some time. It controlled Ginny to open the chamber. I went down, killed the serpent with a sword, and pierced the diary with a basilisk fang. Ollivander had always been curious about how a second-year student could face a basilisk alone. She stepped closer, gently pinching his arm through his robe. The lines were smooth. Though his muscles were not overly developed, he had evidently amassed considerable strength from years of Quidditch training. His stamina was impressive. Ouch. Harry instinctively recoiled his arm. Are you hurt? His gaze darted away. No. Let me see. No need. He frowned, unable to suppress the slight rise in his voice. I'm not fragile. Ollivander halted her actions, lifting her eyelids to regard him. Harry opened his mouth, suddenly filled with regret. No, that is not what I meant. Having just battled the basilisk, adrenaline still coursed through him, his blood roaring in his ears, his temples throbbing. He hadn't anticipated his tone would sound so harsh. He simply did not wish to appear weak before her. Resigned, he pushed his sleeves up to his elbows, revealing the mottled bruises and scrapes on his arms. Just a few minor injuries, he muttered reluctantly. I prepared some essence of fluxweed, she said, her fingertips reaching into her pouch for a portion, gently applying it to his battle wounds. The girl's fingers were soft, the cool ointment spreading across his skin, slowly diffusing. Does it hurt? Not at all. He gasped, biting his teeth together. Oh, I see. Men cannot show weakness, can they? She said with a slight smile. Chapter 69. The Kiss of Gratitude, Task Conclusion. Harry appeared quite displeased, his neck stiffening as if to argue. Being injured is nothing to be ashamed of, she said. Wounds are the badges of the brave. He lowered his gaze, fixating intently on a stain on the tiled floor, as if a phrase was lodged in his throat, unable to be swallowed or voiced. Ollivander, you sound like you're comforting a child, Harry mumbled softly, unwilling to be treated as one. She regarded him with the expression of someone observing a hapless creature that had stumbled into a puddle, damp and bewildered, evoking a tinge of sympathy and concern. He had drawn the sword of Gryffindor, and slain the fearsome basilisk in the chamber. He did not take pride in this. But at least he was not a feeble creature to be cradled in someone's palm. Ollivander smiled noncommittally. After applying the salve, she quickly withdrew her hand. Harry's fingers curled slightly before slowly relaxing. Could you show me that diary again? Of course, he replied immediately, retrieving the diary with its ominous dark hole from his pocket, cautiously offering it to her. Will you still get burned? She tentatively placed the back of her hand against the diary's cover, and to her relief, nothing happened. The diary no longer emitted a sinister aura, nor did it cause her to feel dizzy. The fragment of Voldemort's soul had completely vanished. I just heard Mr. Weasley and Ginny say that you should never trust a creature that doesn't know where its brain is, Harry remarked, somewhat apprehensively. I conversed with it for quite a while. Ollivander pondered over the diary in her hands. Speaking of which, wasn't her system quite similar? An invisible, intangible entity that remained perpetually active within her mind. I heard that. What? Did I say something wrong? She thought with a smirk. The host may distrust the system. But please be assured, all the system does is for. She impatiently waved away the words that surfaced in her mind, tugging at Harry's sleeve. Oh, great hero, after a long year of toil, shall we attend the feast together? Harry blinked, his Adam's apple bobbing all right. Following the year-end feast, a week of tranquility ensued. Dumbledore awarded Gryffindor an additional 400 points for Harry and Ron's courageous actions in the chamber, which incited Draco to incessantly complain in her ear. Due to the incident with the basilisk, the final exams were cancelled, much to her and Hermione's dismay. At the onset of the term, Professor Flitwick had engaged in a clandestine wager with Professor McGonagall, betting on which of their respective houses would produce the top student of the year, with the stakes set at a bag of coconut ice cream. Ultimately, it was Flitwick who triumphantly claimed the sweet prize. Now, as the second year drew to a close, they were preparing to return home. The Hogwarts Express glided through the boundless Scottish moors, arriving at platform 9 in the dusky evening light. As Ollie disembarked from the train, she found herself enveloped in a swirling mist of steam, bathed in the warm, orange glow of the setting sun. Draco remained aboard, engaged in conversation with Blaise Zabini, so she took the initiative to retrieve her luggage. Midway through her task, a hand gently patted her shoulder. Turning around, she discovered Fred and George Weasley grinning mischievously behind her. "Will you come visit us this summer?" Fred inquired. "I can teach you how to sneak out of Malfoy Manor. Can you come pick me up in that flying car?" Ollie replied. "I would love to, but if Mum finds out, it won't just be a screaming letter," Fred quipped. George glanced up, casting a swift look down the train corridor, his expression shifting to one of concern. "You're going to have to endure that little git from the Malfoy family for 2 whole months." After the incident with the diary, the animosity between their families had only intensified, old grievances and new ones merging into a singular hostility. Ollie even suspected that one day, those two might drag Draco off into a corner, shoving him into a sack for a good thrashing. Half of his face was illuminated by the sunset, casting a soft glow upon his pale eyelashes. George leaned in closer, suddenly grasping her shoulder gently. "You'd better be the first to seek us out this summer," he said, his pale blue eyes mere inches from hers. "No going to find Lee first, okay?" "Understood," Ollie replied, narrowing her eyes playfully. "You miss me that much?" "Indeed." George exaggerated, letting out a dramatic sigh. "The thought of not seeing you for 2 months makes me lose my appetite, my sleep, and even my desire to play Quidditch." He shifted gears. "So, what do you plan to offer me as compensation for comforting a good friend? A box of chocolate frogs, or perhaps a piece of improved fever fudge?" Ollie suggested. "Am I that shallow?" George retorted. "You are." George chuckled. "How about a kiss as a token of gratitude?" Ollie paused momentarily, taken aback. "Is this a lesson in French customs? Is that not permissible?" "Suit yourself." She regarded George's face, alight with mischief, and with a mixture of indifference and amusement, nodded. George's eyes crinkled with laughter, and in the next moment, his lips brushed against hers. Just as they were about to meet her cheek, he hesitated, pausing just shy of contact. His warm breath was tantalizingly close, and he grasped her shoulder, whispering, "Who am I?" "George." She heard a low chuckle in response. A fleeting sensation of warmth grazed her left cheek, reminiscent of a dragonfly skimming the water's surface, akin to a delicate cloud plucked from the sky. He quickly pulled away, exhaling deeply, his fingertips trembling slightly. Ding. George Weasley's affection for the host exceeds 50. Side quest progress updated. 55. Fred initially appeared taken aback, his bewildered gaze darting between his brother's lips and her cheek. He rapidly regained his composure, continuing with his playful demeanor. "George, don't scare her off from wanting to hang out with us." George stood upright leisurely, his mood evidently buoyant. "How could she? Ollie likes us too much. A little ambition is perfectly acceptable, right?" The sound of Draco's footsteps approached from the train, prompting the two to swiftly step back and wave goodbye before disappearing into the throng of students. Second year at Hogwarts concluded. Entering main quest settlement. 1. Win 100 official wizard duels. Goal: 100-100. 2. Earn 6,000 galleons. Goal: 890-6000. Side quest: regardless of gender, affection towards the host exceeds 50. Goal: 55. Detected that the host has completed all tasks, achieving a perfect clearance of the main storyline. Quest rewards will be distributed before the commencement of the 3rd academic year. Chapter 70. A blank slate. Miss Cran. Ollie began to experience frequent nightmares. In her dreams, relentless torrential rain engulfed her. It was thick, dark, and damp, suffused with a faint mustiness that rose like a long-sealed cellar, momentarily toppling her entire world. The rainwater obstructed her mouth and nose, dragging her down into the depths of despair. She attempted to reach out, yet her fingers encountered a cold, invisible barrier. Her limbs felt ensnared by the icy rain, the sound of the downpour intensifying, culminating in a thunderous roar. Miss. Ollie struggled to open her eyes. A corner of the bedding lifted, revealing a strange house elf with a lace cap peering in with concern. "Are you alright, Miss?" Supporting herself on one elbow, she registered that it was an oppressively hot July night, with a storm raging outside Malfoy Manor, lightning illuminating the sky. The house elf hurriedly approached, wringing a handkerchief as she wiped Ollie's forehead. "You've been sweating profusely, Mississippi." Ollie took a moment to gather herself, finally recalling the name of this female elf. Tissy, assigned to care for her after Dobby's departure. Besides Tissy, 2 other elves were also responsible for her daily needs. Rubbing her temples, she slowly exhaled. "What time is it?" It is 9 o'clock in the evening, Miss Tissy whispered. Oh, by the way, I noticed you were asleep. So I didn't mention that Master asked for you to visit his study. Ollie hesitated for a moment. All right. This was indeed a rarity, though not entirely unexpected. Since returning from her second-year classes a week ago, she had sensed a distinct change in her treatment within the manor. The number of house elves had doubled, one to iron her dresses, another to present breakfast at her bedside, and a third who changed her scented stones each morning. A whole row of brand-new dresses had mysteriously appeared in her wardrobe, vibrant in color and exquisite in fabric, undoubtedly expensive. Even the curtains in her room had been quietly replaced with soft silk. Such extravagance was overwhelming. She leapt from her bed, hastily tying her hair back with a scrunchie, and made her way towards the main house of Malfoy Manor. Lucius Malfoy's study was dimly lit, with only a solitary candle flickering in the vast space. As she pushed open the door, her gaze met Lucius's calm and detached gray eyes. He tapped his fingers on the table. Sit. Obediently, she took her seat opposite him. Cran, no, Ollie. Lucius's tone softened. How has your year at school been? Everything is well, Mr. Malfoy. Oh, yet I have heard some intriguing tales, he said, his brow furrowing. Severus informed me that you made an appearance at the underground dueling arena in Nocturne Alley. Ollie's heart raced, and she quickly scanned his expression, finding no hint of anger, only a subtle curve of amusement at the corner of his mouth. Yes, but I did not allow anyone to recognize me, she replied cautiously. Very well, Lucius nodded. The Malfoy family once invested in nightmares, although that was over a decade ago. You seem to grasp the concepts of restraint, concealment, and risk assessment much earlier than I anticipated. I thought I would have to wait another year for you to comprehend these matters. But it seems that will not be necessary. His gaze fixed on her. Many on the board of governors are quite intrigued by you. The youngest head of the dueling club, a talent plucked from an orphanage with an unclear lineage. This combination is simply too captivating. Ollie lowered her eyes. However, it is indeed time to rephrase that, he continued. Calling it unclear lineage is rather distasteful. The candlelight flickered, illuminating a cryptic smile at the corner of his lips. From this day forth, you shall be considered a scion of the Cran family, a pure-blood dueling lineage active during the Grindelwald era, all of whom perished in that battle of 1945, leaving you as their sole surviving heir. She abruptly lifted her head, astonished at his declaration. His tone remained steady. We have investigated your ancestry, and there are no leads. This is all for the best. A blank slate is most suitable for scripting a story. Fabricating a lineage is not a difficult task for the Malfoy family. We have already taken care of the records for you, and the documents have been submitted to the Ministry of Magic Archives. The name of the Cranes will appear within the family tree system. He continued, as for whether you will be accepted, there is no need for concern. Your innate talent is exceptional, and thus they will believe. Everyone desires to trust that a true genius is of pure blood. We merely provided them with an answer that aligned with their inclinations. A wave of astonishment washed over Ollie, and she rose swiftly, her demeanor respectful. It is my honor. Mr. Malfoy, I hope you remember this statement today. Lucius regarded her, his tone remaining gentle as ever. I will continue to invest in your club, your future, your identity. You know what I desire, do you not? I understand. Very well. A month from now, the Malfoy family will host a summer gala. At that time, you will be formally introduced to other pureblood families as Miss Crane. She nodded. I will prepare in advance. Lucius added lightly, there is one more matter. None of today's discussions, including your true identity, need to be disclosed to Draco. He toyed with his cufflink, his tone casual. He is still quite young and cannot bear too many burdens. As she exited the study, Ollie gently closed the door behind her. She leaned against it, exhaling deeply, her heart racing within her chest. Lucius Malfoy had been ousted from the Hogwarts Board of Governors at the end of his second year. Clearly, he was not content to relinquish his control over Hogwarts. He needed to carve out a new domain to return to the center of power, and she, along with her dueling club, was a perfect fit. This was not an ill-fated turn of events. The Malfoy family had never intended to raise her in mediocrity. Instead, they aimed to cultivate and shape her into a flawless investment for the family's benefit. Outside, the rain continued to pour, the raindrops incessantly pounding against the frosted glass of the corridor, creating a dull thudding sound. Ollie gazed down at her palm, still slightly damp with perspiration. The rules of this world were starkly realistic. Bloodline still dictated a wizard status, and she could not afford to be seen as a weakness. Identity is forged by oneself, a name defined by oneself. What the world will remember is the formidable Miss Crane, not a pitiable orphan from a muggle orphanage. Ollie vaguely recalled. During the sorting ceremony in her first year, she had resolutely declared to the sorting hat, She did not desire power or glory, only the freedom that belonged to her. Yet this world would not easily grant freedom to those who merely seek it. One must first learn to seize control over everything to avoid being controlled. Chapter 71, Gringotts. An encounter with Cedric. A week later. The summer in Diagon Alley was akin to a pot of freshly boiled lemonade, the sun blazing down upon the cobblestones, rendering them scorching hot. Beneath the vibrant umbrellas, Ollie closed her book and scooped a spoonful of banana split from Floren's ice cream parlor. Its sweetness bordering on excessive, but perfectly suited for such a day. She rarely visited in July. In previous years she would come just before school commenced, accompanying Lucius and Draco to purchase books. Draco had a penchant for broomsticks, often dragging her to gaze at the display windows for what felt like hours. Just earlier, she had passed by a shop where she overheard several boys discussing the Firebolt, rumored to be the latest racing broom. To this day, she could not distinguish between the Comet 260 and the Clean Sweep 7, and had received a fair share of teasing from Draco, who vowed to give her a thorough lesson. Ollie took another scoop of the sweet treat. Having mastered the Animagus transformation, it had become exceedingly convenient for her to slip away wherever she pleased. The small gaps in the estate's perimeter wall were trivial for a liquid-form feline. The only concern was that her 3 house elves were uncertain about how long a disillusionment charm would last. She stood up, brushed off her skirt, settled her bill, and set off toward Gringotts. Her storage bag was on the verge of bursting. The galleons confiscated from the underground dueling arena and Gilderoy Lockhart had far exceeded the bag's capacity. It was still morning, and Gringotts was relatively uncrowded. The marble floors stretched out before her as a goblin behind the counter glanced up to regard her. "I would like to open a private vault," she stated, crossing her arms and shivering slightly. "Has the cooling charm been applied excessively in here, Ollie Crane?" the goblin inquired, swiftly tapping away at a typewriter with elongated fingers to verify her identity. The goblin retrieved a semi-transparent silver stone tablet from beneath the desk, gesturing for her to place her hand upon it. Ollie complied, and the tablet emitted a faint golden glow that spread gradually along her fingertips. The goblin nodded. "I am registering Vault 806, but you will need to wait in line. How much do you wish to deposit?" 7,000 galleons. The goblin halted abruptly, adjusting his monocle to scrutinize her once more. "No problem, miss, I'll prioritize your request." He swiftly cleared several scattered rubies off the counter, a shrewd smile forming on his small face. "Ah, the money does indeed make one's eyes gleam." A male voice suddenly called from behind her. "Cedric, don't forget that contract. Make sure you don't leave it behind. Look at you, entering 5th year already. I suppose I can trust you to handle these matters on your own now." "Don't worry, Dad, this isn't my first time." "Alright, I'll be off then. Just don't let your mother know I left you here." Ollie turned, catching a glimpse of a stylishly retreating middle-aged wizard. The young man standing behind her, clutching a stack of papers, met her gaze. He possessed a strikingly handsome face, with a high nose, fair complexion, and full lips that curved upward slightly when pressed together, giving him an unexpectedly gentle appearance. Noticing her staring, the young man's brown eyes crinkled with a smile. "Are you here on your own to conduct business at Gringotts too?" "Yes," Ollie replied, shifting slightly to the left to offer him space. "Are you also from Hogwarts?" "Yes. I am Cedric Diggory. And you? Seem someone as handsome as you cannot be an ordinary passerby." "Ollie Crane," she introduced. Cedric paused, then chuckled. "Oh, so it's you? You're quite well known. Before the break, our house was discussing you. I heard you single-handedly defeated 4 upperclassmen in the dueling club?" "That's an exaggeration," she laughed, accepting the key the goblin had handed her. It was made of copper, inscribed with the minuscule number 806. Cedric handed over the documents he held to the counter, while still glancing her way. The goblin rummaged slowly for a stamp, and the wizards in line began to show signs of impatience. Ollie glanced sideways at the boy. He appeared to be in good spirits, even tapping out a rhythm with his fingertips. "Are the goblins always this slow?" she casually inquired. "They seem to be doing it on purpose," Cedric chuckled. "I've heard they disapprove of students who come without an elder." "Then we must be terribly guilty," she replied playfully. "Yes, we might end up in the dungeon unless we offer them some mead." Ollie couldn't help but smile. He appeared serious, yet was quite amusing in conversation. 10 minutes later, the goblin finally produced a parchment, handing it to Cedric. He accepted it, glancing at the numbers with a smile. "Vault 807, you're my neighbor." She shifted to the side, and together they squeezed out of the now crowded Gringotts. The sunlight glinted off his light brown hair as Cedric narrowed his eyes against the brightness. "Perfect, let us walk together then." "Sounds good." The two began to meander leisurely along Diagon Alley. At the apothecary, she purchased a brand new extendable cauldron, and at the beauty potion shop, a bottle of cleansing water. Cedric proved to be more talkative than she had anticipated, occasionally delivering a few corny jokes. The jokes themselves were not particularly funny, but gazing at his earnest, handsome face, she couldn't help but smile. They eventually made their way back to Floren's ice cream parlor. Ollie ordered a chocolate crunch sundae, while Cedric pondered over the colorful ice cream for a considerable time before finally selecting the sea salt caramel flavor she had recommended. The sun blazed fiercely, causing the sundae in her hand to melt rapidly, trickling down her fingertips. With keen eyes, Cedric produced a handkerchief, intending to assist her in wiping it off, when a thunderous crash suddenly resonated from the street corner. Bang! The nearby wand repair stall was violently overturned, scattering wooden planks, broken wand fragments, and several spare crystal orbs across the ground, as a dark figure limped into the alleyway. What wild creature is that? The owner shouted angrily, squatting down in a flurry to gather the scattered items. Ollie turned towards the sound, noticing that the shadow appeared to be a dog. A scruffy black dog cowered in the shadows of the alley, its legs dragging along the ground, yet it remained motionless. Cedric also took note. It seemed to be injured. He offered her his share of the ice cream and hurried over to help the owner pick up the scattered wand handles. "Let me help you with this." That dog was trembling when it knocked things over. It might be seriously hurt. Ollie peered over Cedric's shoulder, gazing at the black dog nestled against the wall. The dog noticed her gaze, quickly wagged its tail, and vanished into the alleyway. After tidying up the stall, Cedric straightened up and extended his palm towards her. "Shall we go check on the dog in the alley? Mr. Diggory is quite the compassionate youth." He shrugged. "I have a large dog at home. I can't just ignore a hurt animal, can I?" The two slipped into the alley, only to find the black dog had not strayed far, curled up in a corner beside a cobweb. As they approached, the dog instinctively arched its back, baring its teeth defensively. "Gore." Cedric spread his arms wide and carefully crouched down. "We mean you no harm. Look, you're injured." Ollie observed the black dog for a moment. It appeared emaciated, its fur unkempt and dirty, yet its eyes shone bright and vigilant like cold stars. Slightly larger than an ordinary dog, it still bore a hint of its former handsomeness despite its disheveled appearance. Could it be an extraordinary coincidence that she had encountered Sirius? With that thought, she quickly crouched down and extended her hand. "Dog, give me your paw." The black dog slowly retracted its bared teeth, eyeing the two lively and kind-hearted young wizards. It wagged its tail and placed its furry paw in her palm. Ollie turned its paw over, revealing a long, jagged tear in the dark pad, faint traces of dark magic lingering over it. If it were to revert to human form, this injury would likely extend all the way to the shoulder blade. "Ordinary healing spells won't suffice," she murmured, handing the ice cream to Cedric as she rummaged through her bag. Previously, when she escaped from the snake, Madame Pomfrey had prepared a tube of ointment to dispel dark magic overnight, which was now just what she needed. As the ointment was applied to the dog's paw pad, the dark mist wrapping around the wound visibly dissipated. The black dog, Gore? It stared at its paw, slowly revealing a hint of surprise, its tongue lolling out. Cedric crouched down, took out his handkerchief, and gently wrapped the wound. "There we go, all done." He stood up. And in the sunlight, Ollie still held the dog's paw, meticulously inspecting the injury. She wore a light blue halter neck dress today, her rose gold hair styled atop her head, revealing a fluttering bow and a smooth pearl necklace at the nape of her neck. He averted his gaze and stroked the black dog's head once more. The dog huffed, its ears perked up, as if pondering, and wagged its tail a couple of times. Ollie remarked, "It seems to be hungry." Cedric looked around. "That's a bit of a problem. There doesn't seem to be a butcher nearby?" She took the untouched chocolate sundae from him, staring at the black dog for 2 seconds. "Can an animagus in dog form eat chocolate? Perhaps their digestive systems differ?" "Ollie, dogs can't eat chocolate," Cedric cautioned. Suddenly, the black dog leaped up, deftly turned its head, and snapped the cone from her hand. The crispy cone was slurped into its mouth, vanishing down its throat in the blink of an eye. In Cedric's astonished gaze, the black dog darted a few meters away, turning back to wag its tail joyfully at them. "Woof! Woof woof!" The two watched it disappear at the end of the alley. Ollie wiped her brow. "I didn't even get a bite of my sundae." Cedric replied, "You should be grateful it didn't swallow your hand along with it." She raised an eyebrow. "Are you trying to take the dog's side? Who would dare?" He laughed, raising his hands in mock surrender, his shoulders shaking with mirth as the afternoon sun glinted off his light brown eyelashes. "Come on, Miss Ollie. As compensation for accompanying me to rescue the unfortunate dog, may I treat you to another sundae?" Ollie responded, "I want a chocolate crisp sundae." "No problem. I'll double the crispy bits for you." "How charming," she teased. Cedric squinted playfully. "So, have you been charmed today?" Ollie and Cedric became pen pals over the summer. After her conversation with Lucius, the Malfoy family ostensibly ceased to restrict her correspondence and permitted her to freely enter and exit the manor with prior notice. Cedric resided in Devon, not far from Wiltshire, where Malfoy Manor was located, making it convenient for their letters to circulate. It all began with a letter he sent first, a neatly folded note, carrying a faint scent of mint. They exchanged trivial details of their daily lives. He would share anecdotes about his Bernese mountain dog, mentioning how it would rest its head on his knee while he wrote. He would also discuss his parents' occasional nagging, and the rampant vine in the backyard that tripped him the other day. My dog got an upset stomach the other day and spent the whole day lying on my broom. It was much worse than the black dog we encountered yesterday. When I was pulling the vine, it tangled around my leg. Luckily, my mom was just laughing nearby and didn't take a picture. Or you would have seen me tripping over it. As she read the letter, Ollie couldn't help but smile slightly. What are you laughing at? Came Draco's voice from behind. His leisurely footsteps approached as he walked straight into her bedroom, standing behind her, his warm breath brushing against her ear. Just as she attempted to hide the letter, Draco's hand reached out, his slender fingers gripping her wrist. Which fool sent you a letter this time? Let me guess. Nott or one of the Weasleys? Neither, she replied. What brings you here all of a sudden? Draco snorted, not pressing further. Ollie looked up at him. Realizing suddenly that he seemed to have grown quite a bit during the holiday, now towering over her by half a head. Spending each day at the manor. She hadn't noticed it much. My father just informed me of something significant, he said, raising an eyebrow, his tone unable to conceal his excitement. It seems your lineage has been uncovered. Ollie feigned confusion. My lineage? What is it? You're pureblood, Ollie, he grinned, his entire face lighting up, not some muggle orphan, but from a prestigious pureblood wizarding family, the Cranes. They kept a low profile for generations, which is why it was so hard to trace. He spoke rapidly. I already told Parkinson. She's too foolish to believe it. Let her see it. You could only be pureblood. She squinted playfully. Why are you happier about my lineage than I am? I've always thought you were extraordinary, he said proudly, resembling a golden retriever with its tail held high. Now there's just proof to back it up. Draco's light gray eyes shone with fervor, exuberance, and a hint of unique satisfaction. He suddenly wrapped his arm around her shoulders, pulling her close without hesitation, and led her towards the door. Come on, he whispered. I have something for you as a birthday gift before tonight's banquet. Chapter 73, Sapphire Necklace, the Banquet. Ollie stood at the threshold of Draco's bedroom, instinctively halting. She seldom had the opportunity to visit the main residence, and this was her first time entering his chamber. Draco's bedroom was more spacious and immaculate than she had imagined. The floor-to-ceiling windows were partially ajar, draped with low-saturation green satin, while a faint aroma of jasmine wafted through the air. What are you dawdling at the door for? Come in, he beckoned, seizing her wrist. As she took 2 steps onto the ivory-hued carpet, she noticed a faint blush suddenly rise to Draco's neck. He hastily turned her by the shoulder, directing her to face away, while his hands swiftly tossed aside several casually draped shirts from the foot of the bed. A rustle of movement came from behind her. Instinctively, Ollie wanted to turn her head. Don't move, he commanded, approaching slowly. Draco's hands slid across her shoulders, his fingertips deftly toying with a necklace. It was a sapphire necklace, its central gem mirroring the color of her eyes. The platinum chain was adorned with lustrous pearls, its craftsmanship exquisitely intricate and weighty. She gazed at the necklace in astonishment, frozen in place until Draco, dissatisfied, leaned closer, his lips brushing against her ear. Don't you like it? I specifically chose this gem for you. Why such an extravagant gift all of a sudden? She queried. Draco huffed. You have finally reclaimed your pureblood status, and with your birthday approaching, isn't it worth celebrating? He grasped the ends of the necklace and fastened it around her neck. The necklace was quite heavy, the elaborate pearls and platinum chain resting against her collarbone, producing a soft chime as Draco's fingers deftly secured the clasp. Turn around. Let me see, he instructed. Ollie complied, meeting his gleaming gaze. Draco had changed into a sharply tailored black suit, his hair impeccably styled. He lowered his eyes to the necklace, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. It suits you well. It seems my choice was impeccable. It's too heavy, she replied. Of course, one must dress splendidly for the gala. You must link arms with me when we make our entrance. Draco casually adjusted his cufflinks, his collar undone, and his tie hanging loosely in front of him. We have 3 minutes left. We can't be late. You wouldn't let me step out like this, would you? Ollie stepped forward helplessly, grasping his tie. Tilting her head back, her fingers deftly maneuvered through the fabric, adjusting its angle. Their cheeks were nearly touching. And although she remained focused, Draco's breath quickened. As she tightened the tie for the final touch, Her motion was abrupt, pressing it snugly against his Adam's apple. He paused. Frowning, could you be gentler? Then don't pretend you don't know how to tie it, she chuckled lightly. The summer night air was sultry, fragrant with intoxicating floral scents. As the summer gala unfolded in the Malfoy estate's garden, a pristine white long table formed an arc, suspended crystal chandeliers sparkled above, while heavy clusters of ripe grapes hung from nearby vines. As Ollie linked arms with Draco and passed through the archway, all eyes in the venue turned to her. Almost every pureblood family was in attendance. With her layered gown and the weighty necklace, she felt akin to a meticulously adorned Christmas tree, ready to be displayed in a shop window if only adorned with a few more fairy lights. Mr. Avery and Mr. Parkinson approached briskly. Miss Cran, it's a pleasure to finally meet you in person, Mr. Parkinson exclaimed, shaking her hand enthusiastically. I've heard tales of your rare genius. You truly live up to your lineage from the ancient dueling families. Pansy Parkinson trailed behind her father, casting a quick, disdainful glance in Ollie's direction. Come, Bansi. Greet Miss Cran. You are in the same year, so you shouldn't be strangers, he insisted. The dark-haired girl bit her lip, hesitating for a moment before muttering. Nice to meet you, Cran. Pansy, you seem much more polite than at Hogwarts, Ollie remarked with a smile. Pansy's expression darkened, and she averted her gaze in anger. The boy from the Avery family gathered his courage to approach. I swear that the spider incident at the last gala was Dyson's idea. We were just bystanders. You know that. Ollie held her wine glass, her gaze sweeping over the two pale-faced youths, both of whom were anxiously lowering their heads. Is that so? I don't recall. She replied nonchalantly, then turned to engage Mr. Avery in relaxed conversation, completely disregarding the two as though they were mere air. Pansy bit down hard on her lower lip, while Avery's face flushed crimson, reaching down to his neck. However, Mr. Parkinson evidently had no intention of letting this opportunity for reconciliation slip away. He smiled amiably at his daughter. I hear that the dueling club at your school is under Miss Cran's leadership? Since you are in the same year, why not join and practice a bit? Pansy shot up her head, as if doused with cold water. Me? With her? What are you implying? Pansy, watch your language. Pansy's eyes brimmed with tears. I just don't want to hear her bossing me around all the time. Is that so wrong? Or are you my father or hers? Mr. Parkinson shot her a stern look, then turned away, re-establishing his polite smile. Children can be thoughtless. Don't take it to heart, Miss Cran, he said, taking a sip of his drink, the corner of his eye twitching. He did not wish to be so accommodating, but he was acutely aware of the prevailing circumstances. The Parkinson family was not one to grovel, yet they could ill afford to offend the Malfoy family, especially Miss Cran, whom the Malfoys had personally supported. Her surname may have been unfamiliar to many a year ago, but now she was regarded as the lost legacy of the Grindelwald era, the very individual whom Lucius had hosted a banquet for to publicly declare her status. She was also a prominent figure of the new generation at Hogwarts. To antagonize her now would be unwise. More individuals gathered, extending greetings and engaging her in conversation. Ollie navigated through the crowd, maintaining her smile, the waist cinched tightly. She longed to escape the throng. Just as she contemplated retreating toward the floral wall, a hand suddenly reached from beside her, securely clasping her waist. Another hand settled upon her shoulder blade, gently pressing her back a step, completely isolating her from the crowd. Theodore? Ollie looked up in confusion, meeting his pale eyes. Theodore stood behind her, his dark hair meticulously slicked back, his expression remaining aloof. He lowered his voice, leaning close to her ear. Don't look to the left or behind you. What's going on? My uncle is also at the gala. The sound of disordered footsteps approached from behind, and a drunken voice unexpectedly called out, Theodore, where are you rushing off to? Chapter 74, Wrath, a Battlefield. A tall, pallid man staggered forward, his steps unsteady, vodka spilling from his grasp. He raised his head, his gaze bleary and laced with inebriation. Yet Ollie recognized those eyes, despite their current disarray. They had once burned with overwhelming malice and cold fury on the dueling grounds. The echoes of the crowd chanting "Kill her" reverberated in her ears, igniting a subtle pain in her nerves, and her expression hardened. Theodore's brow furrowed, instinctively pulling her behind him. However, Ollie gently brushed his hand aside, stepping forward with an air of calm. It's a pleasure to meet you. Might you be Mr. Nott, Theodore's father? Ha, the man rasped, his voice hoarse as if steeped in liquor. I'm not his dad. He seized her outstretched hand, his skin cold, yet his grip was surprisingly strong. Wulfric Nott, uncle. Ollie internally scoffed. Thankfully, during the underground dueling event, she had worn a mask, concealing even her fingers, ensuring that this inebriated scoundrel would not recognize her. The Viper turned back to Theodore, grinning widely. Tisk, so eager to be near her. Is she your girlfriend? I never would have guessed you could manage to charm a girl. Theodore's expression darkened further, and he remained silent. The Viper's gaze returned to Ollie, scrutinizing her from head to toe. Quite beautiful indeed. Just don't be like your mother. Before the words had fully left his mouth, Theodore surged forward, violently seizing his collar, and delivering a punch to his face. Bang! The once innocent youth had grown significantly stronger, and the inebriated Viper was caught off guard, staggering from his blow and colliding with the round table behind him. Bottles of fruit wine shattered upon the floor, and the man fell heavily, his palm sliced by the shards of glass, dark crimson blood gushing forth. Gasps of shock erupted from the guests. Uncle, you are quite inebriated, Theodore remarked nonchalantly as he straightened up, slowly adjusting his cuff. The Viper, spitting blood and radiating menace, raised his face, swiftly drawing his wand. Do you believe I could kill you? A curse shot through the air, slicing Theodore's cheek, and a chorus of screams erupted. Gentlemen, please cease at once. Lucius, alerted by the commotion, squeezed through the crowd. What has transpired here? The guests retreated a step, whispering about the two men from the Nott family amid the smoke of conflict. Mr. Nott is absent today. It is his second son accompanying young Nott. Do they harbor a grudge? Who knows? You are aware that young Nott lost his mother at a tender age. Lucius surveyed the scattered glass and bloodstains, elevating his voice to overshadow the crowd. Mr. Nott, it appears you are ill-suited to the potency of Malfoy's libations. If you are truly incapacitated, permit me to have a house elf escort you home before you commit any further indiscretions in front of my guests. He clapped his hands, and two house elves rushed forward, effortlessly lifting the Viper from the ground. The mess of broken glass was swiftly cleared, and under Lucius's soothing presence, the frightened guests regained their composure, with the strains of saxophones and violins resuming their gentle flow. Meanwhile, Theodore, bloodied and bruised, was ushered to a distant corner by Aurelia. His breath was still uneven, his chest, wrapped in white fabric, heaving violently, yet his handsome face remained as rigid as a winter's day. Quite impressive. I've never seen you so enraged before. She shrugged, drawing her wand from the inner side of her gown's waist. A spell of healing was cast, halting the blood flow swiftly, the skin visibly mending before their eyes. Theodore remained silent. She half-jokingly remarked, upset? Fear not, you bear no scars. I could fetch you a mirror if you wish to see. Aurelia lifted her gaze only to find him still fixated on her. His eyes, once tinged with bloodlust, now softened, revealing an elusive emotion beneath their icy facade. She assumed he was still brooding over the earlier incident, preparing to speak, but noticed his gaze gradually descending. It landed upon the heavy, intricate necklace adorning her collarbone. The sapphire necklace shimmered softly in the moonlight, adorned with pearls and a platinum chain, both dense and exquisite. Did Malfoy gift you that? He suddenly inquired. Aurelia was taken aback. Yes. He fell silent, his gaze lingering on the necklace for quite some time, then reached out, gently pinching one end. Crafted by an artisan, the heat control was executed exquisitely. The rear seam is flawlessly melted. She perplexed asked so? It must have cost a fortune. Malfoy is indeed extravagant, he paused, coolly assessing, and it appears he invested considerable effort. The design is ostentatious, as though he chose it himself. Theodore's fingers remained entwined with the pearl chain, and the atmosphere around them grew heavier for reasons unknown. After a prolonged silence, he finally spoke, his voice barely above a whisper. Do you fancy Malfoy? Aurelia opened her mouth to respond, but his slender fingers flicked the necklace, drawing her closer. She stumbled, nearly colliding with his chest. Theodore lazily lowered his gaze. I wouldn't have expected you to like something like this. Aurelia paused, studying his seemingly indifferent expression. Though his light-colored eyes remained unchanged, she sensed the residual intensity from moments ago still lingering on his fingertips, not yet dissipated. What are you doing? A hand, defined by its sharp knuckles, suddenly seized Theodore's arm, pulling him back a step. Draco approached with a stormy expression, his gaze sweeping over Theodore's hand. Who permitted you to touch her? What's the fuss about? Theodore replied, casually retracting his hand, glancing down at his fingertips. I was merely curious about the craftsmanship of the necklace. He lowered his gaze back to Aurelia. Do you not find it rather heavy to wear? Shut your mouth. Draco sneered, his eyes aflame. She wears it because it looks good, thanks to me. Or perhaps because she doesn't wish to offend you. Wait. Why are we suddenly on the verge of a quarrel? Aurelia, feeling a headache coming on, looked back and forth, unsure of whom to intervene with. Draco raised his voice slightly. If you're dissatisfied with my gift to her, then you should craft one yourself, Nott. Or is it that your family has fallen from grace, and can no longer afford such luxuries. If Theodore's simmering emotions were already unstable, they now threatened to erupt once more. Aurelia seized his sleeve, tugging him backward. Draco, she whispered urgently, stop this. Draco's eye twitched, yet he did not break free. His gaze fixed on Theodore, his expression dark as a storm cloud. In the distance, footsteps approached. Several ladies of various families called out to her. Miss Cran, weren't you supposed to join us for sweet wine? We just mentioned your dueling club, and we're eager to hear about your family's historical tales. The tense atmosphere among the three suddenly eased, with both Theodore and Draco instinctively stepping back. Thank heavens! Aurelia inhaled deeply, squeezing both their arms and murmuring, no fighting. They exchanged glances, the tension still palpable. Understood, Theodore replied. She flashed a gentle, courteous smile, lifting her gown and turning to leave. I'm coming. There's much to do tonight. Chapter 75, System Rewards. Return to school. The banquet finally concluded. Aurelia could scarcely recall the number of hands she had shaken. After several cups of sweet wine, her throat began to warm pleasantly, yet a few particularly enthusiastic ladies insisted on regaling her with tales of bizarre happenings, such as a family's pet bird escaping its cage, and fainting several unfortunate muggles. Upon returning home, she collapsed onto her bed for an entire day, too lethargic even to reach for her wand. However, the rewards were plentiful. Sipping water, she opened her journal and meticulously reorganized the members of the dueling club. Numerous pureblood families' children had joined her club upon their parents' strong recommendations, the list now twice as thick as she had initially anticipated. Although some appeared reluctant on the surface, it ultimately enriched her network. She also received an abundance of gifts. Someone had sent her a complete set of handmade Italian ink after the banquet, and another, upon learning she was a Ravenclaw, gifted her several volumes of ancient magical texts. A week after the banquet, her name appeared in a nondescript corner of the Daily Prophet, embellished with sensationalized tales of her mysterious lineage by a low-tier editor. In early August, Aurelia celebrated her birthday. Mandy, Padma, and Hermione all sent her cards, while Draco brought a cake prepared by the house elves early in the morning to celebrate in the secluded courtyard. The Malfoy couple did not appear, but she was unbothered by their absence. This summer, her life at the manor was significantly more pleasant than before, truly enjoyable. With her homework completed early, she spent her days leisurely reading, occasionally being drawn to the lawn to watch Draco practice Quidditch, while three house elves took turns caring for her needs. Life was improving wonderfully. Roundy felt the same. Quack! At that moment, it proudly perched on a velvet cushion, its feathers sleek and glossy, adorned with a bow around its neck. House elf number 1 flattered. The rising sun blushes at the sight of Lord Roundy. House elf number 2 chimed in. Your beautiful feather crown would make even the manor's white peacocks retreat in awe. House elf number 3 added. Your round eyes shine like obsidian. Such treatment was befitting of me. Roundy haughtily glared at them, contrasting sharply with the previously tattered, cramped, and oppressive storage bag. The three house elves nodded vigorously. How could Miss Cran allow the esteemed Lord Yuantong to reside in such a place? We nearly mistook it for a bag meant for mushrooms. It is an utter affront to Lord Yuantong's dignity. Ollie remarked. Indeed, one person achieving enlightenment leads to the elevation of all around them. It seems I shall have to let it starve for a couple of days once school resumes. On September 1st, at platform 9 3/4, the brick-red train puffed out swirling smoke as Ollie swiftly navigated the corridor with her luggage in tow. Draco followed closely behind, still grumbling about the exceedingly clingy monster book he had purchased days earlier. Most compartments were already filled to capacity, and she finally found an empty one towards the middle of the train. She settled into a window seat, while Draco chose not to sit opposite her, but rather leaned in beside her. Just as she set down her luggage, the train began to move slowly. A voice echoed in her mind. The third academic year is about to commence. Rewards for the second year's tasks are now being distributed. She quietly chuckled to herself. What trinket are they sending me this time? Acquired, black silver bracelet, one-time defensive item. Effect. Can withstand one unforgivable curse attack. A slight weight pressed on her wrist as a dark bracelet materialized out of thin air. Its black-silver hue was rather inconspicuous, with indistinct patterns that seemed to shift upon its surface. She quickly concealed her hand behind her back. Have you been signed up by someone else? Ollie internally wondered, astonished by this sudden generosity. The unforgivable curse, to put it mildly, could be described as a soul-stealing spell, or more severely, a death curse. As far as she knew, the Avada Kedavra curse could not be directly countered by any conventional spells. Ollie gingerly rubbed the bracelet on her wrist, her mind racing. A defensive item of such caliber was something she had never encountered, even after scouring the Malfoy Manor library. To say it was priceless would be a mild understatement. If the system could bestow such items, why had it been hoarding them? Was it truly stingy or bound by some restriction? It felt reminiscent of a scam. As long as the host perfectly completes the main storyline each academic year, they will receive further rewards. Is that main storyline of yours truly so easy to complete? Outside the window, the sky gradually darkened, visibility dwindling as the light drizzle transformed into a dense curtain of rain, trickling down the glass. Draco purchased a slice of treacle tart from the trolley lady, breaking off a piece and shoving it into her mouth. Eat. As she chewed on the cake, she pulled out a hefty tome from her satchel. After the banquet, she had requested some of the Malfoy family's treasured tomes on dark and ancient magic from Lucius. Once he had thoroughly assessed her worth, Lucius had readily agreed, promptly instructing a house elf to deliver 3 full crates of books to her door. Draco had intended to flaunt his newly acquired gold-embellished brooch to her. Yet upon seeing her engrossed in her book, he merely pouted. "You're not even looking at me." Ollie was fixated on the illustrations in her book. Lovely. His expression darkened, but rather than snatching the book from her, he sulkily draped an arm around her shoulders, pulling her slightly towards him. Bookworm. A soft click echoed as the lights in the compartment abruptly extinguished. Before anyone could react, the train jolted violently to a halt, accompanied by the muffled thud of luggage tumbling from the overhead racks and a chorus of startled gasps. What happened? In the darkness, she sensed Draco rising, pushing the door open to peer outside. A rustling sound echoed down the corridor as Ollie quickly closed her book, her wand's tip igniting with a soft glow. If her recollection served her correctly, this segment of the plot involved a return. She grasped Draco's wrist, pulling him behind her. Draco, unwilling to comply, attempted to stand, but froze in place the next moment. A creature draped in a black cloak began to drift slowly down the corridor. It appeared ghastly thin, reminiscent of the Grim Reaper or a specter from Western mythology, its face obscured beneath its hood. The temperature in the compartment plummeted. She could almost hear the sound of frost forming on the window. A wave of bitter cold surged in, causing Ollie to sway slightly as she tightened her grip on her wand. The sound of rain intensified in her ears. Chapter 76, Dementors, a Friendly Task. She discerned that the sound of rain was not emanating from outside, but rather resonating within her mind, a relentless echo akin to a haunting. The tide of dread began to envelop her mouth and nose, reminiscent of countless nightmares from the summer. Drip, drip. Dementors drain joy, forcing individuals to confront their innermost fears. But why would she fear the rain? The Dementor's elongated claws pried open the door, gliding slowly into the compartment. Behind her, Draco slumped down onto the plush seat, yet instinctively clutched at her sleeve, trying to pull her back. Ollie extended a hand to grasp his trembling palm, stepping forward to shield him from the Dementor. The cloaked figure slightly lowered its head and inhaled deeply. The sound of a torrential downpour rose in her ears, accompanied by distant thunder, and what seemed to be a chorus of angry voices. Ollie furrowed her brow. This was not sufficient to incite genuine terror within her. Yet it undeniably unsettled her, causing her heart to race. Expecto Patronum, she silently intoned. She did not anticipate the spell would succeed. Overwhelmed by the cacophony of rain in her ears, she was utterly unable to recall any joyous memories. Yet the tip of her wand responded instantaneously. A surge of silvery mist erupted forth, rapidly filling the entire compartment, spilling out into the corridor in a sweeping wave. Gasps of astonishment erupted from the students outside, clearly indicating that the mist had infiltrated other compartments. The Dementor silently extended its bony fingers, attempting to part the seemingly thin veil of mist. But at the moment its fingertips made contact, it convulsed violently. It emitted a shrill, piercing wail, as if seared by scorching flames. In an instant, it twisted away, fleeing down the corridor, but the silver mist was thick there too, searing its cloak. The Dementor's head twisted grotesquely, spinning 180 degrees beneath its cloak. It bore no features, yet Ollie distinctly felt a malevolent gaze fixed upon her. The Dementor soon fled, and she exhaled softly, standing still as the sound of rain in her ears gradually subsided. Her Patronus had not successfully taken form. The Hogwarts Express jolted slightly, the warm yellow lights flickering back to life. The students in the corridor resumed their animated chatter, hastily rising to retrieve their fallen belongings. The silver mist began to dissipate, and a flurry of hurried footsteps approached, halting before her compartment, where the mist was densest. Who cast the Patronus charm? The compartment door swung open, revealing a pale, haggard man standing in the doorway. It was me. Ollie glanced at his tattered clothing and slowly added, "Professor." Remus Lupin gazed down at her, gradually breaking into a smile. He began rummaging through his pocket, Muttering, blast, it seems I am out, but there is one more. Have a bit, you'll feel better. He handed her a piece of chocolate, and Ollie accepted it, whispering her thanks. I am Professor Lupin, he smiled, you possess considerable talent. Shall we meet in defense against the dark arts? She nodded, and Lupin swiftly turned to leave. Ollie then turned back to Draco, placing the chocolate into his cold hands. He appeared quite shaken, his complexion pale, lips trembling slightly. Ollie, what is the Patronus charm? He grasped her hand tightly. She jested. It's the spell that turns dementors into pancakes and fries them until they squeal. The Hogwarts Express glided into the station, students pouring out with their luggage, animatedly discussing the bizarre creature they had encountered on the train. Draco, who had been ashen-faced and clinging to her hand just moments ago, now regained his composure and immediately sought to tease Harry. Potter, were you frightened by that creature? I heard you fainted from the fright. Ron flushed with anger, ready to charge at him with a punch, only to be firmly restrained by Hermione. Another year of the sorting ceremony had arrived. Ollie settled into the seat Mandy had reserved for her, and as soon as she sat down, Mandy and Padma erupted into giggles. Turning her head, she met the gaze of a pair of glistening black eyes, which sparkled with delight upon seeing her. Autumn smiled and shifted closer to her side, saying, After I swapped spots with Michael, I've been sitting here for meals. Dumbledore rose to welcome Professor Lupin and Hagrid as the new faculty members. Upon hearing that Hagrid would be teaching care of magical creatures, Mandy let out a small wail, instantly earning a glare from the enthusiastic Gryffindor students. When the topic of Dementors arose, Padma leaned in conspiratorially. Did you read the Daily Prophet over the summer? That fugitive, Sirius Black, my mother works at the ministry, and she said he is planning to come to Hogwarts. Moreover, he wants to kill Potter. A few Ravenclaws gathered around to eavesdrop, gasping in shock. Mandy exclaimed, Didn't he kill 13 muggles? Isn't he still one of Voldemort's followers? Padma replied, Exactly, my mom said that after he escaped from Azkaban. No one has seen him since. Oh, but she has. Ollie took a bite of her warm steak just as the system chimed in. Hogwarts third year main quest released. 1. Increase the affection of one of the mandatory characters, Draco Malfoy, Harry Potter, Theodore Nott, to 70-01. 2. Achieve a recognition level of 0-100 within the Dueling Club. 3. Earn the recognition and trust of 3 teachers, 03. Ollie waited for 2 seconds, noticing no further notifications, and raised an eyebrow. Is that all? Academic year tasks have been fully issued. Would the host like to add additional tasks? No, that won't be necessary. She chuckled awkwardly. It's just that you're unusually friendly this year. I didn't respond in time. Compared to last semester's tasks of sneaking out to duel and amassing a fortune while juggling 3 social system tasks, this year's missions felt like a gentle stroll through a meadow. There were only 3 tasks, 2 of which were linked to affection levels. Broadly speaking, they involved gaining further emotional support, winning the favor of most teachers, and expanding her newly established dueling club. It all appeared quite reasonable. Ollie glanced at the affection panel. Draco Malfoy 50. Harry Potter. Theodore Nott. What a disheartening and tear-inducing situation for her. Well, her affection levels were rather dismal. Chapter 77. The Prophecy of Death. Professors, please spare me. The following day, the Ravenclaw students attended their first elective class. The divination classroom was situated at the very top of the northern tower of Hogwarts, shrouded in deep pink drapes that rendered the space nearly airless. The intense incense caused Ollie to sneeze as soon as she entered. A dozen small round tables were neatly arranged with cups of tea, and Ollie took a seat at one of them. Professor Trelawney was a disheveled woman with eyes wide as saucers, adorned from head to toe with strands of beads that clinked as she walked. She softly proclaimed, Children, I believe you should understand that divination does not rely on mere textbooks but requires true vision. The young Ravenclaws exchanged anxious glances. Michael Corner muttered, I should have opted for ancient runes. Don't be foolish, Corner, Padma retorted sharply. Aren't you fond of Hufflepuff S. Burns? Why not use a crystal ball to determine your fate with her? Is that really possible? The boy's eyes brightened. Trelawney drifted to their table. Young man. Fate does not heed the arrangements of crystal balls. Suddenly, she leaned closer. However, from your palm, I see a long and enduring bond yet to begin. She does not feel entirely indifferent towards you. The timing simply isn't right. Michael Corner's face turned crimson. She is amazing, Padma whispered in admiration to Mandy. A look of reverence filled the eyes of several students as they gazed at her. And you, Trelawney turned to Mandy with conviction, beware of the dark-haired boy. Ollie bored, fiddled with the tea set in her hands, silently contemplating the system's third main academic quest. 3. Earn the recognition and trust of 3 teachers. 03. Now that she had gained Professor Flitwick's trust, she still needed to focus on McGonagall, Sprout, Snape, Hagrid, Lupin, Trelawney, and several other elective teachers. McGonagall and Sprout had already recognized her with a score of 40, so she needed to select another professor to concentrate on. She wondered how easily Trelawney could be swayed. During the next half of the class, Trelawney instructed them to steep tea with boiling water, drink it, and then study the tea leaves left in each other's cups. After finishing her scalding tea, Mandy, sticking out her tongue, handed her cup to Ollie. Staring at the dark brown remnants for a while, Ollie finally began to fabricate seriously as Trelawney approached. I see 3 peach blossoms. 3 boys will pursue you simultaneously. Is that really a possibility? Mandy asked, intrigued. Trelawney leaned down, gently pinching Ollie's cup between her fingers. She slowly rotated the cup's rim, her excessively large eyes clouded and vacant. After a moment, she finally set the cup down with a sigh. Another unfortunate cup, dear child. The classroom fell silent, all eyes fixed on her. My dear, you are cursed by death. Trelawney's voice, shrouded in incense, became indistinct. Time is short. You have at most 1 year left. With a crash, Mandy accidentally shattered a teacup, scalding Trelawney's instep. After class, Mandy and Padma flanked Ollie, cautiously gauging her expression. What Professor Trelawney said might not be true, Padma whispered. Mandy waved her fist. Exactly, don't be disheartened. I now believe she is just an old fraud. Ollie nodded. I know. She couldn't ascertain the truth of that prophecy. After all, moments when Trelawney genuinely possessed vision were exceedingly rare, and she hadn't been in that trance-like state while speaking just now. However, if it involved the underground dueling arena and the serpent, her expression darkened. In the corridor, she encountered Harry and Hermione, who had just finished Transfiguration class. After hearing her account, Harry seemed to find a kindred spirit. Trelawney also predicted that I would die. However, Professor McGonagall said she does this every year for 1 lucky student. Then hasn't that quota been exceeded? Hermione bluntly stated, divination is utter nonsense. An old fraud deceiving a group of fools. Yet some truly believe it. Ollie and Harry stared at her in astonishment. What? Hermione replied. Hermione. I can't believe you use foul language, Harry remarked. You're quite fierce, Ollie added. Their next class was potions with Snape. Following instructions, they turned their potion books to the page on shrinking solution. Ollie had already completed the 6th year textbook over the summer, so 3rd year was not particularly challenging. She diligently focused on chopping daisy roots, and submitted a standard solution before the class ended. Snape glanced at her potion, said nothing, and coldly marked a no on the paper. As the class bell rang, Ollie slung her bag over her shoulder, just as she intended to escape the dimly lit dungeon. She heard Snape call out, Crane. Reluctantly, she walked back to the front of the classroom, looking up at the cold, hawk-nosed man. Once the other Ravenclaws and Hufflepuffs had exited, Snape finally spoke slowly. His index finger tapped the desk. Mr. Malfoy came to see me last week. He said you are the hope of the Crane family and deserve more opportunities for cultivation, meaning he wishes for me to pay you special attention. Therefore, starting today, you will stay with me every Wednesday and Friday for an hour to study advanced potion brewing. Spending over 2 hours a week in the company of the most caustic man in all of Hogwarts? How delightful. Ollie wore a face that suggested she was prepared to face death. Very well, Professor. Snape retorted, you ought not to display such a look of desperation. Professor Severus Snape's approval rating, 1 current for, wait. Ollie quickly raised a dutiful smile. Professor, what shall we learn today? Let us begin with the meticulous slicing of these 300 pieces of dragon liver. Yes, she obediently replied at once. Do not feign such enthusiasm, Cran. Snape slowly approached her. While your potion results may barely pass, your approach to handling the ingredients is nothing short of appalling. Professor Severus Snape's approval rating, 1 current 3. Ollie, students like you who believe they can coast by on mere talent, are far too common at Hogwarts. They either end up in St. Mungos due to potion accidents or lying lifeless beside their own cauldrons. Professor Severus Snape's approval rating, 1 current 2. Ollie, half an hour later. She finally managed to handle the excessively frozen dragon liver, and without a moment to wipe the sweat from her brow, she presented it to Snape. Professor, how is this? Snape replied, the texture of dragon liver must be sliced along the grain, not against it like some novice sharpening a knife, Cran. Professor Severus Snape's approval rating, 2. Current, 0. Chapter 78. Feigning Pain the Boggart. Ollie spent the entire afternoon slicing dragon liver. With each cut, a fresh, frozen fire dragon seemed to suffer. Snape remained unrelenting, occasionally uttering words that nearly made her bleed from the ears. Ollie sighed at his approval rating of 0, realizing how futile her efforts were. If she relied on Snape to complete her academic tasks, her grave would likely have grass growing 2 meters high by now. Snape took the slices of dragon liver she handed him, and casually tossed them into the bubbling cauldron in the corner. She discreetly glanced at the recipe on the table. Moonstone powder and nightshade leaves were not ingredients she recognized. Pack your things, if you continue to slice like this during detention on Friday. A sudden commotion erupted as a Slytherin student burst through the door, interrupting him. Headmaster Malfoy was injured in care of magical creatures class, and is now in the hospital wing. The student gasped. What happened? Snape inquired with a raised brow. He was kicked by the hippogriff during class. It looks quite serious. He keeps shouting in pain. Snape appeared somewhat impatient, but swiftly rose to his feet, instructing her. Bring along the potions meant for Madame Pomfrey. Ollie, cradling a basket of potions, followed Snape to the hospital wing. Draco's bed was surrounded by a throng of Slytherin students, who parted to make way for Snape's arrival. Among the crowd, she spotted Theodore, who, noticing her burdened hands, naturally stepped forward to take the basket. He turned to hand the potions to Madame Pomfrey, and then tilted his head slightly toward her. Let us go. Where? To the library, he replied, his pale eyes calmly fixed on her. You've delivered the potions. Do you not intend to return? I came to, Theodore interrupted. It's merely an act. It's not that serious. He subtly stepped closer, lowering his head just enough to block her view of the bed. Madame Pomfrey reattached his arm half an hour ago. Just as she was about to respond, a voice from the bed suddenly rose 2 octaves. Ollie, I'm in agony. Aren't you going to check on me? The hospital wing fell silent. Crabbe and Goyle turned, and even Pansy, with tears in her eyes, looked toward her, as did Madame Pomfrey and Snape, who was lurking in the corner. Draco pushed through the crowd surrounding the bed, propping himself up on the edge, his face pale. He lowered his gaze, his once hostile demeanor softening, with the corners of his mouth turned slightly down, appearing almost pitiable. It hurts. Come keep me company, or I won't be able to sleep tonight. At these words, she was certain she caught a slight twitch at the corner of Snape's mouth. The farce did not continue for long. Once Madame Pomfrey confirmed that Draco was only pretending to be in pain, she shooed everyone out of the hospital wing, including Snape. Bang! The doors of the hospital wing slammed shut behind them, and Madame Pomfrey muttered as she walked away. The hospital wing is not a place for your flirtations. Snape remarked. Cran has disrupted the order of the hospital wing. Ravenclaw loses 2 points. What does that have to do with her? The first class on Thursday was Defense Against the Dark Arts. The location was changed unexpectedly. It would not be in the usual classroom but instead in the staff lounge. Ollie followed the flow of students inside, where the Gryffindors were excitedly discussing how they had just learned to deal with boggats. In the center of the empty room stood a large pitch-black wardrobe, its doors trembling slightly and emitting low creaking sounds. Professor Lupin stood beside the wardrobe, his expression warm. I am Lupin. Some of you may have seen me at the start of term feast. I am this year's new Defense Against the Dark Arts professor, he said. Does anyone here have knowledge about boggats? Ollie raised her hand. Miss Cran? Boggats have no physical form. They transform into the deepest fears of an individual and prefer dark, damp places such as the gaps beneath beds. Excellent. Ravenclaw earns 3 points, Lupin commended, smiling kindly at her. The method for confronting such creatures is quite simple. One must shout ridiculous, imagining them in the most humorous form possible. After outlining the precautions, Lupin instructed the students to line up one by one. Ollie positioned herself toward the back of the line. Mandy was somewhat frightened, yet timidly stood in front of her. Mandy remarked, I just finished a horror novel last night while tucked in bed. Oh no, I hope mine isn't Professor Snape, Padma chimed in. Lupin opened the wardrobe, and immediately a cacophony of chaos erupted. From ghostly apparitions scuttling across the floor to towering flying cockroaches and writhing slugs, it was a veritable menagerie of fright. Ridiculous. Ridiculous. The cockroach transformed into a winged red bean, and the slug morphed into a bowl of footed noodles. Soon it was Mandy's turn. Her boggart took the form of the chainsaw-wielding maniac from the horror novel she had read last night. After she shouted ridiculous, the chainsaw in his hands turned into a crispy, glistening chicken leg. Laughter erupted from the crowd. Ollie stared blankly at the ominous wardrobe. Miss Cran, it's your turn, Lupin gently reminded her. She stepped forward slowly, and the Ravenclaw students behind her instinctively rose on tiptoe to catch a glimpse. Everyone was curious to see what the usually composed and unflappable Ollie Cran would fear. As she locked eyes with the maniac wielding the chicken leg, a soft sound echoed, and the boggart transformed into a dense black mist, swirling and struggling in the air. The light in the room dimmed abruptly. The next moment, a loud thunderclap reverberated from above, followed by a fine drizzle that quickly escalated into a torrential downpour. The hem of her robes became swiftly drenched, the chill creeping along her spine. Gasps filled the classroom. Someone whispered, "Can a boggart really cause it to rain inside?" Before the wardrobe, that swirling black mist finally coalesced into a humanoid form. Ollie wiped the rainwater from her cheeks and gazed at the figure the boggart had assumed. Her stomach lurched, as if someone had given it a hard twist. The woman before her had silver-gray hair, meticulously styled into a bun, a slender and high nose, and her pale lips were thin and tightly pressed. The woman tightened her grip on the whip, her cold eyes fixed upon Ollie. It was Mary Pritchard, the headmistress of the Heather House Orphanage. Chapter 79. The inability to cast the Patronus charm. Mary's gaze fell upon her, and an intense loathing immediately surfaced on her cruel visage. "Aliclan, you wretched little bastard. A mouthful of lies, unteachable, unwilling to repent. Hell is where you belong." She strode forward, an aura of chilling malevolence surrounding her. The malicious glint in the woman's eyes caused the students behind her to instinctively take a step back. Despite the bogart's appearance as an ordinary woman, she was far more terrifying than any ghoul. Aliclan stood motionless, fixated on Mary. At last, the woman reached her, raising her whip high. Several students gasped in shock, and Mandy abruptly grasped Aliclan's sleeve, her voice trembling. "Let me handle this, Alic." She gently shook her head, frowning as she stared at the woman before her. Seeing her frozen, Lupin hurried over, concern etched on his weary face. "If you possessed even half of Joy Beck's compliance, I wouldn't have to confine you to the basement repeatedly." Mary leaned down, her coarse palm caressing Aliclan's cheek. "Joy is the child worthy of redemption, while you're the seed of a demon, destined for punishment. He is kind-hearted, willing to sneak in with sweets to see you. And you? Why not admit that you are responsible for all of this?" In that very moment, Lupin extended his arm, intending to shield her. Yet she calmly raised her wand. "How amusing." The bogart froze. In the next instant, Mary's dark gray robe erupted into a vibrant floral garment. She donned a cake-shaped hat, and the whip in her hand transformed into a candy cane. "Oh God!" Mary exclaimed in panic, covering her face as she fled back to the wardrobe. The sound of dripping water from the ceiling gradually ceased, and with a subtle flick of her wand, Aliclan instantly restored everyone's soaked clothing to its dry and smooth state. "I apologize for the inconvenience," she said, a slight smile gracing her lips. Mandy and Padma covered their mouths, gazing at her with a mixture of astonishment and sympathy. Soon, the classroom buzzed with hushed whispers. "Joy Beck? That lovely fourth-year Hufflepuff? I thought he was so nice. They are actually connected." Lupin regarded her with a weary smile beginning to emerge on his face. He hesitated for a moment before gently placing his hand on her shoulder. "You are a brave child." Professor Remus Lupin's approval rating. 5 current. 5. As the bell rang, Lupin leaned down and softly inquired, "Would you come to my office for a moment?" Aliclan nodded, bidding farewell to Padma and Mandy as she followed him into the Defense Against the Dark Arts office. She was gently seated on a plush armchair. Lupin rose and rummaged through the cupboard against the wall for a moment, before producing a packet of cocoa powder. "I must apologize for today's lesson," he said, waving his wand to set the kettle boiling. "I had intended for the bogart to help you better understand it, preparing you for future encounters, but I did not foresee that it would trigger your psychological trauma." Aliclan shook her head. "It's nothing." Lupin remained silent, stirring the tea with a spoon as steam began to rise, filling the air with a gentle sweet aroma. She stared dreamily at the rising vapor. "Professor, what is it?" Lupin replied amiably. "After we returned to school on the train that day, I attempted to practice the Patronus charm on my own for several days. I thought of many joyful memories, yet I could not manifest it. This was peculiar. Aliclan had always excelled in spellcasting, and this was her first encounter with such a barrier. The Patronus charm is an advanced spell," Lupin reassured her. "You are only in your 3rd year. Failure is perfectly normal. Yet you are indeed an exception. Your grades in Defense Against the Dark Arts for the past 2 years have been outstanding, and Professor Flitwick has remarked on your remarkable talent." He furrowed his brow. "To be honest, I have been troubled by what happened that day. The spell you cast actually repelled the Dementor, but it was incomplete, wasn't it?" Aliclan replied, "All I produced was mist without form, but it did work. At that moment, I wasn't thinking of anything. I merely recited the incantation." Lupin gazed at her in astonishment. "You did not think of anything that made you happy?" She shook her head honestly. "No, I couldn't think of anything." The sound of the spoon ceased. Lupin looked at her, scrutinizing her eyes intently. "Can you try again?" Aliclan raised her wand and gently waved it. A torrent of silvery mist erupted from the tip of her wand, rapidly filling the entire room. Lupin's expression gradually grew serious. He extended his hand, gathering some of the damp mist into his palm. This is not a normal Patronus charm. It is entirely driven by your magical power, without any emotional involvement. He paced thoughtfully for a moment before looking up again. You should know that many high-level spells, such as the Patronus charm and the unforgivable curses, must be grounded in intense emotion, correct? Alaclan replied, for the former, it requires joyful memories, while the latter necessitates genuine malice and a desire to harm. Precisely, Lupin nodded. But you. He carefully chose his words. Alaclan, I have observed that your spell is forcibly propelled by your magical power. She was taken aback. Your magic is so potent that it can bypass those emotional thresholds. It is not that you cannot do it. Rather, emotions are not sufficiently useful to you. The reason you cannot manifest a Patronus may not stem from a lack of joyful memories, but from the purity of your magic, which requires corresponding emotions to be equally pure. Ordinary happiness is simply insufficient. Alaclan finally understood the gravity of his expression. If what he said were true, the ability to cast spells while disregarding all emotional barriers would be terrifying. This suggested that she could potentially bypass the emotional thresholds of hatred or sadistic pleasure, and directly cast the unforgivable curses. Isn't that a strength? Alaclan asked. Rather than a talent, it is an extremely dangerous deviation, Lupin replied, looking directly at her. Have you always had strong magic? She nodded and then shook her head. I awakened quite late, but when I first erupted, it shattered the entire banquet hall. She chuckled lightly to lighten the mood. Lupin did not smile. Full violent, highly aggressive, yet lacking natural restraint, he murmured softly, suddenly raising his head to fix his gaze upon her. This does not resemble the natural magical state of an ordinary wizard. He slowly uttered a word, murmur. Chapter 80, Murmur, King of the Small Stove. What? Your situation resembles a murmur that has not successfully transformed. Lupin gazed at her in confusion. But how is that possible? Generally, murmurs rarely survive past the age of 10. A murmur, a dark magical force hidden within young wizards. It quietly breeds when they are forced to suppress their magic in extreme oppression, violence, or fear. During the era of witch hunts, it frequently emerged, even being regarded by muggles as evidence of demonic possession. Yet in today's peaceful and open magical society, it has almost become a legend. Could she be a murmur? The details of her magical upheaval flashed rapidly through her mind. The excruciating pain, the power seeming to tear from deep within her bones and blood, stretching to break through her skin. Yet she had never exhibited any of the legendary symptoms of a murmur. No dark mist, no distortion of magic, and no complete emotional collapse. The only abnormality was that inexplicable antique system. Do you experience memory lapses? Or sometimes lose control over your body? Lupin asked softly. Alaclan shook her head. Lupin's brows furrowed tightly together. Despite this being only their second meeting, the deep concern on his face appeared genuine. I am equally perplexed by the situation. Yet if this force has not harmed you thus far, let us observe it for a while longer. There is no need for fear. I will keep this matter confidential for you, and you should refrain from disclosing it to anyone else for the time being, he said with solemnity. She blinked, her mind racing with thoughts. Lupin was indeed an intriguing individual. He bore no hostility towards her. Upon discovering the anomaly, he neither opted to report it nor distanced himself, instead revealing a certain degree of protectiveness. Was it a sense of responsibility as a professor, or merely a facet of his character? Regardless, such a person was worth approaching. Moreover, as the professor of defense against the dark arts, he undoubtedly possessed a wealth of undisclosed knowledge. With this in mind, she quickly lowered her gaze, her long eyelashes fluttering slightly, her expression softening. Professor, your words have startled me. Lupin appeared somewhat flustered. This is merely my conjecture. It does not necessarily pertain to you. I wish to learn how to cast the true Patronus charm. If that is permissible? It is indeed permissible, though I must be cautious in my phrasing, as this spell may prove quite challenging for you. I am unafraid of difficulties, Professor. Eowyn smiled gently, for you are here to guide me, are you not? I am eager to receive your instruction. Lupin seemed a tad embarrassed. Professor Remus Lupin's approval level 2, current 7. Professor Remus Lupin's approval level 3, current 10. Very well, he said. I can also take this opportunity to observe the state of your magical power. Are you still experiencing any uncontrolled episodes? Eowyn shook her head. Not since the first year. Lupin nodded thoughtfully, then suddenly exhaled softly, realizing that the hot cocoa in his hands had grown cold. The young professor of defense against the dark arts appeared quite sheepish. He awkwardly extended the mug toward her and tapped the rim with his wand, steam rising anew. Drink up, he said, a faint smile breaking through his pale visage. If Hogwarts had a kitchen, Aelwyn would likely be expelled for monopolizing the most coveted spot in the school. On Monday and Tuesday afternoons, she had to attend Professor Flitwick's office to learn advanced dueling techniques. On Wednesdays and Fridays, she was required to appear punctually in the potions classroom, where Snape detained her under the guise of private instruction in cutting dragon liver. The only day she had initially freed up, Thursday, was now gently commandeered by Lupin to practice the Patronus charm. As for the weekends, she was obliged to assist Professor Sprout in weeding the greenhouse, followed by returning to Professor McGonagall's Transfiguration office to help organize assignments. Her entire schedule was monopolized by the faculty in turn. When would she have a moment to herself? It was a Friday afternoon, the weather splendid, and the Quidditch pitch was abuzz with the New Year's selection trials. Draco, Harry, the twins Cedric and Cho had all invited her to watch their flying training. It was astonishing to realize how they all seemed to be part of the Quidditch team. Unfortunately, she was detained by Snape, unable to enjoy her splendid Friday afternoon. Aelwyn walked briskly toward the greenhouse, her expression clouded, while Theodore followed at a leisurely pace. As Snape's favored pupil, he had been assigned to supervise her harvesting of wolfsbane leaves. Was Snape perhaps researching a potion involving wolfsbane? Along the way, a few lower-year students huddled together near the corridor, casting furtive glances in her direction, their voices barely above a whisper. "Isn't that Cran? I read in the Daily Prophet a couple of days ago that she isn't actually Muggle-born? Apparently, she descends from an ancient family? How surprising. Isn't it coincidental that someone mentioned her boggart is the matron of an orphanage? Yes, I overheard others saying that the matron particularly dislikes her, finding her difficult to manage, claiming she is obstinate and troublesome, even calling her a calamity." Aelwyn walked past, her gaze unwavering. Theodore remained silent, subtly shifting his body to shield her from the prying eyes. They soon arrived at the greenhouse. "Can you tell me, as Snape's favored pupil, what advantages does it confer?" She mimicked holding a microphone in front of Theodore. Theodore replied, "You don't get deducted points, nor does he keep you after class. You're just relying on being a Slytherin." Theodore retorted, "If you were a Slytherin, he would favor you too." Aelwyn reflected on his gaze over the years, deciding to remain skeptical. The greenhouse they were headed to was situated far from the castle, on the edge of the Forbidden Forest. Aelwyn swiftly gathered the required herbs in 5 minutes, casually stuffing the heavy bag of herbs into Theodore's arms. The weight made his shoulders sag slightly. Stepping out of the greenhouse, a shadow flitted past the edge of the Forbidden Forest, causing her to halt. A dog. A bushy tail shook behind a tree trunk. And moments later, a large black dog slowly emerged, appearing gaunt and bony. Upon seeing her, the black dog's eyes brightened with surprise, wagging its tail as it ambled toward her. It lifted its gaze, noticing Theodore beside her, revealing a hint of anthropomorphic confusion. "Is it not the same one as before?" Chapter 81. The dog has something to say. Aelwyn crouched down, cradling its broad paw in her hands, inspecting it closely. She was relieved to find that the scar from the dark magic had completely healed, and there were no new wounds on its skin. It seemed to have been faring quite well during this time, hadn't it? The black dog slowly sat down, gently tapping its tail against her shoe. Aelwyn inquired, "What is it?" It nudged her sleeve with its snout, then casually turned its head toward Theodore. And Aelwyn surprisingly detected a glimmer of mischief and teasing in its eyes. "Mr. Black, could you exhibit a modicum of awareness as a fugitive? What time is it to still be gossiping?" "Oh, the one from the summer is busy playing Quidditch today. Do you miss him? Perhaps next time I will bring him along to see you," Aelwyn suggested. Theodore squinted his eyes. The black dog nodded in a surprisingly human manner, accepting the arrangement. Aelwyn glanced up, catching sight of Theodore's frozen expression, a smirk curling at her lips as she couldn't resist a playful thought. Reaching out to ruffle its fur, "Dog, between the one from summer and this one, which do you prefer?" It raised its gaze lazily, casting a disdainful glance at Theodore. Sirius scoffed inwardly. "These two? None of them hold a candle to him, his beloved charming and enthusiastic protégé. But at least the boy from summer was pleasant to look at, polite in speech, and had a bit of sweetness to his character. This expressionless, low-pressure Slytherin before her? What was that?" It nudged her fingertips with its wet nose and then glanced at Theodore, emitting a deep, almost human-like sigh. The black dog shook its head solemnly. Theodore's expression darkened instantly. Aelwyn erupted into laughter, unrestrained. The dog wagged its tail proudly, just as it was about to nuzzle her palm affectionately. A foul-smelling herb plummeted from above, landing squarely on its sensitive nose. "Oof!" The black dog jumped in surprise. "My hand slipped," Theodore remarked dryly. A provocation with a damage value of 99. The black dog bared its teeth at him menacingly. With a deadpan expression, harboring a strong desire for revenge. It deemed this insufferable Slytherin utterly unworthy. "You're still so thin," Eowyn commented, weighing its light paw in her hands. "Do you need me to sneak some raw meat from the kitchen for you?" Since third year, she felt it imperative to begin engaging in some of the original plotlines. Now was an opportune moment to establish connections. If she could clear Sirius's name ahead of time and incidentally do a favor for both Harry and him, it would ensure that, wherever she went in the future, they would not stand against her. The black dog shook its head, brushing aside a dead mouse on the ground, though its tail betrayed its true feelings, rising high. "Is this all you eat?" Seeing this, Ollie smirked slightly and said, "Well, I had intended to bring you some roasted beef, sausages and lamb chops from the hall, along with chocolate muffins, raisin pudding, and syrup fruit pies." With a gentle nudge, the black dog poked at her palm, extending its tongue and gazing at her with bright eyes. Ollie chuckled. "If you want to eat, just say so next time." Sirius happily wagged his tail and circled around her twice. How wonderful it would be if her beloved protege could meet such a splendid girl in the future. Ollie made her way to the school kitchen and, citing her recent late-night study sessions, requested a box brimming with crispy golden chicken legs from the enthusiastic house elf. She carried the chicken legs to the edge of the forbidden forest, placing them in front of the makeshift doghouse crafted from leaves and branches. Reminding herself to ration the food, the black dog let out a soft whine. Ollie sighed, realizing that she now had to care for not only Roundy but also a stray dog. At this rate, her home would soon resemble a zoo. She clapped her hands, stood up, and headed toward the dueling club. Today marked the first club activity for the third years. The club had transformed remarkably. With the financial backing of Lucius and several willing pureblood families, the originally cramped classroom had been enchanted to extend its space, completely transformed into a luxurious training ground. Lavish crystal chandeliers hung overhead, while a medical station and spell testing tables were set up in the corners, with an endless supply of training equipment and restorative potions arriving continuously. As she pushed open the door, Riot promptly stepped forward and naturally draped an arm around her shoulder. "It's been a whole summer since we last met. Did you miss me?" he asked, leaning down affectionately to nuzzle his furry head into her palm. "If I hadn't snatched a copy of the Daily Prophet from Weasley, I wouldn't have known you've become pure-blooded now." Ollie did not deny it, absent-mindedly patting his head. Although she had learned to trust Riot under the constraints of the spell, she firmly believed that true secrets must be guarded even from those closest to her. The identity crafted for her by the Malfoy family was hard-won, and she had to maintain it flawlessly. Hermione, standing nearby, interjected with a look of disapproval. "All right, Riot. The club activity is about to start." Riot frowned. "What is it to you?" Ollie gently admonished Riot. He instantly complied. "Okay." The club had gathered quite a few members. Among them were several she had encountered during the summer gala, scions of pureblood families who had reluctantly joined at their parents' behest. They lounged on the sofas, arms crossed, appearing more like board members than students of a club. "Hey Cran," a boy drawled lazily, "you're quite the big shot, making us wait this long?" Ollie discreetly furrowed her brow. The money contributed by those pureblood families was neither insignificant nor trivial enough to disregard. Their children, however, seemed to treat it as an investment, adopting an air of entitlement as they critiqued the situation. Riot's expression darkened immediately, hands shoved in his pockets as he strode towards the boy. "Got a problem? Speak up." Now in his 5th year, he towered over most present, casting a shadow that made the boy instinctively recoil. Hermione, sensing the tension, quickly attempted to mediate. "This is our club's first official gathering, and I'd like to confirm a few things first." "Oh, shut up," the boy suddenly interrupted her, sneering as he turned to Ollie. "Cran, I'm genuinely curious. How did you come to the decision of having a muggle-born wizard in a management position?" Before she could respond, another student gathered courage and chimed in. "And him? Yes, a mudblood too, right? Aren't you a lost pureblood descendant? What are you doing associating with someone like him?" Chapter 82. The club begins. Quidditch. Riot's temples throbbed, his back tense, fingers whitening as he clenched his fists. Ollie knew that with his temperament, under normal circumstances, he would have already punched the boy in the face. But at this moment, he merely lowered his head, his chest rising and falling slightly, suppressing his anger with a near Herculean effort. He lifted his gray-green eyes, looking at her with quiet restraint. Ollie stepped forward to the sofa, looking down at the boy from her elevated position. She spoke softly. "Since you've entered my club, I believe you should first understand one thing. In the dueling arena, blood status is merely a decorative embellishment. Your parents sent you here? Did they intend for you to play a game of pureblood make-believe?" The boy's face flushed with anger as he retorted, "But you're also pureblood. We're on the same side." Another student quickly echoed, growing increasingly arrogant. My dad even invested in your club. Don't we have any say in this? Relying on the Malfoys for recognition while trying to act as if they were the only ones left standing. Riot's frustration peaked, and he stepped forward abruptly, only to be stopped by her grasping his fingers. She shook her head calmly. He stood frozen, eyes downcast, staring at her hand. After a moment, he couldn't help but gently caress it, his fingertips lovingly squeezing her soft fingertips. Ollie's expression turned a shade colder. I trust that your parents, along with every Forsyte family, would wish for the club to operate smoothly with clear rules. Otherwise, what significance does your investment hold? I do not want your investments to be misconstrued as a mere means for one of your children to hold a position for a few days. We are not buying positions. We are investing in order. Mr. Malfoy has also given his approval for these arrangements, she added with a cool smile. Or do you have an issue with the Malfoy family? The boy fell silent at once. I welcome all exceptional students. As long as you can stand on the platform and achieve victory. In the dueling club, you would do well to let your wand do the talking. Want Riot's and Hermione's positions? Then come and challenge them. After a brief silence, Ernie Macmillan from Hufflepuff, his face flushed, spoke up. Cran is right. We're here to learn spells, not to compare family trees. Hannah Abbott chimed in awkwardly. I'd only be impressed by someone who could defeat Granger and Riot. It seemed that the pureblood children from Hufflepuff were more agreeable. As soon as these words were spoken, several previously timid students lifted their heads, nodding in agreement. Ollie released Riot's fingers, and he immediately stepped forward, grabbing the boy by the collar and pulling him up from the sofa to drag him toward the dueling platform. Come on, let us have a duel. Oh, wait a second. Riot grinned broadly. Wait for what? Don't you want my position? If you can win, I'll kneel down and give it to you. The boy looked terrified. That's really not necessary. Now who wants to practice spells with me? Hermione asked kindly, readily taking on the role of the peacemaker. Ollie cheerfully remarked. Choose between training with Hermione or Riot. The remaining students, witnessing the boy's desperate struggles, quickly stood up. Professor Granger, I want to train with you. The inaugural club meeting went quite smoothly. She and Hermione patiently demonstrated the techniques for the stunning spell and the Petrificus Totalis. While Hermione was somewhat inexperienced in practical application compared to theory, she managed to teach the second and third years adequately. The little wizards practiced in pairs, sweat glistening on their foreheads, their eyes intensely focused on their opponents. Ollie said, raise your wand a bit higher, this way. You'll find it easier to hit your target's vital areas. I got it. Hannah shouted, casting the stunning spell. Ernie was instantly struck by a beam of purple light, crashing onto the soft mat several meters away. Hannah gasped, her face and neck turning a deep shade of red. Alright, that's enough for today. You all did well, Hermione announced. Ernie was taken to the medical station by Hermione to tend to his scrapes. We keep Essence of Dittany on hand here, so don't worry. Current progress update. Club recognition in School Dueling Club, 3100. Progress details as follows. Member activity level. 2. Student reputation. 1. Ollie subtly furrowed her brow. Since the commencement of the third academic year, the system's announcements had become excessively frequent, almost demanding attention daily. What's this? A change of heart? So diligent this year? To assist the host in better fulfilling her tasks. There was an inkling that it harbored no benevolent intentions. The club was merely in its nascent stage. Everything appeared to be on the right track. Yet she understood that the system's tasks would never be as straightforward as they seemed. Elevating the approval rating to 100 would necessitate far more than a few routine training sessions. She might need to amplify the club's daily activities to a level that rivals the fervor of the Quidditch season to truly capture the attention of the entire school. The competition structure required refinement, the points and rewards system must be explicitly defined, and the promotional strategies needed to be meticulously planned in advance. Perhaps she could draw inspiration from certain battle rules of the nightmares, distilling the essence while discarding the dross, to create a dual platform that is both exhilarating and safe. She mentally itemized her to-do list before finally turning to leave the club. As October dawned, the first Quidditch match officially arrived. Originally, it was to be Gryffindor versus Slytherin. But Draco had sustained an injury to his hand from a hippogriff just before the match, necessitating a last-minute change to Hufflepuff. Cedric sent a mint-scented letter alongside this news. The match is this weekend. Will you come and cheer for me? Ollie smiled as she tucked the thin sheet of paper into her satchel. He always had a penchant for writing letters with utmost seriousness, then adorning them with a few clumsily drawn smiley faces. The day of the match was a dreary afternoon, with the stands bustling with excitement, gold and red flags and yellow banners billowing in the air. Having just concluded a defense against the dark arts class, Ollie made her way towards the players' changing room. Professor Lupin had taken a few days off, and Snape had come to substitute, regaling them with an elaborate lecture on werewolves. While concocting a wolfsbane potion, he simultaneously introduced the topic of werewolves. One could only wonder what his true feelings about Lupin were. As she lifted the curtain to the changing room, she immediately sensed she had arrived a tad too early. The dimly lit room housed only a vague silhouette shifting in the shadows. She locked eyes with Joey Beck, who was in the process of changing into his uniform. His school robe half off, revealing his pale collarbone and the elegant lines of his neck and shoulders. His dark eyes quickly crinkled with a hint of delight. Ollie, are you here to see me? Chapter 83. The Battleground, Cedric versus Joey. Ollie turned to leave, but Joey swiftly stepped forward, grasping her wrist. His half-removed robe hung loosely from his shoulder, and despite the dim lighting, she could still discern the intersecting whip marks on his skin. Some of them appeared particularly fresh. Cracked flesh oozing a faint crimson, overlaying older wounds that had yet to heal. Instead of hastily pulling away, she smiled slightly. Did Mary beat you up again over the summer? He tightened his grip, pulling her closer. Why are you laughing so happily? Ollie raised her gaze to meet his pitch-black pupils. He had grown significantly taller, nearly a head above her, casting a shadow over her. If one day she were to beat you to death in Heather House, I would be even happier, she whispered softly in his ear, her warm breath cascading over him. His body stiffened, the previously gentle expression on his face fracturing bit by bit, the corners of his mouth curling into a wider smile, even trembling with excitement. You know, Ollie, I originally thought that after you left the orphanage, you would forget our past. You always acted so heartless, seeing me no longer shivering, no longer afraid of thunderstorms. Why? Delicate, pale fingers reached out, attempting to graze her cheek, but she deftly evaded his touch. Joey chuckled softly, his chest vibrating with mirth. But I heard that your boggart contains me, he said, lowering his gaze, his face alight with joy. I'm so glad you haven't forgotten all of this. Nor forgotten me. Ollie scoffed coldly. You are a lunatic. Indeed I am, he replied gently. Whether in madness or obsession, on the scales of emotion. Whether it is extreme love or profound hatred, he always sought to stubbornly occupy one end. As long as the emotion was intense enough to be etched in memory. As long as those blue eyes reflected only him. What did it matter what it was? Ollie scoffed. You wish to be the most repugnant person in my life? You're not worthy of that title, Beck. You're merely a rat in the gutter. Joey's long eyelashes fluttered slightly. You're a liar, Ollie. When you see me, your pupils dilate. You're afraid of me. That's the most enchanting aspect of our relationship. You don't like me, yet you subconsciously fear me. Ollie let out a sharp, cold laugh. You're just spouting nonsense. He softly reiterated, his eyes gleaming momentarily. She retorted. Don't waste your breath with your legitimacy. Ah, so you know? Joey smirked, a shadow of gloom passing over his features. Unfortunately, I can't see it now. You've given your mind to someone else, Ollie. If you want to let me see, then why allow other things to invade your thoughts? Ollie's expression turned icy. Just as she was about to speak, footsteps suddenly echoed from outside. The curtain of the changing room was drawn back, and Cedric, with a smile on his face, stepped inside. The dim light in the room made him squint momentarily before his gaze fell upon the two of them. Cedric froze. The boy before him had his robe half off, hanging loosely on his shoulder, while the girl was nearly enveloped in his embrace, their proximity almost intimate. Reflexively, he tucked the brown paper bag he had been holding behind his back. Inside were strawberry gummies he had selected from Honeydukes. An inexplicable sense of awkwardness surged from his throat to his ears, and Cedric instinctively averted his gaze. Damn it, perhaps he should say something to ease the tension. The atmosphere thickened momentarily. Joey leaned down slowly, whispering in a tone only they could hear. I just took a peek with legitimacy, Ollie, you really are quite popular. Guess what Diggory is thinking right now? A flush crept up Cedric's cheeks and he looked visibly uneasy. Ollie, Joey? What are you two? Captain, my apologies. We were a bit loud just now. We didn't scare you, did we? Joey said, leisurely smiling. Cedric suddenly felt the paper bag in his palm grow warm. A wave of inexplicable embarrassment surged within him, like a fire suddenly igniting in his chest, causing his cheeks to burn and his fingers to tremble. At that moment, he probably resembled a ripe tomato. Joey's smile widened a fraction. Did you write her a letter inviting her to the match? And brought Honeyduke sweets? What a pity. I thought she was only coming to see me. How do you know? Cedric frowned. Ollie mentioned it to me ages ago. It seems she didn't choose you specifically. The captain just got hooked along with the rest. Cedric stood rooted to the spot. He suddenly felt foolish standing by the door. Instinctively he turned to leave. Almost colliding with the doorframe, His face flushed as he attempted to exit. Sorry, I interrupted. In the next moment, Ollie abruptly stomped on Joey's foot. Seizing the moment of his pain, she pushed against his chest with force, wrenching her wrist free from his tight grasp. Set. She called out urgently, even using a nickname. Cedric hesitated for a moment, not looking back. Ollie, with remarkable speed, disregarded Joey's increasingly somber expression, swiftly maneuvered to his front. Cedric's flush had yet to fully fade. His lips were tightly pressed as he silently averted his gaze towards her. Why are you running? She beamed, gently grasping his wrist. Don't listen to him. I came to find you today. The chaotic thoughts in his mind seemed to settle a little at her light-hearted words. She approached him with intention, and he, surprisingly, exhaled a quiet sigh of relief, almost imperceptibly. Were you really here to find me? Cedric inquired softly, biting his tongue. I swear, Ollie replied earnestly, her fingers intertwined, before reaching into her pocket to produce a warm batch of freshly baked cookies. You see, I specially baked these for you. What a jest. They were pilfered from the kitchen, originally intended for Sirius. Cedric's eyes widened slightly as he gazed at the small package of cookies. Her eyes sparkled with warmth and mirth as she placed the still steaming treats into his palm. A feather-light joy fluttered within him. And Cedric quickly clasped her fingers with a smile. No need to swear, Miss Ollie, for I too have brought you some sweets. He realized he had been rather petty, and could hardly blame her. As he unwrapped the parchment bag, he discovered that the gummies had long since been crushed to a pulp, leaving a dark stain on the paper. This was meant for you, he said, a hint of dismay in his voice, but I ruined it. I'm sorry. Ollie reached out to take it, but Cedric swiftly pinched a piece and held it to her lips. She lowered her head and took a bite. The whistle sounded across the field as the Gryffindor players filed out from the changing room on the opposite side. Before she could swallow, Cedric unexpectedly brushed away a crumb of candy from the corner of her mouth, his fingertip gently grazing her lips. You should go change, she mumbled. Ollie? A voice called out from behind them. She turned to see Fred and George clad in their vibrant red jerseys. George stared blankly, his gaze landing on Cedric's bent fingers. Chapter 84. She was orchestrating this game of strings. George thrust his broom into Fred's arms and approached with a broad smile, throwing an arm around her shoulders. So you're the new Hufflepuff Captain, Diggory? Ollie blinked, about to pull away, when Fred shoved 2 brooms into her hands. Little boss, keep an eye on our brooms for us. She watched as George slowly rolled up his sleeves. Cedric nodded with a smile. The Weasley twins? I've heard your batting skills are quite impressive. Let us set aside the mutual flattery for now. George whistled. I heard from Angelina and Katie that you're rather honest and reticent. Fred chuckled. Doesn't he seem very honest now, does it? Look at him. See where his hands have gone? Cedric remained silent, his gaze lowered to the hand George had placed on her shoulder. After a moment of contemplation, he suddenly reached out and gently grasped her wrist. In front of George, he leaned down, his face alight with a smile. Since you came all this way to see me, you'll cheer for me later, right? He emphasized the word specially. Ollie pushed Cedric lightly. Said, you still haven't changed into your uniform. Cedric, without diverting his gaze, replied, no rush. Said, calling me so affectionately? George squinted, pinching her cheek between his fingers. Ollie raised an eyebrow. Isn't that a bit nauseating? Fred chimed in, I told you Hufflepuffs are all fake modesty. Look at this. We've known each other for 2 years, and now the little boss is defending him. George smiled. What about the wolf-toothed bludger we studied last time? Shame you forgot it. Fred retorted, George, fists are much quicker. The distant whistle blew, and Madame Hooch called out from behind, Diggory. Why haven't you changed into your uniform yet? The other Hufflepuff players are all ready. You should be leaving. Perfect, gentlemen, Fred said. 2 minutes, madam, Cedric shouted back, his feet still planted firmly. George remarked, Fred, I feel like my fists might be a bit heated. Fred replied, need to cool them off on someone's face? Ollie was about to speak when George, with a hint of grievance, lowered his eyes, his cerulean gaze capturing hers. It was rare for her to see such complexity on his face, discontent, tinged with a hint of resentment and longing. Weren't you here to watch me and Fred today? Can't I glance at both of you? Ollie tilted her head. It's not like I have only one eye. George didn't reply instead. His fingers tugged at the light blue ribbon in her hair, playfully wrapping it around his knuckles. He suddenly sighed dramatically. Hearing your words has diminished my confidence for the match. If only someone could console me. She looked at him, exasperated. What do you want? Just then, the sound of furious footsteps approached, and Madame Hooch's south voice rang close. The match starts in 1 minute. Everyone is waiting for you 3. What is going on? Ollie's head buzzed. Whether it was from the pressure or the antics of the 3 fools, she suddenly sprang into action. She reached out and seized George by the collar. Before he could react, she yanked him down sharply. As he stumbled, Ollie stood on her toes and planted a quick kiss on his cheek. "Is that sufficient?" she asked softly, "as a return gift for your summer kiss." George stood frozen in place, covering the kissed half of his face, as if struck by a windfall, his expression dazed, his ears flushed, staring at her in confusion. Fred shot his brother a sidelong glance, the teasing smirk on his lips fading in the next moment. Ollie maintained a blank expression as she placed a gentle kiss on Fred's cheek as well. Fred covered his other cheek, equally stunned. Finally, she turned to Cedric. In the midst of his barely concealed anticipation, her lips brushed against his cheek, a fleeting touch. He closed his eyes, his eyelashes fluttering. Ollie stepped back calmly. "All right. Off to the match. I'll be cheering for all of you." The typically loquacious twins were rendered speechless, both gaping at her. "Fred, am I dreaming?" George asked. "You should slap me to find out." Fred silently kicked him hard. "It's not a dream." "Thank goodness," George gasped, finally breaking into a smile. "I feel like I could knock all the Hufflepuffs off their brooms if you could keep treating me like this." Ollie kicked him lightly again. Commentator Lee Jordan noted the unusual enthusiasm of both teams today. His good friend George Weasley swung his bat with vigor, the black quaffle darting around the field, nearly crashing into his commentary box. Fred, however, appeared somewhat distracted, his broom swaying through the air as if intoxicated. "Fred Weasley, if you don't hoist your bat onto your shoulder, I swear I'll break your nose next match." Laughter erupted from the stands. Professor McGonagall thwacked him on the head with a scroll. Rain began to fall unevenly from the sky, a heavy curtain obscuring everyone's view. Angelina scored. "Well done. Gryffindor leads by 50 points. On the other side, Harry, riding his Firebolt 2000, dove swiftly, with Merlin's blessing, striving to catch the snitch. Diggory was in hot pursuit. The two now only a few feet apart. "Harry," he suddenly stopped. "What is happening?" The loudspeaker crackled with chaotic noise. "Wait, there's a shadow below the field. Professor McGonagall. It's Dementors." Hundreds of Dementors appeared below the field, swarming like a tide. Accompanied by screams, chaos erupted in the stands. Professor McGonagall quickly drew her wand, but from the front row of the stands arose a thin, silver mist. Initially just a wisp, it suddenly expanded with a roar, enveloping the entire stadium in darkness. With a sizzling sound, the freshly caught Dementors were tossed into the mist, frying until they achieved a golden hue on both sides. The familiar petite figure turned around, lifting her head to flash a smile at her. McGonagall. Professor Minerva McGonagall's approval rating 30, current 70. Chapter 85. The Time Difference of the Twins. Fred Weasley believed that there had never been even a second of time difference between him and his twin brother, George Weasley. Even the old clock in their home, with its chipped paint, had their hands perpetually aligned, pointing in unison towards the same direction. Be it school, the road, or more frequently, towards their notable disappearances. From the moment they could remember, they were inseparable, which seemed only natural for a pair of twins. At 5, they would wander barefoot on the hillside north of their home, chasing gnomes. At 8, they faced their mother's wrath for secretly blowing up the ghoul in the attic. Dragged to the garden for a timeout. This bond persisted into the present. Perhaps they would never part. In terms of appearance, with their speckled freckles and ever taller frames, they maintained a strange yet seamless synchronization. This included their views on various matters. They both relished blowing bubbles with super bubblegum, and enjoyed the same Thunderclap brand, sharing a fondness for their mother's corned beef sandwiches, and scoffing at the Flanders Quidditch team's abysmal defense while naturally challenging authority and defying conventions. Fred saw nothing amiss in this. Wasn't it splendid? Breathing to the same rhythm. Even speaking required only the first half of a sentence, for George would effortlessly complete it. His impressions of Olicran were initially the same. The clever Ravenclaw, cunning and possessing a maturity beyond her years, would smile faintly upon seeing them. Oh, and let us not forget her captivatingly beautiful face. Fred pondered when it was that George's clock hand had subtly sped ahead. Was it that first meeting when Ollie, tricked into eating a canary cream by them, fell into George's arms? Or perhaps in the Forbidden Forest when she tugged at George's sleeve, hiding behind him with a pitiful expression? Or maybe George had already called out to Ollie while he was still happily repeating "Little Boss." Ah, the little boss. Of course he adored her. Who wouldn't he admire someone so intelligent, especially one who wielded their knowledge with such effortless grace, not flaunting it nor appearing as a dreary bookworm. She was light and agile, like a refreshing breeze. A wonderful friend, a partner in earning, and one of the few who could seamlessly join him and George without being bothersome. Before noticing the unmistakable blush on George's face, Fred had naively thought that the three of them could maintain a delightful, green, and healthy friendship. As the rain fell gently, amidst the chaos. The Quidditch match finally drew to a close. The sudden appearance of silvery mist on the field dispelled the Dementors, allowing Harry to successfully catch the golden snitch. We won! We won! Oliver Wood's cheers were deafening, causing Fred's eardrums to throb. Rubbing his ears, the cold rainwater trickled down from his hair, glued to his nose, and he instinctively glanced at George. George was swinging his bat, directing the 21st bludger towards Diggory, and it was hard to argue he wasn't being a bit selfish. They landed on the grass, and George skillfully slung an arm around Fred's shoulder. Fred, today isn't like you. Fred instinctively touched his left cheek. A wave of bitterness rising within him. Did that kiss mean she genuinely wanted to kiss him? Or was it simply a case of not distinguishing between them? Treating them equally? Navigating through the throng, Fred and George, both muddy, returned to the castle, hastily entering the restroom. 10 minutes later, Fred walked into the dormitory, towel in hand, hair still damp. George had yet to return, leaving only Leo lounging lazily by the window. Upon his entrance, Leo glanced up coldly, then returned to toying with his wand. I saw it, he stated. Fred was taken aback. What? Before the match commenced, Leo had frowned, his voice hoarse. She kissed both of you and that Hufflepuff pretty boy. Fred feigned nonchalance, chuckling lightly. What? Jealous, good roommate? Why would I be envious? He ground his teeth. I just want to rip that face of yours off and use it as a filthy rag. Fred felt a chill wash over him. Fine. He may say he wasn't jealous, but his reaction was quite honest. The pressure around Leo dropped suddenly, his eyes locking onto Fred, revealing a hint of extreme agitation. Neither of you deserve her kiss. Fred nearly laughed in disbelief. Oh, you mean to say you think you deserve it most? Leo regarded him with a peculiar expression. No. He replied, I've never thought of her that way. Now it was Fred's turn to be stunned, mouth agape. Then why are you always clinging to her? Leo scoffed. Is love all that occupies your pathetic minds? Not surprising, given your inability to comprehend. I, like everyone else, am unworthy of her. I'm a pile of rotting flesh in the mud, and so are you, George Weasley. Fred's expression darkened. Merlin, help me, for the sake of our roommate bond. I don't wish to fight you. Leo tilted his head. If you two dare to lay a hand on her again, I will be the first to strike and smash your face. Fred sighed, then stepped forward, gripping Leo's collar, forcefully pulling him away from the windowsill. Listen, Caleb. I don't understand how you define feelings, but if you think I'll abandon my pursuit or attempt to ruin my brother's happiness, you are gravely mistaken. Yes, I do like the little boss. She is the most wonderful girl in the world, but George and I are equally deserving of her affection. Leo made no move, merely lifting his gaze, his expression tinged with a fresh and subtly provocative challenge. Are all Weasleys this narcissistic? Better than being self-deprecating like you, Fred replied quietly. A noise came from the dormitory door, and Fred suddenly turned, spotting George standing there, having apparently been there for quite some time. George, he exclaimed, eyes wide. George's lips curled into a smile. Fred, I thought we might finally have one thing different from our childhood. Fred released Leo's collar, shrugging casually. Liking the little boss is as natural as breathing, isn't it? Destiny has corrected itself, gently advancing his hand forward. Thus their clocks remained perfectly aligned. Chapter 86. Investing in Honeydukes. On the eve of Halloween, the weather was clear, a rare warm Saturday, marking the first Hogsmeade visit of the academic year. This was Ollie's first trip to Hogsmeade. Before summer's end, she had early on secured Lucius's signature on the application form. Mandy had recently developed a passion for hand knitting, crafting several blankets after class, and had even made her a soft pink scarf. As the weather in Hogwarts grew cooler by the end of October, she buried half her face in the soft scarf as she descended the stairs towards the entrance. Autumn and Mandy were already waiting for her. Upon seeing her approach, Autumn's beautiful eyes blinked, her fingers gently curling to grasp Ollie's pinky. Autumn had put on makeup today, her dusty rose lipstick and eyeshadow sparkling in the sunlight. You look stunning, Ollie genuinely complimented. Autumn smiled, her eyes curving as she led her towards the entrance. Filch was standing by the carriage, meticulously checking the list to prevent any stragglers from sneaking out of the school. The carriage jostled along, and after about 20 minutes, the wheels came to a halt. Ollie pulled aside the carriage curtain, revealing a scene blanketed in silver. The pointed rooftops on either side weighed down by heavy snow. Hogsmeade Village, perpetually blanketed in snow, thrived with exuberance as its residents donned their wizarding robes. Meandering freely along the streets, the icy, muddy cobblestones had been rendered immaculate by a cleaning charm. They were the first to enter a newly opened cosmetics shop at the street corner. The door and window frames were adorned in a delicate rose hue, and a mother-of-pearl sign shimmered invitingly. Within the shop, A series of cosmetic brushes floated gracefully in midair, spinning in an orderly fashion. It was the first time that Ollie had encountered cosmetics from the magical realm. Their appearance bore no distinction from those utilized by Muggle women, with a variety that was similarly extensive. As she opened a palette of eyeshadow, her gaze was captivated by the liquid, flowing like water within. Ollie, turn around, came Autumn's voice from behind her. Complying, she felt two slender fingers gently grasp her chin, tilting her face upwards. Care to try some color? Autumn inquired softly, bringing a lipstick closer, one from the new collection by Muna and Manda that would change shades based on lip temperature. Ollie stood obediently, watching Autumn as she lowered her head, delicately applying the lipstick to Ollie's lower lip, slowly blending it in. Autumn's long hair cascaded over her shoulder, and it seemed she had changed her perfume. A gentle rose fragrance enveloped the small space between them. If your body temperature is higher, it turns a rich red tea color. If lower, a gentle pale pink, Autumn remarked, her eyes fixed on Ollie's lips. Ollie, your temperature is rather low. Gently. Autumn turned her face towards the mirror, revealing a soft lotus pink hue of the lipstick, glimmering subtly yet adding a touch of vivacious charm. It truly suits you, she said, her lips curling into a sly smile like that of a little fox. Stepping out of the Muna and Manda magical cosmetics shop, Ollie stowed her newly acquired skincare cream and hair mist into her storage bag. At the crossroads, she parted ways with Autumn and Mandy. She glanced down to count the galleons in her bag before hastily making her way towards Honeydukes. During the summer gala over 2 months prior, she had overheard the ladies of pureblood families disparagingly mention that the proprietors of Honeydukes, the Flum couple, were troubled over the prospect of opening a chain store. They even wished to establish a branch in Diagon Alley. They can't even find investors. Ollie's first reaction had been one of astonishment. How could such a popular confectionery like Honeydukes lack angel investors? Gradually, she learned that the investment climate in the magical world was traditional and conservative. Most pureblood families looked down upon such low-tier industries, favoring alchemy and potion-making instead. Furthermore, the Flum couple, being half-blood, ran a modest business, and thus struggled to accumulate capital for expansion. At Honeydukes, Fred and George were already waving at her, while Liet leaned against a distant wall. Ollie jogged over, and as Fred reached out to ruffle her hair, he noticed her makeup. George stared intently at her, declaring, "You look lovely." Fred chuckled as he retracted his hand, saying, "Little boss, I wouldn't dare pinch your cheeks, for fear of ruining them." Liet's expression shifted, yet he merely snorted in her presence. "Are you three particularly close now?" Ollie teased. The three Gryffindors simultaneously twitched their lips. "Indeed, especially so," Fred replied with a dry laugh. The group entered Honeydukes, where vibrant candies piled high, and an entire wall of shelves was lined with assorted chocolates, cream-filled sweets, and fruit jellies. "What shall we bring today with our new invention?" George whispered in her ear. "Follow me," Ollie beckoned, leading them through the throng. After 2 minutes of searching, she located the concealed door to the inner chamber behind the shelves. She paused and gently knocked twice. A rosy-cheeked lady opened the door, instinctively displaying a warm smile. "You must be the investor who wrote to me over the summer." Her gaze fell upon the young girl before her, momentarily faltering. A Hogwarts student, not yet fully matured, still exuding a hint of youthfulness. Hardly the image of a serious investor. Mrs. Flum quickly exchanged a glance with her husband, a flicker of skepticism and disappointment flashing in her eyes before she regained her gentle demeanor. "Good afternoon, Mrs. Flum." The lovely young girl offered a letter. "I am the one who wrote to you previously, Ollie Cran." "Thank you, but, Miss Cran, you are quite young." "I understand your concerns, ma'am," Ollie replied gently, "but I am here to discuss a serious collaboration today. Honeydukes is renowned, even praised by many professors. And I have heard that you wish to expand to Diagon Alley, yet are lacking in capital for that expansion? If you are willing, I can provide 500 galleons. At this declaration, not only did the couple before her widen their eyes in disbelief, but even the twins behind her gasped audibly. "Ollie, are you joking?" George exclaimed. "If you want your money to grow, merely leaving it in Gringotts for interest is far too slow. It would be more prudent to invest in a business." She counted on her fingers. "I've done my research. Securing a shop in Diagon Alley costs 1,000 galleons, renovations approximately 300 to 500, inventory about 200, and the remainder would serve as working capital." Additionally, she turned slightly, a bright smile illuminating her face as she made space for Fred and George. "These two clever friends of mine also have some intriguing inventions that could ignite a new line in Diagon Alley." Chapter 87. Becoming a stakeholder, the chilling night unfolds. Fred was the quickest to react, swiftly pulling out a bag of hard candies wrapped in transparent plastic, while George placed several soft candies into her palm. "You see, These are candies that can change flavor every 10 seconds, from strawberry to chocolate, lemon, honey, mint. And we can even develop limited edition flavors for the holidays, such as cinnamon apple pie and rum cream for Christmas. Mrs. Flum took the candy from her hand, scrutinizing it for a moment, then skeptically sampled one. Seconds later, she gently furrowed her brow before her eyes widened. The taste of the candy indeed transformed continually, each flavor transitioning seamlessly and delicately, without any jarring sensations. The concept is rather ingenious, she murmured, her demeanor softening slightly. Seizing the opportunity, Ollie presented another piece, and this one is a voice-changing candy. Consuming it allows one to temporarily mimic another's voice. George, grinning widely, tossed one into his mouth and the next moment, imitated Ollie's voice sweetly, saying, "Boss, should we consider ordering a batch of these candies? Please." At that moment, she felt a strong urge to step on his foot. Mr. and Mrs. Flum exchanged glances, their previously lethargic expressions gradually lighting up. Observing their growing interest, Ollie seized the moment. You see, Honeydukes is already experiencing excellent sales. But the competition in Diagon Alley will surely be fierce. Such innovative products could help you break through the homogeneity. Mrs. Flum, fiddling with the candy wrapper in her hands, appeared contemplative. You children, she chuckled, are more thoughtful than many adult investors. Half an hour later, the trio exited Honeydukes. A preliminary agreement for collaboration had been reached. As a core investor for the new branch, she secured 40 of the shares, which was far smoother than she had anticipated. The twins received a small commission, allowing them to save for the startup capital for their future show. Mrs. Flum happily presented each of them with an all-you-can-eat card. And as Ollie accepted the gleaming black card emblazoned with the Honeydukes emblem, her lips nearly curled into a grin. The idea of indulging in as many Honeydukes sweets as she desired filled her with joy. While Fred and George huddled together, eagerly calculating their potential earnings, Ollie turned her attention to Liet. "How much did you invest?" he asked. "$500, she replied, stretching her limbs. A gust of cold wind swept by, prompting Liet to instinctively reach out and, in a remarkably natural gesture, adjust her scarf. Ollie once again buried half of her face back into her scarf, murmuring, "Lior, I've been contemplating a matter." "What is it?" She lowered her eyelashes, her expression gentle. "I intend to obliterate the nightmare." The words spilled from her lips with such nonchalance, as though she were merely commenting on the rather unpleasant weather of the day. Lior's pupils dilated in shock. He swiftly turned his head to scan the surroundings, ensuring they were alone, before he leaned closer. "What brings about such a sudden decision? Is there a threat from the higher-ups of the nightmare? Or are you being pursued?" Ollie calmly shook her head. "I have a task to accomplish next year, and it currently obstructs my path." Lior furrowed his brow tightly. "You are aware that this is no simple endeavor. The nightmare's influence is deeply entrenched, and there are formidable forces behind it." "I understand. It is impossible to completely uproot the nightmare. However, I merely need to inflict significant damage, at least for the next year or two." Lior gazed into her serene eyes, which, while appearing tranquil, concealed a flickering madness that ignited within, consuming him entirely in an instant. He grinned excitedly. "Very well, I shall accompany you. Are you not curious as to why?" Ollie chuckled, gently pushing his head away as he leaned in closer. "Not necessary. I rather enjoy this post-meal entertainment." In the dead of night, Ollie swiftly entered the arena of the nightmare. She caressed the polished black surface of her token, expressionless as she lifted her gaze to scrutinize the brightly lit underground city. The immense silhouette of the nightmare loomed before her, resembling a silent beast exhaling flames. She knew this decision was profoundly reckless, akin to a mayfly attempting to shake a tree. Before her lay the largest underground dueling arena in all of England, which was far more than merely a battleground. Through numerous matches, Ollie had discerned that the underground harbored far more sordid dealings. Slavery, forbidden experiments, secret contracts. The roots of the nightmare had long since entrenched themselves in the dark corners of the magical realm, with a hidden network of power that was far beyond what met the eye. One misstep, and she would plummet into an abyss, leaving no trace behind. Therefore, meticulous planning was indispensable. Tonight Lior was absent. He was in his 5th year preparing for the OWLs, and she had sternly insisted he focus on his studies. She did not wish for a subordinate who could not even pass the OWLs. Taking a deep breath, Ollie raised her finger and subtly released a gentle breeze imbued with magic. The magic flowed like an invisible stream, silently spreading forth, winding along the cobblestone path, slipping through the gaps in the stands, weaving past stalls brimming with goods, and infiltrating the deep, shadowy corridors of the underground. At the center lay the vast dueling arena. Surrounding it were scattered black market stalls and taverns, Deeper still was a clandestine trading area sealed off by forbidden curses, a domain inaccessible to ordinary participants. Beyond that, her magic could penetrate no further. Just as she intended to retract her magic, a sudden surge of energy erupted from the western sector. Ollie's eyes snapped open. This underground city concealed a colossal magical array. She swiftly darted into a corner, concealing herself behind a broken stone pillar. Spreading her palm, she quickly sketched in the air, replicating the hidden magical array based on the fleeting remnants she had just perceived. In mere moments, cold sweat trickled down her brow. The warmth of blood surged in her throat, causing her to sway slightly. She clenched her teeth, forcing herself to regain stability. In her palm, a small, silvery magical array began to materialize. This shape seemed strikingly familiar. At a nearby table, several dark wizards were engaged in boisterous conversation, their raucous laughter occasionally reaching her ears. Guess who came to place a bet after today's match? One slurred drunkenly. Which self-proclaimed noble pureblood family? Another teased. Neither. The dark wizard lowered his voice conspiratorially, leaning closer. A wizard, with a corner of a badge peeking from his pocket. Guess who? The deputy director of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. Another gasped. In such a setting, he dares to appear. Chapter 88. The magical array, rolled up like cabbage. People from the Ministry of Magic? Several dark wizards exclaimed in astonishment. Have you heard? The nightmare has already begun preparations for the blood duel in 6 months, another whispered conspiratorially. Word has it that all those above level 4 will be attending. That's quite rare. The blood duel happens every year, but I've never seen such a spectacle. What benefits did the nightmare offer this time? 100,000 galleons in prize money, one replied, a look of envy crossing his face. I heard the prize alone is 100,000. Not to mention the various bets and private bounties. This time it's a frenzy. Another dark wizard gasped in astonishment. 100,000? Truly mad. No wonder they say the benefactor behind the nightmare is unfathomable. The clinking of glasses echoed, and soon their conversation veered towards poaching in the desert. As they began to boast about the fantastical creatures they had captured, Ollie pondered quietly. A blood duel? 100,000 in prize money? 6 months of preparation time was just perfect for her. The night at Hogwarts was as tranquil as velvet. A lynx with rose gold fur swiftly climbed the wall, its front paws silently pushing open the dormitory window as it agilely leapt inside. Transforming back into her human form, she leaned against the window to steady her breath. In her palm, the small silvery magical array continued to spin quietly. Ollie stared at the magical array, feeling an overwhelming sense of familiarity. A sudden realization struck her, and she straightened her back in shock. Second year. Theodore had once asked her to translate a relic left by his mother, a long out-of-print tome written in ancient magical script. Within it lay a detailed account of an ancient and dark blood sacrifice magic, using bloodlines as a medium to extract the essence of life, transferring, sealing, and recreating power. And the magical array now swirling in her palm bore an astonishing resemblance to the patterns recorded within that book. As November drifted by, Ollie finally received the time turner sent by Professor Flitwick. She had only selected 3 elective courses, which typically did not qualify her for such a precious magical artifact. Yet, Professor Flitwick had fought with the ministry for over 2 months on her behalf, barely securing it. He stood on tiptoe, placing the delicate golden pendant into her palm. Time magic is extraordinarily intricate and mysterious, he cautioned softly. Be sure to exercise caution when using it. This time turner can only take you back a maximum of 6 hours. And it is only effective for the next year. Remember, you cannot change what has already occurred. Ollie nodded, carefully stowing it in her pocket. A rush of almost greedy exhilaration surged within her as her fingers brushed against the cool object. With it, she could read more books. Time always seemed insufficient. Even though the system's tasks were no longer looming like the sword of Damocles, she instinctively chased after knowledge, yearning to read another page, to learn a bit more. The more she learned, the sooner she could seize her destiny, the sooner she could attain freedom. A faint bruise appeared beneath Ollie's eyes, accentuating her already pale complexion. Draco was taken aback when he found her in the library. How long has it been since you last slept? Ollie pressed her lips together. Today. She had already activated the time turner 3 times. The first, to practice the dark arts. The second, to attend Professor Lupin's Patronus lesson. And the final time, she had quietly returned an hour earlier, entering the potions classroom to assist Snape in continuing to brew the wolfsbane potion for their experiment. The dragon liver she had chopped countless times finally proved to be of use. 3 days prior, Snape had successfully brewed the potion, and began systematically guiding her in its preparation. Under the immense motivation of Snape's sharp tongue, She had only failed twice before successfully replicating an identical potion. Professor Severus Snape's current approval rating of you. 1 current score 3, Snape coolly remarked, not entirely foolish. Pray tell, what is the fundamental principle behind the Wolfbane potion? The leaves of the moonflower contain a trace toxin, replied Ollie, which, when meticulously concocted, can forcibly suppress the bloodline activity of werewolves during the full moon without resulting in death. Essentially, it is a case of using poison to combat poison. While this method is effective, it inevitably incurs some bodily detriment. Snape nodded, indeed. The application of toxins is ubiquitous in potion making. Snake venom, scorpion venom, spider venom, many shallow wizards, due to their emotional pretensions, can never truly enter the realm of potions. Sometimes, poison can unexpectedly serve as the most efficacious remedy. At the end of the detention, Snape tossed an aged potion book into her arms. The art of poisoning, he commanded, study it diligently. I shall pose questions in the next class. Professor Severus Snape's current approval rating of you. 1 current score 4. Ollie? Are you even listening to me? Draco's voice jolted her back to reality. He stepped closer, cradling her head in his hands, compelling her to meet his gaze. She squinted and stifled a small yawn, appearing rather lethargic. Draco, stop it, she mumbled. I still have to preside over the dueling club activities. How can you possibly do that in this state? He frowned deeply, rummaging through his bag and solemnly presenting her with a bottle of pale green liquid. A restorative elixir, drink it. This is pointless, she protested, struggling to keep her eyelids from drooping. I've already consumed 4 bottles today. Another would surely lead to potion poisoning. Draco furrowed his brow. What have you been so busy with lately? You didn't accompany me to Hogsmeade last time. Fixating on the pronounced dark circles beneath her eyes, he hesitated before sitting beside her, his expression darkening as he retrieved several packages from behind him. Tada, he declared dryly. What is this? Draco simply thrust the largest package into her embrace. A dress from the elegant wizarding apparel shop. I found it appealing, so I bought it. He then handed her a smaller package. This is a fountain pen. I insisted on not needing wrapping, but the shopkeeper insisted on embellishing it. Ollie replied with a hum. I brought you some sweets as well. Draco raised an eyebrow, then feed me. Ollie. Draco, you should skip the dueling club. Let Granger handle it. Isn't she the most fond of such things? Just as Ollie was about to respond, a familiar voice suddenly echoed from a distance. I would gladly assist Ollie in presiding. Hermione, breathless, dashed into the library, her shoulders heaving, and her brow furrowed tightly. Ollie, something has gone awry in the dueling club, she urged. The professors have all gone. You must hurry. Chapter 89, Club Crisis Framing. Ollie nonetheless consumed the 5th bottle of the restorative elixir. The green liquid swiftly dispersed within her, clarifying her muddled thoughts. Behind her, Draco, exasperated, clutched the empty bottle, murmuring, You've consumed 5 bottles. Are you trying to court death? Ollie said nothing, merely quickening her pace. A considerable crowd had gathered outside the dueling club. The atmosphere was tumultuous and oppressive, the air thick with a pungent medicinal odor and a faint hint of blood. Her instincts, honed in the realm of nightmares, alerted her. Someone had lost too much blood. She swiftly navigated through the throng of students, forcing her way inside. The club was in utter disarray. Several students lay on the ground, pallid, while Madame Pomfrey crouched beside one, furrowing her brow as she examined the wound. Professors Flitwick, McGonagall, and Snape stood nearby, their expressions grave. The headmaster has arrived, someone whispered, and the murmurs abruptly ceased. The surrounding students averted their gazes, unwilling to meet her eyes. Hermione cautiously tilted her head to assess her. This friend of hers usually bore a smile, even in moments of neutrality, her lips curling ever so slightly. Yet now, she appeared to be enveloped in a heavy gloom, the dark circles beneath her eyes accentuating her distress, clearly at the breaking point. She stepped toward the center of the room, and the students hurriedly made way. Professor, what has transpired? Ollie inquired softly. Professor Flitwick regarded her, a flicker of concern passing through his eyes as they brushed over the dark circles beneath hers. After a moment of hesitation, he sighed. Ollie, I suggest you see for yourself. Ollie knelt, her gaze falling upon the boy before her, the very one who had publicly questioned her during the club's inaugural meeting. He was ashen, half-slumped in Madame Pomfrey's embrace, his left sleeve rolled up to reveal a ghastly wound on his pale skin. The gash was not deep, yet the exposed flesh had begun to blacken and rot, ominously signaling a spreading infection. Ollie's brow furrowed slightly. Dark magic? Madame Pomfrey nodded, her expression equally grim. Indeed. And there are signs of poisoning as well. The wound erupted suddenly during practice. She keenly seized upon the keyword. Erupted? She abruptly turned to Hermione. Hermione's face was ashen. Her words tumbling out hastily. You weren't here today, so I led them in practice until halfway through, when several students' skins suddenly split open, and they began to bleed profusely. How many? 6, not counting Riot. Ollie's gaze darted to Riot, slumped in the corner. His right arm bore a massive gash, blood soaking through his entire shirt. She hurried over, squatting beside him, frowning as she grasped his hand. Riot managed a faint smile, even finding the energy to raise his hand and gently brush the dark circles beneath her eyes. It's nothing, I won't die. Draco, following closely behind, scowled at the sight. Where did this guy come from? Professor Flitwick approached, slowly placing a hand on her shoulder. I received an anonymous complaint, alleging that your dueling club has covertly been experimenting with dark magic on students during activities. The surrounding chatter abruptly ceased. Students exchanged fearful glances. Even those unscathed from the club could not help but display skepticism. Draco raised his voice. Professor, that is preposterous. Ollie's club is entirely legitimate. My father would. The boy being treated by Madame Pomfrey suddenly cried out in anguish. It was Crank who poisoned us. Surely it's because I quarreled with her last time. And she harbors resentment. Riot scoffed derisively. Would she harm me? Students whispered among themselves. The boy's anguish cries, combined with the grotesque sight of his rotting flesh and the blood on the ground, rendered the atmosphere within the club even more stifling. Due to panic among students, the dueling club's approval rating, 10. Current progress, 5100. Professor Flitwick sighed. Ollie, I believe you would never engage in such actions. But given the incident that has occurred during the activity, the club must be suspended. Furthermore, all members' wands must be temporarily surrendered and sent to the office for recall spell testing. Rest assured, if you are innocent, I will personally clear your name. Ollie's expression turned wooden. Her already throbbing head now pounded mercilessly. Today, she had secretly practiced a few curses from the textbook in an empty classroom. Though unrelated to dark magic, if this were to be revealed now, she would undoubtedly face severe repercussions. Agitated, she rubbed her temples, her fingers discreetly reaching for the time-turner in her pocket. In the next moment, a rough hand suddenly seized her arm. The injured boy's friend, howling in rage, grasped her. His voice hoarse. Why must I surrender my wand? It's clearly her fault. Before he could finish, Draco stepped forward and forcefully drove his knee into the boy's abdomen. Release her, he commanded. Professor Flitwick, he exclaimed. If you continue in this manner, I shall confiscate your wand as well. Seizing the moment while Draco was preoccupied, Ollie swiftly drew her wand and cast several discreet concealment charms behind her, effectively erasing any traces of their prior actions. She stepped forward calmly, placing her pristine white mountain ash wand into Flitwick's outstretched palm. Hermione and Riot followed suit, relinquishing their wands with evident reluctance etched upon their faces. Just before departing, Professor Flitwick discreetly slipped a piece of candy into Ollie's hand. The professors escorted the injured students to the hospital wing. Madame Pomfrey, after several attempts to persuade Riot to leave, reluctantly followed him as he stubbornly remained in place. Once the club was devoid of all but their small group, Hermione spoke up urgently. Someone is framing us. Ollie subtly nodded in agreement. She crouched down and carefully unwrapped the bandage from Riot's arm, blood immediately gushing forth. Accepting the hawthorn wand Draco offered, she cast a healing spell. The torn skin began to close slightly, only to burst open anew. Draco appeared visibly distressed but, constrained by the circumstances, could only grit his teeth and stand by. What kind of magic could cause the skin to rupture so suddenly? She pondered, frowning. Riot recalled with intensity, suddenly pausing before speaking in a low voice. It wasn't the same spot as before. I was injured just 3 days ago in the club, but I healed it on the spot with a potion. Ollie's expression shifted dramatically as she sprang to her feet. Where are the potions from the club? Hermione dashed to the potion table, rummaging through it frantically. In the next moment, she turned to Ollie, her voice trembling. The potions have been thrown away by someone. Chapter 90. Black red is also red. Ollie pressed her lips together and strode briskly to the potion table, her fingers swiftly searching. After a moment, she withdrew an empty potion bag and turned back. Was the potion still present during the earlier activities? Hermione took a deep breath, striving to maintain her composure. Yes. I checked it thoroughly before the event started. This meant that someone had stealthily taken the potions amidst the chaos, Ollie concluded. Hermione's complexion paled. Then they couldn't have gone far. Instinctively, she rose to pursue, but Ollie grasped her wrist firmly. If we don't chase now, that person might destroy the potions, Hermione insisted urgently, but Ollie calmly extended her hand, wiping the sweat from Hermione's forehead. Do not fret, Miss Granger, she said, her eyes glinting with a hint of mischief. She turned to Draco. Draco, could you assist Riot to the hospital wing? Hermione and I will handle things here. Draco and Riot exchanged strange glances. I don't need this chicken to help me, Riot declared coldly, clutching his bleeding arm and striding towards the door. Draco's temples throbbed with frustration. The two boys departed swiftly, leaving only the two of them in the expansive club. What do you see here? Ollie opened her palm, revealing a small metallic object. Hermione cast a glance, her pupils dilating in shock. You have one too. Though Professor Flitwick had mentioned that time turners couldn't reverse significant events, such as the injuries sustained by the members, if they wished to swiftly uncover the identity of the potion thief, she thought to herself, it would suffice. Hermione instinctively held her breath. How had she not considered this? Ollie gestured for her to link arms, then without hesitation, activated the time turner. The hands of the clock whirled backward, and the surrounding space transformed into a blur of light. Ollie pulled Hermione aside, taking refuge behind the club's curtains. Time rewound to 1 hour prior. Through a narrow slit in the curtains, they witnessed the club's activities play out in reverse. Hermione was instructing several students on the stunning spell, and everything was orderly until chaos erupted suddenly. One student's arm erupted in a spray of blood, cries filled the air, and professors rushed in. Ollie's gaze remained fixed on the potion table, counting the seconds. 1, 2, finally, amidst the commotion, a furtive figure darted past. Small and awkward. The individual fumbled with the potion bag for a moment before hastily concealing it in their clothing. A smile crept across her lips. I've got you now. 10 minutes later. At the end of a corridor, Ollie intercepted the student who had stealthily taken the potion. She was a second-year Ravenclaw girl who had only joined the club a week prior, leaving no significant impression on Ollie. When Hermione extracted the tube of ointment from the girl's pocket, the girl instinctively recoiled, her eyes brimming with tears. It wasn't me, she stammered, shaking her head frantically. I don't know how it ended up in my possession. Hermione stepped forward, her tone laced with a hint of threat. You don't remember? But I saw you take it. Did you tamper with the potion? It wasn't me, the girl exclaimed, fear evident in her eyes. I don't remember taking that tube. As silence fell between them, she quickly grasped the gravity of the situation and burst into tears. I truly don't remember. I only recall watching the commotion, and then, I found myself in the corridor when you approached me. Ollie accepted the tube of ointment from the girl's trembling hands. The bottle felt cold and slightly tacky to the touch. She unscrewed the cap and squeezed a bit of the ointment onto her fingertip. It was a clear white, showing no signs of abnormality. It seemed she would need to dedicate some time to studying it thoroughly. What do you want from me? The following morning, Ollie summoned Theo to the deserted potions classroom. The room was still dark, and his silhouette appeared as though it had just emerged from the shadows, exuding a chilling aura. She exhaled a puff of white mist. After a rare night of restful sleep, she felt rejuvenated. Help me examine this little item. She tossed the ointment casually in his direction. Theo caught it deftly, lowering his gaze to inspect it. Has your wand not returned yet? Not yet, she replied, sitting beside him, resting her chin on her hands. Professor Flitwick mentioned that the rewind spell could yield results in a few minutes, but this time, my wand has been confiscated for too long, blocking the entire process. Some parents of the injured students are board members. They wrote to the school overnight demanding a thorough investigation. Consequently, my wand, Hermione's, and Riot's were naturally confiscated. Professor Flitwick quietly informed me that this could last for several days. For now, I can only use a spare wand during class and must return it afterward. The absence of her beloved wand was truly unbearable, she sighed. Each time she instinctively reached for her pocket, she was met with emptiness. After hearing about her predicament, Draco was incensed on her behalf and promptly sent a letter to Lucius. Although Lucius was no longer a board member this year, the Malfoy family still held considerable influence. As for when her wand would finally be returned, she had no certainty. She shrugged. The board members are all ancient relics, seizing any opportunity to have me expelled. As if I had murdered their entire families. Theo remained silent, rolling up his sleeves to reveal a pale wrist, his white shirt draping over his slender back. He turned his head to regard her languidly. Kron, are you just going to sit there? Ollie blinked with feigned innocence. Master of potions. Can I not depend on you for this minor task? Theo replied dryly. Who is it that is on the brink of expulsion? Seeing him maintain his icy demeanor, she shook her head in resignation. Is there any use in being anxious? She then gracefully leapt down from the high stool and sauntered over to him. The warmth of her breath inched closer, and she purposely rose on her toes, leaning in closer. Now a young man, Theo appeared even more reserved than in his childhood, his thick lashes casting shadows over his eyes. Can you guess why I rushed to clarify things? she asked softly, a smile playing on her lips. Theo paused his movements, shifting his gaze from her vibrant face to the potion he was stirring. For the sake of attention, he replied. Chapter 91. Echoes of Gossip and Dissent. Bingo, she snapped her fingers, and now the entire school is abuzz with speculation about me and my club, pondering whether I have indeed dabbled in the dark arts. Can you guess what they are gossiping about? Theodore did not lift his gaze. Your lineage, your abilities, and whether the Malfoy family will truly protect you. Ollie's tone was light-hearted. Well, that suits me just fine. My name is now on everyone's lips. And the rumors have elevated the dueling club to the pinnacle of school chatter. Simultaneously, this is not a misfortune for Mr. Malfoy. He has never cared for a mere pristine reputation. What he truly seeks is influence. As long as my club can rise again, even amidst controversy, whispers, and a checkered past, who would care about the specifics of the journey as long as the outcome is splendid? Furthermore, truth cannot be fabricated, and falsehood cannot be substantiated. With enough rumors swirling, those antiquated relics seeking to condemn me will find it no easy task. And I happen to need an opportunity to promote my dueling club. She smiled, her eyes crescent-shaped. Now, even the upcoming Quidditch match is losing attention. Theodore scoffed lightly. The potion in the cauldron began to bubble ominously, and he stirred it calmly, while Ollie suddenly leaned closer, her soft fingertips brushing against his wrist. Her palm enveloped his, guiding him to stir counterclockwise for a couple of turns. If you stir in this direction a bit longer, the potion will absorb more thoroughly, she added, nearly resting her cheek against his shoulder. That's what Snape taught me during class. Theodore's arm stiffened, yet Ollie seemed oblivious, continuing to stir. Was she being deliberate? After a moment of silence, he coldly remarked, Do you behave this way with everyone? What? She blinked, displaying an exquisite yet languid smile once more. Theodore gazed at her smile in silence for a moment, then abruptly stated, You laugh too much. Ollie huffed. Is it your concern how much I laugh? Autumn taught me a saying. A laugh adds 10 years to your life. If you don't smile every day, beware of losing 10 years off your lifespan. Theodore replied. Then you better laugh a few more years to compensate for those boys orbiting around you. What a sour note. Ollie narrowed her eyes mischievously. Not. With such a sharp tongue, do you truly dislike me? Nonsense. The bubbling potion gradually transformed into an abyssal black, capturing both their gazes. Ollie's smile faded, her eyes narrowing at the cauldron. Indeed toxic, a slow-acting poison. It's nightshade, Theodore replied. There's a variety in Greenhouse 3. Normally, it only causes mild paralysis. Ollie responded. I saw in Poison for Poison that if nightshade is brewed with a trace of moonroot, it triggers a reversal of properties, transforming into a potent toxin. Theodore noted. Greenhouse 3 is restricted. Only the students on duty that day can enter. She quickly stood. Then let us find them. The duty roster changes every half day. It shouldn't be hard to dig it up. Theodore followed closely behind as they traversed the long cobblestone path, arriving at Greenhouse 3. The day's weather was unexpectedly pleasant, with a gentle breeze, and in the distance, they could faintly see Quidditch players training above the pitch. A list of the duty students was affixed to the glass. Ollie peeled it off, and began flipping through the pages. Riot occurred 3 days ago when the ointment was applied, and the wound exploded, marking a significant time lapse. It seems the students on duty these days are mostly Hufflepuffs. She mumbled, her fingertips sliding across the list, only to suddenly notice Theodore had stiffened beside her. His expression tightened, his gaze fixated on a spot outside the greenhouse glass. Before she could react, Theodore muttered a curse under his breath and swiftly turned away. Instinctively, she followed suit. In the distance, she spotted a small figure at the edge of the 4th-floor platform of the castle. The figure stood rigid, swaying violently as if it might be blown away by the wind at any moment. From several dozen meters away, she vaguely recognized that outline. A sense of foreboding surged within her, causing her heart to skip a beat, and she instinctively took a step forward. At that moment, the figure suddenly leapt forward, vaulting over the low wall, tumbling down like a marionette with severed strings. She discerned the face. It was Mandy. The small figure plummeted rapidly, and Ollie instinctively reached for her pocket, only to find it empty. Her wand had been confiscated. A thread of magic instinctively surged from her fingertips, slicing through the air toward the falling figure. But a mere second of hesitation was enough to alter everything. Just as her magic entwined around Mandy's ankle, she crashed into the bushes below. Ollie felt her blood run cold, surging toward her brain. She forcefully shoved Theodore's hand away and sprinted toward the thicket. As she reached the bushes, a wave of nausea washed over her. A few droplets of blood rested on the leaves. Without hesitation, she tore the branches aside and extended her arm, pulling Mandy from the foliage. Mandy's face was pale, her eyes tightly shut as she leaned against Ollie. A trickle of blood oozed between Ollie's fingers, staining her robes. When Theodore caught up, he saw her engulfed in anguish, cradling the injured girl. Racing madly toward the hospital wing. Her temples throbbed, and her heart raced. Why was it Mandy? Why her in particular? Why had Mandy been in that place? And why did she have to see it? A voice in her mind screamed that this was no coincidence. Absolutely not. But Ollie dared not dwell on it. A cold stone lodged in her throat, and for the first time, she felt an overwhelming sense of fear. She struggled to close her eyes. That fleeting moment of difference. If she hadn't instinctively reached for her wand, would Mandy have fallen? The words of that girl who had stolen the potion echoed in her mind. I didn't. I truly don't remember anything. I just recall watching the commotion. And then suddenly, someone was in the corridor. Ollie suddenly halted in her tracks. She had been running too fast. This abrupt stop nearly sent her crashing to the ground along with Mandy. She barely steadied her trembling body, gritting her teeth to forge ahead. An inferno of rage and hatred burned within her chest, flowing like the deepest malice, nearly consuming her entirely. Ollie tightened her grip around Mandy, her knuckles whitening from the strain. The suspicion she had dreaded most had come true. Mind control magic. She knew only one person who would employ such a tactic. Chapter 92. The Halloween Feast and an Agreement. Half an hour later in the hospital wing. Ollie. Could you please stop frowning? Mandy propped herself up on the bed, her palm brushing against Ollie's cheek. Noticing her lips were tightly pressed, she smiled and gently pinched Ollie's cheek, attempting to lift the corners of her mouth. Ollie remained silent. Upon her arrival, Mandy had been drenched in blood, startling Madame Pomfrey. She had fallen from the fourth-floor platform, landing directly in the bushes below. Her leg, ribs, and arm were fractured, countless abrasions marred her skin, and she had even suffered a mild concussion. Thankfully, it was not the result of dark magic. Thus, under Madame Pomfrey's care, a few spells and a potion would suffice for her recovery. Even with significant blood loss, as long as she arrived in time, a restorative potion could be brewed. Mandy awoke sooner than expected, even managing to jest with a vibrant smile. You should clean up the blood on you, Madame Pomfrey said while tidying the potion bottles. Your friend is out of danger, and will be back on her feet in a few days. Ollie softly acknowledged her, yet remained rooted to the wooden chair, motionless as she held Mandy's hand. This is quite normal. Mandy flashed a brave smile. I might have just been sleep-deprived these past few days. I don't know how I ended up by the low wall and fell. In my childhood, I once fell off a broomstick, and was promptly healed within a second after being sent to St. Mungo's. Ollie. Mandy tentatively called out. But you shouldn't have been hurt in the first place, she murmured. Mandy had never seen Ollie display such an expression. There was no trace of gentleness on her face, only an intense and palpable anger. Her features were taut, while the fingers hidden in her pocket trembled nervously. What is the matter? Mandy asked with concern, grasping her hand. Do you really not remember why you ended up by the wall? Ollie inquired. Mandy bit her lip. I can't recall. I was walking in the corridor and suddenly blanked out. By the time I regained my senses, I was already falling. Nearby, Madame Pomfrey furrowed her brow. How could anyone fall directly from the corridor to the outside? Mandy shook her head in confusion. Ollie calmly pressed down her trembling pinky, then smiled warmly as she patted Mandy's hair. There's a Halloween feast tonight. What would you like to eat? I'll bring it for you. I want pumpkin pancakes drizzled with maple syrup, and pumpkin soda and... You certainly have quite the appetite. It was Halloween, and Hogwarts was adorned as festively as ever. Jack-o'-lanterns floated in midair, and a few bats fluttered lazily beneath the chandeliers. Ollie descended the stairs towards the Great Hall. It seemed that every year after Halloween, something would occur. Last year it was the Chamber of Secrets, the year before that it was the Troll. As she entered the Great Hall, hushed whispers immediately rose from several tables. She ignored them and found Hermione at the Gryffindor table. A ginger cat was curled up on her lap, sleeping, while Ron wore a face as dark as a thundercloud, the tension between them palpable. How many times are you going to bring that cat over? Ron complained. It always pounces on Scabbers the moment it sees him. Crookshanks is a cat. Hermione pressed her fingers to her temples. I can't just keep him locked up in the dormitory, can I? Harry was absorbed in writing an essay. Upon spotting her, his eyes brightened. Ollie, did they return your wand? No, she replied with a smile. Professor Flitwick said to wait until tomorrow. Harry blinked in surprise. The girl before him seemed somewhat different than usual. A familiar yet oppressive emotion lingered in her expression, reminiscent of that summer night when Aunt Marge had inflated herself and belittled his father in front of the Dursleys. He stared at the reflection in the glass cabinet, recognizing the same expression. Hermione lifted Crookshanks and presented him to Ollie. Want to pet the cat? Crookshanks lazily rolled over, squinting at her. Ollie smiled and extended a finger, gently stroking his chin. He appeared quite pleased, purring contentedly, yet his bright yellow eyes remained fixed on her forehead. Crookshanks extended a paw and playfully pressed it against her brow. What does that mean? Perhaps he recognizes you as a little brother? Hermione speculated. Ollie used one hand to gather Crookshanks into her arms, playing with his paw pads with one hand while offering a vial of pitch-black potion with the other. This is a testing potion brewed by Nott. It can reveal what has been added to that bottle of white essence. Hermione stared at the potion, suddenly standing up with a flourish. So someone did poison it. We must find Professor Snape at once. Ollie restrained her hand. Don't rush. You should present it to Snape tonight. Tonight? Ollie nodded. During the feast, with all the students and professors present, that would be the best opportunity. Present the testing potion in front of everyone, and tell them we are being deliberately framed. Make it clear that this is not a dark magic experiment or a club incident, but an act of poisoning. Hermione appeared anxious. What about you? Do you know who did it? Ollie replied affirmatively. He concealed his actions well, every step taken by others on his behalf. The one who stole the potion, the one who spread rumors, none acted directly under his name. Thus, there is no tangible evidence. Even the greenhouse duty records I glanced at are not his. As for the mind control spells, they leave no traces. Hermione chewed her lip, clearly unwilling to accept. Are we just going to let it go? We should go find Professor McGonagall. She will certainly help us seek justice. No need. I will confront him tonight. At 8 o'clock, the great hall was ablaze with light, the aroma of food wafting throughout the hall, while skeleton dancers performed a tap dance on stage. Ollie casually tossed a piece of pumpkin candy into her mouth and, amidst the commotion, quietly slipped away. The agreed meeting place was an unused classroom on the 5th floor of the castle. She had sent an unsigned note that morning. He would certainly come. She knew he had been waiting for a moment that belonged solely to the two of them. No need for pretense, no need to feign ignorance, no need to contend with the gazes of others. Pushing open the wooden door, half of Joy Beck's face was shrouded in darkness. Upon seeing her arrive, he immediately broke into a smile. Ollie, he softly called, you actually came. I thought you might have changed your mind. He lowered his gaze, appearing quite pleased. You summoned me here. Chapter 93, An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. With a sudden step forward, she slapped him hard, causing his face to turn sharply to the side. Joy momentarily paused. 5 crimson fingerprints began to emerge on his pale cheek. He closed his fingers, suddenly reaching out to grasp her fingertips, guiding her to gently trace the scar on his face. Ollie forcefully yanked her fingers away, and lowered her head to vigorously wipe her hands with a handkerchief. Are you angry with me? His voice was soft and cheerful, half of his face shrouded in shadows. But I didn't want her dead. The infirmary healed her, didn't it? Ollie's tone was calm. Why, Mandy? Joy chuckled softly. You quite like her, don't you? Rather than me. With another swift motion, she raised her hand and delivered another slap, this time with even greater force. A faint red mark appeared on the other side of his face. The poison in the club, the anonymous tip-off, and the girl who stole the potion were all orchestrated by you? Joy lowered his eyes to look at her, pausing in silence. Ollie, you shouldn't have joined them. Do you think those purebloods truly consider you one of their own? Do you think the Malfoy family holds you in high regard because of your intelligence? They only need a pretty fade. You do not belong with them. Ollie scoffed. I have never belonged to anyone. He murmured softly. But you always knew we are of the same kind. Do you know what those 2 Weasleys think when they're around you? And that Malfoy? They believe themselves to be noble, yet the way they look at you is as filthy as mine. Joy suddenly stepped forward, shadows enveloping him. Oh, forgive me. I forgot you don't even have your wand now. Do you dare to seek me out in such a state? He reached out, caressing her cheek. Ollie coldly met his gaze. You don't think I can't strike you just because I'm wandless, do you? No sooner had she spoken than an invisible wind began to swirl around her. The next moment, an extreme and violent gust of wind surged forth, sending Joy flying into a pile of scattered objects in the corner. The rough fabric was swept up, exposing a tall mirror to the air, which rattled ominously. Joy drew his wand, casting a spell from its tip. She sidestepped, her boot forcefully pressing against his chest, forcing him back down to the ground. The wind coiled around her neck, yet Joy's fingers clutched her ankle, pulling down with strength. Ollie's balance shifted, her body tilting precariously. But just as she was about to fall, she pushed off with her elbow, flipping over and forcing him back down onto the ground. Thud. Joy's back collided with the cold, hard stone, producing a muffled thud. Ollie knelt down, pressing his left arm firmly beneath her knee, straddling him with one leg while the other hand tightened around his neck. Did you truly believe I would remain the same as I was in first grade? She taunted. Joy coughed hoarsely, blood seeping from the corners of his mouth. Her body heat radiated through the fabric, a warm presence against his abdomen. As he raised his hand, a fierce gust of wind sent his wand flying, crashing against the mirror with a resounding thud. Ollie leisurely straightened her upper body, retrieving a vial of poisonous essence from her pocket. The poison was well crafted. She leaned closer to his ear, whispering softly, "Would you like to try it for yourself?" Her long, soft hair cascaded over Joy's cheek, carrying the damp fragrance of white camellias and jasmine from the night air, leaving him paralyzed as if struck by lightning. Ollie snapped her fingers. A sharp blade of wind suddenly erupted on his shoulder, blood spraying forth, a few droplets splattering onto her neck, which she calmly wiped away. Joy let out a muffled groan. "Injured?" she inquired gently, her fingers gliding over his bloodied wound, her nails digging in sharply. She could feel the violent tremors of his waist beneath her. Beads of sweat trickled down his forehead, yet he remained silent, merely lifting his chin to gaze at her with great effort. Crack, crack. The sound of tearing fabric echoed as the wind blade sliced through his sleeves, reopening old wounds left by Mary's lashes. "Why is there so much blood?" Ollie remarked nonchalantly, glancing at the floor as she unscrewed the ointment. "Let me help you apply this, shall I?" She squeezed a dollop of the icy ointment into her palm, applying it with deliberate slowness onto his searing wounds. Joy began to breathe heavily, neither resisting nor closing his eyes, simply gazing up at her. His deep black eyes were misty, burning with intensity. He found her in this state to be captivating. Not the gentle and calm version of her he once knew, but rather a wildly fragile and dangerously intoxicating presence. Her palm pressed down with force, forcing the toxic ointment deep into his mangled flesh. "Didn't you want to see me utterly disgraced?" she whispered. Now, the entire school must have heard Hermione's clarification. This was no blunder of the club, but a meticulously orchestrated poisoning plot. "I won't disclose who is responsible, but I will inform them that the perpetrator remains at large, and you Joy Beck." She leaned down, her lips brushing against his ear. "Are the innocent victim that the murderer has unwittingly poisoned, discovered gasping for breath in this empty classroom? Hermione Granger clarifies the dark magic rumors before the entire school. Duel Club notoriety 40. Severus Snape confirms the poison approval rating 8. Phileas Flitwick speaks on behalf of the club notoriety 15. There are still students who distrust the club. Approval rating 5. Some believe the club is innocent. Approval rating 12. Current task progress 70-100. Joy tilted his head back, gasping for air as the wounds on his body began to darken, enveloped in a terrifying black mist. His gaze slowly shifted to the mirror behind him, suddenly halting. Following his line of sight, Ollie too lifted her head. It was a mirror as tall as the ceiling, its coarse cloth covering having accidentally fallen during their struggle. It gleamed with pure gold, inscribed at the top with a line of small text, "The Mirror of Erist." Her eyes flickered. So it was hidden here? Joy stared intently at the mirror, his face flushing. Ollie discreetly withdrew her gaze from the mirror, picking up Joy's fallen wand, crafted from dark hazel wood, flexible and 13 inches in length. "What are you looking at?" she asked, pressing the wand against his throat. Joy slowly redirected his gaze back to her. "It shows you, Ollie. But I can't say it. I fear it might frighten you." "Tsk." She raised the wand, causing more blood to erupt from his shoulder. Chapter 94. The Wand Killer, the target appears. The wand trembled violently in her palm. She had read that hazel wands were extremely loyal to their masters. If forced to betray their will, they would wither away, refusing to serve anyone else. Ollie felt the wand's intense resistance, almost a mournful wail. Yet under her overwhelming magical influence, it barely managed to release a few offensive spells. Bang! A shattering curse fell, and the wand began to disintegrate in her hands. Starting from the tip, the hazelwood splintered and peeled away, revealing the core hidden within. A single, silvery strand of unicorn tail hair. She stared at the gleaming white, her lips twitching slightly. "Unicorn hair? How utterly ironic. What do you see in the mirror, Ollie?" Joy asked, struggling to lift his head, his words fragmented. Ollie did not respond but raised her hand, casting another shattering curse towards his calf. Ugh. The hazel wand finally exhausted its last vestiges of life in her grasp. Ollie rose from him, disinterestedly discarding the shattered wand, stepping down on the fragments as they scattered. Closing the door behind her, Ollie exhaled slowly, extinguishing the fiery tumult within her chest. At this moment, the corridor felt eerily silent. She glanced at her pocket watch. It was just past 10. The Halloween feast should have recently concluded, and logically, this time should have been filled with students bustling about, delaying their return to the dormitories. As she passed a row of portraits lining the wall, a stunning lady within one of the frames winked at her. "Little girl, why aren't you in the great hall at this hour? Are you waiting for your gallant suitor?" "Why should I go?" she inquired. "Don't you know?" The countess dramatically fanned herself with an ostrich feather, concealing her red lips. "That dreadful fugitive, Sirius Black, has just burst into Hogwarts." She giggled. "And that fat lady. How utterly rude. She barged into my portrait, rampaging about like a mad mare." Before Ollie could respond, the countess's expression suddenly shifted, her gaze fixed intently behind Ollie. Her eyes rolled back, and with a scream, she hurriedly lifted her elaborate skirts and fled from the frame, leaving her shoes forgotten on the grass. There was no trace of her earlier elegance. In the next moment, a chill crawled up Ollie's neck. Just as she was about to turn, a hand reached from behind, gripping her neck with just the right pressure. As she recoiled, her back collided with a solid, muscular chest. Another hand emerged from the side, holding a glinting dagger, gliding ever so lightly across her jaw. The sound of breath filled her ears, hot and chaotic. Ollie gathered her magic, conjuring blades of wind. But the grip around her tightened suddenly. The man hesitated, slowly and cautiously releasing her throat. "TSK, little girl," the deep voice behind her rasped, as if unused to speaking. "What a surprise to find you here." "Who are you?" Ollie asked, but upon seeing his silence, she attempted to turn back only to have his large hand pressed down on her head. "Don't move," he said softly, "let me confirm something." The scent of hay mixed with the dampness of the forbidden forest enveloped her as the man leaned closer, inhaling the scent of her neck. So, it was her designated feeding target. "Still wandering about at this hour? Night roaming in Hogwarts will get you detention," he remarked. "You should hurry back to bed, all right?" Considering the feats of his youth, how could he dare say such a thing to her? The man chuckled softly, his fingers deftly weaving through her hair, giving it a playful tousle. Then, with a swift motion, he retreated into the shadows at the end of the corridor, disappearing once more. Ollie sighed, smoothing down her disheveled hair, and turned to walk back towards the great hall. The following morning, Ollie's mountain ash wand was returned to her intact. The club quickly cleared its name. Hermione's clarification caused a stir throughout the school. An unknown poisoner lurked among them, watching with keen interest. At the breakfast table, Hermione hurriedly sat beside her. "Ollie, have you heard the news? Last night, a Hufflepuff boy was viciously attacked, sustaining grave injuries adorned with dark magic wounds. Teetering on the brink of life." She leisurely raised her gaze. "Really?" "Indeed," Hermione replied. "Madame Pomfrey mentioned he would need to remain in bed for at least 2 months. Hermione, with a calm demeanor and a hint of delight gracing her face, suddenly realized. "He is the one you sought out last night." A slow smile crept across Ollie's blue eyes. A chill ran down Hermione's spine. Her gentle and lovely friend could, at times, be rather unnerving. "Now, everyone is whispering that it was Sirius Black who broke in last night," she continued. "They say he would not hesitate to harm innocent students and our club in his pursuit to eliminate Harry." Yet Hermione produced a lengthy list, exclaiming, "Look how many new members have signed up for the club today." The parchment cascaded to the ground. Task Progress Update. Dueling Club's public opinion has reversed. With 35 new sign-ups, approval rating 5. Lucius Malfoy is aware of the situation and has offered new investment, approval rating 10. Current task progress, 85,100. What is this? Profiting from a dog's misfortune? Ollie encouraged with a nod. Then we should indeed celebrate. You're right. Shall we invite Harry along? Hermione said cheerfully. Only to suddenly press her lips together, her enthusiasm dampened. Haven't you been walking with Ron lately? She inquired. Don't mention him, Hermione said, waving her hand irritably. We've been at odds lately. Ron and I have had several quarrels over Scabbers recently. Ollie pondered. Since their first encounter during the night tour in their first year, the two had hardly ceased their bickering. Back then, it was over trivial matters. Now their disputes seemed to escalate. Would things improve in the future? Does Crookshanks always want to bite him? She asked. Yes, Hermione sighed. I feed him well daily, yet every time he sees Scabbers, he lunges at him as if possessed. I can't stop him. It must be the nature of cats. Ollie chuckled. Crookshanks is a half-breed cat, isn't he? They are known to discern right from wrong. Perhaps Scabbers truly is a wicked rat, Hermione replied with a smile, like sneaking off to gnaw at Ron's bedpost at night? That would indeed be quite mischievous.